The man gambled everything. Just strengthen this weapon beyond the holidays. You can pay off all your debts. Live a new life. +1 success. Although the success rate of +1 is close to 100%. But it's also a good sign. Continue to intensify. +2 success, +3 success, +4 success. It was strengthened 3 more times in one breath. A man named Li Yuyang. Sweat flowed down his eyes. He from 15 years ago. Start playing this VR, called Supreme God game. In the past 15 years, he has gone from a rookie to the head of the regiment. The president will even become the master. At first, it relied on the taxes of the city lord. It can also maintain a real life. But in order to be more powerful in the game, Li Yuyang had to borrow from family and friends. Everyone is now far away from him, limited to Li Yuyang among them. I rely on loans to stay afloat. Continue to intensify. The probability of adding 5 and successfully adding 5 is not low. The really hard part is starting with reinforcement 6. Exponentially decreasing probability. Failed enhanced equipment will also disappear. This put the law enforcers between them is also bought with loans. If that fails, he may be facing a debt collector. Throw directly into the Huangpu River, or throw it into a corner machine. It's no use crying over spilt milk. Then come on. +6 success. Li Yuyang was excited. He even felt he is the chosen one today. He had completely forgotten why he had come to the blacksmith today. It's also because the debt collector chased into the game. As a last resort, he ran into the blacksmith shop and fought to the death. Once you just need to succeed again, you can return the money to them. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Reinforce success. The fortification period was successful. It really worked. Li Yuyang is going crazy. He left the debt collector in the distance. I couldn't help but smile. Now he is not afraid of aggrieved debt collectors. It's finally time for a new life. Look at the enforcers of the best times. The sword only sold him. He was able to restart his life. But now he was starting to hesitate. With this sword, he can hunt high-level monsters. Peso stroke. But if I had sold this sword, at the age of 35, he still has no friends and family. Even if you pay off the arrears, Li Yuyang has nothing left, or a waste. Li Yuyang completely ignored his previous thoughts. Growing greed. He doesn't have anything now anyway. If it is strengthened again, over time between enforcers, you can sell it for a higher price. Not only can you pay off what you owe, it is also possible to buy a building. This is the real rebirth. Come to think of it, Li Yuyang suddenly pressed his hand towards the strengthening building. A bright light emanated between the enforcers. Reinforced success. Intensive overtime really worked. Li Yuyang didn't know who to thank. Could this really be the smoke coming from the ancestral tomb? This can really be the end. But is it really going to end? One more time. This time it worked. You can't just have one. Premium residences in the heart of the city. You can also have friends again. Since then, he has reached the pinnacle of life. Li Yuyang didn't care about it at the moment. Completely caught up in his daydreams. Reinforcement failed. Strengthened GABA to disappear. Look at the vanished sword of the enforcer. Li Yuyang was already stunned. Didn't you say that the chosen one was good? Didn't you say that the gods blessed the ancestral tomb with smoke? Why continue to reinforce? There is a chance to get out of the sea of suffering. Li Yuyang fell into deep regret. He regretted entering the blacksmith shop. Regret borrowing usury. Regret playing this game. If only you could go back 15 years. He probably won't be like this. Li Yuyang was crying so much that he almost fainted. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit me directly. Is it going to die suddenly? Sudden death is fine. At least it won't be so sad anymore. Li Yuyang sat up from the bed suddenly. When I opened my eyes, I saw that I was in the hospital. What the hell is going on? A doctor's voice was heard nearby. The doctor told him. He applied for a new type of game pod experience program. But it only lasted 15 minutes. Fainted in the game pod. Fortunately, it was delivered in time and did not make a masterpiece. People from the game company also came to comfort him, want to compensate him for a state-of-the-art game pod, and some moral damages. I just hope he doesn't talk about today's events. Li Yuyang was at a loss. Look at the wall watch. He couldn't figure out if it was a dream or crossed by himself. But no matter what, I have experienced the decadence of not having family and friends. After life, Li Yuyang will definitely not experience it a second time. He used to be at this age because of a female netizen I knew. In the game, someone gave me a knife. In order to give female netizens a crown, become a heavy gold player along the way. I can't extricate myself from it, going farther and farther on the road of Kajin. Family and friends all stayed away from him. Caught in the middle of it, he did not hesitate to borrow from usury. Also kill all sides in the game. At first, it was also possible to move bricks in-game. Livelihoods. But after 15 years of operation of the game, in-game currency depreciation, he also lost his source of income. I had to go into the blacksmith shop and sacrifice my life. Now it's all in the past. Look at your younger self in the mirror. Everything can be done all over again. Now Li Yuyang is young and has no arrears. Extremely. I didn't even start playing the game of the Most High God. But how could it be forgotten? It was a game that had been with him for 15 years. Although it was like a dream, but in Li Yuyang's heart. That's his 15 years. It's useless to talk so much now. What the hell is going on? Just log into the game to find out. Welcome to the city. The world of the Most High God. Li Yuyang returned to a game world that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Look at the towers in the distance. Sure enough, it wasn't a dream. It's exactly the same as the game in memory. Li Yuyang slowly walked up the tower. If only it were a sword demon. The gameplay is not the same. Then his memory would be of no use. Li Yuyang from the package. Take out the only weapon. Novice wooden sword. Ground level one-handed weapons cannot be destroyed. Can only be used in the Newbie village. Now, there is only this one weapon. Let's make do with it first. Suddenly, a killer bee appeared in front of him. And other polar poisonous insects. Hordes of monsters. Look at the attributes and names of the killer bees. Sure enough, it was the same as what I had played before. Although just holding a wooden sword. But this kind of killer bee that has struck countless times. It's just a piece of cake. Let's start with a gray chicken. Dodge killer bee attacks and jumps. Finally, he jumped up and stabbed the killer in the neck with one click. This is his weakness. Take advantage of the gap when the killing front is paralyzed. Li Yuyang grabbed the wings of the killer blade. I used a Deuce 3S. Simply and neatly solved the killing edge. Li Yuyang looked at his palm. The current body and speed, far beyond the body of the previous 30s. Don't. It's the real body that affects the game character. Li Yuyang is in the body of the killer foam. Rummaged up. It didn't take long to find a weapon. Ironic one-handed weapons. Ignore the opponent's level. Mandatory paralytic vaccination. Take that thorn. Now, he can be sure. He's not dreaming. Exactly as he remembers. He's literally going back 15 years. Since God has given him a chance to do it all over again. So this time, he's going to be the god in this game. Commoner identities rule this game. Whether it's an artifact adventure or a treasured prop. He wanted them all. No one is more than him. Get acquainted with the gameplay here. Someone else takes 5 minutes to solve the murderous wind. He only needs 5 seconds. When others are still on the first floor, he had already gone up to the 9th floor. It also set a new world record. Just when he was preparing God for the 10th floor, suddenly a difficulty choice pops up. It turns out that this is the hidden level in the Newbie Tower. Grade C is 10 times more difficult than Grade D. C+ grade is more than 100 times more difficult than D grade. As a hardcore player, both A+ and S level have been played. That must be the C+ level. Li Yuyang held a novice wooden sword. Alone he walked towards the 10th floor. He didn't know. The outside world has been shocked by his actions. Just now, the Four Seasons saved the hidden boss. It also refreshed a record for clearing the 9 floors. He's already a hot figure out there. At this moment, Li Yuyang is still fighting monsters in the Novice Tower. Skeletron of the Earth's poles. In his eyes, it was a moving target. After reviving his attack mode, just take it and seal 4 on him. Skeletron was stunned by the Novice Wooden Sword. It seems that Li Yuyang is not only a Krypton player, is still a qualified cadre. After defeating the boss, Li Yuyang received a C-grade plate armor. Nails in class. With this piece of plate armor, Li Yuyang maybe. It's the strongest player in this game right now. Just as he was about to leave the Novice Tower, when traveling to other areas, suddenly it sounded, just clear the Newbie Tower in the shortest possible time. To open the legendary 11th floor, Li Yuyang rummaged on the ground. Finally, find a hidden button in a piece of wall. Press the button. A hidden stone door is revealed. It looks like this is the intersection on the 11th floor. Just when Li Yuyang wanted to step in, an attack came at him, dodged by his deft bend. Li Yuyang, who was lying on the ground, was stunned for a while. What the? How could such a strong attack be fought? Li Yuyang could only run while hiding. Suddenly, a heavy punch struck. Li Yuyang didn't have time to dodge. Was punched against the wall. Li Yuyang, who was sitting on the ground, looked at the monster in front of him. It was also a tiger roar. Players at this point in time, it shouldn't even be able to defeat C+ monsters. How could a monster of this level appear? Full-bodied roast questioner-esque grade. Earthquake snacks by attributes. Height 15 meters. This is the development team trying to kill the player. Follow the memory in advance. This guy is a dragon. One of the top races in this game. His first appearance was 10 years later. Although he is huge, he is agile. At that time, the players formed the big league. Defeated him. But now it's in the starter tower. Terrain on the first floor. Although it is a hidden layer, but the appearance of such a monster is also outrageous. Not to mention, Li Yuyang still only had a novice wooden sword in his hand. Li Yuyang dodged the attack of the bus again. It was only then that I discovered the trick. It turns out that this bus is imprisoned. In this state, he can only be a living target. This is the last mercy of the development team. Bus reached out again and grabbed it. After Li Yuyang dodged again, I gave him a sword. Damage, 125 as a qualified Gandhi. After seeing that it was not a drop of blood, Li Yuyang smiled happily. Although the damage is low, but the novice wooden sword will not be damaged. And the Dragon J Guardian does not have the ability to recover. In this case, it is not completely impossible. Just concentrate. He couldn't beat Li Yuyang. When you want to solve a physiological problem, it is also possible to escape to. The monster's personal training is on the original underground line. And now it's just the 2 of them on the 11th floor. Theoretically, it could be grinded to death. That's it. Li Yuyang and the Dragon J Guardian were consumed. 3 months later, the last drop of blood was also lost by Li Yuyang. He also managed to reach level 32. Now, even those kryptonite players, the highest should not exceed level 26. It took 3 months to die. The most important thing is not the level increase. Instead, he obtained the blade of his wailing. In one-handed weapons, attack damage is increased by 900. Special snacks can be used. This weapon was the #1 weapon in darkness that year. The weapon of the god of Sibith. Although his attributes are similar to those of Dance. But the terrible thing about a lover is not in the power of attack. With the clearance of the 11th floor, Li Yuyang was also teleported out of the Novice Tower. He is prompted to choose a faction. But Li Yuyang didn't want to join any camp. Although you can get benefits by joining a faction and a variety of equipment. But that also means you can hunt monsters in your faction. That's the case. Isn't there half of his prey? What is the top understanding of what it means to play? The man would rather be naked. I don't want to wear even the lowest level of armor. Because he's a dry land. frequent skipping challenges. Even if you were the strongest defensive equipment at the moment, it is for a second to be hit. So, simply spend all the money on the blade. It's Li Yuyang, who is naked. Onlookers from other players in the Newbie village. A few little quacks came over to find Li Yuyang's hemp. Because Li Yuyang played AC before. Tier armor is placed in the auction house. These guys are here to rob. They are also all old fritters in the game. Due to the game's setting, Li Yuyang didn't have a way to kill them directly. So I put on a smiling face. Invite a few little gada to go and get C together. Upgraded armor. Waiting for the novice respect. Li Yuyang didn't pretend anymore. In the showdown, he is the real boss. 3 or 2 clicks, and it was solved. These little quacks that don't have long eyes. There was no sense of accomplishment, though. But high-level bullying low-level is cool. After a meal of melon searching, that is, I got a low-level slime spirit. This thing requires 1,000 slimes meat before it can be extracted. It seems that this group of idiots has learned from a certain witch next door, ascended to the current level with a slime. No matter how you put it, it can be regarded as a harvest. Li Yuyang C expedited armor placed in the auction house. It was also sold, 85 million. And that's just a piece of equipment that needs to be expedited. It seems to be a new server. Some living room bigwigs couldn't help but make a move. In the past, Li Yuyang wanted to recharge the game. Savings will be spent. It's different now. It's not just about earning back what you've spent. I have to earn dozens more houses to come back. Li Yuyang's target this time is the one who breaks the pregnancy. This is a magical bow, an arrow. It was named after a certain awesome archer. Li Yuyang is not an archer, though, but he especially needs speed. This piece of equipment increases movement speed, so he was bound to win. Just as Li Yuyang was advancing, a C-class monster appeared in front of it. He didn't care if he needed a C grade in desperate need, but there are so many at once. It was also something he didn't expect. All are welcome. One is also an answer. Coming to a group is also an answer. Li Yuyang shuttled among the monsters. This operation is already full. Still couldn't stop the crowd and almost took a blow. This made him even more desperate to get his hands on the bow. I saw the entrance. There's no need to follow a bunch of monsters. Kicked the door open and rushed in. As long as you walk here, you won't be afraid. Because Li Yuyang remembers this fan. The map of the palace soon came to the chief's room. A giant intellectual ghost slowly walked towards him. Red Oni see expedited trait giant evil ghost earthquake fusion. This naked man is called Li Yuyang. This time he's coming. The leader of the raiders is this eater. Rigue slowly walked towards him. And I was not polite to him. If you come up, you will unleash a skill earthquake. The earth roared. The ground shattered. Li Yuyang jumped up flexibly to dodge. After falling to the ground, he was complacent about his determination to be naked. What kind of armor can withstand this blow? If you get hit, when the 9th degree is instantaneous, it will have to be cleared. It's in Li Yuyang, when you want to concentrate on the crusade against the ghosts. A group of small quacks surrounded him. But 50 has arrived. These little quacks don't stand a chance anymore. One by one, they fell to the ground. It turned out that Li Yuyang was before coming in. Everyone gave them a knife. The nature of grumbling causes them to bleed continuously. That's why the god of calamity is number 1. The scariest thing about this sword is here, with the demise of the little quacks. Then you can have a good fight with the red ghosts. The red ghost saw that the little brother was exposed by this, and it was difficult to solve. A flame erupted from his mouth and rushed straight towards Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang hurriedly hid behind a rock. The red ghost's eyes glowed. Continue to unleash the skill earthquake. Li Yuyang stared closely at the feet where the red ghost was about to fall. When his feet first came into contact with the ground, I jumped up immediately, dodged the red Oni's blow. This is also thanks to the slime boots underfoot, so that Li Yuyang can land downstream. Since he dodged the key ultimate, then the rest is not simple. Let's put a horse on his leg to kill a chicken. Just consume him slowly. 3 hours passed. See, the red ghost who was in a hurry fell to the ground. Li Yuyang also went well. Be the first player to beat the haunted house maze. Okay, easy to solve. Except for this one sea urchin chief. It seems that there are 2 more sea expedited ones. Let's solve it all together. Nightmare Forest. Li Yuyang ran away with the food of the strange spider on his back. It's a sea rush monster. It is characterized by poisonous insects ambushing. Height 5 meters, although it is not as noble and tall as just now. But agile 8 legs. The characteristics of poison should not be underestimated. The spider chased Li Yuyang behind him. Clouds of venom shot at him, but Li Yuyang didn't plan to return the things to him. This time he came with a plan. Li Yuyang ran farther and farther, already running to the edge of the demon forest. He jumped over a hill and didn't hit the ground yet. The weird spider rushed up again and fed it a bite to eat. This pig is also quite hard. I want to bite into it again. Li Yuyang looked at the approaching spider and did not dodge. What was he waiting for? He ate the spiritual footguard. This season, you can go offline and order takeout. That's when it happened. A big snake suddenly sprang out from behind Li Yuyang. It is forbidden to bite the spider. Spiders also fight back with pain. The 2 big guys saved the cow and fought together. It turned out that this was Li Yuyang's plan. Spooky spiders don't give up their prey easily. That's why they are in hot pursuit. This sea-expedited long ridge-eyed king snake. You won't let go of enemies who break into your territory. It's a good trick to drive snakes and swallow pearls. The 2 monsters clearly don't have much intelligence. Directly fought together. Li Yuyang sat leisurely next to the play and watched the play. Ran so far. Finally, I can slowly appreciate their battles. In the end, the fisherman profited. Obtained 2 pieces of C+ equipment. Li Yuyang, who has an S-class weapon. Naturally, I don't like C+ weapons. The armor is even more unthinkable. Just hang it up. 2 pieces of equipment have been put out for the auction house. It caused an uproar among players. Players from all walks of life have made a move. It was born one after another. Li Yuyang sitting in front of the computer. He even laughed out of the sound of a pig. These days are really getting better and better. Not long since. Like them themselves. In order to compete for the equipment discarded by the masters. Fight for bankruptcy. Is this what it's like to be an elite? A phone rang interrupted Li Yuyang's thoughts. The call came from his cheap uncle. Parents go early. Uncle is the guardian. As soon as I answered the phone, it was a reprimand. Every day, I know how to play that broken game. I don't know if I'm looking at the uncle. Which of your cousins is no better than you? I couldn't even get into college. Li Yuyang hung up the phone helplessly, obviously holding his parents' inheritance. Provide for cousins to go to college. Even had the face to reprimand himself. In an instant, Li Yuyang was just gone. The rising sense of superiority snapped back to reality. It's too early to be truly wealthy. There is no need to stay in this novice home. Lao Tzu is going to play the real thing. Hot hell. Li Yuyang looked at the ancient tomb in the distance. It should be enough to calculate the distance. Save the camel behind him. After a while, the blood on the ground. It attracted a terrible guy. The sand is getting closer and closer. A colossal realization appeared in front of Li Yuyang. A hastened death like insects, bottom creatures. Super defense against drought. Excavation earthquakes. Height 50 meters. It is worthy of being a plus leader. That's a lot of that. Now that it has been drawn, let's run. Even if it is Li Yuyang of the last century. I can't kill this death with super defenses, such as pets this time, to win him out. It's not to kill him and explode the equipment. It's for something else. Li Yuyang is becoming more and more proficient at pulling monsters. After a while, I ran to my destination. A look at the ancient tomb. He ran straight to the top of the tomb. Death is like a worm because it is too huge. I hit the tomb headlong. A tunnel the size of a basin was drilled out. It's much better than a drilling machine. Li Yuyang walked along the tunnel. Step into the depths of the tomb. He found that the worm had burrowed to the other end. This key and the owner of the tomb covered the start. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Come to think of it, Li Yuyang ran excitedly towards the leader area. But I just ran to the door. I found that the gates of the chief's district had been wide open. Could it be that someone took a screenshot of the first login? Li Yuyang went inside to watch the drama. A man and a woman appear in view. This is the female anchor Lu Yinran who harmed herself. He used to be. Step by step, lead yourself to the abyss of bankruptcy. Be tempting. Now that I think about it, isn't this just a routine loan? There's the man next to him. It is the creditor who lent it to me. That's a real hammer. Thinking of this, Li Yuyang gritted his teeth with hatred. But I think about it 15 years later. Now they don't know each other. Li Yuyang also slowed down his mood slightly. Before Li Yuyang could speak, the black-hearted generation invited Li Yuyang to join them first. Raid the master of the Tomb of Desire together. Li Yuyang is psychologically clear. None of these 2 people are good. I guess I just want a cannon fodder. Coincidentally, Li Yuyang also happened to want 2 cannon fodder. Then let's go together. Let's see who pits who this time. This man and woman are sisters and brothers. Men lend money. Women engage in online dating. Not only drain the money out of your card, you also have to get a loan to brush the supercar. Before Li Yuyang crossed, it was they who took Li Yuyang step by step, brought into the pit. This time, since I met them again, then you can't blame him for being ruthless. 3 people enter the chief's quarter. On the red carpet, the camera is a throne, and the owner of the ancient tomb sat upright. The nameless queen avoids the undead trait. Mind control, turning around and fighting 100 battles. He saw a player enter. He slowly stood up. The scepter was struck on the ground. Exudes a powerful micropressure routine. When the 2 siblings saw this, they rushed forward immediately. Lu Yinran turned around and asked Li Yuyang to go first. But it was already empty behind him. The 2 of them panicked. I finally found cannon fodder and ran away. How else does this queen fight? Just open the door and leave. But the door lock was broken by Li Yuyang. This immoral operation made the 2 of them tremble. There is no choice but to fight hard. Just defeat him. You will be able to earn the title of pioneer. The 2 of them rushed towards the queen. The queen swung her weapon and slashed it up. The man raised his shield and blocked it. Unexpectedly, the queen's attack intensified. The routine man is also desperately blocked. The queen pulled away from the fist fight. Seeing is the rhythm of magnifying moves. But these attacks were blocked by shields. The queen saw that the attack had not worked. He rushed up again. After blocking the attack again, seeing the opportunity, the routine man hurriedly shouted for his sister to attack. Lu Yinran is not ambiguous. He took the 2 knives and slashed at them. The queen's left hand with a weapon was slashed. Stuck in stiffness, the exposed man also took the opportunity to slash a heavy blow. One of the 2 sisters and brothers is in the front, and the other is in the back. The fit is seamless. The strength should not be underestimated. See how hot they played. Li Yuyang was also watching with relish on the side. Is worthy of being the top 30 sisters and brothers in terms of strength. There are 2 brushes. But what they don't know is the nameless queen. It's not that simple to solve. The tide of battle turned. The nameless queen has changed her attack. And it's getting faster and faster. It's a pain for the 2 of them. After the one-hit flying routine is difficult, there is no meat shield. Lu Yinran also inevitably took a blow. Just when Lu Yinran closed her eyes and was about to go offline, the nameless queen was beheaded with a knife. It turned out that Li Yuyang came to K-head at the right time. This makes Lu Yinran too stupid. Actually snatched the old lady's tail knife. Perennial printing was actually K-headed. Li Yuyang doesn't care. Speaking of which, it saved them. They were still arguing. A message from the system indicates that the nameless queen has been hunted successfully. There is a female character in the team. Triggered 10,000 tomb hidden plots. Both of them were startled. I didn't have much experience after beating the nameless queen. The equipment hasn't been lost either. Could it be that the nameless queen is not dead? Li Yuyang suddenly had a splitting headache. The voice of the nameless queen echoed in her head. After a while, Li Yuyang stood up again. Let out a wild laugh. The glasses are also golden yellow. Pick up the queen's scepter and emit countless bolts of lightning. He couldn't say a word about the routine. But this Li Yuyang is very calm. Do you think that following you is just a hijab? Became the nameless queen. This is because they triggered the hidden appearance of a tomb. Tibetan plot. The only woman in the group was occupied. At this moment, Li Yuyang has her own consciousness. But I can't control my body. To add insult to injury. 2 prompts pop up. Lu Hong received that your teammates were possessed by ghosts. Don't drop the new Queen Li Yuyang. Otherwise, the account will be banned for 1 day. Li Yuyang. Received is the new owner of your now sworn copy of the death. Take out the intruders. Otherwise, experience will be greatly reduced. Banned for 7 days. Li Yuyang looked at their sister and brother dramatically. Apparently, he knew about this hidden copy before he came in. I'm still worried about how to rate it. The 2 siblings sent them up. When Lu Hong was still making waves. Li Yuyang's attack had already arrived. With the explosion of skills, Li Yuyang holds the queen. The scepter struck a heroic blow in the explosion. Obviously, my sister is even more ruthless. Yes, the system does not prompt the task to be completed. It turned out that there was still one Li Yuyang who had not been resolved. Now it's all right. The younger brother was sent offline by his sister. There were only 2 of them left. Entertainment is counted together in the hospital. Li Yuyang will not stay. Li Yuyang looked at this red pervert. Even if you don't get controlled by the nameless queen. He also wanted to kill Li Yuyang. The scepter went forward. A ball of flame erupted. Li Yuyang easily dodged. Just kidding, the S-class monsters can't hit him. How could a mere B-level skill hurt him? Li Yuyang increased her power and released countless lightning bolts. I saw Li Yuyang up and down, left and right. Dodge with ease. Arrived in front of Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang is not afraid of water. Dodged the sweep of the scepter. By the way, a knife cut Li Yuyang's leg. Coherent. Li Yuyang felt a tingling pain in her legs. But he couldn't hit Li Yuyang's itchy teeth. It's another season of ultimate sweeping. The surrounding area has become a vacuum. Unexpectedly, Li Yuyang was lying on the ground. Dodged the delay of this season. Such a high level of skill. Even if you squint for a while, you can hide from it. Li Yuyang looked at Xiao Chong, who was like a cockroach. Anger rushed to the heavenly spirit cover. He raised his scepter. There are countless imitations of light in the sky. Li Yuyang looked up at the sky. It's real. Then he won't take it anymore. Put on the slime. Like a loach, they dodged the lightning one by one. This scene made Li Yuyang look stupid, completely forgetting that this is a fight. Li Yuyang didn't give him a chance to resist. An arrow pierces it. Li Yuyang's shoulder was immediately punctured. Then there's the chain poke. Drove Li Yuyang to a dead end. Li Yuyang begged for mercy pitifully. Such a cute expression. It must have felt good in the hand. Congratulations on defeating Nameless for being the first one. The queen began to hand out rewards C to expedite one-handed 5G. The ancient bronze sword Chi also came out. The rewards are also in hand. Li Yuyang was overjoyed at the moment. Who knew? He turned his head to look. Quite a few things fell from the place where the 2 men were killed. This time, Li Yuyang is even more happy. I'm going to pick it up. Li Yuyang's voice came from the side. It turns out that you can leave a message for 10 seconds after death. Then I heard it for a while. Li Yuyang didn't care about joking so many things. What's wrong with being scolded twice? After registering the title of Ashes again, Li Yuyang chose to go offline. Sit up from the game pod, only to find out I still have the video system on when I play by myself. Looked at Li Yuyang's message after being killed. A good idea came to Li Yuyang's mind. The title is called The Undead Scumbag. And don't forget to type. Li Yuyang, who had uploaded the video on the horse, was lying. Fell asleep in bed. As everyone knows, he has been mistaken for all the attention. A dream you've always dreamed of. Don't know, brothers. Can you let me experience it tonight too? This feeling. You think it's a brick move. Studio time. He's actually a routine loan company. When you feel like this is a family. Black-hearted loan company at the time. In fact, he also does black-hearted intermediary work. Count Li Yuyang's words. This is also an online dating scam ring. In short, the sister and brother know a lot. It's very miscellaneous. But today the two of them were in a bad mood. Li Yuyang put them under the copy yesterday. The video of being pitted was uploaded to the internet. Made Li Yuyang's sister and brother very unhappy. Not only did they get their accounts banned, also made Li Yuyang suffer from online newspapers. That bastard only coded himself. He doesn't even dare to go out now. Video posted by Li Yuyang not only stimulated the sister and brother, it also caught the attention of professional teams. The so-called layman looks lively. A team of connoisseurs. The contestant found out from Li Yuyang's video. This kid's operation is very good. Professional players are stimulated to go back to their hometown to plant red. Potato Coach Ryu is crazy. Be sure to dig him up. Contact him right away. Accept it no matter how much you want your annual salary. But Li Yuyang rescued 2 words. Fike, a professional player, watched the video very calmly. As an ace in the inward, he was also amazed by Li Yuyang's reflexes. And I admire his strength. But why is this guy naked? Li Yuyang, who is naked at the moment, waiting for its unknown floating island hunting. Dense tongue of filth. That is, it can be solved with one knife. For him to make a hit video thing, Li Yuyang felt that it was no big deal. It's just a matter of chance. What is there to be surprised? But he forgot. After 15 years, this is not a big deal. Mobs. But now the game has only been launched for a few months. Li Yuyang won't care so much. Continuing to attack dungeons, playing equipment and selling money is the king. Li Yuyang came to a stone statue. He is prompted if he chooses to help Marion. Yuyang chose no without even thinking about it. After joking and helping, the reward will be much less. How could it help? Li Yuyang knows the doorway. Sure enough, the stone statue said to Li Yuyang again, "Since you won't help, then help me get my revenge." Then the system pops up again, triggers the hidden quest to destroy the weeping Galadia. It is unknown whether the reward will be accepted or not. Li Yuyang showed an excited expression. What we are waiting for. Li Yuyang from Marion accepted a hidden plot. Now he's rowing a boat. Sing the song to the destination. The Lord Flesh Spirit. I heard that the previous god of fighting took this task. It became the number 1. This time it's my turn. Li Yuyang fell from the sky. A board axe chopped the boat to pieces. It turned out to be Li Yuyang, a sworn enemy. After the last time he was trapped, I didn't expect to come to the door. Skimming to the side. Isn't this the little quack from episode 4? How did they find it? It seems that Li Yuyang still has a little ability. Li Yuyang, who is very good at playing a bus or something. But there is such a thing as a group fight. It's not something civilized people should do. Li Yuyang made a move. Get out of the crowd. He stood bare-necked on a high place. Shouted at the crowd below. I don't want my treasure. I'll give you whatever you want. Follow me. I'll take you to eat fragrant and spicy food. He bets on the people down there. Not all of them. All hate him as much as Li Yuyang. Sure enough, I heard these words. It's not just the little quacks who move. Even Li Yuyang herself was shaken. Li Yuyang struck while the iron was hot. So give your choice. Do you want to play a copy with me? Just like that, a temporary dungeon team has been assembled. Gao Rue took his sister and brother. The three musketeers of beauty. And of course, those little quacks. Another unexpected person also joined in. He is the ace of K1, commonly known as the Little Flyers Mauritian. He will be ranked first in China in the future. The ceiling of a single gladiator among the aces of the national team. I really didn't expect him to follow. Except for those. The little quacks who were too weak automatically withdrew. The others went to the main meat grove together. They fought their way through the road. Finally came to a circus tent. After Li Yuyang saw the tent, just rushed forward. Lu Hong, a black-hearted boss, is also quick-eyed. Quickly followed. You have entered the hidden quest Hidden Golem's house. The actors on stage have been awakened. A C+ straw smearer. It's a smash in the head. To Li Yuyang and the two who rushed in. There is also a density of C+ next to it. And C+ honey mouth. Li Yuyang doesn't need these things at this moment. C+ a small quack. He wears red track leather boots on his feet. Has the earthquake skill of the red rail. It was a gift for them. Step on the ground with 1 foot. A burst of shattering. The earthquake deals double damage to these monsters, coupled with the swamp tooth properties on their bodies. That's 4x damage. Such damage stacks on the bracket. The scarecrow was destroyed before he could eat even a single knife. The Joker takes the opportunity to attack. Li Yuyang also easily dodged. I saw that he stuck it in the clown's head as soon as he saw it. Excuse me. The combos are too smooth. Didn't kill the 3 sisters standing next to them. The boss Li Jinyu also showed a serious expression. In fact, the 3 of them don't have much enmity with Li Yuyang. Is that Li Yuyang will be the first to take the lead every time. And I just feel uncomfortable. Now see his strength. Didn't wait for Li Jinyu to finish admiring it. The little quacks next to them shouted. Let Li Yuyang rate the equipment with them. It has to be fair and equitable. This scene. It is not too late to let a few people who also come to trouble Li Yuyang. Although it is not too late, it will not help Li Yuyang get ahead. Even in the little quacks, they're still struggling. Li Yuyang's time. Li Yuyang was victorious. Of course, everyone has to share the equipment that broke out. After all, we're teammates. These words are said brightly. It made those little quacks embarrassed. Watching the little quags being refreshed by Li Yuyang's group. The group rumored that Lu Yinran was a person who was cheated once. He understood that Li Yuyang definitely had some conspiracy. They are in this harmonious atmosphere. Entered the hidden puppet witch 2 together. There is only one statue in the center of this room. Nothing else. It's so empty that you can't even find a mob. Suddenly, the people behind the scenes were very angry. The quest boss has arrived. Then there was a heaviness. Just when everyone let their guard down, a small quack was shot in the head. The person next to him was startled. But before he could react, 2 more people were sacrificed. Lu Yinran saw Kit Kat, busy reminding me to be careful of the stone statue. The stone statue at this moment is the same as it was at the beginning. Nothing has changed. But look closely. You can see that his palms are covered in blood. Li Yuyang sneered beside him, worthy of Lu Yinran. The boss is Galadia, who weeps from the stone statue. This is the 5th year since it was launched. Only someone has cleared the ruthless character. The inspiration for this level setting. Featured in the popular British TV series in 1963. Weeping Angel. The Legend of the Flower Girl was added to the game, thus adding a lot of dramatic nature. But it also makes the strategy difficult. Raised to the level of pervert. Lu Yinran cut it off first line, but it had no effect. Li Tongyu next to him also came up to make up a big move. The momentum is not small, but the image is still unmoving. Only Mauritian observe the details. You may have to wait for the boss to attack before you have a chance. There is nothing good to be done at the moment. I could only tremble and be wary of the stone statue. It's at this tense moment. Li Yuyang sang a little song and entered. Looks confident. Movement now has 2 ways to leave a quest. He held up a finger and was the first to be killed by Bus. The second is to defeat the weeping Galadia. Isn't this nonsense? Li Yuyang was also speechless. This boss can't be beaten. The attack is still very weird. What can be done? Li Yuyang laughed after listening to it. You can't help it. I didn't say that. I can't help it. He held out another finger. I can perish myself. This boss. Li Yuyang looked at Li Yuyang, who was pretending to be mysterious. Angry and shocked. Burst a small quack next to it. Used to react up. You can figure it out yourself. What did the boss call us for? A sentence that wakes up the dreamer. Li Yuyang also reacted. Li Yuyang smiled and asked, what are you doing? What else can you do? Of course, it's a cost. 600,000 will be hit. If you don't give it, you'll all be bossed in seconds. I'm picking up the gear you dropped too. The teeth of heavy popularity are tickling. Lu Hong rushed up directly. I want to give this kid one. Gives you face, huh? In the game you hit hard. In reality, you were submissive. Don't forget what Lao Tzu does. Li Yuyang pretended to be very scared. Didn't wait for the attack to fall on Li Yuyang's body. Lu Hong was seconded, and this is good. Lu Yuyang, you have to pay $2. This can choke Lu Yan's gas. A knife hit Li Yuyang's neck. What if you take the money and don't work? Li Yuyang smiled and said that then be a Dan baby. Dan Bao is a type of supreme god. Very secure way to trade. Subsequently, Li Yuyang opened Dan Bao's guarantee system. It can be regarded as the most rigorous trading system of the supreme god. The money is deposited into a guarantee account first. If the conditions are not met, it will be returned to the original owner. Everyone saw that Li Yuyang opened the guarantee. Still no one wants to pay for it. This guy isn't a reliable guy. Subsequently, Li Yuyang's words shook everyone. Defeat the weeping Galadia. All the spoils are yours. Everyone was shocked. This is a B+ boss handbrake. Has a high chance of dropping the B+ gear zone. 600,000 is nothing. It's a surefire deal. Li Yuyang still knows Li Yuyang. After all, he has the most dealings with Li Yuyang. This kid certainly doesn't have any other good fart. After Li Yuyang finished speaking, very confident that they can follow their own script. Team up first and defeat the boss. Everyone has loot. Second, spread the process of defeating the boss online. It's another lot of money. If you quit now, you don't have to pay for it, but you don't get anything. So they're definitely going to pay for it. When I saw Li Yuyang, I saw where my neck was. Li Yuyang knew that it was done. Now that everyone agrees, then each of you only needs to transfer 100,000 to me. Didn't wait for Li Yuyang to finish speaking. A system prompt is coming. There is electricity to transfer 1.2 million gold coins, Li goldfish, silverfish. Copperfish transferred 600,000 eunuchs. Transfer 600,000 fighting god to 600,000. Li Yuyang couldn't hold back his laughter. I mean 600,000 in total. Each of the 6 of you will be 100,000 yuan. Looks like you guys really want to defeat this boss. Li Yuyang didn't bother with him about this issue. Again, after beating the crying Galadia, everything that falls is ours. Li Yuyang snorted uncertainly. Raise your legs and walk towards the stone statue. This Galadia, which lasted for 5 years before being attacked. Li Yuyang has long been familiar with it. Among them, the mechanics and customs clearance skills are up. He went up and picked up AC. Festive ancient bronze shield. Look at this piece of equipment like waste. Li Yuyang laughed. So many times on the panel of the essence. It's in a question mark, especially what you little quacks can relate. He told everyone to close their eyes. This is followed by the reflection of the shield. Map the stone statue to the shield. Galadia looked weird at the moment. It was as if the hands were slowly opening. Suddenly he moved, stretched out his claws, and grabbed Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang had already taken precautions to dodge this blow. Immediately followed by the boss. Another digging. Li Yuyang hurriedly bent down to dodge the attack. An arrow stabbed the stone statue. After the stone statue was hit, crazy attack on Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang also calmly avoided them one by one. At this moment, Galadia revealed its true face. Must be hurried monster rock shy. 2 meters tall is just like self-destruction. The key to this bus is shyness. If someone looks at him, he won't attack. Restored to the appearance of the stone statue, but basically invulnerable. Only when everyone is not looking at him. He will only return to his physical body to attack. It is this characteristic. It's he who stands in the game. The reason why it can't be broken in 5 years. Li Yuyang saw that the bus was becoming more and more fierce and impulsive. Shout and open your eyes. All eyes opened. The bus has also regained 10 forms. Everyone looked at Li Yuyang with a confused expression. I don't know what he's up to. Suddenly, Li Yuyang shouted again, "Please close your eyes when it's dark." The crowd could only obey and close their eyes. Could it be that the strategy for clearing the customs is to stand and close your eyes? Listen to the crackling sound outside. There was only one thought in everyone's minds. Really good to know what's going on. An explosion woke up the warnings. The real boss is coming. That's how Galadia fights. Grade A Medusa trait. The snake summons mana burning. Just a few minutes ago, the eyes of the crowd were still closed. Wait for Li Yuyang to solve the boss Lu Yenran. The little woman. I was still thinking about whether to open my eyes suddenly. Hit a handful of Li Yu. I didn't expect the handbrake prompt to arrive so quickly. With Li Yuyang to deal with Galadia. The margin was also successfully credited. Li Yuyang smiled from ear to ear. The crowd cheered and cheered. Of course, except for Lu Yenran, who was a little unwilling. But after waiting for a while, no loot dropped. At this time, everyone also realized that something was wrong. It was Lu Yenran who reacted the fastest. In retrospect, Li Yuyang, that guy. It's impossible to be an honest thigh. Let the crowd be 600,000. How could you just let that guy make a loss-making deal? That is, when they are stunned. The real boss, a Gimedusa, appeared. His eyes glowed eerily red. Black flames emanated from all over his body. Slowly looked at the crowd. That's when they realized. There is no reward for killing Galadia. Recalled that he was cheering with Li Yuyang just now. It's like being sold, and I helped count the money together. Just when they were suddenly appeared in front of the boss. Under the stunned time, petrochemical has begun. There are ups and downs. This is also outrageous. The setting just now still has to don't. The boss immediately becomes unable to look directly. Except for Li Yuyang, who is open. Who would have thought of this? Li Yuyang was closing his eyes tightly at the moment. Toothy grin. Lu Yenran can still move while her head is still moving. Turned his head and glared at Li Yuyang, a dead pervert. Sure enough, it's broken. Li Jinyu was also helpless. Sighed and resigned himself to his fate. What else to do? Who told us to read less? But that's not going to be the end of it. It didn't take long for everyone else to be petrified. Only Li Yuyang was left standing in front of the stone statue of his 5G teammates. And so on 5 megaliths and 1 person who was not petrified. Suddenly, one side leg attacked Li Yuyang from behind. Li Yuyang instinctively dodged and looked back. It turned out to be Mauritian. He was slowly lowering his right leg in a fighting stance. It's a pro. It's really resilient. You can guess the boss setting without opening the hanging. It looks like he's still going to be weak. Martial artist. When did the little flyer ever suffer such anger? Since beating him as a professional player. To be strong and powerful. To have an IQ, to have an IQ. To have a good look. Before that, there really is no one who can pit him. Li Yuyang hurriedly pulled away. His admiration for Ma Ridgewan has gone to another level. This is the person Li Yuyang admired the most before. The strength is really not imaginary. 2 people. Just like that, he was confronted against Medusa, completely ignoring the fact that there is an A-rank boss next to it. The whole set is full of energy. Fuck the A-rank boss. Let's take a breath first. What is called genius? It's the same time. You can't beat people with a hanging fight. Ma Retian is such a person. As a pro-talented player. Even if Li Yuyang is an open man. Nor is it an opponent. Look at the man with a perverted smile on the other side. Hit the hot day is really faithful. This man doesn't wear clothes, not to mention, he likes to pit people. Don't say a word. According to Li Yuyang's head, bang bang is a punch. Li Yuyang looked at it and dodged. But the face was still cut by the whirlwind. This made Li Yuyang unbearable. He who struck me in the face was like my wife. If you fly up, you have to fight back. But the little flyer barked in vain. It only takes 0.2 seconds to go from the fantasy 10. Li Yuyang couldn't hide. You can only take out the ancient shield to block. Several cracks suddenly appeared in the shield. Li Yuyang. Look at this idol that has been worshipped for 15 years. Only to find out that the pressure to be his opponent is really high. Be sure to calm down. Take advantage of your own movement speed to dodge the opponent's attacks. Marintian's eyes were like saws. The son of da. Then it was almost on Li Yuyang's face. There is no way but to take the shield file. There is no way to dodge it. There are more cracks in the shield. Another flying ladder came. This time the distance is enough. Li Yuyang bent down to dodge. A rear sliding shovel opens up the distance. Increased movement speed with red rail leather boots. Still couldn't completely dodge his attacks. I can't beat it. It's a shame. With his current strength, a single brush of C+ bosses should be a breeze. Maritian looked back at Li Yuyang. This kid's ability to beat people is really weak. A man who can only PBE punches again. This time, Li Yuyang laughed. Looks like we're going to have to play tricks. He's got this outfit on him. It is the equipment of Maritian's peak in memory. What a coincidence. As an old fan, Li Yuyang is not just urging more. Whether it's Maritian's combo skills or weaknesses. He remembers it clearly. This time facing the attacking Maritian. Li Yuyang is relaxed. The dodge is just right every time. It's like rehearsing. This time it's my attack. Li Yuyang smiled maniacally. When he saw it, he stabbed Maritian in the face. Maritian hurriedly withdrew his fist and blocked with both arms. But Li Yuyang's sword blade turned and stabbed him in the thigh. Solid endured. Grievances at the sight. Maritian suddenly felt a wave of weakness hit him. Life is constantly declining. He touched his liver. Said distressfully, "What did the kid do?" Li Yuyang prepared a move. Send your idol offline to eat takeout. But he underestimated his idol. Maritian also hid the table. He took advantage of the gap between Li Yuyang's attacks. A punch struck the shield solidly. The shield finally couldn't hold it anymore. After all, it's just a functional shield. The defense is really not good. Looking at the shattered shield, Maritian couldn't hide his smile anymore. The leader that my little brother can't beat. No one else can fight. Li Yuyang glared at this opponent. It is worthy of the same collar. The men of an era are really worthy of admiration. But this Medusa, I can beat it with my eyes closed. Maritian was stunned. Can you fight without that shield? That's the A-grade Medusa, Li Yuyang. I stretched out my hand more than that. Waited for the day. Let's go watch the video online tomorrow. I'll put the clearance strategy on it. Medusa is still concave in place at the moment. Li Yuyang took a deep breath. Close your eyes and walk towards him silently. As a qualified chicken eater, listening to the position indicates the basic operation. The use of voice recognition skills is the high-level gameplay. Hi, I'm Gandhi Chingyang. Below will be a video of me for everyone water. This time we're going to play the Medusa dungeon. I was going to use a bronze shield against him, but the middle teammate suddenly turned back. Shattered my shield. Fortunately, Lao Tzu is awesome. You can hit with your eyes closed. Medusa has 3 active skills and 1 passive skill. An infernal ice spike suddenly emerges from the ground. It's hard to prevent. Everyone must pay attention to the second. Infernal Molten has a large area of AoE. Because the range is huge, Everyone should also pay attention. After dodging 2 randomly triggered abilities, you can use a sliding shovel pair. The boss performs a physical attack. Because it's with your eyes closed, everyone must remember beauty, the position where 2 so's first stands. At this point, Medusa is likely to trigger the 3rd active skill, Summoning Yes. Bengali cheats summon beasts that have been battle-hardened. Immunotoxins. Immunity to magic. Height 15 meters. Don't be afraid of him. He's just a summoned beast. The attack is very simple. The first is the tail sweep initiated in the upper right. Then there is the fan attack on the bottom right. Finally, there is the head hammer. These attacks will be repeated over and over again. If you listen carefully, you can easily dodge it, although he is immune to magic. But the physical defense is low. Just take it out quickly by getting close to the station. Believe me very simply. Wait, everyone has dodged Medusa's skills countless times. Medusa will gradually enter a state of rage. It will then also trigger the passive skill Mana Burn. This also represents Medusa. All that's left is thought. We need to prepare an ancient bronze sword beforehand. Everyone must be confused. Why should you prepare this C+ gear? Because this equipment restrains the dragons. It has a 100x bonus. So here's the problem. What does Medusa have to do with dragons? Obviously the race of the world's snake riverbank. Although it is outrageous to say. But just because of snakes and dragons, there is a slight blood relationship. So it will also be affected by the devaff of the dragons. The attack damage of the golden bronze sword is 80. Adding a 100x bonus is 8,000, plus the attributes of their respective dark clans. That's a knife 999. Wait until every Dusod goes berserk. It's when you're fighting with him. It only takes a single knife to finish him off. Thanks to my teammates who were with me, I was able to easily get Medusa's handbrake. Do you understand? If you understand, go to the strategy dungeon. Then we'll see you next time. The turtle is the story. After Li Yuyang got Medusa's handbrake, obtain an A-level piece of equipment and a land-level material. There is no need for equipment and materials to be posted online. Besides, the video of this issue will not be transmitted. I'm not sure yet. It's too watery after all. Li Yuyang, after recording the video, sit in front of Medusa's head. Motionless. 3 hours have passed. Li Yuyang actually said something to the head. Lao Tzu is getting impatient. Hurry up and move on to the next step. Who knows? Medusa's head actually opened its eyes. Is this the power of knowledge? Medusa's head slowly spoke. I was once human. After falling in love with the black dragon, she gave birth to a child. I can't blink to the thought of that child. So this time the hidden mission is to kill my child. Let our mother and son be reunited in hell. This bullshit development team was designed. What a task this is. You've discovered a hidden mission. Medusa's motherly reward is unknown if it is accepted. No matter how outrageous the nonsense is, I'll have to take it. You can't go against the dealer. After Li Yuyang accepted the task, a black key fell from his hand. Black is a first-class polar. Don't read homonyms with cheap mouths. How unlucky the 2 sisters and brothers are with a black heart. Remember the last time he was sealed by Li Yuyang's pit for 7 days. After that, this time it was pit by 1.2 million. I have to go to his video every time to be the heroine. Thinking of this, Lu Yanran couldn't wait to strangle him. Lu Yanran, who couldn't control her emotions. I can only use wine to drown my sorrows. The younger brother suddenly came back and said, because Lu Yanran is the heroine of the popular video. Although it is a villain, but it has also risen a lot of popularity. Now they have more than 300 organic guilds. Lu Yanran couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Old bird, you kid wait. My mother must let you taste my awesomeness. In the dungeon, Li Yuyang looked at the corpses all over the ground. Not only was he surprised, my old bird also has times when it is cut off. These are not simple sea urgency. Now at this point in time, no one should be able to beat this copy. Which god is it? Li Yuyang continued to move forward. Suddenly, I encountered a light rail with an expedited C. Could it be that the other party thinks that he didn't finish the fight after he went? Bypassed. Li Yuyang flexibly dodged the attack of the light rail. With a smile on his face, this head just belongs to me. I saw the light rail coming. Li Yuyang didn't dodge this time. Rather, it also lifts one foot. Stomp on the ground. The earthquake effect unleashed a roar. Take advantage of the time when the light rail loses its goal. Li Yuyang is an arrow when he goes up. After 3 hours, the light rail fell to the ground. Li Yuyang continued to move forward. Look at this fight trace. It was supposed to be left by the archers. Could it be that the archer is brushing Li Yuyang alone? Just entered the entrance to the next floor. There was an explosion in front of him. Countless pebbles crashed on him. Leave his poor 320 blood collapse with 99 left. If there were a few more stones, he would not die on the spot. Li Yuyang looked at this behemoth. I'm sure it's not a monster that I've beaten. Then he must be the second brother of the A level. Burn according to the mana of the poisonous beast. This guy is not simple. It's hard to fight him at the current player's level. Who the hell was the archer who hit him? Look at the figure and the equipment. Could he be the one? This roaming is in the process of swiping a copy of the 10 splits. A-class leaders can only be beaten passively. This sturdy figure and handsome face. He's Dirk, Li Yuyang's memory. He is the god of the folk leaderboard PvP. Delicate operation with one hand. Make a career in the sewers shine. Also known as 1/8,000,000. The popularity is even higher than that of the flying pigeons of professional players. But one day, Dirk Cat suddenly disappears from the game. No one knows why. It's this mystery. The legend of the Dirk Cat was created. I really didn't expect to meet him here. Oh no, he's been cornered. Gorgo swung a move at him. The cat licked her tongue. Quietly dodges the attack. Durgo immediately turned. But before he could continue attacking, he slipped and fell to the ground. Li Yuyang watched carefully. This is the skeletal snail industry. Slimy. There's also a hell of iron in it. It's amazing the moment when I was approached to a dead end. Traps are created. It's a Dirk Cat. Dirk Cat is already confident at the moment. Looked at the second brother, who only had 5% of his blood left. He pulled out Pigage's one-handed weapon, the Blade of the Weak. 5% chance to kill Remnant. Dirk Cat's strength is good, but apparently also a flying ball. I've tried 20 times. None of the stab effects are triggered. It's time to trigger this time. Dirk Cat rushed straight for Gorgo. Unexpectedly, Gorgo actually triggered a passive skill at this moment. Mana burns, but as an operational player, Dirk Cat, it won't give him a chance to activate his skills. Shake your hand. The Blade of the Weak went straight to Gorgo's head. Gorgo let out a roar. Fall to the ground. Dirk sees the leader fall to the ground. It's also a let your guard down. Li Yuyang, who was hiding behind, saw this. Quickly shout for Dirk to stay away from the leader. It's too late. B-class monster Gorgo's greatness. Jean de Bloody bit the Dirk Cat. At this critical juncture, Yi Mingjiade appeared. Ate that little tail in one bite. The ring in Li Yuyang's hand was still glowing. It turned out that he had summoned it. Dirk turned his head. Look at the guy in the vacuum under this robe. Was this man who saved himself? Li Yuyang nodded. He's not a bad guy either. In the original timeline, it's the ghost straight boots that should be Dirk's. After he had earthquake skills, there is no need to fight Jelgo in close quarters at all. It won't almost roll over. So Li Yuyang's heart. There is still a hint of guilt. Dirk Cat doesn't know. He owes Li Yuyang a favor to these little 99. They talked. Jelgo's handbrake prompt arrives. Dirk Cat is still the #1 in the single kill rankings. Is stronger than Li Yuyang, a Guasham master. He recovered the volumetric force on the ground. Chong Li Yuyang said in the future, I will definitely repay you. Our family has always been grateful. Li Yuyang smiled. This favor is more fragrant than equipment. Then he made it unceremoniously. Let Dirk do him a favor now, because next he needs a strategy. The last layer of inverse strips. Dirk Cat obviously doesn't have Li Yuyang. The treatment of this Star Moon 3 member. He thought this was the end. On the first floor, Li Yuyang didn't say much. Walked straight to an altar, then rummaged through, under a stone platform. Found a hole similar to the left eye. He pulled out black. I poked it at once. Dirk Mao was stunned, and the ground began to crumble. Both of them fell. You have entered the 8th floor of the Hidden Dungeons lair. The true leader is coming. It's unexpected. There's a big guy hiding here. Bagarisk, son of Medusa. Gradually appear in the darkness. Immunity to magic reflection. 90% physical attack. Extremely high toxic damage. How to attack such a leader. Li Yuyang and Dirk Cat enter Mitzi's lair. On the 8th floor, I saw this big guy. Not only reflect damage, it also attacks from a distance. Just take one hit and you're done. He is still surrounded by a sea of poison. It's still over after staying close for a long time. This 180 resurrection arms can't be defeated. Li Yuyang has his own tricks. All quest strategies are not useless. He jumps straight off. Summon a German with a lone resistance. Stand on German guard. He had a place to stay, since the movement will still be restricted. But at least there is a chance. Just when he wanted to go up and attack. Germangad was thrown off a boulder. Smash a column gland. It's not good. I'm going to be hit. A hand of his hand. He was shot in the left eye. It turned out to be a Dirk Cat. He fought to get hurt. Rescued Li Yuyang. Here's a good opportunity. Li Yuyang took the opportunity to slash the leader's waist. Bagarisk let out a roar. Dirk also jumped on Germangard. Even if there is the poison of Germangard, it won't last long at all. He was also expected to be consumed by the bleeding effect of the Morning Blade. It's simply impossible. Li Yuyang turned his head and left. Follow the stairs and go up. Bagarisk, just behind him. It turned out that Li Yuyang poked that. Not at all to trigger the Morning Blade. Rather, it pulls hatred. That guy is very vindictive. As long as you take a hit, you will keep chasing. Until the player is killed. Dirk Cat was already trying to back down at the moment. This time the preparation was inadequate. Let's wait until next time. Li Yuyang didn't think so. You just have to follow. Merchants have their own ideas. The Dirk Cat is also out of the way. The words that are spoken are spilled out of the water. On the 6th floor of the basement, Li Yuyang only skimmed the rear. Judge the leader of the berth at once. Poisoning skills. Sure enough, Bagarisk behind him released poison. Dirk Cat looked shocked. Can this also be predicted? Li Yang explained that there were 350 needles in the poison flash. There are 370 stitches of poison. There is a difference of 20 stitches in between. And when the poison flash is activated, his Adam's apple will swing up and down. But the poison only swayed faintly from side to side. That's the roughness. Young people see more and learn more. The roar of 38 degrees of Een on the 5th floor of the basement is a black 0 egg. 4 floors underground. Gidge Cat observes Bajalesk behind him. Now the monsters on all levels have suffered. They were all poisoned by the leader's poison flash. 3 basement floors. Looking at Bajalesk, who is getting closer and closer. Li Yuyang also fell into tension. This guy has 80% HP left. There are fewer and fewer places to run. Time may be running out. He hurriedly searched the neighborhood. Suddenly I saw the 2 stone pillars. He quickly ran away with the Dirk Cat. Bagarisk then destroyed the stone pillars. Followed. It was at this critical juncture. A pillar of light descended from the sky. The shadow of youth gradually showed its shape. This is the light rail that has just been refreshed. Light. Without saying anything, he threw himself at Bagarisk. Li Yuyang next to him shouted, "Come on." It's wonderful. Refreshed just right. How important is the strategy of the dungeon? Dirt Cat, a former folk god, known as 1/8,000,000 of men. I also have to admire Li Yuyang. The idea of a strategy dungeon. Take advantage of the toxic nature of German Guard. Find an opportunity to give Bagarisk a knife first. It not only hung up the land tyrant, but also pulled the hatred. Trying to kill Bagarisk with a bleeding effect. It takes 3 hours. It takes 90 minutes to climb from the 8th basement floor to the 1st floor. But there were still 90 minutes to go, and there was nowhere to dodge. Thereupon, Li Yuyang took advantage of the refreshed time of the light rail to drag on. Bagarisk, but a festive monster. How could he drag Bajali, who was 100 times stronger than him? Sure enough, it takes only 10 seconds for the Bagarisk to solve the light rail. 10 seconds is enough. The two of them had already reached the intersection of the 1st floor. Basement level. Bagarisk. Once again, they came to the two of them. At this moment, it is already the 1st layer. The passage down has been blocked. There's no way out. Deke Mao also felt that this was the end of it. How could it end here? The show has just begun. Why did Li Yuyang have to kill a light ghost? It's for the moment. A fusion of the boots of light rail and the boots of red rail. The boots of the outer path appeared. Big Yi's boot stats have been greatly improved. And there are also more powerful earthquake skills. Li Yuyang was waiting for this time. The right time, place, and people. Li Yuyang stepped on the boots of the outer way. Shine brightly. Earthquake skill activation. The rumbling sound was endless. The ground kept crumbling. Huge Pakirisk. Fall with the gravel. A huge hole appeared in front of the two of them. The nest of the rebel is very deep. Each floor has a high ceiling height. Bagarisk drops from 1 to 2. Due to huge inertia. The ground on the 2nd floor couldn't support him. Continue down to 3 floors, 4 floors, and 5 floors. Until he fell back to the place where he was originally imprisoned. Heavy Bakirisk. Fall on the ground filled with venom. He stretched out his paw and looked in Li Yuyang's direction. Li Yuyang is going down from each song at the moment. It seems that even if you can't fall to death, Bagarisk, if he still wants to climb up and chase me, the bloodshed of grumbling would also kill him. Deke Mao had to say. The man next to him seemed to have read the strategy a long time ago. It's really impressive. You've got the world's first kill. You've earned your first playthrough achievement. You have completed the hidden mission. Start handing out rewards. A series of system prompts came out. And then there's a piece of A. Add a few false rebel stars in front of you. Go back to the 8th basement floor. Li Yuyang, who was picking up equipment, fell into a frenzy. I didn't expect that. It turns out that this artifact came from here. It's a surprise. Dirt Cat looked at Li Yuyang embarrassedly. He shot an arrow the whole time. Then there's autofollow. On the contrary, it was an achievement for nothing. I'm so sorry. If you have anything to do in the future, just come to me. I will help with all my might. Li Yuyang thinks this guy is really righteous. Dirt Cat looked at the name of the handbrake ranking. Veteran. Speaking of which, I've seen this name somewhere before. Come to think of it, it is a federation of several large trade unions. A hunt order for you. What a chase order. Lao Tzu has never done anything hurtful. Dirt Cat hurriedly opened the task column. The table was shown to Li Yuyang. Publicly hunt down the player's old bird. Crimes, foul mouth, stealing monsters, blatant leaking of black equipment, and so on. This is slander. I'm going to sue them for slander. Yang's face turned red. Suddenly, he turned to laughing again. Just this bunch of waste little quacks. And unite against me. Since they are so faceless, then I'm going to strangle them before they grow up. In the Kiln Hot Hell shelter area, a group of people gathered here. Wants to besiege and kill Li Yuyang. But he didn't wait for Li Yuyang to come out. They themselves fought first. Little quack is little quack. Even a mob has to be robbed. But Lu Yanran's voice could be heard, and everyone stopped. Let's not forget that we're targeting the old birds this time. It turned out that the driving force behind the scenes was Li Yuyang. It's no wonder that these people would unite to make an order. Li Yuyang continued to brainwash the people in the audience. What is our goal? Li Yuyang. Who is our enemy? Li Yi's balcony was furious. It's like a pyramid scheme. Li Yuyang looked at the group of people who had gathered over the bar. That's about 500. They have a fan base of more than 100 people. This is also thanks to a certain local tyrant called Decoration. A bounty of 10 billion was offered to kill the old birds. Li Yuyang thought that this time Li Yuyang would be killed. 1,000 cuts. I couldn't help but crack my mouth. And thanks to Mr. Dirk the cat. In order to find the whereabouts of the old bird. Dirk doesn't know if it's okay or not. Li Yuyang felt that there was the help of this folk master. The odds are infinitely close to 100%. As long as you can kill the old birds. Bounties and all that are easy to say. With that, he was about to turn and leave. Dirk stopped him. You have to kill the old birds. There must be other purposes. The next day, everyone looked intently into the depths of the desert. Wait for the old birds to appear. Li Yuyang. He even spared no effort to buy a level from Magic Scroll. The lightning column was bought at a high price. The head of a good bird must be mine. There was a rustling sound. The ground teleportation light pillar lights up. Li Yuyang stuck on the right time. It directly uses a lightning chain. Everyone else has unleashed their skills. Earth-destroying abilities hit the waypoint. Li Yuyang looked at the center of the explosion. I'm sure I'll kill him this time. Wait until the smoke clears. An object resembling a large shape is revealed. What the hell? We had a jumbo poop. Suddenly, the stool moved. Ran away in an instant. There was only one dead camel left in its place. There was blood on the ground. This can make this group. Little Quack is at a loss. What the hell is going on? Li Yuyang stared at the camel closely. Wasted a level 4 magic scroll. It's a big loss. Suddenly, there was an earthquake in the distance. A huge figure emerges from the ground. See this huge creature. Everyone was stupid. Blood-colored as an insect, it slowly opened its mouth, rushed to the crowd, and bit it. Li Yuyang was speechless. He didn't know. The old bird that made him gnash his teeth at the moment. I was watching them from a short distance. The little quacks have come for supper. Who did this group of little quacks provoke? Yuyang wants to strangle them in the cradle. There are extenuating circumstances. The key is to organize their Li Yuyang. The Rand siblings also want to use them as cannon fodder. Is worthy of being a black-hearted sister and brother. In the face of a huge death like a worm, this group of little quacks suffered heavy casualties. The living sturdy also panicked. Under the high amount of attack power, no one can withstand a blow. Li Yuyang saw this situation in parallel. Hurriedly commanded Li Yuyang. Everyone, quickly swipe the world with the news of death like a worm. Let more people know. The warriors stepped forward to contain the monster. Mage's ranged release is magic. Remember to cast the magic of the military system. Death like a worm is a heavy family. Our magic is 4x damage. Wait until the boss eats the skill to an end. The warriors rushed again. Well, it's all on now. With the command effect, it is immediately different. Death is like a worm, and being beaten can only turn on super defense. But turn your head. Li Yuyang's sister and brother muttered behind their backs. I don't even know that this group of stupid forks are being used as cannon fodder. We'll wrap it up at the end. It was just perfect. Death is like a worm, and it is now a failure. After all, 100 people are on Trader A. The urgent ones can't bear Lu. Yuyang once again encouraged the brothers. Hold on a little longer, and we'll win. Chung, see victory in sight. His younger brother also began to get restless. This kid actually wanted to finish the fight. The leader confessed to the eldest sister. I didn't expect to be shot in the head with an arrow before I finished speaking. Li Yuyang also hurriedly turned around to look. Could it be that the Dege cat is backwatering? The younger brother beside him also fell with a heavy sword. The figure of the Dege cat appeared in the distance. It turns out that your kid is a two-in-one house. Dago cats don't talk nonsense either. He raised his bow and shot out. Death in the distance is like a worm that has been shattered. A large amount of blood spurted out of the mouth. Slowly fall to the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers. Suddenly, the ground trembled again. A black-robed man walked slowly from the dust. The ultimate winner is me. You little gada. Everyone panicked. Could it be that this kid wants to grab equipment? However, equipment drops are based on contributions. This guy didn't touch his hand. Now you guys. Death like a worm with super defenses. Did you really kill you? What the hell is going on? The day before the Old Bird War, Li Yuyang learned from the mouth of the Dirt Cat, after being wanted by the 3 major trade unions. And it was also learned that this temporary alliance was not united. They also offered bounties to each other. Li Yuyang thought of using Dirt Cat to do internal hardness. Led them all here, in order to add another fire to them. The one who released a 10 billion bounty. Minima's rich man is Li Yuyang himself. Giant stool in the teleportation system. It was Germangard who came out of it. This guy is magically immune. Fortunately, archers are a sewer profession. There are no ranged physical attacks on the other side. And, of course, the all-important question of contribution value. Death like a worm is a super defensive A-rush boss. Li Yuyang had already slashed with grievances in advance, and then used that group of little quacks to divert revenge. Fought for so long with the real hurt of the Morning Blade. The bleed effect is naturally the highest contribution. That's all there is to it. Li Yuyang looked at them with a sneer. This group of little quacks has helped a lot. Before the crossing, I couldn't beat this death worm. It's going to be in my hands today. Suddenly, an arrow stabbed from the side. Lu Yenran actually engaged in a sneak attack. Sparks and lightning along the way. It was cut on Li Yuyang's body. Li Yuyang, who has always been thin. Is it going to be someone else's wedding dress this time? What is it? Can make a man with an exposed spleen. Put on protective gear. Of course, it had to be an artifact. There are a total of 3 artifacts in this game. At present, the heart of the rebel child and such as heavy crust. It's all in Li Yuyang's hands. As coming out of the novice village. A veteran exhibitionist who hasn't worn a protective gear. I can't resist the temptation of the artifact. Also thanks to this move, only then did Li Yuyang make the crispy skin of the 3 cypress points. It should be Lu Yenran who will not die with one blow. Don't underestimate Lu Yenran. He's more than just a vase. Can dodge dirk attacks. Also look for an opportunity to sneak attack Li Yuyang. It can be seen that this woman is not only engaged in online dating. Li Yuyang drank happy water, jumped off the worm, showing off his new clothes to the Dirt Cat. The two looked at each other with a smile on their faces. It is recommended to get the certificate directly. When the two of them talked to me, that little quack wasn't happy anymore. When you grow up, you can show your affection. It's not that you don't treat us as human beings. Li Yuyang looked at this group of cannon fodder, although he was very unhappy. But there's no way to solve it all. You can only rely on playing with mud like insect skin beetles. Passive escaped. Just flee to safety. Just go offline and you're done. Let those rookies who have only been playing for 6 months. Couldn't find us either. Anyway, you two can't even hit it. Let's go straight to the final step, right? This is like a strategy in full swing. Xiao Feek is still studying at school. There's no way he's still in high school. You can only play the game for 2 hours a day. Now he is also very troubled. My sister is hospitalized and needs a hospitalization fee. Signing with the club is still a yin-yang contract. Players are not allowed to take private jobs. I can only rely on helping my classmates sell equipment for a little money. But this little money didn't help at all. Just as he was depressed walking down the street, a flyer flew over. Li Yuyang was not idle after he went offline. I hurriedly went to my relatives to fill a cup. He was in a suit and leather shoes. Appeared in front of the uncle and the second uncle. I also booked the luxury car. delivered to the uncle's door. This early morning can make Uncle Gene angry. But who called him unreliable? Not only did he not help this orphan, is also bent on encroaching on Li Yuyang's parents. It's impossible to make them nag a penny again this time. Li Yuyang, who was driving a luxury car, was in high spirits. Maybe he got his chance. This breath comes out of comfort. Asia's first night of the Most High is about to begin. The host of the main meat forest is full of passion. The 6 million prize money will be spent. Let's wait and see. First up is the number 48 PK Bridge. He has won various competitions, is a hot player. Against it is the number 9 player Maritian. Maritian came to participate in the competition without the club. Everyone thought he was a little quack. Bets were placed on the start of the game on the 48th. PK Joe took the lead. In a fit of anger, he drew his sword and slashed out. Immediately received a heavy punch in the face. The body saws backwards. Just kidding, the pro fried fish is coming. How could it be a gear? PK Bridge was not convinced. It's another ride on a sideways horse, and the Queen of the Sun jumps and dodges. Another punch hit the PK Bridge in the side waist. Then the instrument went on an uppercut to end the fight. It's all a little quack that relies on equipment. I'm going to get this bonus. So neatly solved the opponent. The audience in the audience was also hooked. The host was also excited. Then the next game is Maritian against the Old Birds. Could it be that the old bird of the pitman is coming? But when he stepped onto the stage, I found out that it was an imposter. Be at least 2 meters tall. The pit crunch should be a meter shorter than him. The competition has officially begun. The imposter Old Bird was the first to put down the cruel words and touch me. Even if I lose. Really thought he was Li Yuyang. Maritian smiled slightly after hearing it. Good guy. The protagonist doesn't dare to say that to me. Hit it with a punch. Imposter Old Bird cross-arm block. Maritian is another season of left hooks. Hit the masked man in the face. Another season of whip legs. Playing the imposter Old Bird. The 10-year-old altar is separated by masks. The mask of this combo also launched a counterattack. Lift a C+ one-handed weapon. And it was gone. Mari Diva jumps to dodge. Unexpectedly, the opponent's attack distance was more than expected. The elephant is long, pulling the wound on the face. Maritian analyzes the guy's fighting style. It's obviously a melee fight. The attack range is quite long. It is estimated that it is another Sin spleen. And he brought a weapon. Isn't this looking for death? Compared with the Old Bird, that kid, this guy's dodge ability is still a little worse. Maritian hit it again with a heavy punch. This time, the weapon characteristics have been blessed. It's even faster than the previous ones. Flames erupted from both fists and slammed into the opponent. Just hit the opponent's bare abdomen. Can solve this battle. That's when it happened. There was a sigh from the audience. What old and young birds can't hold up in the second round? It's just a small dozen. Beat the horse Retian was stunned for a moment. The real Old Bird, though despicable, but never raided the copy that he didn't even dare to raid. It's in this stun kung fu. Boxing. Subconsciously played on the mask of the imposter Old Bird. The imposter took the blow, though. But there was no loss of combat effectiveness. It's just that the mask on his face is shattered. Make him who he really is. It turned out to be the third in the Central Plains. Kaiying, the number 6 professional player in Asia. Isn't that a coincidence? Everybody's here to fry fish. I didn't expect it to crash. Kaiying looked at the guy in front of her. This damn thing. I wanted to participate in the competition as a brute. I actually exposed myself. If you lose the game again, that's a loss, since there is no need to hide your identity. Then the game will officially begin. Little quack, good guys. 2 pros come to fry fish anonymously. They also met together. I call you good. King Kaiying and Little Flyer Maritian. A melee tank, a melee brawler. But Kaiying, who is wearing equipment, has deep blood. The attack speed is not slow. The current Maritian is not an opponent at all. Just scratches cost a lot of health. Ma Ritian widened the distance between him and Kai Ying. I'm going to pull it off. Who knew that Kai Ying actually lifted the big knife? A knife mark was issued. Split over. Ma Ritian hurriedly flashed to the side. I haven't waited to catch my breath yet. He was surrounded by knife marks. There's a faint meaning behind it. Kai Ying is behind Ma Ritian. Raised a 40-meter broadsword. To split it down, Ma Ritian has been at this time. There is no time to dodge. Directly set up your arms to block. This is a heavy blow. Has hit Ma Ritian's blood to the bottom. Although Ma Ritian was unwilling. But I also know that I lost. If killed, add another death penalty, and it would be more than worth the cost. You can only close your eyes and admit defeat. Kai Ying, who won Ma Ritian, withdrew the machete and was indignant. Scolded a waist unevenly. Ma Ritian didn't look back. Walked straight out of the ring. What a waste of time. But it can't be helped. The strength of Overlord Kai drink is really strong. Think of it as gaining experience. There was a question mark next to it. A rap of tightness. The real man walked towards Ma Ritian. Ma Ritian looked at it and didn't know this person. But he asked, before in the ring, when you can obviously hit the opponent in the abdomen, why turn to attack the mask? Ma Ritian was also stunned when he heard this question. It's all visible. But why? Is it because of the name Old Bird? That Sundra Ma Ritian did not answer. The armor man didn't dwell on it either. Raise your arms and extend 2 fingers. Don't forget to press me in this game. Ma Ritian looked at the familiar gesture and became interesting. Clip the Old Bird to fight. The next game, number 21 player Lao Bird against number 3 player Ma Dongwang. As soon as I went into battle, a professional player who reveals his true identity. Kai Ying waved his hand at King Ma Dong unremittingly. You little gada. In the face of me, a professional player dares to go on stage. Ma Dongwang is not a single painting. Rub the pliers on your hands. There was a rustling sound on the ground. King Ma Dong wiped the ground with one hand and faced Kai Ying Chong. At this moment, the ring began to shake. Kai Ying's legs trembled unconsciously. Just this wave god's kung fu. King Ma Dong had already come to Kai Ying's face, stretched out his right hand, and grabbed Kai Ying's face and pushed it forward. Kai Ying suddenly had a nosebleed. He picked up the broadsword and was about to fight back. Who knows that his attack hasn't been sent yet? Was interrupted by a blow. Kai was stunned for a moment. I don't know when. There is no longer the figure of King Ma Dong in front of him. Look down. King Ma Dong carries an infinite full set of right hands. The warp hammered up. It's another solid punch. Kai Ying's front teeth jumped out. Kai Ying also wanted to pull away. But the ghost shadow demon in King Ma Dong's left hand was inserted into the ground. It can both start the ring with a snail and shake it. Kai Ying fell to the ground as he was occupied. When you touch the ground, people are sand. No wonder I heard the rustling sound all the time. At this moment, the snail has been activated. King Ma Dong's body has been turned into a huge desert. Whirlpool. Kai is hidden in it. Keeps sucking it up into the center. He held his broadsword, but he didn't dare to go out easily, because his weapon is very powerful. However, it paralyzes itself for 0.5 seconds. In the previous fights, the distance will continue to be widened. Now look at King Ma Dong, who is close at hand. If you don't go under the knife, you can't do it. He slashed out. Not surprisingly, King Ma Dong posted in again, or a punch in his face. This is a heavy blow. Also, because of the feeling of their own pig kidney face. It's going to sink into my head. Hurriedly shouted abstention. But King Ma Dong pretended not to hear and continued to attack. A nice uppercut. Even Kai Ying's protective gear was blown up. The stage shadow lying on the ground was dying. This is going offline to eat takeout. Ma Dongwang, standing in the ring, was majestic. The audience shouted. Even Ma Ritian, who has been observing him. None know who was so handsome. The eyes turned to pink. This man has just beaten the world in the ring. Ranked 6th in Taiwan. Even Little Flyer adores him. His painting is called King Ma Dong. In fact, he is Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang is running on the road. When I was still worried about how to make money, a small advertisement came into view. That's right, it's the advertisement that Ma Ritian saw. We don't know about this advertisement. It was not proclaimed by the god who was looking for it. It was Li Yuyang who also went to participate in this game. And it's still in memory. A professional player's routine to participate in. He is the real king of Mahjong. He is also a starter for the national team. The style of play is very aggressive, but it's different from the fighting god horse during the day. He debuted only for a year, was banned by the industry because of the match-fixing turmoil. Even because of that match-fixing incident, it almost ruined the entire esports circle, rather than let him ruin the hearts of countless fans and viewers. It's better to let me Li Yuyang feel refreshed. Thereupon, Li Yuyang engaged in Ma Dongwang's equipment and routines. Won the game easily. I don't know if Ma Dong will appear in a year and a half. After the king saw this game, won't it feel like all the time living in the shadow of Li Yuyang? Tomb of the Brave. It is a tower made up of rooms on 108 floors. The time on the water is the shortest. Climb the highest water to get the ultimate victory. It has been 10 months since the opening of the auxiliary. Countless strong people compete for strategy. At the moment, the best result has only reached the 45th floor. This achievement, I still played when I was 6 months old. No one has broken their record since. It's different now. The man came. He came with a strategy plugin. This time he didn't just want to raid the dungeon. It is also necessary to break the record with the whole live broadcast. It didn't matter, and he wasn't interested. This time I came to attack this tower for only 2 purposes. First, find a clue to the last artifact of the 3 artifacts. The second is the temple. Save the following favorite radio stations from previous lives, LGB. Not long ago, received a private message from Uncle Hong Wong, the host of LGB. I remembered this game radio. He is the host of the show Road to the Emperor. Li Yuyang used to be a favorite anchor. This time since I decided to make a big one. Just by the way, give the right to live broadcast to LGB, which is only a small company at the moment. So Li Yuyang set off with the ghost fire. Even before the crossing. The game has been in service for 15 years, and no one has cleared it. This Tomb of the Brave is only up to 106 floors. But 106 floors are enough. I just need to find the 3 gods. Clues. Plus just break a record casually. This man claims to be able to break records in minutes. But it's stuck on the first floor of the Tomb of the Brave for 20 minutes. Li Yuyang used his arm to block the acid attack in his hand. He crouched on the ground and gasped for air. I don't know. I thought he was attacking something that was known to the world. A copy of the name too. He was dressed like a worm's skin. And 2 artifacts of the star of the first sun stood on the first floor. The one in front of me in my hand is Lem. This is a confusing operation. The national audience was speechless. Is it still the old bird? Facing skepticism, Li Yuyang said that this guy's nirvana is uncertain. There's no way to dodge, and it's in a small space. It's extremely bad for a dodge type like me. Well, you're right. Let's rush forward in one go. The 2nd and 3rd floors. On the 4th floor, you enter the 46th floor of the Brave. This time, the opponent is Pikagi's Wado Maru. Giant demons. Stealthy. Seismic fusion. Height 45 meters. Li Yuyang saw this monster. It was immediately cleaned. He's got a good thing. Li Yuyang led him inside. Suddenly, Wado Maru's body began to explode. This place was arranged by Li Yuyang with poison. Wado Maru walked on it and made a popping sound. Li Yuyang continued to walk in with him. Suddenly, Wado Maru became furious. He put his claws on his body and propped himself up. The ground began to crumble. Li Yuyang walked through the gravel like a leisurely stroll. Wado Maru is good at physical attacks and sneak attacks. Huan waits in a dark corner for his prey to be caught. But this trick was of little use to Li Yuyang, because he could hear faint breathing. Here comes the outer road is finished. Come over, and if you have a heavy skill, you will shoot directly. Li Yuyang hurriedly took out the ring and summoned Yemengard. The massive German guard is in the front. Li Yuyang bypassed from behind. As soon as I saw it, I scratched the outer path pill. He circled the body of the outer path pill. He was given a circumcision. You got the 46-tier handbrake of the Brave's purpose. You defeated the boss Waitamaru and received the reward. Li Yuyang wiped the sweat from his head. Get ready to claim your prize. The red magic outside had jumped for joy. This time it can make the radio explode. Li Yuyang didn't care when he heard it. It's just a trifle. No big deal. After saying that, he went to collect the reward. Bagaji's materials are really good. Li Yuyang took out the boots of the outer way. The previous sentence of the fusion agent is being fused. Please do not disconnect the power supply. The outer boots emitted a bright light. Entered into the fusion. This time the ratings have increased again. The profession of anchor is too easy to do. Hit videos in minutes. You have entered the 47th floor of the Tomb of the Brave. The leader's lining is finally about to appear. How strong is the fusion equipment? A small fusion agent. Just one thing that can't even kick the urgent leader to death. Light quilt. Upgrade to can be put. Trapped the 47th floor, which countless people couldn't climb. The leader kicked to death. Li Yuyang came to the 47th floor of the Wood of the Brave. I haven't finished enjoying the scenery yet. A flame erupted from beneath his feet. I didn't expect this sudden flame. He also dodged it. Li Yuyang showed an excited expression, waiting for the leader and the arrival. A bewitching succubus appeared in front of him. It doesn't seem to have any attack power, but it made Li Yuyang feel like a great enemy. The lining couldn't be faster. Picking up the scythe, he rushed up. Countless scythe blades swept across the field. Li Yuyang dodged quickly, but it was still scratched. This is a large-scale AoE shockwave. Let Li Yuyang fall into the martyrs. I saw that the lining rushed up again, but Li Yuyang opened the floor. Greet the pampering of the inner membrane. The lining is not stupid, knowing that this is the heart of the rebel who reflects physical damage. Instantly switch to a magic attack. It has two attack methods that can be switched at will. Physics and magic are only between the applause. Li Yuyang couldn't directly activate the skill of playing dead, seeing the lining being cheated. In an instant, he activated the Rebel Star's Rebel skill. But the speed of the inner membrane. How can you be beaten so easily? He dodged the shockwave and got close to Li Yuyang. A series of knives almost hit Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang jumped back. Nor is it the way to go. Sooner or later, it will be resolved. He drank happy water. The velocity of the lining is calculated. Aiming at the right time, he pulled out a cloth bag and threw himself forward. The unknown liquid inside splashed the lining of the body. The intima was also stunned. That's not all. It's over so soon. In fact, this is the crystallization of Queen Slime. High movement velocities of the intima can be limited. Ghostfire wasn't happy anymore. It's still live. You're trying to make the video harmonious. Li Yuyang can't help it. For this kind of boss who is faster than himself, he can't play what he's good at. The inner demon was splashed all over. Instant rage. Up again a scythe. Li Yuyang can dodge. A violent explosion followed. The movement was even more violent than the attack just now. Oh no, it may be that the intima triggers the properties. Abnormal libido. Ghostfire was also puzzled when he heard it. What a bullshit trait this is. Which sand sculpture programmer wrote the code? No matter what. Finally slowed down his movement speed. After dodging the mask again, the equipment fusion was successful. This is what Li Yuyang is waiting for. He turned to face the mask. The boots on his feet have been replaced with new equipment. A plus magma pellets leather boots. Increases movement speed by 70% to use the skill flame cloth. Faced with the re-attacking intimum, Yang raised a foot and kicked it head-on. I saw flames erupting from the soles of my shoes. The sheer power turns the entire terrain into molten. The rocky area is once again solemn and unpolished. The rumbling sound was overwhelming. Bring the flame out. There was only one humanoid ash on the ground. The surrounding forces are simply not too terrifying. Uncle Redwood, who was outside the court, jumped up happily again. Li Yuyang is really famous at home and abroad this time. Not only did you clear the 47th floor, also defeated by, who is said to be absolutely impossible to brush alone, Chief of Geijai. Although a seemingly mediocre Bai was exposed. Geijai's two-handed weapon. But this weapon can definitely sell for a good price. Just when everyone thought. When Li Yuyang wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue, he opted out of the copy. Once again, the man stood in front of the reinforcement platform. The last time he went to the blacksmith was before the crossing. Could it be that this time he came to gamble on a wine artifact? After Li Yuyang attacked the 47th floor of the Tomb of the Brave, I chose to withdraw from the challenge. Such a choice. It was the result of his consultation with the mahogany book. It's a shame to finish it once. Definitely score multiple times to play. It's best to wait until someone else breaks the record. Then go and break other people's records. This will definitely attract a lot of traffic. I have to say that it's a pity that Li Yuyang doesn't want to be an anchor. Li Yuyang, who came to the strengthening platform again, and not as nervous and hideous as last time. Reinforcement +1 is successful. Boost +2 successful. Enhancement +3 success +6 success. +7 success. Li Yuyang looked indifferent. Keep strengthening as you go. It's as if it's the same as before. Enhancement +8 success. Succeeded again. Before the reading book could react. Boost +9 success. This is outrageous. But Li Yuyang was still expressionless. Stared at the enhancement crystal. It made him think. The embarrassed look before getting up and crossing. Maybe he brought it on himself. If there really is a God, nor will it bless gamblers. Li Yuyang withdrew his hand. Just when Uncle Hongwang thought he was going to stop, Li Yuyang pressed his hand down again. This scared Uncle Hongwang. The beads are coming out. Nokundimens. A burst of bright light dissipated. Reinforcement failed. Looking at the broken home on the ground has hardware. Li Yuyang just turned his head and glanced at it. It's a matter that doesn't matter to the director. What Lao Tzu has now is money. But the mahogany comb that looked at it from the sidelines can't stand the strong stimulation. Passed out to the ground. It's in Li Yuyang and the mahogany comb. When the live broadcast was in full swing, Lu Yanran has just been broadcast. As soon as he got off the air, he changed his face. A circle smashed on the table. His hatred for Li Yuyang is like a river. In an endless stream, if not for that guy, Lu Yanran, will fall into pleasing others, to the point of sending little stars. Be sure to hack him hard. If you don't spend money, the water army will hack him. After explaining the matter, Lu Yanran was ready to lie down comfortably. Enjoy your favorite shows. Before he could straighten his legs, I saw that the show invited the old bird over. It's endless. Li Yuyang is also being interviewed about the Broken Plus sake hardware. In fact, he deliberately reinforced the failure. Only after the failure will reveal its true value. To put it simply, he has hidden attributes. It's not done yet. Li Yuyang's mobile phone received one. A message from Team K1 for recruitment. Why, didn't they all say fuck off? Li Yuyang looked at it again and was wrong. It's not for old birds. It was a private message to King Ma Dong. The gap between industrial players and private events. How big is it exactly? Li Yuyang is using the identity of King Ma Dong. After playing a few games in the league, Fame also received an invitation from K1. Although the old birds, this tuba cannot be limited to professional teams. It's Ma Dongwang. This trumpet can be played casually. So Li Yuyang used the ID of Ma Dongwang, accepted K1's invitation. The coach was so excited that he fainted. Li Yuyang took the mask to K1's practice room. The coach enthusiastically introduced to everyone, the new king of Madong. What a bunch of boys. Who was convinced him? Just came here and was such a dick. Arrived 3 hours late. Who are you wearing a mask for? The coach hurriedly played the round. But who is Li Yuyang now? Oh, cold King Ma Dong. Isn't this a good time to get off the horse? He coughed up, you little quacks. Did I make you understand me? Arrogantly, Jean put the 5th in the country ranked Thunder Tiger. Song Iza, who ranked 7th, and Li Tongquan, who ranked 9th, were all introduced. Good guys, one plays the Underground League. I also dare to look for things in the professional team. Say nothing. Let's go heads up. It's not right for you to pick one yourself. Let's give the second team a chance. Maritian, you can go up. Maritian looked at King Ma Dong depressedly. He knew the details of this kid. The protagonist trumpet who falls in love with whom. He wasn't going anyway. This aggressive attitude caused the couple to be very dissatisfied. Teach this King Ma Dong a lesson first. Pack up your horse day again. You don't have a fuel-efficient lamp in your old horse's house. Li Yuyang saw that they were chattering endlessly. Stop talking nonsense, you go with a few. I'm in a hurry. Li Yuyang put on a mask of a few gangsters. This is more to put the other side inappropriate. 1,004 also published a murder book. Inside the hot hell, Li Yuyang stood in place and waited for the 4 people opposite to make a move. Li Tong, who ranked 9th, took the lead. Rushed out first. Hit this kid. I'm enough to draw a skill with a knife myself. The amount of shock hit. Li Yuyang's backhand is a kick on the ground. Earthquake attack aircraft launched. With the help of the exploding fish wave, the whole person rushed into the air. Li Tongye flew up to the sky and was about to pursue Li Yuyang. A palm had already grabbed him by the collar. Li Yuyang's speed picked up. You wait for the little quack to imagine. Another solemn target. Li Tong fell from the sky. Quickly downgrade with a fire attack. Slammed into the ground. Li Yuyang accelerated and dived. Kicked on Li Tong again. Powerful explosions resounded through the desert. Everyone watched in amazement. Who won the hell? That's when it happened. Li Yuyang slowly walked from the explosion crater. Adult book +1. Base attack damage is increased by 1. Well, now it's 1,003s. The sneak attack is imminent. A piercing Li Yuyang's face came to the door. Li Yuyang dodged the attack with a bulge and a backward curve. It's a shortcut to blood. Song Iza made a move. This guy will be invisible. Skill attack bonus 50%. However, defense is reduced by 50%. The standard crispy skin can't eat Li Yuyang at all. Ruins earthquake. Look at the flames that are close at hand. Could it be that it became 1,002 all of a sudden? The explosion dissipated. Yin Jiachu was sluggish and blocked in front of Li Yuyang. He pushed hard. Li Yuyang was pushed backwards. The ground was crushed. Li Yuyang couldn't stop delisting. He is now paralyzed by the shield for 0.5 seconds. Immobilized for the time being. The 3 pros weren't humble either. Stealth of stealth. The charge of the charge. We admit that you are strong. But I don't want to fight the old face. Join forces to kill you too. It's a little tricky. This is if the other side releases all the skills. It must not be controlled to death. 0.5 seconds is fleeting. Li Yuyang hurriedly launched another earthquake. In an instant, the flames burst out again. Do you still want to take off into the air to dodge? Using the same method twice will not work. But Yin Jiaxu looked down. When did the ground turn from sand to magma? Li Yuyang walked slowly in the magma. These boots are handy. The ground within 10 meters melts into magma. You are surrounded by us. One is all made of. A squad of the top 10 players in the country. One with the strongest meat shield. The strongest mage. The strongest assassin. A squad composed of the strongest supporters. Such a lineup besieges one person. was also counter-killed one. In the end, whether to play or not, Li Yuyang singled out the 4 ceiling players of the K1 team. The first hand, drop 1. Succeed in the Book of Murder for yourself. Stacks a little attack damage. The one you killed before isn't considered a pure attack class. Or heads up. This time the remaining 3 joined forces. It's a bit tricky though, but Li Yuyang still did not give in. An earthquake turns the surrounding area into a lava field. One more shockwave. Volcanic rocks flew down on them. Needless to say, 3 Luo done. Just stand. Anyway, you can't kill it. The magician is miserable. Freshly trained level for magic. It can only be used for defense. But I just released the magic orb. I was punched in the chest. Powerful and powerful. It's almost going to melt half of my body. Li Yuyang grabbed Lei, whose head. Go hard to the undershore. There was a thud. Ranked 5th in the telecommunications magic specialist. So it was solved. The remaining 2 were also more vigilant. Having escaped the lava field, they gathered. Now the crispy is only 1 for now. Under Li Yuyang's perverted hearing, stealth skills are simply useless. Strictly continue the government and prepare to use the characteristics of revenge. Give Li Yuyang a self-perm for himself. But how could Li Yuyang give him this opportunity? Slowly burn yourself. Personality, snail launches. The hot grains of sand hit the Sin one like a hurricane. He is still invisible, directly wrapped in this wide range of AoE skills. He is not thick, plus stealth defense reduction by 50%. It's just that this season is gone. It seems that you will not be able to use it if you are given a chance. The only survivor was furious. Take out your own double shields. This is his strongest form. He didn't rely on anyone for the 10,000 strong raptor. Number 1 on stage. Seeing Yin Jiaxu get serious. Li Yuyang also smiled. Is this interesting? If you just casually solve the first. That's boring. Yin Jiaxu didn't say a word. Sluggishness slammed up. The shield is lined back to 5 runes. Rocks flying. Yin Jiaxu has a stewed chicken in his left hand. Another stewed chicken in the right hand. Li Yuyang just lowered his waist and blocked the stewed chicken. Was kicked in the body by a chicken flying leg. Fell to the ground and slid backwards. Yin Jiaxu seized the opportunity. Raise your hand and slam it into the ground. Li Yuyang got up to avoid the heavy chicken. Raise a punch to fight back. Once again, the fist was bounced off by the shield. The body is paddled to the front. Is this a battle? Then I'll have fun with you. Seize the break of Yin Jiaxu's position. Another charge punch. Yin Jiaxu is also experienced in 100 battles. How could such an obvious double evil of the palace gate be revealed? When to protect the body before the attack came. Just when he thought he was blocking this issue. Li Yuyang's voice came from in front of him. Who said I was going to break your house? Li Yuyang's before. Has joined Yin Jiaxu's shield. The snail unleashes a spiral of distance. Conducts to the giant shield. Then Li Yuyang picked it hard. The shield slashed back. Li Yuyang played acupoints. Isn't that your shield killer? It doesn't seem like it's hard to learn. After losing the left shield. Strict training, the door is wide open. Li Yuyang stretched out his right hand and struck the door in the middle. This time, it is the world's first meat shield. I'm going to pound you into minced meat. The snapping fist was recorded like raindrops. Yin Jiaxuan's ability to resist was completely lost. You can only be beaten passively. Off-site. The coach who looked at the front picture couldn't close his mouth in shock. Thousands of hurry up and sign. You have to take it down no matter how much you want. Ma Ri-Tian saw Li again. Yuyang's brutal attack and powerful strength. This is the real powerhouse. I really want to team up with him now. Follow the strategy of how cool it is to get a copy under the gods. System. After the last time I rolled in the desert with Dirk, Li Yuyang thinks this guy is very good. So I invited Dirk Cat to play a copy together. This time, the two of them came to the A-level ancient city of Aji. Although it was daytime, there's still an eerie atmosphere here. The two of them continued to walk deeper into the dungeon. The two of them bypassed the monsters outside the city. Make your way straight to a tunnel. There is a secret passage that leads directly to the chief's room. There is the existence of Li Yuyang. It's just not too cool. They came to the entrance of the tunnel. Listen to the roar of the monster inside. Even during the day, the monsters here have been weakened, but it still takes a lot of time to clean up. The two of them were trying to figure out how to get around here. Suddenly, I heard a woman's voice inside. Dirk immediately wanted to go in and save people. What an upright and kind boy. Why did you follow Li Yuyang? This guy doesn't talk about it. Li Yuyang stopped the dirge cat who wanted to enter. He listened carefully to the movement inside. Wait until the sound is farther away. Li Yuyang called the dirt cat and ran into the tunnel. If it's an NPC, it's never too late to look for it. But if it's a player, would it be better for him to pull the light bulb back for us? Dirt cat is also speechless. This kid is really black-bellied. The two of them quickly enter the passageway. Sure enough, the side has been cleaned up. Li Yuyang went straight to the pavilion. In front of the building, a figure with a cloak was found, trembling and standing there. It's him who found it. The big-mouthed Camelobi strange creature is 1.6 meters tall. Camila spotted the two, pounced directly. Dirt Cat tackled him casually. What are you looking for him? This guy is weak. Ordinary zombies will self-destruct. But he doesn't even have that feature. Li Yang will never do useless work. Not for a while. Camilla's corpse on the ground shone brightly. Camilla's soul emerges. You've discovered a hidden mission. Camilla clasped her hands in front of her chest. Slowly, the priest asked me to stand on the roof of the church. Use a knife to separate the pillows. Throw out the fluff inside. Then pick them all up. In the end, I was executed before I could complete my mission. This is my biggest regret. Camilla finished. The quest hint appears. Dirk looked at the fluff scattered on the ground. When did this happen? It's too much. Do you have to complete other tasks? Get a tool or something. Rest assured, these are all drizzles. Follow me to get you on the diamond easily. Then he slammed it on the ground. The flame does not start. All the fluff around was burned to ashes. The quest panel's collection hints are also very good. It's almost done. Nearly 20 million hairs. It was solved in an instant. You're an outrageous old bird, aren't you? Mission accomplished. Camila laughed happily. Thanks to you. I'll be able to collect all the fluff. Luckily, it was a white pillow that was cut. If it's black, something will definitely happen. After saying that, it turned into a burst of light and dissipated. Dirk Cat didn't understand. What are these talking about, and what are the mission rewards? Li Yuyang seemed to understand. Keep looking at the sky. Wait for the black object above to fall. One looks like a pillow. Actually, it's a bag. The wrapped thing fell to the ground. Li Yuyang did not hesitate. Pick up the package and cut it open with a morning blade. Suddenly, black fluff flew out. Fly straight into the sky. Suddenly, it was dark. From day to night. Dirt Cat looks at the moon in the sky. I see. This thing can change the day and night of the map. Night falls. That's great. I'm getting closer and closer to the third artifact. The zombies are strengthened. Li Yuyang looked at the system. The chief's room is only open at night. So this hidden mission, it's to open the chief's room. I have to ask a mock sister. Wouldn't it be nice to come over at night? Why bother? If you come in the evening, let's just deal with the zombies outside the city. It's enough to drink a pot. Li Yuyang searched for it on the wall. Suddenly, I saw a black hole. Found a secret passage leading to the boss's room. That's when it happened. There was a sound of two people next to them. It looked like it was Lu Yanran. By now, he was in tatters, panting and standing in the distance. Li Yuyang turned his head to look. Straight out of breath. Lu Yanran saw that it was the old bird. Shouted them to stop. Watched Lu Yanran pull so many monsters. Li Yuyang scolded the crazy woman, pulling the dirt cat into the passage and running. Lu Yanran followed. There are countless zombies in the back. Li Yuyang also hurriedly jumped into the passage. The zombies were blocked by the entrance of the passage and could not enter. And so they followed the passage, rode to the boss's room. A female anchor actually came to the ancient city of zombies to visit the store. I heard that the waiters here are very friendly. Just push the door in. There were two people who warmly received him and asked him if he had any reservations. He said his surname was Hay. He also turned his head to his boot to avoid two sounds. After walking out of the restaurant, Li Yuyang sat slumped on the ground. These zombies are too enthusiastic. He blew, singing less. Suddenly, another group of zombies attacked. Where to finish solving the zombies, he quickly made his way to the next room, wiped a little dust on his face. As soon as the camera turned on, it immediately held on to the wall. Pretending to be scared, he didn't push the door open. What can I do about it? Although the door is about to open, but it is not fully opened. Audience gentlemen, give a little star to support it. Looking at the screen full of Lao Tai 666, Li Yuyang was secretly refreshed. The ancient city of evil is an A-rank dungeon. The most basic monsters on the side are all forced to C+ level. But during the day, the monsters here will be weakened. It becomes C to C+ grade. Movement speed will be significantly reduced. Li Yuyang is still a meat shield. You can't die if you want to die here during the day. Not many people know this secret. It's not easy to cheat a few old irons. That's when night fell. Hearing this prompt, Li Yuyang was stunned. The kings have awakened. What is it? How did it get dark at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Is this about to enter polar night mode? There was a rumbling sound throughout the ancient city. Li Yuyang looked at the swarm of zombies. The soul is not possessed. From a distance, zombies are attacking in front of you. Li Yuyang picked up the axe and was abash. This feeling turned out to be urgent. Li Yuyang, who was aware of the troops, running forward in a panic. He ran and went north. Could it really be that Lao Tai has appeared? I know I'm cheating everyone. At this time, I heard loud laughter in the distance. He could hear it without headphones. It's the old bird's bastard. And he did not run away. Turning around, he rushed towards the sound of Fong Xiang. Just came to the attic here. Just see the old bird and the dirt cat. These two may be in Ching Ching and me. There was also a black hole behind the two of them. Is this the gateway to the father's body? You can't let these two run away. There's also an account. No, there's still 2 accounts that have not been settled. Then he followed the 2 of them into the passage. After sliding out of the passage, he fell into a pool of blood. Li and people can't care so much. Got up and shouted at Li Yuyang. Didn't you bastard make it dark? Li Yuyang didn't even look back. There's no time for you scumbag right now. Can't you see it come to life? Look in the direction of Li Yuyang. Something was fighting in the depths of the passage. Footage in the hallway. A Scar Man and a Pumpkinhead are facing each other. Scar Man touched his head, said that I finally found you. The ancient city of Aji in the dark. It's a veritable Class A dungeon. The lowest level monsters all start at B level. Each mob will have its own speed buff, especially hordes of zombies. It is even more prohibitive to countless strong people. The 3 people who came to the leader's area fought continuously. A knife and a small quack. A small quack in one piece. A small quack in one bite. Close a little quack. By the way, hack this bastard to death. Li Yuyang took advantage of the time to fight monsters to declare personal vendettas. I want to give the old bird an axe. He complained that the old bird had turned the ancient city into darkness. He didn't bring his brother. Came to this dangerous place. Li Yuyang doesn't care. You can go now if you want to. No one is stopping you. Li Yuyang sighed. Although now it is tempting to solve him. But now there are 2 of them who don't have a chance. And now it's full of zombies outside. I can't get out. I can only be wronged. I'm a tank. Let's team up together. Then the team application was initiated. Li Yuyang refused to form a team without thinking about it. This made Li Yuyang very unhappy. You've all teamed up. Can't you miss me? Li Yuyang is a lone wolf. Even if it is currently in the group CP. Neither of them has a group. Team Li Yuyang seems to be hiding something. Wrote a new one to team up with Li Yuyang. It's easy to say anything about equipment and experience. Wouldn't it be more convenient to form a team? Li Yuyang is also simply, you unload the axe in your hand. I'll just think about it. Isn't that a joke? Isn't it looking for death when the weapon is unloaded? Li Yuyang turned around and prepared to move on. As long as you're out of the way, we don't bother to care about you. But I'm afraid you won't be able to keep up with us. And so the three lone wolves moved on. Listen to Li Yuyang's command all the way. Avoid countless mechanisms. Li Yuyang saw that Li Yuyang knew this place so well. Could it be that he came to GM Waifu for a private visit? Li Yuyang was also speechless when he heard it. If I were GM, I would have made a lot of money from my shares. Also play a game of... Just when Li Yuyang was still thinking nonsense, Li Yuyang said secretly in his heart, Lao Tzu made this book 10 years ago. The strategy of this road has long been ripe. To put it bluntly, Lao Tzu is the main sensation of this comic. Do you understand Xiao Quack? They went all the way. Finally, I saw a bright light in front of me. It's good to get here, and it's easy. There's a leader in front of you. You have reached the underside of the hidden copy. Only need to wake up the A-class boss thief. Jack Langton will do it. The floodgates opened slowly. The man saw what was going on outside. A pumpkin head has appeared in the middle of the field. He is the chief here. Jack Langton, Class A. Traits are sorted by 100 battles veteran, Halloween, good and evil. Is 2.5 meters tall and robbed of Xianding? What bullshit strategy speed this is. Li Yuyang looked at Jack dumbfounded. Men fighting. This skill is really not weak. After scratching Jack again, the man also took a real blow to the abdomen. But the wound healed immediately. That's a quick recovery. The three of them hid in the shadows and watched. All this Dirt Cat praised. This man looks so strong. Li Yuyang doesn't talk nonsense. Pull out the grumbling and walk out. Li Yuyang jumped out behind her. Okay, you're shameless. I want to rob other people's blame. Li Yuyang looked ahead and became heavy-colored. This time I'm not going to kill the leader. I'm going to kill that man before he gets stronger. He is known as the strongest serial murderer. Jodia helps Bell. Believe it or not, I'll kill you along the network cable. This is a hilarious sentence on the internet. This man actually took it seriously. He was a serial murderer before Li Yuyang's crossing. The number of kills is in the triple digits. Kill most of them. Are all players in the game who have conflicts with him. Compared to the players, this guy is more of a monster. I didn't expect this guy to be here right now. This pair of A-tier bosses has 150,000 health. Now he is almost at the bottom of the beating. Looking at Jodia, who is about to rush up again. 2 arrows landed on his shoulders. Jodia looked at the 2 bows and arrows on her shoulders. He didn't even have the slightest expression of pain. Instead, he stared at the Dirt Cat. In an instant, he gave up the leader and killed the Dirt Cat. He was also surprised. Except for yourself, there are still people who can enter this dungeon. Facing the attacking Jodia, the Dirt's bow and arrows were clearly useless. He had no choice but to give up remotely. Pull out your dagger and block attacks. After slicing through Jodia hard, the cat took the initiative to rush forward. It seems that Li Yuyang is right. This kid is really strong in melee, and he didn't feel pain at all. Even if it's in-game, perception has been drastically reduced. There is still pain in the body when it is hurt. This guy was hit by 2 arrows. There was no reaction at all. I'm so excited. The more melee perverts I get, the more I want to give it a try. Dirt Cat pulled out 2 handfuls. Straight stab. Jodia. Jodia tilted her head to dodge. The claw drew across. The Dirt Cat also bends down and stabs out of the tree. The 2 of them have been fighting back and forth. A dozen rounds down. Jodia couldn't help but praise the cat. You're good. Looks like a warrior on an alcohol battlefield. Li Yuyang watched from the sidelines and didn't rush into action. Dirt Cat is not a simple kid. Seems to be the best at tackling tough problems. In fact, the melee ability is not weak at all. And this time to get along. Li Yuyang found that this kid is very fond of PvP. So boasting about the Dirt Cat. He was scratched by Jodia on his side. Then a tingling pain came. I couldn't move my entire right leg. It's just a scratch. How can the damage be so horrific? Jodia laughed. The iron claws of these mistaken soldiers. However, it is the characteristic of being separated by 5 bodies. After 4 hits, the 5th hit will add a lot of damage. You're getting too slow. It's time for the game to end. All of a sudden, next to him is a pair of big feet with fire. He kicked Jodia in the face. Jodia was kicked and flew into the distance. The metaphor is that the ugly came in at the right time to help. Although it is rude to interrupt PK, but it's better than letting Dago die the cat. Jodia banging against the wall. His body trembled slowly. I was hit by a flame department in the front, and I didn't even die. That's A-class equipment. How terrifying the amount of blood is. He slowly straightened up. Who the hell are you guys? Li Yuyang doesn't talk nonsense with him. It's just that he didn't have a weapon. That's why I didn't kick to death. Dodge Wally's tear claws. Before he could fight back, Jyosha's tear claw slid in front of her again. The first time I saw the rod rush straight to me. You're very good. Another season of left foot thrusts. Seeing it, it was on Li Yuyang's face. Who knew that Li Yuyang's feet were already ready to go? It kicked him in the left arm. Face this perverted murderer. Li Yuyang couldn't wait to kill him now. 1 foot and step down. The flame does not start. Jodia's left arm snapped in response. But I didn't feel any pain. Jodia didn't even hesitate. He kicked his right foot. Look closely. There was a sharp knife protruding from the tip of his toe, which hit Li Yuyang's body. But look down. It was his right foot that was bleeding. Even the sharp knives have been broken. It turned out that the anti-armor on Li Yuyang's body took effect. Take advantage of Jodia's stun kung fu. Li Yuyang held the grievance in his hand and inserted it. Jodia used a left-handed block to pull her out of position. You're very well equipped. It's kind of interesting. Li Yuyang drank happy water and returned to each other. You have a whole set of B-family equipment on you too. Being impatient with Jodia, wants to continue to kill Li Yuyang's hand. Next to the A, rank leader Jack Lincoln has recovered to full health. It's going to be tough. I have to prevent Li Yuyang again. Beware of the chieftain. Jodia glanced to the side. It looks like it's obviously not a gang. Lu Yenran, let's team up. Do you want to kill that kid too? Li Yuyang's face was full of question marks. Talking about how to start gangs. Lu Yenran herself was stunned. But Jodia's application for teaming has been sent. Whether or not to accept teaming. How decrepit this woman is. And his younger brother were robbed of the head of the next copy, not to mention. He also became a leader. Let Li Yuyang kill the convener. When he was playing the group book, he was robbed by Li Yuyang again. Let's sneak up on him. Was also killed by Fanjia. Even the water army of the Ministry of Spending Money can't kill Li Yuyang. Here's your chance. Jodia equipped by Student Pigage. At first glance, it is a ruthless character. If you can team up with him, it is really possible to kill Li Yuyang once. Looked at Li Yuyang, who said not to form a team. Don't say any kind warnings. It's so angry when you think about it. Then come on. Agree to form a team? Li Yuyang looked at Lu Yenran, who accepted the team. A helpless face. Don't say that you cheated on him again. Lu Yenran did not hesitate after accepting the team. Rushed directly to Li Yuyang. It's halfway through the run, and all of a sudden it doesn't feel right. Fell headlong to the ground. What was going on? Health is decreasing. Jodia Jage behind him laughed weirdly. Class A necklaces can be apportioned using traits. It turned out to be this thing's doing. Jodia, who was originally at the bottom of her HP, shares damage to teammates. The key to this apportionment percentage is wearing the power of the necklace maker. 99% of the damage he had received before, all passed on to Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang looked at Jodia's equipment. This is not done in a nest of non-poisonous insects. Damn, he preempted it again. I wanted to get together the 3 artifacts and go again. His speed of this strategy is not inferior to mine in the slightest. This has opened the pervert of the strategy hanging every year. That's a lot this year. Thought of coming a little later. The most important artifact is possible. It's Jodia's. Li Yuyang couldn't suppress his killing intent. Dirt Cat looked at Jodia on the other side. It's almost recovered. Suggested that Li Yuyang must be next time. Li Yuyang smiled. Li Yuyang is not a vegetarian. After saying that, Jodia on the other side began to tremble. Li Yuyang, who was lying on the ground, also tilted her head and laughed. It was meant to be for the bastard old bird. I didn't expect it to be used on you. It doesn't matter anymore. Whoever wants to pit me, don't even think about having good fruit to eat. Class B two-handed weapons can use traits that are jointly and severally responsible. When the wearer dies, applies a random debuff to friendship spirit. It's unfortunate. Jody is on the go, debuff this time is sleep. The dragon and the cat looked like they were coming back to their senses. No wonder before this. The woman has always wanted to team up with them. Li Yuyang also smiled. This woman's purpose was not pure at the beginning. It turned out that he was waiting here, and Li Yuyang hadn't done it yet. Next to the boss who recovers full health. Because the previous aggro has not subsided. And he came up with a knife. Solved the fall asleep under the bridge. Look at the 2 people who fell to the ground. This is the standard wicked man and his own wicked demon. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone was just perfect. Now it's time to deal with this boss. Li Yuyang did not intend to fight. Rather, let Dirk the cat. 13 arrows to the pumpkin head and the leader's face. The history of the 3 swords was inserted in the unsuspecting head. The pumpkin head on the collar cracked instantly. Jack didn't rush up. Instead, he looked down at his hands. Jack asks to talk to you. Do you want to keep fighting? Li Yang was waiting for this time. Of course it was suspended. Jack's eyes twinkle, just petty theft. I've been locked up here for hundreds of years. I'm going to make that soul blood debt. Subsequently, invited Li Yuyang to find his bastard together. This is clearly triggering the hidden plot. Li Yuyang refused with a smile. He knew that he couldn't beat the other side with what he was doing. Jack didn't force it, either. After all, he is not cowardly to anyone in the wild area. You're here to find the lord of the city. Then I'll open the door for you now. A series of knives down. A teleportation array appeared on the spot. Jack no longer hesitated to say goodbye to the 2. Li Yuyang looked at the open door. That one was going to fall under the bridge. And Jie is an artifact that has brought fear to countless people. It's going to be mine. This time I'm going to get all 3 artifacts together. Revolutionize history. What kind of leader exactly? It is equipped with an A-class monster when the door dog of the magazine. After Li Yuyang rescued Jack, the door to the space was opened. Enter the castle lord's mansion. The 2 of them walked down the hallway. Suddenly, there was an explosion ahead. Wait until the smoke clears. It turned out to be an A-grade Gelgo. As soon as I entered the gate, I encountered an A-class monster. Li Yuyang is also a little skeptical about life. He remembered that the previous script was not like this. Is it because it's the first time I've come? The lord of the castle is too enthusiastic. Let out a powerful little quack. Gelgo doesn't pay that much attention. If you want to get in, you'll have to get past me. Look at this dirt cat, and let Li Yuyang go first. This guy is his uncle. Killed that one last time. Should be related to him. Li Yuyang is not worried about his CP. This one looks a lot better than the last one. Can you do it? Dirk stared at the second brother. I'm a person who likes to have a beginning and an end in his work. It just so happened that Jack also gave me nice props. Take advantage of this opportunity to solve his shame. Hear this. Li Yuyang stopped inking and ran forward. Jelgo looked at the tiny human, stretched out a claw, and grabbed it. Before he could catch someone, 2 bows and arrows were shot at his arm. It immediately attracted his attention. He turned his head to look. An archer was standing majestically in front of him. The good cat saw that he had pulled the hatred over. I was immediately relieved. Last time, your expression almost caused me to roll over. This time, you will die for your second uncle. Jelgo came over with another paw. The two got together. Now, on a throne in the main hall sat the sleeping lord of the city. You have reached the depths of Evilldale City. Li Yuyang took the morning blade and rushed straight at the man on the throne. Before he could get close, a large pot of black. The red object blocked Li Yuyang's attack and turned into a spike and forced Li Yuyang back. Look closely. It turned out to be countless bats, surrounded by the castle lord. All are at the prefecture level. But that's a lot. Li Yuyang knew that it was a bit of trouble. Jiang manuscript sneak attack. Wipe him first and hang on to bleed. The city lord was also woken up at this moment. Slowly stood up from the throne. Expedited Lord of Darkness. Dark, bloodthirsty summoning selection. He used to be Lucifer's most trusted subordinate. The angels who died at his hands were as high as millions. All races call him the Lord of Darkness. He reached for the bat next to him. Hold the edge firmly. It turned into black blood. It's like a whip, entangled in the Dark Lord Zhou Shun. Li Yuyang was also relieved when he saw this. It seems that the attack pattern has not changed. One attack mode, or the bloody whip is coming. The Lord of Darkness shook his hands. The 2 whips were drawn like 2 snakes. This time, Li Yuyang forced back dozens of meters. No matter how agile he was, he couldn't dodge them all. It was still rubbed on the arm. I didn't expect that. Just wiped it. Half of the blood is gone. Li Yuyang was shocked. If this is to be done head-on, you can order takeout directly offline. But it's not like we're unprepared for anything. He pulled out a box of candy from his hand. This is given to the pumpkin head when he leaves. Both he and Dirk have restorative props Class A. After eating, he regenerates 100 health per second. Lasts an hour. There are 20 in total. Li Yuyang raised his hand, and it was a chicken-flavored one. Crunched and bloody, he stood up again. Vigilantly looked at the Dark King. Here comes the second mode of attack. I saw the Dark King raise a hand. 5 black lines shoot from 5 fingers. Straight to Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang also hurriedly dodged away. The whirring sound is endless. Li Yuyang retreated. It's still so powerful. I want to think of Li Yuyang, who was in the top 100 of Kajin that year. In order to win him, I don't know how many scrolls and potions I ate. There is also the support of countless old irons. It took 24 hours to clear the customs. Now I hit him without even putting on my equipment. What Li Yuyang can rely on now? It can only be a variety of experiences accumulated over the past 15 years. Rely on these experiences, even if it's him now. I'm also confident to get this last one-click artifact. The artifact that claims to be painted is on the Dark King. This time, Li Yuyang is bound to win. There are a total of 3 artifacts in this game. Li Yuyang has already got 2 pieces in his hands. But it's all defensive equipment. Although the life-saving ability provided is not weak. But he couldn't bear the low life of Li Yuyang. And the last artifact is claimed to be able to slaughter gods. Right in front of him, the Lord of Darkness. So no matter what, Li Yuyang has to get it. After dodging the Dark Lord's paper gun once again, the Lord of Darkness was really annoyed by the little fly. Changed the attack pattern, looking at the Scarlet King in front of him. Li Yuyang also couldn't cry or laugh. It's a bit of a trick. Boom! And the web of blood covered the ground. Then the Dark Lord reached out and grabbed it. The blood net wrapped Li Yuyang in it. But gradually, the blood made up the spikes outside. Li Yuyang broke through the shackles from the inside. Stood up, such as the insect crust pretending to be dead, plus the reverse sun of the anti-armor. Topped with chicken-flavored sweets. It's simply invincible. The Pearly to Death trait can only be used at full health. There is no time limit. Li Yuyang has a total of more than 300 blood. The candy regenerates every second in about 130 seconds before it is full. If you don't get targeted twice in a row, you can get an infinite amount of need. Seeing that Li Yuyang was not killed, the Lord of Darkness suddenly said to my subjects. Li Yuyang looked at the Dark King at this moment. I don't remember the Dark Lord having this line. The Dark Lord of that time, blinded by the killing. To meet is to fight, hit from start to finish. Not a word was spoken. This Dark King in front of him, it feels a little different, took advantage of Li Yuyang's stun moment. The Dark King suddenly reached out and threw out countless drops of blood. These drops of blood stained Li Yuyang's body, immediately caused severe pain. This is the bloodthirsty. Can drain the health of all mobs in the radius. 0.01% of max health per second. If you get it, you will always lose blood. I don't know how many teams have been destroyed by this move. Here Yuyang is crispy. 0.01% survived, which means that one drop of blood is lost in 1 second. 370 HP can last for 370 seconds. The Dark Lord is 5 million HP. But the King of Darkness who made this move, there is no way to unleash other skills. Li Yuyang took the Morning Blade and gave it over. Lao Tzu is consumed today. I'm going to consume you to death too. Morning Blade snack personality also drops 0.01% per second. But 0.01% of the Dark King's blood is 545 drops. The Dark King who ate his lover, reaching out and absorbing the bloodthirsty in the air. These are all Li Yuyang's blood. He was immersed and sucked into his body. Then he grabbed Li Yuyang with a claw. Yuyang had already avoided him at this moment. Look at the Dark King as he prepares to charge up his physical attacks. I couldn't help but smile. Only now do I remember to use physical attacks. It's too late. The Dark Lord hasn't released his skills yet. Suddenly, there was a tingling pain in the body. He bent over in pain, but it is sprayed on the wall in a colorful way. Now he is already pale. Raise your head to the sky and yell. It turned out to be in Li Yuyang's blood. The poison flares up. Bloodborne poison is 4 times more harmful, plus the effect of a lover. The Dark Lord is standing still now. It also loses 0.05% per second. Li Yuyang smiled and looked like the Dark King. The Dark Lord now drops over 2,700 HP per second. In another half an hour the battle will be over. But it suddenly became prominent. The Dark King went berserk directly. The bloodthirsty men of the gods are all going mad. Chase at a fast speed. Li Yuyang unleashes the flame department skill. Killed countless bloodthirsty people. The Dark King stretched out a hand to Li Yuyang again. It's still here. It looks like it's not enough. Artificial intelligence really can't compare to brains. The voice did not fall. The Dark King, who had just been numb, became filial. This made Li Yuyang feel creepy. Is this a semen? Suddenly, a rumbling sound resounded through the hall. Li Yuyang looked up. A blood-colored ball gathered above his head. What the hell is this? Is Shinra naive? Turned bloodthirsty and nirvana. Black hands are used together. This black hand skill, but it can increase his attack power by 500%. Li Yuyang looked at the snowball in the sky. Now we can only hope for the skill of playing dead. But it was covered with blood and couldn't start, and he couldn't pretend to be dead. Looking at the candy box in your hand, Li Yuyang opened his mouth in a desperate fight. A distress poured all the candy into his mouth. Jack, you can't fool me. The voice did not fall. The explosion drowned Li Yuyang. In the scarlet explosion, wounds around Li Yuyang's body kept appearing. But you just can't die. The play dead skill saves him from dying once. But it won't stop Wu Jimin's continued damage. I didn't expect a drop of blood to drop every second. It would make me waste so much candy. Li Yuyang lasted so long in the explosion. It's for the moment. He yelled. The rebel skill is activated and goes straight to the Lord of Darkness. The Lord of Darkness was suddenly covered, shrouded in darker spikes. 500% attack damage bonus. Let the Dark King. The previous attack rose to a terrifying value. The Contra trait can reflect 90% of physical damage. Encounter a higher level than yourself. This damage is increased to 99%. Then this blow. That's 495% of the Dark King's own damage. The Dark King couldn't bear the blow even after taking it. Li Yuyang has also reached the limit at this moment. His eyes slowly closed. 3 pieces of A+ equipment. Why can it be called an artifact? Even the S-class lover has to stand aside. The King of Darkness of the A+ level was hit by Li Yuyang. 495% of anti-fake damage is crashed. So far, all the 3 artifacts that have been circulated among the people have been gathered. A plus level of leather armor characteristics. The inverse sub is commonly known as anti-armor. A plus cape, such as insect crust. Characteristics play with mud and play dead. And then there's the Dark King's handbrake this time. Drop rewards. A+ Bloodthirsty Ring. Trait. Bloodthirsty can suck the blood of the opponent. Keep your blood volume healthy. These 3 pieces of equipment complement each other. To put it simply, there are bloodthirsters. After dismemberment, it can maintain full health. This cold state is under attack. You can turn on the pretending to be dead personality, on the premise of ensuring that you don't die. Then take most of the damage. Bounce back to the opponent by anti-armor. This is the legend that Chinese and foreign officers donate cannons. Hitting me is tantamount to beating yourself in a 3-artifact suit. Each of these 3 pieces of equipment is extremely rare. More than just intelligence. It also requires enough strength and luck. After Li Yuyang woke up, the Dirt Cat has also finished the battle. The second uncle of the second brother suffered a hopeless disaster. The fight is not human-like. The two looked at each other and smiled. This trip was very pleasant. The Lord of Darkness has fallen. You've got the world's first kill. You've got your first solitaire. Start handing out rewards. Obviously, I have already obtained the Bloodthirsty Ring. Are there other rewards? A sudden light appeared on the throne. A treasure chest appears in front of you. The Bloodthirsty Ring is rare enough. If it's not a handbrake, I don't know how long it will take to burst out. There are other rewards for that. Look at the treasure chest in front of you. Li Yuyang reached out and opened Solomon's necklace. Unknown dark resistance added 10%. I didn't expect that. King Solomon's equipment was found here. That's not what it means. The Lord of Darkness is actually King Solomon. This is a major discovery. You've discovered a hidden mission. A scroll fell into Li Yuyang's hand. I am Solomon, the King of Wisdom. One of the great devil's trials one day. Dragged me into endless trials. I firmly believe in my virtue and wisdom. You can resist his temptation. In the end, I realized that I was very wrong. Okay. Why write so much? Li Yuyang stretched out his hand and pressed the skip condensation. Took the hidden mission. Li Yuyang put away the scroll and necklace. These are not needed for the time being. After owning the God of Gods set, Li Yuyang finally achieved his goal. It's also one step closer to the whole game. A few days later, Li Yuyang received a call from the K1 coach. The club is going to start playing in the league. Requires the participation of King Ma Dong. Coach Ryu didn't know. The ace player he relied on, Ma Dongwang's tuba. At the moment, it is because of the disturbance of public order. Drink tea at the police station. Originally, he had a night of rest after playing the dungeon. Take a shower in the morning. I comfortably prepared a special breakfast for myself. The coach sent a message saying Tumblr. The Pro League is about to begin. Brother broke Li Yuyang's fierce fight. This was the first battle of his trumpet king Ma Dong. Finish this one. Means his trumpet. It's a full-fledged pro gamer. Li Yuyang has been waiting for this moment for a long time. So he immediately went downstairs and drove to the club. Who knows, forgetting to get dressed. I was invited to a cup of tea. Finished solving the affairs of the police station. Li Yuyang's package came tightly. If the club with the coach said, the contract has basically been processed. If you want to sign anonymously, it's a little unhappy up there. So I didn't wait for the coach to finish. Li Yuyang interrupted him. This is to prepare to press Lao Tzu. As salary. Don't even think about it. I live for 15 more years. Haven't you ever eaten pork and never seen a pig run? Salary aside, I'll talk about it when the game is over. When the time comes, it's your turn to beg me to stay. Looked at Li Yuyang like an old fox. The coach seriously doubted that he was not 21 years old at all. Let's not talk about the rest. Let's talk about this Tumbler Cup Professional League first. Our biggest competitor this time. It's Team Elite. They were a professional team formed at the same time as K1. There's also big metal support behind it. One of their teams, the captain was originally the #1 torrent in the country, but he was pulled down by Yuan Jiaxu not long ago. This competition, I heard that they have recruited 3 new players. The relay tactics of the 3 sisters' flowers. It's simply suffocating. Jiaxu has to deal with the torrent. The rest of the sisters have no one to deal with. So this time you may have to step in. Deal with the 3 of them. Li Yuyang looked at the 3 sisters of Jin Yintong for a long time. It's just that I miss it. He then looked at Ariet's roster. Although the full battle table is not yet known. But who did the other side arrange to play? Li Yuyang is all clear. After all, the game between K1 and Elite back then, it's been on fire for almost 10 years. In addition to these, and the odds of that game were as high as 21 times. This time I can make a lot of money again. Welcome to the Tumbler Cup Esports Tournament. More than 140 teams participated in the conference. The top 10 will be decided. Enter the Great Hall of Supremacy. The first to appear is Storm Torrent. Led by the elite team, Captain Torrent is the second-ranked master in the country. 3 new sisters to the team. The strength is also quite good. Let's cheer them on. Their opponent is the national #1 Stone Buddha, led by Yin Jiaxu. Team K1. There are several players in the top 10 of the national rankings in the team. There are also newcomers Ma Ritian and Ma Dongwang. Let's look forward to their performance. Then the first game starts now. First up is Captain Arit Tempest, against Team K1 Superstars. Ma Ritian. They each enter a game-specific game pod, with a burst of light flickering. The torrent of the Ma Ritian River came to the competition venue. Hot hell area. The coach looked at Ma Ritian on the screen. I couldn't help but worry. This time it was supposed to assist Li Ditto. Who knows? Ma Dongwang highly recommends Ma Ritian of the second team. In addition, Li Tong himself agreed. Ma Ritian can stand on this field. Hope he doesn't let me down. The torrent looked at Ma Ritian waitingly. He knew that this kid had been a boxer, although it is not known how the in-game play is. But it's supposed to be regular magnetic punches and kicks. Temptation has come. It's a left-sided kick. Who knew that it was Ma Ritian's feint? His real attack is the right punch. Guiding the yellow dragon torrent parried the blow head-on. But there was a stinging pain in his body. The gloves even had piercing properties. When he was still surprised, he punched the door again. Louis was blown out upside down by this punch. When his body flew upside down, he called it really careless, then straightened up and stopped the delisting. Throw out your heads. The spine wind wrinkled Ma Ritian. It's good that he's poisoned. This wave is not a loss. Ma Ritian stood motionless. Red Bull didn't dare to act rashly. He was now anxious to drag on time. Ma Ritian is training every second. Wait a minute, as long as he shows his flaws. I just rush straight ahead. Ma Ritian struck a strange pose. His whole life is a childish dog. It's so fast that Torrance can't react at all. Was overwhelmed by the explosion. Elite's teammates off the court were also very anxious. If the captain is just settled, it's also too demoralizing. Yuyang looked at Ma Ritian, who was mighty. This kid is a figure who will be a god in the future. Dare to underestimate him. Isn't he looking for death? Wait until the explosion dissipates. Ma Rylong's right hand already pierced the belly of the torrent. It seems that the torrent should be offline. Ma Ritien raised his left hand indifferently. Second in the country. I hadn't raced yet. Now here I am. You're all little quacks. The competition was played in a group of ancients. Use heads up to duke it out against your opponent. And the winner can also choose with the other side. The next player. Keep fighting. Ma Ritien was attacked by the opponent with a blow before. Hung with a poisoning effect. At this moment, the amount of blood has bottomed out. But Ma Ritien, who had just warmed up, how could it end up like this? It was the beginning of his professional race. The next opponent. He is the 11th ranked warrior monk in the country. Li Gunho, he's one. Has super high defense and health. Therapeutic adjuncts. When he was on the field, he also relied on his own blood. Provocative boy. If you can beat my blood, I'll lose. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. In this way, he was hammered by Ma Ritien for 10 minutes. Ma Ritien also figured out his treatment method. His healing ability is not locked in. You must stand within a certain skill range to gain health. Just the moment he puts the skill, look for an opportunity to push him out of the skill range. Enter the treatment on your own. You can enjoy blood addition as well. I can't even think of this meat milk. She turned out to be a poison milk. Added a lot of blood to Ma Ritien. He also decisively chose to make a substitution. The format of this competition is also a wheel battle. As long as there is no money for health, the sky can choose the bad guys. Li Tongyu scolded from the epicenter of the light. Walked out. As soon as he appeared. Just raise your left hand and blow it gently. A sky full of seeds floated out. When it lands, it grows into green vegetation. Surrounded Ma Ritien. Look at the plants on the ground. Ma Ritien, a warrior, was also at a loss. Then Li Tongyu chose to be replaced. The young lady, Li Yuyang, appeared. Li Yuyang is a long-range archer. Looked at Ma Ritien, who came with a fist. He is not afraid at all. Knew that Ma Ritien couldn't get in. He shot an arrow decisively. Sticky vegetation on the ground on the back of the horse. Slowed down. Did not rush in front of Li Yuyang. The insight is almost on the arm. He was also quick to respond. Immediately threw his arm sideways to block the insight. This kid even has a normal attack. Ma Ritien really can't stand it. These speed bumps on the ground. The mountain spring slammed down the feet and filled the sky with flames. Li Gunho, who was watching the game next to him, was also big. This way you can clean up the plants, though. But I'll get burned myself. This thing is simply a lunatic. Seeing Ma Ritien, he rushed to the mirror. Li Yuyang turned out to be replaced again. It was Li Jinyu who came out this time. Came up with an arrow to meet Ma Ritien's fist. Ma Ritien hurriedly returned to the ground with his white hands and waited for the sword strike. He looked at the goldfish in full state on the other side. Health is bottoming out again. There was no poison milk this time. Come and give me more blood. The coach outside the field anxiously shouted to hurry up and make a substitution. Li Yuyang next to him said that there was no need to change it. He's going to die anyway. We don't have any helpers here. It's better to let him die before he dies. Consume a little more health on the opposite side. Ma Ritien in the field. Maybe it's the same idea. He was not intimidated by his low HP. Another punch hit. Li Jinyu on the other side also released his own famed skills. Light Zabava. Two sword marks draped over Ma Ritien's body. Hit him and stabbed him back. Is it finally going to be unbearable? Health will immediately become 0. Kim Wusung chased after me when I jumped. Li Yuyang, who was outside the court, saw it very well. Finally got your chance. The audience outside the stadium saw Ma Ritien's final counterattack. It's also boiling. This Ma Ritien will not be a super planet. That final blow was simply beautiful. Li Jinyu didn't expect it either. In the end, you can get a counterattack. Tian has already opened the game at this moment. Walked out with the help of the staff next to me. Now, the spectators outside shouted the name of the little flyer. Li Yuyang also gave Tian a thumbs up. Brother is strong. What could make Li Yuyang tremble with excitement? The coach thought he was seeing the three sisters. The terrifying ideal of war has arrived. In fact, it can make Li Yuyang. There is only one thing that is so exciting. That's to make money. Make a lot of money. Li Yuyang put. Full value. It's all on a K1 team and Little Fege. Little Fege has already won. The odds of 7x are already in hand. Next up is the 3x odds for K1. Take them all down. That's 21x odds. But Team Elite is currently 3 times higher than K1. If Li Yuyang deliberately loses, you can get 3 times as much money, but as a member of the K1 team. And it is also the starting battle of King Ma Dong. How is it possible to play match fixing? Just when Li Yuyang was still feeling sorry. It's a pity to earn 3 times less money. The three sisters wielded under a field covered with vines. Song Yiza couldn't give full play to his assassin expertise. In order to lead the feather out of the game, Lei Hu and Li Hongyu's team also lost their fighting methods. Although Yin Jiaxu persisted for a long time, but under the confines of the vines, all over the ground, he just had to hold on a little longer, and the ability to change the tide of battle. In the end, he was also eliminated. So far, the three sisters have completed a wave of 3 kills. The 3 teams that are the main players of K1. All of them were eliminated. Li Yuyang saw this. The whole person was speechless in shock. Because he sees the odds for K1 and air it reversed. From 1:3 to 7:1. Now if you put all your net worth on K1, and then won the game, you can get up to 49x the odds. Li Yuyang was so excited that he couldn't help himself. This scene made the coach lose his self-confidence for a while. But Li Yuyang also fell into this terrifying 49 times odds. This is probably history. The team with the highest odds is now racing. The coach next to him hurriedly comforted Li Yuyang. Don't be nervous. Just play your own style. I don't know the current Li Yuyang. I can't help but fight. The hot hell must be Li Tongyu. Looking at the king of Ma Dong who entered, an unpleasant feeling immediately surfaced in my heart. I don't know why I feel this way. It's that trick again. Vines covered the ground again. Looking at the bound king Ma Dong, Li Tongyu was not in a hurry to replace. After all, this guy in front of him is just a newcomer. Let's start with a lightning strike. Powerful thunder and lightning magic bombarded Li Yuyang's body. Li Yuyang did not react. Silently withstood the lightning strike. When lightning accumulates to a certain extent, it is easy to change protrusions. Thunderbolt actually attacked Li Tongyu in reverse. The defenseless Li Tongyu hit the counterattack skill of the disciple's heart. The black protrusions were covered with thunder and lightning. Li Tongyu was shrouded in it. The amount of blood decreases rapidly. Li Yu shouted worriedly, but Kong Yu couldn't do anything. Looked at Li Tongyu, who was recruited. Li Yuyang laughed. You guys, but I don't know how powerful Lao Tzu is. I'm a big and small fit right now. The electric light dissipated. Li Tongyu, unsurprisingly, received a box lunch. Li Yuyang's little flyer outside the venue has completely become a die-hard fan of Li Yuyang. I trembled with excitement when I saw the performance of my idol. The battle continues. The next to appear is Li Yu. He didn't talk nonsense either. Raising your hand is to see the light and tear the air. Went straight to Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang glows in full set. And there was no head-on confrontation. It's a punch to the ground under your feet. The flame does not start. By the reaction force of the flames that do not fit the whole territory. The figure soars into the sky. Lin Yu saw Li Yuyang flying into the sky. But it became a torch. This time it's up to you how you dodge. Another piece of Li Yuyang in the camera. Li Yuyang saw the flying swordsman. Another blow to the flame would change their position, dodge the incoming bow and arrows. This made Li Yunyu frown. You can move freely in the air without flying props. Could it be that this is the skill of learning the CP9 next door? He continued to shoot at Li Yuyang's Metropolitan Light Sword. But Li Yuyang is like a loach. Dodge left and right in the air. Xiao Fei outside the field was also excited. Fist raised. This is the use of the reaction force of the flame department. Move freely in the air. It's not just about controlling the power of your skills. It also requires good physical fitness and balance. It's just so handsome. Li Yuyang kept getting closer to the spirit. Li Yunyu is also on the top this time, thinking that it can be solved by itself in heaven. It's too late for him to think about the bad guys. Will War's bad guys also take time, even if Li Jinyu outside the court is in a hurry. At this distance, it's too late to make a substitution. The flames exploded. Li Yuyang and Li Ying, all shrouded in firelight. The audience outside the stadium looked stupid. What kind of Starman is this? It's just an old bird, the little flyer of the K-12 team before. When HP goes to 0, by strong willpower, resist the forced offline of the system, and the final counterattack was played. It's enough to amaze the audience. A newcomer similar to K1. Li Yuyang's gorgeous string of 2. Then this time it just made the audience crazy. Coach Ryu also stared nervously at the broadcast screen. Suddenly he clenched his fists, shouting excitedly. It turned out that Li Yuyang showed his figure from the flames. He maintained a half-squat position. Said lightly, the next one is important in the end, equipment, where skills and strategies are important. Li Yuyang, wearing the costume of the old bird and the king of Madong. After playing in the pro league a string of 2, it caused the audience to boil. It's like there's only 2 people left on Team Elite. Meat Shield heals the Ligan carrier. He Jian is Li Jinyu. In the shouts of the audience, auxiliary Li Gunho appeared again. This time it's the same script again. Li Yuyang. After using the play dead and reverse sub-skills before, there was only 1 drop of blood left. Li Gunho felt that he could do it again. The louder the audience called for Li Yuyang, the more excited he became. Immediately, these honors will be their own. He didn't hesitate when he thought of this. Jumped off the sand and rushed straight to Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang looked at this second cargo and raised his feet and shook it. The bloodthirsty man shook Li Gunho in the face. He fell to the ground in pain, but immediately it catapulted off the ground again. The ground has been turned into flame magma by Li Yuyang. Li Gunho, who just got up, met Li Yuyang's fist. Linxia envy. His heart was still chattering. I didn't add blood to the other side this time. Then he was eliminated from the game. That's too bad, isn't it? It's hard to look back on the past. Li Yuyang still said coldly. The 4 brothers and sisters of the old Li family are left with this one Li Jinyu. He's probably the strongest individual as well. Li Jinyu couldn't wait for a long time. Flew and rushed forward. Li Yuyang still stood in place, waiting for Li Jinyu to rush up by himself. It looks like the distance is almost there. Li Yuyang also punched over. The punch is not yet down. When he saw the wind, he rode at a very fast speed. Li Yuyang could only dodge everywhere. Looking at the nimble Li Yuyang, Li Jinyu sneered. The one who can escape by my sword has not yet been born. Suddenly, he was perched up. Twin slashes. See this trick? Coach Ryu also sweated off the sidelines. If you get beaten, it's over. Look at the 2 arrows that stabbed up. Does Li Yuyang want to use pretending to be dead and rebel again? But now his blood volume should not be full. Li Yuyang did not respond to this trick. There was no back-off dodge either. Just sideways to dodge the slash of 2 arrows. Such a situation. Li Jinyu is also the first time to meet it. Looking at the plank road, how could this be? The crowd outside the stadium was also Li Yuyang's operation was shocked. What the hell is going on? Li Yuyang called again. I really thought Is the master the kind of waste who only relies on equipment? The double sword slash is, to put it bluntly, it is a quick swing of two swords. First, the sword in his right hand. Then there was another sword in his left hand. It's just too fast. It looks like it's on display with one click. The solution is also very simple. All you need is a quick shake from side to side. That's it. Just crack his trick. Then he's a little quack in my eyes. Li Jinyu looked at Li Yuyang, who was like a loach. There's no other way to do it now. That's the only way to do it. Although a portion of your health will be deducted. But it's better than just losing. After the twin swords, it turned out to be another positive stimulus. This is the ultimate form of the double sword exhibition. Watch this quick thrill. Li Yuyang didn't seem to have too many surprises. Click. Li Yuyang actually grabbed Li Jinyu's sword with one hand. It doesn't matter how many times you come. The result is all the same. It doesn't matter if you're the ultimate or not. Cracked is cracked. Li Yuyang waved his hand. Li Jinyu's common thing was to get out of his hand and fly out. I want to lead Team Elite away towards brilliance. It's a beautiful thought. Let's go back and study. This hard-won opportunity was given to me. So far, there have been no surprises in the battle. Li Kim-woo, who lost his weapon. I can only watch the flames unleash. Li Yuyang, who didn't kick over. After an earth-shattering burst of flames exploded, Li Yuyang walked out of it. When the next one finished speaking, he was stunned. It seems to be finished. Stand at the top of the professional league. Enjoy the applause of countless spectators. Li Yuyang, whose prestige has reached its peak. Look at everything in front of you. These are all things that were dreamed of before the crossing. Now that heaven has given me another chance. So this time I want more. This time, the Team League was broadcast live on the whole network. The performance of Xiao Feik and Ma Dongwang. It has attracted countless audiences, especially a string of thorns from King Ma Dong, led K1 to win this league. It is also worshipped by countless people. Among them is him, Luyan Rambi. After the end, the K1 team also won the City Tumbler Cup, places in the grand final. Li Yuyang also managed to win 49 times his assets. After obtaining this large amount of money, Li Yuyang drove to the downtown area. Now that there is already money, then it's time for a big business. You can come out and find a place to open a studio. Li Yuyang wandered the streets. Since today is Friday, the streets were bustling with people. The nightlife has just begun. But Li Yuyang felt that he didn't belong here. Probably been at home for decades. I don't like the lively environment. It is a life full of excitement and challenges in the game. Is more suitable for him, even when he was still immersed in his own world. A familiar figure walked past him. Isn't this Lu Yanran? The big weekend walked out of the bar with a murderous face. This is going to make trouble. Out of the right front. Soon, Lu Yanran seems to have sent a private message to King Ma Dong. Come to think of it, Li Yuyang took out his mobile phone and checked it. Looks like this Nizi wants to ask King Ma Dong to solve the old bird. What a coincidence. I know King Ma Dong and the old bird well. Li Yuyang suddenly thought of a good solution. Lu Yanran came out this time. I wanted to do a live broadcast or something. By the way, circle a wave of fans. I didn't expect to find nothing except a few pickups. Suddenly it felt boring. Why don't you fight monsters in the following dungeons? Lu Yanran, who was about to go home. The phone vibrated suddenly. He pulled it out and looked at it. It turned out that the idol Ma Dongwang replied to the message. Although it's just one word, but it made Lu Yanran excited for a while. After the two agreed on the time and place. Soon we met. See this former goddess in reality again. Thinking about how good it was to him before. There are not a few times that I have the opportunity to be alone like this. It's also a lot of emotion. But this time, he wasn't here to lick the dog. He is now King Madong. This time I'm here to pick up the mission. That's all. Lu Yanran looked at the idol in front of her. I couldn't help but look excited. When they talked about the old birds to kill, Lu Yanran still couldn't help but grit her teeth. as long as you can kill the old birds. He can do whatever he wants. This can't help but make Li Yuyang feel. The old bird is indeed a pervert. But it doesn't matter what happened before the crossing. That's all in the past. Now, he is neither a licking dog, will not deliberately go to Lu Yinran's trouble. He just wants to live his life well. After accepting the task, King Ma Dong wanted to say goodbye. Unexpectedly, Lu Yinran took the initiative to invite him to eat instant noodles at home. Li Yuyang's little nine in Lu Yinran's heart. Jaminking, just trying to pull myself into their guild, and then use the current prestige in front of the building. The invitation was decisively declined. But when I got off the bus, it was still easy. Cleaned up the garbage in the car and took it out. This is still a habit that was formed before the crossing. It's really natural to lick dogs. Lu Yinran was stunned. Look at the clean garbage baskets. It's really not drunk, and everyone is drunk. It's a monster. League champion Ma Dongwang. I actually fought with the old bird, a copy master. The news has spread. Countless people rushed to open the live broadcast to watch. Suddenly, the number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. The old bird looked at King Ma Dong in front of him. I heard that you kid is going to kill me. King Ma Dong still looks so cold. That's right. The old bird smiled playfully. Where did the madman come from? When have I ever cheated you? King Ma Dong didn't want to talk nonsense. The whole set lit up, seeing that this stance is about to activate the skill. Earthquake skill activation. The ground suddenly fell apart. The old bird also jumped up in time. A professional player drives a red Sandman. That's not a good effect. There is no such thing in the terms of the contract with the club. King Ma Dong has found the past again. The old bird also bent down to dodge. He also doesn't talk nonsense anymore. He stabbed him with an arrow of grief. King Ma Dong blocked with both hands. The old bird kicked Ma Dongwang in the face. I didn't expect to be flown out by me. An old bird flying in the air. It also shows a serious expression. And what's wrong with the pros? My old bird will never admit it. After landing, it was another sprint. Got close to King Ma Dong. The two of them are standing in full swing. The earth has collapsed. Flames and dust all over the ground. It seems that the old bird is at a disadvantage. King Ma Dong is riding a snail again. The old bird, though, distanced himself, but the speed was still limited. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the molten slurry in the sky, the live stream was suddenly shut down. The audience watching the live broadcast was suddenly itching. What happened to the end? After a while, someone found out that the old bird started a live broadcast. Today killed by someone who opened up. Because of the death punishment, I had to stop for a day. Speaking of which, he clenched his fists. But I'm not going to stop there. Tomorrow I will carry out my revenge. Look at the old bird that has been killed once. Lu Yinran even laughed out of tears. You know how I've been these months. Come here. The hairline has moved back a few centimeters. I was finally able to get a good night's sleep this time. The story went viral online. Support the old bird and support the fans of Ma Dongwang. Immediately, a cyber attack war began. Lu Yinran also joined in. He's even stunned now. I want to put my own work. We'll become Ma Dongwang's private fan group. Also kept giving gifts to King Ma Dong. Lao Bird's account has also received a lot of support, although most of them are male. The little hacker watching the video froze. He knew. Lao Bird and Ma Dongwang are the same person. But look at Ma Dongwang in the video. So who the hell is this person? Half a year ago, Li Yuyang is attacking Dorian's forest. After dealing with the mobs on the periphery, the ghost of the chieftain Shochang also appeared. 1/3 of the unknown level trait. You can change shapes. Has 33.3% of the body's power. Look at the 3 cells in front of you. Li Yuyang laughed. I really came to do arithmetic problems. Is 3 and 1/3 equal to 1? Then let me teach you. What does 1 + 1 mean is greater than 2? Li Yuyang rushed over with his ID. Dodge an arrow from the opposite side. The homeopathic situation was stabbed on the chest of the fake Li Yuyang. After a sword locks the throat, there are only two left. The two combined rushed forward. Li Yuyang raised one foot and kicked it to the ground. Flames burst out, drowning two lanky ghosts. Li Yuyang looked at the black shadow in the flames, quietly waiting for his trip, really looking for the target. The flames slowly faded. A more slender figure was revealed. Unknown level of Ghost King, trait 3 of 3. Li Yuyang is already at the moment. Changed to the equipment of King Ma Dong. Is watching this guy from the side. Hit your own trumpet with a tuba. What an experience. Li Yuyang met a special leader this time. Ghost King. He will copy the enemy. Includes equipment and skills. Li Yuyang put on a set of equipment from King Ma Dong first. The leader directly copied Li Yuyang's current one. This set of equipment. Then I saw that Li Yuyang was not wearing a mask. He took off his mask himself. Sticks to the boss's own skin. I threw it out. Now is the time. Li Yuyang rushed up and caught the mask. It's a murder book. In PvP mode. Kill someone and add a little attack. This thing is a tailwind artifact. Or they all say that Li Yuyang's brain is easy to use. I was able to think of this method. Effortlessly got the mask. After Li Yuyang got it, he wanted to run. But the leader of the moment. It is simply the life of King Ma Dong. Smashed into Li Yuyang with a punch. Li Yuyang dodged and ran into the distance. This boss is still fast. Out of thin air. Another kick down. Blazing. This speed and destruction. Li Yuyang finally knew. Own trumpet. What it looks like in the eyes of others. Look at the boss who is still pursuing. Li Yuyang summoned Yermangard. This time the master still has something. I'll come back to you later. Say done. Then Yermangard withdrew from the Dork Forest. The Ghost King behind him was still standing in place. It hasn't changed back to its original form. Saw Li Yuyang, who had already fled. He let out a roar of rage. Flames spread throughout the forest in an instant. There are actually 2 cemeteries there when I went there half a year ago. The first is the Killing Mask. This is the second in preparation for Ma Dongwang's professional match. It's just to keep a backhand. In the future, if anyone doubts the old bird and the king of Ma Dong, it's a person's words. You can come to this place to shoot a video as proof. I didn't expect to use it so quickly. And it's for Lu Yinran. I saw the fake Ma Dongwang in front of me again. Li Yuyang set up his voice in advance. When everything is ready, go and start the live broadcast. Okay, King Ma Dong, I'm coming to seek revenge on you. This time, I will slay you under my horse. King Ma Dong also made a calm voice. The defeated generals also dared to come to their deaths. Li Yuyang smiled and said, I killed you once. You'll have to come and try it anyway. King Ma Dong bowed his head and replied, Your strength is very good. The two of you chatted with me sentence by sentence. People nervously looked at the two in the live broadcast. I thought it was a hero's sympathy, so there's a little bit more to it. They won't know. All of this is directed and acted by Li Yuyang. The selfies drama of the year can not only pit Lu Yinran, can also take this opportunity to attract a wave of fans. Anyway, whoever he supports, it's him. Li Yuyang's account. In the end, it was Li Yuyang who benefited. Dejimo knows all this. Adjusted the temperature and lowered the waist. Yuyang can really play. It's almost the same when I look at it. Li Yuyang took out his grievances and rushed forward. Who knows this fake Ma Dongwang? Come up and make a big move. The snail is launched. Li Yuyang got the script this time. It should be Shung's side. He immediately summoned Yermangard. Take advantage of Yermangard's powerful magic resistance. Shuttle among the snails. This move also adapted to a burst of praise from the audience. The live broadcast effect is simply full. Wait until it's close enough. Li Yuyang jumped up from the head of the coconut dreamer. As soon as he saw it, he poked at King Ma Dong. Ma Dongwang also punched hard. But the speed of this punch was beyond Li Yuyang's expectations. Hit Li Yuyang's body. Li Yuyang looked at the Ghost King, who seemed to have become stronger. Is also showing admiration. Will it be impossible to achieve it in the end? The star of the rebel sun on the body. There was a crackling sound. Repercussions are launched. Countless black spikes from Li Yuyang's body burst out. The rumbling sound is endless. How powerful is the anti-armor of the rebel star? The Lord of Darkness couldn't bear it and was crushed to death. But after this fake Ma Dong Wang ate for a season, unscathed. Instead, a quarter of earthquakes rushed up to hit Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang jumped up and dodged. Who knew that this King Ma Dong would not be relentless? Stick to your body. Another season of 3 consecutive stabs was easily resolved by Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang counted the time of the skill. After using the snail, it will have a paralyzing effect of 0.2 seconds. This guy draws a right fist to attack the earthquake CD well. It's time for an earthquake. Sure enough, the imposter Ma Dong Wang stepped on the ground. Earthquakes unleashed. Li Yuyang dodged nimbly again. The two seemed to be fighting hotly. Skills are flying all over the sky. The venue was shattered, but 40 minutes passed. The two of them were stunned that not a drop of blood was lost. Could this be a battle between masters? As he spoke, Li Yuyang stretched out his right hand. Countless bloodthirsty people gathered on his hands. In an instant, King Ma Dong was surrounded. King Ma Dong finally began to bleed. He is haunted by bloodthirsty. There was a sizzling sound all over the body. Li Yuyang himself also has blood poison skills. So I'm not afraid that if I smoke a fake Ma Dong Wang, I will be poisoned. Then it's time to wrap it up. Li Yuyang took the morning blade and inserted it. King Ma Dong was also shocked when he saw this. If you try it again, you won't be able to hold it up. He immediately activated the earthquake skill. Shatter the ground under your feet. Go straight to the Rongjiang River below. Li Yuyang saw that King Ma Dong was about to run. They were not prepared to pursue. It's all molten underneath. Even if you fall by yourself, you can drink a pot. There was a popping sound at the feet of King Ma Dong. Good boy turned out to beat this master. I want to use the flame department to reverse direction in the air. Flee to the other side. However, it takes a lot of blue to activate the flame department. It's been almost an hour. How could there still be a chakra? In this way, the fake Ma Dong Wang slowly fell down. Suddenly, he actually spoke. Real speaking is not the recorded kind. I'll be back. Li Yuyang was stunned when he heard it. This is another fine one. The audience watching the live broadcast also heard it. Is this the real voice of King Ma Dong? It feels much better than the previous voice changer. King Ma Dong was thus drowned in the lava. This imposter, it's a bit of a fake. Forget it. Leave him alone for now. Just in case. I will definitely have to do it in the future. Let's take a look at the dichotomy between Lao Bird and King Ma Dong. The winner is the old bird. Now the record is 1:1. I hope you will continue to follow me. The live stream worked out very well. Tips for both accounts. Made Li Yuyang make a lot of money. Then he took advantage of the heat again. I posted the video of the previous fight against the Dark King. The number of clicks and followers has gone crazy. It won't be long before I'm 1 million bloggers. Ma Dong Wang's cold and handsome performance attracted many female fans. On the other hand, old birds often go without clothes, not to be treated well by female fans. After this, it is a thorn in the eye of many female fans. However, many male fans are very supportive of the old bird. Is it everyone's responsibility to crack down on the jamming? Li Yuyang looked at the data of the two accounts, nodding in satisfaction. Whether it's a fan of Ma Dong Wang, still a fan of the old birds. Schwanua. It is my Li Yuyang's Ma Dong Wang among many female fans, including Lu Yinran. Watching his beloved king Ma Dong fall, his hatred for the old bird was even higher. Before, it was just a rush for equipment or something. Now it's the revenge of killing my father. He wiped away his tears. Officially announced. The Yuyang Guild was officially transformed. Ma Dong Wang Fan Club. And I'm going to sell it. Buy equipment for my beloved king Ma Dong. Then take out the old birds. Li Yuyang was just about to go to bed after he was busy. But I found that I didn't have my phone with me. Before, because there were too many people who wanted to add friends. It's turned off. Now as soon as it opens, the overwhelming iron quartz came out. Although he would also like to add them all. However, the number of friends has reached the limit. Just when he was bored and flipped through private messages, suddenly found a message from his junior high school classmates. These guys were lukewarm before. Now I see that I am on fire, and I have posted it. There is something to invest in. There is something to reminisce. One of the pieces of information caught Li Yuyang's attention. Class reunion. It's kind of interesting. The flames of the explosion filled the entire screen. Congratulations to Flyer for winning the B-level 99 grade. The handbrake of the leader Angelos. The name of Ma Ritian's strongest martial artist. It's getting louder and louder. Watch the pros on TV. These two small quacks of barbecue meat are also supported by Z's. The little Flyer is too strong, isn't it? It's not a game at all. Suddenly, there was a screeching sound next to him. The 21-year-old man's name is Wang Hongxing. Since the opening of the store, I never played the game again. I don't want to think about how old I am. I don't want to make money. Do you still want to play the game for the rest of your life? That's when it happened. Li Yuyang opened the door and walked in. May I ask if this is a class reunion of Easy Middle School? Since last time, I directed and acted in the Old Bird Warhorse. After the East King, Li Yuyang became a big anchor. Selected as a superstar for the streamer in the game area. Received the anchor of a certain platform. Invitation to the award ceremony. Although Li Yuyang does not like this kind of occasion. But I couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the organizers. After all, you still have to count on being an anchor and doing political money. Li Yuyang himself attended the ceremony. This shocked his prestige. As long as you play games, there is no one who doesn't know him. He attended the ceremony. I fell asleep in the cardboard. In junior high school, she was due to the death of both parents. The family's inheritance is still occupied by relatives. The personality is more withdrawn. So no one in the class was willing to talk to her. There was only that girl, Ein Jing. She is a single family, so it's more considerate. As an orphan, Li Yuyang took the initiative to help. Li Yuyang dreamed of this, and suddenly it was okay. Li Yuyang wiped his saliva, thinking about Ein Jing, who I haven't seen in years. She took a bite. Women only affect how quickly I can draw a knife. But the poor outfit doesn't. Thereupon, Li Yuyang came to the place where the class reunion was held. He had just walked in the door. A few classmates warmly welcomed them. Isn't this Li Yuyang's classmate? I thought you were a big anchor. I don't have time to attend the class reunion. Only Wang Hongxing is not a bird Li Yuyang. This kid doesn't play games and doesn't like to watch live streams. So, I don't know Li Yuyang's name. Looked at Li Yuyang, who was warmly entertained. I was suddenly upset. This kid was in school. But I pressed him to the ground and beat him. Isn't it just a stinky game? As for being so popular, he jumped out right away. Seems to be bitter to persuade Li Yuyang. Stop playing the game. What a future. In fact, it's just to brag about yourself. At a young age, he saved more than 100,000 deposits. What is the sound of collecting money to the account? It's much better than the sound of the equipment in the game. Didn't wait for Wang Hongxing to finish speaking. The classmates next to him came up to Li Yuyang again. Hear from my boyfriend that you've won a prize. Now, the TV is showing the awards ceremony of a certain platform. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Li Yuyang receiving the award. I know he's a good guy. I didn't expect the cow to be broken like this. This is the leading live broadcast platform in China. Award ceremony. After Wang Hongxing saw it, the water in the mouth suddenly stopped smelling. Li Yuyang also smiled harmlessly. Thank you all for your support. And then, he turned his head to Wang Hongxing again and said, You're right. I also like the sound of the money being received. This plug is in place. The class reunion will continue. But Li Yuyang was completely out of the mood. It's cool to put it in place, but it's also tiring to pretend all the time. The man he was waiting for hasn't shown up yet. Just as he was about to say goodbye and leave, turning his head, he saw a familiar figure. It turned out that he was here too. I saw Eunjing open the door and prepare to go out. Li Yuyang shouted, "Boss!" Swiped my card and chased it out. Jing was standing in a daze. Suddenly, Li Yuyang's voice came from the side, and was quiet. "It's great to see you again." "It's great to see you again. It's so nice to meet you." Feel the two of them this. It was so embarrassing that it pulled out the atmosphere of the three-bedroom apartment. Li Yuyang took the lead in mustering up courage. Find a quiet place to talk. Thereupon, the two of them found a cafe and sat down. Drink the drink in your mouth. Li Yuyang finally calmed down. From the beginning to the present, you probably haven't said a word yet. Quiet smiled embarrassedly. "I don't know what to say. By the way, congratulations on winning the award." Li Yuyang smiled and nodded. "How have you been doing lately?" "I should be in my junior year." "Oh, I was a sophomore in a foreign university. I thought I was a junior." "That's how you say it." I chatted without nutrition. Suddenly, Li Yuyang felt that the atmosphere was almost there. "Let's talk about Eunjing. I've always wanted to say thank you to you." Ian waited sweetly for Li Yuyang to continue. "When I was in junior high school, it was you who helped me submit the poverty application. I'm not your help. I probably didn't go to school at the time, although I haven't been admitted to university yet. But thank you very much." Ian shook the drink from his glass. "I didn't expect such a small thing. You remember it so clearly." "I'm embarrassed. Actually, I was looking for you specifically for this class reunion." Li Yuyang immediately became curious. Could it be that Lang is affectionate and intentional? Eunjing continued, "Although I know that it's bad to say that, but I want to ask you to do me a favor." Li Yuyang looked at Eunjing's hands and trembled. "I can't help but get serious, and it's okay. How can I help you?" "Just say it." Ian said it quietly. It turned out that his mother was sick and hospitalized. In order to treat the disease, the family even sold the house. Now I live in a rented house outside, seeing that the rent is about to be paid. Speaking of which, Eunjing was afraid that Li Yuyang would misunderstand. Hurriedly waved his hand. "I'm not talking about this to borrow money from you." He bit his lip. "Actually, I'm a beauty blogger, but the popularity of the live broadcast room has not been high, so I want to please you." The words are not finished yet. Ian couldn't say any more. Tears rolled down her face. He quickly wiped away his tears. "Forget what I just said, then get up and leave. This time, even 24K pure iron knows how to seize opportunities." Took Eunjing's little hand by hand. "Isn't it just to be a guest in the live broadcast room? I'm familiar with this. Even if it's to repay you for your help back then. I have to go too." Eunjing's tears hadn't dried yet. Turning his head and forgetting that Li Yuyang was just moved, and the brushes went up. The next day, Li Yuyang drove to find Eunjing. This time he's in full swing. Large bags with equipment. Followed Eunjing upstairs. Enter the door and meet Eunjing's mother. One bite and one ant. The one who calls is called a smooth mouth. After the pleasantries, Li Yuyang began to fiddle with the live broadcast equipment. These things were bought for Eunjing. After hearing this, Eunjing also hurriedly refused. "But I can't bear Li Yuyang's initiative. Since you have decided to help, you will definitely help to the end. It's a big deal, and you'll pay it back to me when you earn money later." "That's a perfect score." Eunjing heard it, just next to him, smiling and watching busy. Li Yuyang. In a few moments, all the equipment was ready. Li Yuyang, satisfied to look at all this I have arranged, can help Eunjing. He was full of joy. "Well, everything is ready. Then let's start broadcasting." Meanwhile, Inside the tomb of the brave, Deke is attacking the boss of the 46th floor. After in one season, after the wrath of the single dog, the boss's health bar is reset to 0. Congratulations for clearing the 46th floor of Tomb of the Brave and distributing rewards. Deke looked at the rewards panel, wiped the sweat off his face. Li Yuyang's highest record is 47 floors. This time, I took advantage of that kid's kung fu to pick up girls. It's good to break his record. Suddenly, I received another notice. It turned out to be a wanted warrant for the old bird. Look, this bonus is not low. Has that kid been doing anything immoral lately? Li Yuyang looked at himself in surprise, turned into a bald head. Not so long ago, he was also happily in Einjing's live broadcast room. A cameo appearance as a makeup expert. Headband mascara. Concealer powder fill light this set down. Li Yuyang also experienced a delicate makeup. Ian stared at Li, who had dressed up with his own hands. Yuyang sang, "I always feel like it's almost a taste." Reaching out and taking the headband off. That's right. Proper Korean oba. The popularity of the live broadcast room suddenly grew. Li Yuyang is not messy and dares to destroy my hairstyle. Bring it to you. When he went up, he put the headband on Einjing's head. It doesn't matter what this set is. It's stupid to look at Li Yuyang. I didn't expect Einjing to be so beautiful. Einjing, who was the sister Ding, also became shy. When the two of them were doing something in the live broadcast room, the mother-in-law actually stretched out her head to look in. It's okay. You young people. Do you like to show your affection on a live broadcast? Einjing hurriedly explained to her mother. That's what normal live streaming is. We didn't have anything. But Li Yuyang, this kid is not honest. Annie asked me to do this. That's it. Einjing jumped into the yellow river and couldn't wash it away. After Li Yuyang, an internet expert, cheered up, Einjing's fans soon exceeded 150,000. And the mother-in-law's surgery was also very successful. He happily called, "Invite Li Yuyang to come to the house often to sit when he is free." Li Yuyang readily agreed. Now that the lifelong event has been solved, now it's time to do the main quest. Li Yuyang previously received a message from Dirt Cat. He's wanted again. This time, he just wanted to find out who did it. Could it be Lu Yinran's little girl again? Just as he was thinking, a girl's voice came from the side. "Excuse me, are you an old bird? I'm a fan of yours. Turn your head to look." It turned out to be a cute ponytail girl. When Li Yuyang heard it, he immediately shuddered. I can't stop this damn charm. But he didn't have time to admit it. I realized that something was wrong. The girl was holding a box in her hand, thrown at Li Yuyang. Smack! Powder is flying all over the sky. Tajaji random dying props. The player's skin color can be changed randomly. The transit time is 24 hours. Li Yuyang coughed after inhaling the powder. The skin on his body immediately began to change color. After a while, the whole person turned pink. The bald girl runs out and runs. When he was done, he scolded a dead pervert. Look at the back of the ponytail girl in the distance. Li Yuyang's morning blade was taken out. Good guy. The balder the next door, the stronger it gets. The more bald I get, the more perverted I become. He walked back indignantly. Suddenly, another touch of pink came into view. The two looked at each other silently for a few seconds. I can't hold it back. They laughed at each other. Saliva squirted out. It turns out that the Dirt Cat was also stolen by the ponytail girl. It's good now. It's hard to be a brother. After calming down, the two began to discuss countermeasures. This item is only valid for 24 hours. Dirt Cat feels like it's time to go offline. Wait 24 hours. But Li Yuyang couldn't wait that long. He's going to the northern continent to participate in the dungeon event. After 24 hours, the daylilies were cold, but in their current shape. If you go out, you will be beaten by the player who received the bounty. And I haven't figured it out yet. Who the hell issued that wanted warrant? What kind of organization does the ponytail girl belong to this time? It seems that we can only investigate it first. After Li Yuyang went offline, I searched on the internet. It doesn't matter. I found a website called Dongma Bridge. All the fans gathered here are fans of Ma Dongwang. As the name suggests, Ma Qiao is the love bridge of King Madong. In order to express his affection for King Madong, fans spontaneously organize activities to eradicate old birds. They also sent the attack order. The ponytail girl is also one of the members of Macho. As for the dirt cat, it's because of the identity of the old bird's friend. Will be attacked by them, although none of their ranks seem to be too high. The equipment is only about C to B, but I can't stand the number of them. After Li Yuyang found out, even the shell-deck cat was on the number. The two of them looked at each other speechlessly. Fans of their own trumpets gathered. Yourself, Tuba. Who will believe this? Li Yuyang suddenly felt that he had nothing to love. I really don't know whether to be happy or angry. But since it's all on my head, then I can't sit still. He is a fan of King Ma Dong. What's the matter with my old bird? Who is our only idol? King Ma Dong, who is our only enemy. Old Bird Marjo Union. This one consists of 2,000 Ma Dongwang fans. Huge trade unions. Unions formed. Most of them are players around level 20. The equipment level is also mostly C+ level to B level. Their president is Lu Yinran. This time, they all gathered in the central town. It's just to snipe old birds and dirt cats, for the convenience of distinguishing between the two of them. Union Backbone Ponytail Girl. Jinx dyed the two of them pink. Just see the pink eye dry. That's the end of it. In town, when the mobilization meeting was in full swing, old birds and dirt cats are watching from afar. The town. If you want to get to Beidaji, you have to pass through here. There is no winding. This is an imperative. Li Yuyang sneered and summoned Yumengard. You little quacks are waiting to be slaughtered by me. NPC living in town suddenly. And trade unionists were attacked. If you look closely, it turns out to be an old bird. Is this thing crazy? Even the NPC dares to kill. Ma Xiaogong. The 8th team of the meeting immediately surrounded them. But they're just over 20 levels. How could it be an opponent of the old bird? Watching the old bird kill a 7 in and 8 out in the crowd. And all the people were frightened. Fortunately, Lu Yinran will grow up to be wise. The 2,000 men were divided into 13 detachments. As soon as it encounters an old bird, it will send a signal to call the source. Jinx looked at the old bird in front of him, confidently firing flares. A cloud-piercing arrow. Thousands of troops came to meet each other. Don't go. You wait to die, you? Suddenly, more than a dozen explosions were heard overhead. Jinx froze and looked at the sky. Could it be that all 13 opponents have met the old birds? How is this possible? This guy is clearly in front of his eyes. Before Jinx could figure it out, he was forced to go offline and order takeout. Meanwhile, the town was littered with carnage. A dozen pink old birds put Maggio. The little quacks of the Union lost their armor and threw off their armor. This night was destined to be a river of blood. Only Lu Yinran solved an old bird here. An old bird that has just been killed. It turned into a puddle of mud. This is obviously not the real body of the old bird. As the worst veteran of the Union who was pitted by the old birds, he has a deep understanding of the cunning of the old bird. It was only a little thought before I reacted. Immediately ask his younger brother Lu Hong to gather the elites in the guild. Let's gather and chase north. The real old bird must have run north. This time, the old lady is chasing to the ends of the earth. I'm going to kill you too. Avenge my idol, King Ma Dong. Now, the real old bird has been with the dirt cat. Ran out of town. Remembered Li Yuyang's methods. Dege cat still couldn't help but praise. It turned out to be before Jincheng. Li Yuyang first went to Dorian's forest. Found a group of longevity ghosts. These guys have the ability to copy, although it is only 33.3% of the strength of the body. But against Maggio, enough of the Union's little quacks. This is also thanks to Jormungand's gluttonous abilities. The monster he ate into his stomach will be restricted from using skills, and it will also lock in the amount of health. In this way, Li Yuyang caught 12 longevity ghosts, brought to the edge of town, put them all in town, and then I got mixed in myself. That's 13 old birds coming into town. Most of them are low-level numbers, top underpowered unions. You can't beat it. The longevity ghost of the old bird with 1/3 strength. While they're in chaos, the old birds took the opportunity to run out of the north gate. Dirt cats don't particularly understand, even now, the purpose of Li Yuyang's trip to the northern continent. Li Yuyang immediately explained. The northern continent is too harsh because of the climate. It is not currently being developed. There are still a lot of high-ranking chiefs there. But that's not where we end up. The northern continent is just a transit point. Dirt Cat hears this. I couldn't help but turn my head to look at the man behind me. So what is your ultimate goal? Li Yuyang said with a smile, to dominate the entire game. After saying that, the two men looked at each other and fell silent. Look at each other's funny pink bald heads. The two of them couldn't hold back their laughter again. Your image utters such domineering words. It's just so funny. After laughing, Gidge Cat looked at Li Yuyang seriously. Since you want to dominate the whole game, then I'll be with you too. Of course, we're the best CPs in the game. They were still in the time when you were in my life. Lu Yenran is poor behind with dozens of horse fans. Chase reluctantly. This time Lu Yenran is really on top. I can forgive the pit, but it's unforgivable to pit my idol. The North Road is full of snow and wind. Inaccessible. A black figure looms. Brother, congratulations, you are called the first visitor to the North Continent. Li Yuyang and Dirt Cat have just entered the Salt Frost Forest. I met the Salt Frost Tree Monster Bagaji. Characteristics. Herb poison grows indefinitely. This monster could be in the Salt Frost Forest. The most docile. His blood volume is divided into torso and limbs. You are responsible for the left leg. I'm in charge of the right arm. Let's do it quickly. 2 people. 3 times 5 divided by 2 solve the tree monster. Li Yuyang squatted down and took the tree monster's venom. Grind on your own. This venom can help fight the cold. Because of the harsh cold climate of the northern continent. Record players per second. This will drop 0.01% of your max health. The affected monster's venom only drops 0.0025% per second. But it can resist the bitter cold. This is how it is converted. Apply venom to reduce 1/4 of your health. The two of them got ready and moved on. Because of the cold, Bangladesh is not free to move around here. I had to rely on my legs to get there. Li Yuyang looked up at the snowflakes in the sky. Blizzard's here. It will last randomly from 1 minute to a few days. Look at the angle and speed of this falling snow. This blizzard is likely to last for days. How to be careful? Because there's a head here that I don't want to touch either. The cat was surprised when she heard it. There was even a leader that the old bird didn't want to meet. What's different about the leader in the snowy mountains this time? Just when Li Yuyang just wanted to explain. You have violated the boss's realm. The leader was furious. After hearing the prompt, the two hurriedly looked back. In the snow, a faint black shadow is gradually magnifying. Li Yuyang looked at the black shadow in the distance and shouted, "It's a bit of a back. Just came in and met this guy. They speak with skill." The dark shadow has taken shape. After Li Yuyang saw it, hurry up and remind Dirt Cat to run. But it was too late. The black shadow was running through the snow at a very fast speed, rushing all the way straight to the two of them. Stretching out his hands, he pounced. Snow Mountain Ghost, A-rank boss. The surname is Ice Darkness, and Wang Ling plays tricks on people. Between words, he had already jumped to the side of the Dirt Cat. Dirt Cats are also extremely responsive. Took out his nose and stabbed it hard, but he pierced his ankle. I was also caught by a ghost. Just this meeting, there was already a layer of frost on the ankles. Dirk Cat was shocked when he saw it, took out his crossbow arrows, and hurriedly counterattacked. Only one arrow was fired. The whole person was frozen. The leader stretched out his tongue and smiled and licked like a Dirk Cat. At this critical moment, Li Yuyang pounced from the side. Joke! After selling it for a while, Lao Tzu's bald head will change color. After defeating the boss, Li Yuyang hurriedly reached out and touched the Dirk Cat. That's it. Dirk Cat returned to normal in an instant. Is this another deformed force? It turns out that this monster has the ability to turn people into ice sculptures. The method of dismantling the ability is also very simple. It needs to be touched by others, and it can be both an attack and an attack. While they were talking, the leader rushed up again. That perverted movement speed. Even Li Yuyang didn't react. The shoulders were grabbed. Seeing that Li Yuyang has also become an ice sculpture, Dirk immediately shot an arrow at him. Began to on Li Yuyang's bald head. Directly ejected out. Li Yuyang was not only unscathed, also back to normal. This discovery made Li Yuyang happy. It looks like it becomes the state of an ice sculpture. Is a boss that is immune to damage. At this moment, it has been hidden in the wind and snow again. The two of them had no choice but to leave the place first. Walk on the road. They can still hear it. The roar of the snow ghost not far away. However, the wind and snow were too strong to obstruct the view. Can't catch this guy at all. The two of them also had an unusual headache. It's not half a stick that has been followed by snow ghosts. Li Yuyang had a flash of inspiration. Why do you have to catch this guy? We can give it as a gift. Give it to someone who is destined. At this moment, the Little Tails are fighting with the Snow Wolves. See Expedited Snow Wolf Pack. Let the horse fans suffer a lot. Unfamiliar with the environment itself. Add to that a severe blizzard. They just got rid of these snow wolves. In Lost Brother 110, some of the horse fans faltered. Liu Yanran saw that the army's morale was unstable. Immediately stand with a horizontal knife and an axe. Atmospheric inspirational horse powder. Hold on a little longer. You'll be able to catch that bastard of the old bird. For Ma Dong. Lord Wong's death once is nothing. Reassure Union members. And they moved on. Suddenly, a cute little penguin appeared in front of me. The girls on the team couldn't help it. I just want to go up and touch it. But I didn't have time to react. Was forced to go offline to order takeout. There is really no normal one in this snowy mountain. Just a pop. Penguins all the way. You can be on the front of Liu Yanran. This guy even has a mental attack. Dancing to provoke Liu Yanran. Liu Yanran's teeth itched angrily. There is no good thing with a bird in the name. BG's blood. The penguin saw Liu Yanran's relaxed vigilance. Immediately, he waved his twin flags and rushed up. Right now, Liu Yanran raised her head. I saw a familiar pink bald head, still looking at himself with a smile. The good guy delivered it himself. Liu Yanran roared. Suddenly the fire was in full swing. Any penguin and old bird will die for the old lady. The axe in his hand was furious. Sparks flew and kicked the sheep in. The snow-capped mountain penguins in Bijia were suddenly split in two. Sure enough, with a blow blessed by anger. The power is great. A solemn knock on the target. Liu Yanran stared at it. Ate the thunder sheep that he struck with all his might. This guy didn't even change his face. It's even better than just now. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a roar was heard. Liu Yanran suddenly felt bad. The troublemakers also tensed up. That's when it happened. In the distance, a black object was rapidly approaching. Look closely. A monster who has a relationship with Sadako. It's crawling towards everyone at a rapid pace. How outrageous is the monster of the continent? The monsters of the festive season appear in groups. B-rank small quacks can be slashed with a whirlwind. You can casually encounter A-class ghosts. 500 horse fans led by Liu Yanran. Nearly 100 were killed by Snowwolf. I finally saw the old bird power split an axe and let him run away unscathed. left a blood Sadako. Watch as the members of the team turn into ice sculptures one by one. Li Yuyang was also so angry that her teeth hurt. This old bird goes out and fools around. As soon as we met, I also gave a gift package. It's disgusting. This leader is also too strong. I can only find a way to drag. During the day, I used a live hand attack to deal with him. After speaking, Li Yuyang left her teammates. Turned on the solo 6 monster mode. Meanwhile, Li Yuyang and the Dirt Cat has long since left the land of right and wrong. The gifts have been delivered to your door. Don't slip away at this time. Is still waiting for Li Yuyang to invite you to dinner. Dirt Cat. This kid must have been infected by Li Yuyang. Have already thrown the trouble on others. It's a bit of a pity at the moment. Didn't get rid of the A-rank boss. Maybe something good can break out. Li Yuyang was also bold and relieved when he heard it, shouting that there is a successor. But the leader can't solve it yet. I'll have to ask someone for help later. As they spoke, the two of them came to a village. All the NPCs inside were frozen into ice sculptures. You don't have to think about it to know it's the ice carving board. Real bullets. They were not polite enough to begin their search. After a while, I found a pile of clutter. These things will be of great use later. You have entered the Black Underground assessment. It is connected to the sea. It's not the ground that is under your feet. It's all ice. Now it's time for our protagonist to appear. Li Yuyang put what he had just found. Thrown on the ice. Wait a moment. The sound of big fish swimming can be heard from the bottom of the water. Suddenly, the ice in front of me broke. Water splashes. An A-grade ice carving yarn burst out of the water, staring at Li Yuyang and the others with a mouth full of fangs. Then a system prompt popped up. You found a hidden copy. Nightmare of the Deep Sea. They looked at the system prompt for a moment of excitement. Dirt Cat was even more excited. Sure enough, follow the old bird. There are 3 dishes and 1 soup for every meal. Smoothies don't care if you're old or not. The old bird's wide, open mouth bit up. The two stared at the smoothie that rushed up. Look for the right time to back away and dodge the Dirt Cat. Homeopathy gave 2 smoothies. But smoothies don't love war. As soon as the taste is heavy, it immediately goes to the bottom of the sea. A moment will come out of the ocean floor again and rush towards the Dirt Cat. The Dirt Cat is aiming and shooting again. The smoothie burrowed into the ice to dodge. Good fellow with my bowl of whack-a-mole. Li Yuyang explained with a smile. That's what this boss's trait is. After breaking out of the ice, he will only stay on shore for 2 seconds. Then a new freeze will be hit, and then rushed out of that hole again. Cycle. We just have to seize the opportunity. Take advantage of the 2 seconds he came out to control him. You can get rid of him. If the battle is long, he's going to crush all the ice here. When the time comes, it will have to retreat. But don't worry. The helper I'm looking for should be coming soon. Let's just drag him like that. In the vast ice mist, one armed with a great axe, the woman with green eyes appeared. It was Li Yuyang who chased after her. Gidge Cat is still playing whack-a-mole. Li Yuyang sensed the abnormality. Hundreds of people were descending along the wall above the cave. Li Yuyang next to her also walked to the front of the realm. It took nearly 400 people to catch up with the old bird. This time, the old lady will definitely not disturb you. Li Yuyang has no plan. Instead, he looked at Li Yuyang strangely. It stands to reason that you shouldn't catch up so quickly. But take a closer look. Li Yuyang actually had a C in her left eye, plus a blood eye patch. That's a good thing. Not only increases agility, you can also track enemies based on their escape tracks. No wonder it was so much in advance. There is an ice sculpture behind him. There is also a group of brain-dead fans in front of him. No matter how you look at it, this is all dumplings. In any case, you have to delay the time. Thinking of this, Li Yuyang laughed, looked at Li Yuyang, who rushed up from Qi Mansion. Yuyang said flatly, "You know the hiding of the swallow's blindfold." Function, Li Yuyang stopped. What a hidden feature. Of course, it is enough to kill the old bird in seconds. Function. Do you want to know the secret of the eye of the swallow? Liu Yanran looked at Li Yuyang, who was pretending to be mysterious. Hurry up. The old lady's patience is limited. Don't worry, don't worry. Such an important secret. Do you have to set the mood up? In fact, the snow swallow eye mask also has the function of helping sleep. The troublemakers stared at the sand sculpture speechlessly. This guy is really an idiot. Liu Yanran remembered to take off the blindfold. Stared at Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang saw that the atmosphere was wrong. It's a cold joke. Liu Yanran didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. It's an axe to go up. That's when it happened. A huge ice shark jumped out in front of him, opened his mouth, and bit at everyone. A few little quacks dodged and went offline on the spot. Liu Yanran hurriedly commanded everyone to attack. Ice sculpture was hit by a group of small quacks with skills, but it didn't seem to be harmful. It just angered the ice sculpture to kill. I'm not going back to playing whack-a-mole with dirt cats. Lips wrapped inside. When you see it, you will spit out the fragrance in your mouth. Li Yuyang seized the opportunity and hurriedly found a bunker. Take the opportunity to bite your fingers. Throw your own blood at the ice sculpture and kill. Ice sculptures kill open mouths. Swallowed Li Yuyang's blood into his stomach. The ice shark has been poisoned by the blood poison technique. The horse fans next to him took the opportunity to release another wave of skills. Crackling sounds. It sounded from the body of the ice sculpture. This angered the A-class leader. The mouth of the blood basin was opened. The teeth were like cannonballs at the crowd. Ow! This wave of long-range attacks came too suddenly. The horse fans suffered heavy casualties. Liu Yanran was stunned when she saw this A-level guy. What the hell is this? Squirting out your own teeth is air. Ice sculpture shot didn't care about Liu Yanran's payment. The head has new teeth. He squinted. He stared at the woman who laughed at her ugly teeth. Liu Yanran felt bad. I want to run out. Suddenly, that familiar roar came from the sky. Li Yuyang looked up at the ice sculpture Sadako. Out of thin air. Immediately, I was overjoyed that the person I was waiting for had finally arrived. The ghost stretched out its claws in the air. The target of the attack turned out to be Liu Yanran. Liu Yanran only had her mother selling batches in her heart at the moment. The 2A level wanted to slaughter the old lady is the stupid dog. Fortunately, the younger brother next to him was in time. Lifted his eyes. Damn, drink cold water and stuff your teeth. Old bird, that bastard. The old bird at the moment. I'm picking up the teeth of an ice shark on the ground. 28 no more, no less. Also finished to give the tooth to the ghost. Look at the hidden missions. It's a lot of money. Dirt cat scenery is ridiculous. The 2A rank leaders in the rear were already fighting. One mountain does not tolerate 2 tigers. Unless there is a male and a female. The premise is that it can't be interracial yet. The 2 were inseparable. You bite me. I'll give you a heads up. Li Yuyang looked at everyone and was attracted to attention. Keep running outside. I can't stop in the ecstasy. Look at it, look at it. Hazelnut wars that don't want money is a big white kill. Liu Yanran looked at it for a while and suddenly remembered that she hadn't bought popcorn. Pulling his younger brother to turn his head and go to find the old bird. At the moment, the blizzard outside the ice has not stopped. But Liu Yanran has a snow swallow eye patch. Look at the footprints on the ground. With the only remaining 20 horse fans, the pursuit continued. As long as there is the eye of the swallow, the old bird can't run out of the palm of my hand. And so they continued their search. The path of the old bird. Now, the hard-working Lu Hong couldn't help but complain. Sister, you said that you will chase stars. Why do you want to talk to your brothers? Bring out 500 little brothers. Now there are only 20 left. The old birds are really awesome. This should be the edge of the map. If he hadn't led the way. I didn't even know that there were snow-capped mountains. I heard my brother praise the old bird. Liu Yanran was immediately unhappy. What bullshit. He's just a man who doesn't wear clothes. The 2 of them were arguing. Suddenly, I saw that the footprints in front of me were gone. There was only a patch of black ash. Is this erased from the traces? Where the hell did the damn guy go? Li Yuyang saw a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. The old bird is standing on the edge of a cliff in the distance. If you look closely, the bald image has recovered. Li Yuyang also saw Li Yuyang below. A faint smile welcomes you to the end of the world. Li Yuyang doesn't care what the lens is. Even the old lady at the end of the earth has to kill you. He quickly ran towards Li Yuyang. Soon ran to the edge of the cliff. There is no road ahead. I really don't know how Li Yuyang passed. At this moment, Li Yuyang looked at Li Yuyang with a smile. Hold out a finger and point in the direction of the sea. The afterglow shone on him. He was like a pioneer. Explore the unknown. Follow the direction of Li Yuyang's finger. A large ship was slowly approaching from the sea. The age of discovery began. 5 years ago, a forum circulated a post called Pictures of the End of the World. Legend has it that it was taken on the coast of the North Continent. You can see from the picture that there is a ship in the sea. This once caused a discussion among players. Li Yuyang's previous life instructed. Heard about this life. He finally meets the legendary pirate ship. A pirate ship that can transport the player to a new world. The two of them looked excitedly at the big ship docked on the shore. The ship looked empty. After boarding the boat, Captain Skeleton was spotted sitting on the deck. Li Yuyang opened his mouth to be Lao Haimin. Is it Brook, please? Captain Skeleton didn't have a plan to think about it. To get on the boat, you must buy a ticket. 30 million gold coins. Why don't you force the Dirt Cat to blow up? According to the current in-game currency exchange ratio, 30 million gold coins is equivalent to 3 million cash. Dirt Cat also wants to bargain. Unexpectedly, the captain did not enter the oil and salt. The fixed price is 30 million. Not a single point less. Dirt just wanted the boss to give 10. Suddenly, an archer brushed his face. Look back. It turned out to be someone from the Machiao Guild who caught up. No way. I can only pay for it. Can 30 million buy first class? Captain Jack's glasses glow. 30 million can only buy second class. The first class cabin needs to complete the hidden mission of giving birth to children. Coincidentally, no. Li Yuyang was specialized before. Run to complete this task. Now he puts the task items. 28 ice sand teeth were pulled out. Captain Skeleton bowed his head to accept his teeth. Who expected that the teeth had just come into contact with Captain Skeleton? He was suddenly back in his flesh. Also has a good tooth. Now he's the real Captain Jack. Li Yuyang and Dirt Cat. Surprised to look at the transformed captain. Bing Sha's teeth are so effective. Now that you've done your job, then the first class is yours. Captain Jack pointed to the door of the cabin. Access to the cabin. There's nothing in it. A shabby mess. 30 million plus 28 dental implants. It's such a broken place. Dirk sat on the ground depressed. That's second class and third class. Li Yuyang replied weakly. The third class is the bow. The second class is the deck. When I heard this, I had to be speechless with the cat. I had seen the black one. I've never seen anything so dark. Li Yuyang comforted. It's good enough for both of us to do this. At least you don't have to be exposed to the sun and rain. Li Yuyang outside is miserable. I don't know if he can eat or not. Li Yuyang at this moment. I'm also bargaining with the captain. 30 million a second class you. Haven't you ever read a book? Captain Jack now has teeth. He also spoke hard. Love to do it or not. Don't fuck off. That's all Meijo is alive now. It's all here. It is impossible to give up the pursuit of the old birds. Li Yuyang gritted her teeth for the sake of Lord Ma Dongwang. My house can be sold. Not to mention the mere 30 million gold coins. Open the union's coffers. The old lady bought it. After Lu Hong heard it, you have to think twice. Li Yuyang turned her head and said that money is precious. The price of the elder brother is higher. If it is the king of Ma Dong, both can be thrown. After the captain received the money, when he opened his mouth, he bit off the ship's hair. Boat hair just digressed. The big ship began to ride the wind and waves, sail into the depths of the sea. Meliho set sail. Li Yuyang couldn't help any of them. An axe was draped over the first class, but the door didn't move. This is an indestructible target. Li Yuyang looked at the door angrily. Anyway, the ship has already left, just waiting for them at the door. I don't believe it. They can stay in it for the rest of their lives. A few people were there. Now, Li Yuyang and the two were still chatting in the first class. Dirk the cat listened to the movement outside. Are we going to wait here all the time? Li Yang said with a smile, don't worry. They immediately suffered from it. Suddenly, Li Yuyang. I heard an unusual sound coming from the sea. The good guys came so soon. Lu Hong and others outside also heard the movement. The hull began to shake. Lu Yuyang looked towards the captain. At this moment, Captain Jack was extremely excited. Ladies and gentlemen, there are big waves ahead. Please be prepared to go offline. A huge wave, covered from the side. Lu Yuyang looked at the huge waves above her in horror. His Meow's wife spent 30 million to buy a second-class seat. Not even a hellish place. Say it's too late, then it's too fast. The waves crashed on the pirate ship. The hull of the ship shook suddenly. Seawater poured into the deck, swept the whole ship into the maelstrom. Assistants surrounded him from all sides. Lu Yuyang looked at this big guy and exclaimed, I have never eaten 4 dishes and 1 soup with the old bird. Passengers, please hold on tightly. The first wave of sea monster attacks is coming. Life and death matter. Wealth is in the sky. Tickets for this captain's ship have been sold. No returns or exchanges are allowed. Lu Yuyang and others were surprised. Look at the tentacles in the sky. I didn't expect to take a boat and have a sea beast show. Huge tentacles swept towards the deck. A.B. The deep-sea squid appeared next to Mei Li Hao. Without saying a word, they attacked. A tentacle wrapped around a little quack's right leg. Let King Jing take off the sea. At the last moment, Lu Yuyang swung an axe and chopped down. The tentacles were suddenly halved in half. He looked at the crimson. Although the grade is not high, but it's not small. And in the sea, it's not good for your own battle. Lu Hong suddenly took the other side. There was even another one. That's a problem. It's not going to be wiped out. Lu Yuyang hurriedly shouted at Captain Jack. Captain Blackheart, 30 million stupid tickets bought. Doesn't it come with personal accident insurance? Captain Jack turned his head and smiled. I just sold the ticket, regardless of after sales. Of course, someone like this dares to shoot at me. I don't mind doing you a small favor either. Captain Jack said as he tackled a deep one. The sea squid frightened Lu Yuyang. Isn't he talking too impulsively to the big guy? There's only one left, and it's easy to deal with. Lu Yuyang along with other melee attacks. Tentacles reaching out to the ship. Attacked the main body directly from a distance. In the end, Lu Yuyang made up an axe. It's finally done. There was a mess on the deck. Lu Yuyang's sister and brother are also tired enough. He suddenly thought of the old man in the cabin again. The morale of the bird is not in one place. The old lady is tired and tired outside. He was motionless inside. 30 million each. Not even a life-saving service is provided. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and push on. Lu Yuyang said to her younger brother, let's reorganize the team first. Leave the crab's brother alone. Go back and order them takeout. Those who are still alive have to work harder. The words are not finished yet. Captain Jack was heard again in a low voice. In sexy voice. Attention all passengers. The second wave of attacks is coming. Lu Yuyang was stunned when she heard it. There is also a second wave of attacks. There was an endless sound. Another A-class monster came out of the seabed. Behemoths of the deep. The body length is 20 meters. The guy climbed into the boat as soon as he came out. Tilt the whole ship up. Li Yuyang hurriedly launched the order. Causes your teammates to attack in a hurry. The crackling skill hit him. But this guy has rough and weak skin. Stand up to the attack. He stretched out his head and bit down on the little quack on the deck. Seeing this, Li Yuyang immediately rushed forward. The homing axe slashed at the head of the beast, but it didn't work out well. It only caused a little skin trauma. Instead, the beast opened its mouth wide, wants to swallow Li Yuyang into his stomach. Li Yuyang jumped up and dodged, hurriedly called for fire support, and so they fought exhausted, drove the giant beast away. Li Yuyang really couldn't stand it. Angrily, he walked towards the captain. You're an old puppet. Two people who got on board a few years ago. Why not get involved in the fight? The captain only smiled faintly. The two of them are distinguished first-class customers. You don't have to be involved in such a dangerous game. Li Yuyang was still unwilling. Aren't you afraid that those monsters will sink the ship? The captain still has that expression, and the ticket is sold out. No returns or exchanges are allowed. Li Yuyang is going crazy. This guy is an NPC. It doesn't make sense at all. He had just turned his head and gone home. The captain behind him said lightly, "The third wave of attacks is coming." It scared the hell out of him. Before he could catch his breath, once again, huge waves broke off at the bottom of the sea. The hull of the ship also tilted. The second wave is all A-class monsters. This third wave is going to be alive. Sure enough, a black figure appeared on the deck. This time it was an A+ level deep-sea demon. It's not very big, but it also means that monsters can directly activate meat. Wrestling. Unexpectedly, this guy came up and didn't do anything. But I opened my mouth and offered me an offering. Or they will slaughter you all. Good guy comes up with a reasonable deep-sea demon. Or keep repeating the sacrifices to me. The little quacks on the boat were stunned. What the hell is it? Is it at the toll booth this time? After the deep-sea demon heard, said lightly, give me food, 1 hour at a time. If you don't give, I'm about to start the buffet. What kind of game? NPCs and monsters can take the player. Treat it like a pig. The beautiful pirate ship. The third wave of attacks is A+ deep-sea demons. As soon as this guy came up, he clamored for a buffet. Captain Jack was upset to hear it. If you want to eat a buffet, you can't do it. There are also distinguished guests in the first class. Do you want to fight me? The deep-sea demon was immediately intimidated. I'm talking about those players on the deck. Captain Jack was amused when he heard this. Third-class customers are not under my control. You can do whatever you want. Li Yuyang was shocked. NPC. Negotiate with the monster to treat the player as a buffet. It's unbelievable. Which brain-dead programmer wrote it? Captain Jack ignored Li Yuyang's protests. He only serves customers in the cabin. Ever since the appearance of this deep-sea demon, the weather is getting clearer. There is no wind anymore. Lu Hong looked at the phenomenon of this bowl of tea and was also very puzzled. It stands to reason that the higher the rank, the larger the platoon commander should be. What the hell is going on? The captain did not advise him to answer this question, because after the wind is lighter, the speed of the boat will be slowed down. So at this rate, there are 4 hours left in the flight. Enjoy it. Isn't this the end of it? That wants to reach the end. Didn't you have to pay for sacrifices? Yuyang couldn't hold her breath anymore. The paper axe rushed forward. Deep-sea demons don't hide at all. The axe slashed at his body. It went straight elsewhere. Suddenly, a system prompt shows a hidden task. Notmersev de deep 003. For sacrifices were handed in. After the deep-sea demon was hit with an axe, there was no reaction at all. Again, I repeated, please hand over the offerings. Wu Yuyang continued to attack. Others also began to provide fire support. But it doesn't matter what skill. Hit the body of the deep-sea demon. None of the harm was done. Look closely. He was covered in slime. It's this mucus. It's the ones that make both skills and attacks ineffective. Keep attacking. The crackling skill hits the deep sea demon. It lasted 50 minutes. They all fell to the ground from exhaustion. The deep sea demon was still unscathed. Hand over the sacrifice immediately. Lu Yanran knelt on the ground. No, the time is coming soon. That's when it happened. The backbone of the Ma Qiao Guild, Mr. Luo, raised his hand. I'll make a sacrifice. I don't have anything of value on me anyway. As a sacrifice, even if you die, you can play the last value. Instructions. Be sure to avenge King Ma Dong. Lu Yanran looked at her teammates who raised their hands. An indescribable taste in my heart. Although just in the game will not really die, but the pain will still be there. After the deep sea demon heard. Again, I confirm, whether you volunteered to make a sacrifice, the vitality method is to clench your fists. Again, emphasized, we must avenge Lord Ma Dong. And it was confirmed that it would be a sacrifice. As soon as the words fell, the whole person was surrounded by deep-sea demons, wrapped around with tentacles, upside down and swallowed into the stomach. Look at this horrific eating scene. Everyone else was stunned. I'm afraid this will leave a psychological shadow. The deep-sea demons don't care so much. After eating, he patted his ass and left. The captain saw the mountains and seas, and I had withdrawn. Then move on. Lu Yanran stared in the direction of the sea. I can't calm down for a long time. Now there are 5 union members left on board. Whoever is on the next offering. The crowd fell silent. Just like that, an hour passed again. The deep-sea demon came to dine as promised. Another union little quack went up. Lu Yanran looked at her righteous and awe-inspiring teammates, not waiting for him to be moved. The guy said, President, don't forget my death compensation. There is also the ability to minimize pain. It shouldn't be that scary. After saying that, he was eaten as afternoon tea. Now, there are only 4 people left. Lu Yanran's sister and brother also have 2 guild backbones. They began to take counsel about who would be the next sacrifice. Everyone looks like a short-haired girl. The short-haired girl is not happy. Why do you want me to go up? I don't want to go offline, so undignified. Again, I'm right. Due to allergies to Lu Yanran. Look at the short-haired girl who doesn't want to be a sacrifice. He gritted his teeth. I wondered if there was another way. Lu Yanran turned her head and asked the captain, is there a way to get rid of the slime of the deep-sea demon? The head of the regiment simply told them to give up. The Chinese New Year's Eve of the deep-sea demon is not afraid of fire. I'm not afraid of ice. It is also basically immune to physical damage. Unless the words are not finished. The demons of the deep have come to eat again. Open your mouth or the same sentence. Please hand over the sacrifice, Lu Yan. However, it was very unpleasant. The head of the garment was cut off again. The crackling bumps are endless. This time, the patient's value of the deep-sea massage has reached the limit. If you have a meal, you have to let the customer cook it yourself. There is no such reason. Immediately, his tentacles rushed at everyone. Lu Yanran deftly dodged over. But the short-haired girl was not so lucky. The left foot is caught. The whole person was wrapped in tentacles. The creepy chewing sound was heard. After eating, the deep-sea demon didn't leave. Keep attacking. Lu Yanran was furious. Isn't it an hour-long sacrifice? I've eaten it all. Why don't you leave? Captain Jack chuckled. How can it be called a sacrifice if you take it yourself? The deep-sea demon is trying to keep attacking. A black-footed girl next to her kicked up. The flame does not start. Kick the deep-sea demon out of the way. Lu Yanran looked at the figure in the flames in a daze. A red cloak fluttered in the wind, and the poles were not seen. I miss it so much. How are the Deer Horse fans doing? Lu Yanran looked at Li Yu, who suddenly appeared. A burst of surprise, old bird, you bastard. When the turtle shrinks its head, it's not cool. Didn't wait for Lu Yanran to finish scolding. The deep-sea demon next to him couldn't stand it anymore. Hitting is love, scolding is love. You two are here again to show affection. Li Yuyang easily dodged the tentacle attack. The figure of the deep-sea demon manifested in the thick fog. Suddenly, countless tentacles rose into the sky again. Li Yuyang didn't want to sit still. He rushed forward with a complaint. He turned his grievances upside down. Before he could rush to the side of the deep-sea demon, countless tentacles have been discovered. Li Yuyang, through the dexterous body, dodged the tentacles one by one. The backhand is a grumbling kick, knocked on the head of the deep-sea demon. Lu Yenran was frightened again. Why didn't the deep-sea demon slime take effect this time? Look closely. Where the grumbling and the head of the deep-sea demon come into contact, there's a lot of fine dust. Li Yuyang doesn't care if A is added or not. It was a series of violent beatings. It can be seen that Lu Hong and others can't close their mouths. What kind of strength is this? To be able to repay the apeless and the chief. The little Gaga, who was next to him, also said Vice President. Can we really avenge Lord Ma Dongwang? Lu Yenran is still thinking about it. What the hell is that black dust? It can even break the slime of the deep-sea demon. Suddenly, there was the sound of a bow drawn behind him. Dirt Cat actually shot behind Lu Yenran. This frightened Lu Yenran. Hurry and dodge. The sword was plunged directly into the leader's head. Countless dust fell. Lu Yenran stretched out her hand to catch the dust. Could this be sawdust? What the hell? The deep-sea demon is still afraid that the sawdust will not make it. It turns out that on the skin of the deep-sea demon, covered in slippery slime, these slimes make the deep-sea demons. Has a strong dodge ability. Not only can you dodge physical attacks, can also dodge magic skills. However, by applying it evenly on the weapon, oil plus sawdust, you can counteract this mucus. That's why Li Yuyang can beat the deep-sea demon. Li Yuyang himself also likes this thin skin very much. After solving the dodge ability in your hand, and he became a lamb to the slaughter. After a series of violent beatings by Li Yuyang, our buffet maniacs can't go crazy anymore. Li Yuyang smiled too much like a deep-sea demon. Don't think about jumping into the sea to wash off the wood chips. I've been covered in paint all over my body and weapons. The deep-sea demon didn't hesitate anymore when he heard it. Jumped off the deck and fled into the sea. Li Yuyang looked at the fleeing leader, laughing and saying to Dirt Cat that it's not over yet. Get ready to keep fighting. After saying that, he turned his head to look. Sure enough, the sea was already surging in the sea. One by one, whirlwinds slowly took shape. Surround the pirate ship. Float the sea devil in the sea. The eyes are constantly glowing. Suddenly he stuck his head forward. The tornado skill is activated. Countless tornadoes hit with sea laughter. Like a pirate ship, Lu Yenran was already stunned when she saw this. Are you going offline together? I don't know how many days the death penalty will be sealed. Li Yuyang twisted me and smiled. Now that my old bird has made a move, he will not be allowed to continue to succeed. Lu Yenran stared at this guy, although I don't want to admit it. But old bird, this guy is really strong, and not just in combat effectiveness. The old bird said with a startled laugh. I'm a first-class customer. You are allowed to go in and take refuge. All the horse powder hidden in the cabin. Look out the window at the waterspout. I'm almost off the line to order takeout. Li Yuyang and Dirt Cat did not go in. Dirt Cat looked at Li Yuyang in surprise. You're not a conscience finding. I want to accumulate virtue for myself. Li Yuyang said with a smile. Those guys still have value in the back. We can't let them just do it. As for us, surely it is going to catch this Orgent chief. Lu Yenran looked at Li Yuyang's back. His heart was shaken. This old bird is not so hateful either. Although often pit yourself. But as a teammate, you should be very reliable. Come to think of it, he clenched his teeth suddenly. The old bird is a jerk. King Ma Dong is my idol. Just when Lu Yenran was entangled in the cabin, Li Yuyang is ready to face the storm head-on. Then, After the discovery of the pirate ship in the northern continent, there are already players who have explored this place. And those exploration strategies, it's been ripe by the rolling melon I carried a long time ago. This time I just wanted to try out the forums. Is the great god reliable? A plus deep-sea demon. How strong is it at home of the ocean? Li Yuyang and Dirt Cat in front of him. Countless whirlpools were condensed. Watch as the deep-sea demon is about to activate its skills. Li Yuyang turned his head and shouted at Captain Jack. I don't want Meliho to be washed overboard. So he quickly capsized the boat. Captain Jack was unusually obedient this time. Distinguished first-class customers, you are what you say. The sails were immediately put away. Spirited. It also comes with a sentence that you don't want to be washed away. It's best to hide in the cabin. Li Yuyang turned his head and smiled. I'm going to make a big one this time. Hiding doesn't fit my old bird's identity. Brother the Cat is following Li Yuyang's instructions. Adjust the game volume. If you want to avoid these whirlpools, you have to listen according to the sound of the vortex rushing over, to determine whether it is clockwise or counterclockwise. Then follow the direction in which the vortex rotates. To adjust the sound position to dodge. Saw Li Yuyang easily dodge a whirlpool. Dago Cat no longer hesitates. Smoothly dodged too. Next, the two of them weaved through the whirlpool like loaches. This makes Lu Yinran too stupid. The game can still be played like this. The flyer has to shout 666 when he comes. The deep-sea demon sees his own skills. It didn't work, and began to condense the next skill in his hand. Slowly, the deep-sea demon condensed more and more water balls. The balloons are spinning. Surround the demons of the deep sea. After Li Yuyang saw this amount, immediately asked Dirk if the cat had ever played jerk-off. Before Dirk could answer, the center of the water polo began to shoot large water bombs. Dirt Cat was also surprised to see this. How to avoid this amount? Li Yuyang said with a smile, as long as the plane hits well. Ping, it can be hidden. The water bombs in the sky are overwhelming. The two of them woke up. Look at the water bombs that come at you. Li Yuyang hurriedly taught the Dirt Cat the strategy. Don't be intimidated by the sheer volume. You have to focus on the water bomb in front of you. These water bombs do not have a range of determination. You want to make sure that you have the key points. Don't be burdened. With that, he began to move in snakeskin. All the water bombs just passed by. Didn't hit a single shot. Dirk Mao carefully observed a sheep. He also began to imitate it. As an archer, the ability to observe is still outstanding. The two of them began to play a game of bullets again. Or maybe they all say that jerking off can increase dodge. The two of them talked and laughed like this. Dodge water bomb attacks again and again. Deke Mao once again felt the horror of Li Yuyang. It's like it's hanging up. Understands everything, even if it's a novice player. With him, you can still eat 4 dishes and 1 soup. Lu Hong was also shocked by the scene in front of her. Such cheats for firepower. None of them can reach those two guys. If you put it in chicken, the account will be offline in minutes. Li Yuyang's feet were in a hurry. Finally blocked this wave of attacks. The two hurriedly looked at the deep-sea demon in the distance. Little Quack continues. The deep-sea demon was not happy. As an A-plus boss, it was despised by the players. Since you dodge high, then this time it's up to you how you hide. The voice fell. There were huge waves in the sea. A huge tsunami surrounded the entire ship. Li Yuyang looked up at the giant waves. I couldn't help but get excited. Good guys, this must be more than 1,000 meters. You can't see the head at a glance. Dirt Cat looked at Li Yuyang nervously. Asked what to do next. Li Yuyang was observing the bottom of the sea. Now is the time. He grabbed the Dirt Cat and jumped off the boat. The deep evil demon also confused these two people to play. Let's start the game. Take the initiative to jump into the sea and order takeout. Lu Yinran was very anxious in the cabin. Why can you think about it? If you can't beat it, just hide in the cabin. As soon as the words fell, the waves crashed head-on. thanks to the fact that pirate ships are indestructible objects. Otherwise, the whole ship will fall apart. Captain Jack also watched the huge waves in the air, said with great regret, "I finally ran into 2 first-class customers." Was also photographed in a scum by the huge waves. The tsunami calmed down. Li Yuyang rushed out of the cabin. Lu Hong looked at his sister, who ran out. Could it be that my sister is suffering from an occupational disease? King Ma Dong is still thinking about the old bird. Lu Yuyang didn't care. Run to the pirate ship and look out into the ocean. Suddenly, I saw a familiar little black hand. I'm greeting him, Li Yuyang. The 2 of them stood in the sea and scathed. It's a real hammer. Zigishan doesn't care about the high-level level. Dirt Cat looked at Li Yuyang with a smile. Or you kid can play. Li Yuyang also smiled faintly. That's where it goes. The dead are yet to come. It turned out that the 2 of them were standing on the reef. According to the setting of the game, the tsunami skill does not cover land. In this reef, it is within 15 meters of the leader and connected to the land plate. So stand here. You could probably dodge a tsunami attack, since you dodged your ultimate. Next, it's time to eat sizzling squid. You have to make it delicious. I'm in a hurry to wait online. After the deep-sea demon unleashes the tsunami skill, there will be a minute of fainting time. How could Li Yuyang let it go? Such a good timing. Reaching out and summoning Jemingard. Riding Germangard. Rush towards the deep-sea demon at a speed of 80 miles. Barefoot vigorously provoked a season from the head of the coconut dreamer. The larger friction plate slashed over. Hide task complete. Lu Hong looked up and watched in a daze as the deep-sea demon was killed. He was now beginning to doubt his life. In reality, he punches hard. There are countless younger brothers. I didn't expect to become a younger brother on the internet. Not even a supporting role. At most, it's a small gada with a name. I'm sighing. The pirate ship has slowly come to shore. A huge iceberg is revealed. Lu Yuyang looked at the iceberg in the distance and was speechless. Where the hell has this gone? That's when it happened. Li Yuyang was in a hurry and rushed towards the iceberg. Lu Yuyang looked at the old bird that was far away. I can't stop waking up in a hurry, and I'm chasing here. I have to give an explanation. He quickly turned his head. Tell Captain Jack to speed up and catch up. Captain Jack didn't say no this time. Raised the sails and rushed up at an accelerated pace. The pirate ship broke through the ice all the way. The entire hull was driven to Iceland. The boat had just stopped. Lu Yuyang jumped off the boat. I didn't even look at the system's prompts. Shouted at Li Yuyang, who was about to disappear. You 2 stinky boys. Stop for the old lady. How could the 2 of them listen to Lu Yuyang? Birds don't bird him. Instead, they ran faster. The 2 of them looked at Lu Yuyang, who was chasing after them. Also speechless. That woman had more than 20 episodes before. See Jiajia's equipment rating. This way, after chasing over, it has already been rated B-level equipment. It is faster than the development of online dating fraud in the previous life. Boy, is this what I personally pitted? Suddenly, Lu Hong outflanked him from the side. He tried his best. Threw the long sword in his hand at Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang turned his head to look at the flying long sword. He turned around, facing the long sword. Does he want to use immortality and anti-armor again? But this distance can't hit us with anti-armor. Who knew that Li Yuyang laughed? It's always boring to use the old road. This time I promise to play a new trick for you. Activated due to the skin. I saw Li Yuyang. The whole body is wrapped in slippery and greasy mucus. Just like the deep-sea demons before it. It was just a slip on him, and he flew into the distance. Lu Yuyang looked at the old bird covered in slime. The dead pervert had to take shelter in the cabin. The deep-sea demon turned out to be the master who fought this one. A plus boots of the deep-sea devil. 200% increased movement speed. 300% increase in coefficient of friction. Possessed special skills. Due to the skin, after Li Yuyang showed his heart. Don't be verbose and turn around and run. Li Yuyang had a good impression of the old bird before. Suddenly disappeared without a trace. This old pervert even wears clothes. Nor is he a serious person. He lifted his foot to catch up, but as soon as I slipped my feet, I slipped off the ice. Even Lu Hongye suffered. Dirk Cat looked behind him in surprise. What's wrong with them? Li Yuyang grinned. Do you think I just showed off my skills? The ground has long been painted with 0 by me. Friction of the mucus. If only they could catch up. I'll let King Ma Dong kill the old bird again. Sure enough, Li Yuyang and the others couldn't climb up at all. You can only stop where you are. Song Chong looked at the system panel. There are only 30 minutes left in the hint of Deep Sea Nightmare 004. It's a day's face. When I first got off the boat, there's a 12-hour tip. Didn't pay attention at that time. Now look closely. There is a big problem with this Iceland. Start on the island. It's been 11.5 hours. But so far not a single monster has been encountered. And on the ice, there are corpses of sea creatures everywhere. Most importantly, the pirate ship even ran halfway up the mountain. Is there really any curse here? Just when Li Yuyang was thinking, the ground began to tremble. The tremendous movement made all 3 of them unsteady on their feet. Li Yuyang turned her head to look. Shocked by the sight in front of him, he couldn't close his mouth. A huge iceberg rises in front of you. There are 59 seconds left until the mission start time. Li Yuyang nervously looked at the changes in front of her. He struggled to think of clues. Dead sea creatures. A pirate ship that somehow climbed halfway up the mountain. Could this be because of the flipping of icebergs at the bottom of the sea? To the surface of the sea. Don't wait for him to figure it out. The ground beneath his feet began to tilt. It's a big deal. And so it goes. All the Machiao Cypriot groups had to go offline to order takeout. I don't know the little quack of the old bird. Where the hell did it go? If you find him, there may be a silver lining. I'm thinking about it. 2 familiar figures ran in front of him. None other than the old bird and the Dirk Cat. These 2 guys don't stop at all. Run straight to the ice. Li Yuyang gritted her teeth and looked at the back in the distance. Although this pervert is shameless. But it has to be admitted. If you want to live, you have to follow him. Li Yuyang thought of this. Say hello to Lu Hong. He lifted his foot and chased after him. Now, Li Yuyang and the old bird have been one of the icebergs from the iceberg. The cave jumped. Li Yuyang followed. But he didn't find out. After he entered the cave, the entrance to the cave was quickly dried up by the ice cube. From a distance, the whole of Iceland is divided into 2 parts. It's like a mirror, towering over the sea. Congratulations on entering the Blade Battlefield Neutral Zone. Congratulations on becoming the #1 visitor. Li Yuyang listened to the system prompt. I couldn't help but laugh. How this is not into it. The body of the master of Iceland is up. It is not known whether he is male or female. Dago Cat was speechless. It was all ice cubes here. Aren't you cold enough? It's just the 2 of them. When there was still small talk, Li Yuyang, their lives are not easy. Exhausted and tired. Finally ran into the ice cave at the last minute. He was almost swept to the bottom of the sea. It was a failure. Li Yuyang looked up. There is ice everywhere here. Looks like you can move forward. There is only the cave in front of you. He didn't know what was in front of him. There is always a feeling of being trafficked by an old bird. It doesn't matter if you don't give that kid a knife. The old lady will never be able to swallow this breath. At this moment, Li Yuyang is using the Eye of Insight. Observe the 2 openings in front of you. This skill, it's the time before when I killed the deep sea demon. Passive skills gained. There are several options to choose from. Eliminate one of the most powerful options. Just right for the situation at hand. Dirk Cat looked at Li Yuyang with a smile. The little bird is really as reliable as King Ma Dong. Li Yuyang took out another bottle of whale oil from his backpack. I threw it in the hole on the right. Dirk Cat looks at the liquid rolling down. You're trying to trick Li Yuyang into walking to the hole on the right. He shouldn't be that stupid. Li Yuyang touched it. He's very smart. Otherwise, it won't be in the top 20 in the game. I'm just going to take advantage of his cleverness. A game where you guess, and I don't guess. Not for a while. Lu Yinran, they also came to this fork in the road. Look at the hole on the right with traces of liquid in it. Lu Yinran was stunned for a moment. What is the operation? Is it deliberately seduced? Lu Hong and the others also ran out of ideas. One wants to go to the left. One wants to go to the right. At this time, the eldest sister is about to play a role. Since I deliberately made a mark in the hole on the right. If it is according to normal people, they may go to the left. But according to the temper of the old bird, it will definitely go the other way. Lu Hong said weakly, if the old bird they know, you will guess their intentions. Lu Yinran gently hugged her face. Annoying, that's what you know I know. Things you don't know. If you don't care, just go to the right for a while. Lu Yinran and the three of them drilled out of the hole. Enter a wide ice cave. He looked at the roof of the cave in a daze. How big is Iceland exactly? There's actually a square inside. The voice fell. Congratulations on entering the Blade Battleground Right faction. Congratulations on becoming the #1 visitor. Lu Yinran was really dumbfounded this time. The first visitor. That is to say, he was tricked by the old bird again this time. He quickly turned around and tried to go back the way he came. But the entrance to the cave was already frozen in ice. Angry, he poured air at the ice. Lu Hong had an expression of peace when he sent it. Look at everything in front of you. Anyway, it's not the first time I've been pitted by an old bird. Isn't the old lady used to it yet? Let's hurry up and see what clues there are. There are a lot of bones scattered around here. Go a little further. You can see a huge demon corpse. This body type and dress. Could it be a monster of the demon clan again? The men needed for the Blade battlefield have arrived. Matchmaking mode is on. Under Lu Yinran's surprise gaze, the skeleton next to it began to reassemble. One by one, the skeletons slowly stood up. I don't know, I thought it was your on next door. The Deep-Sea Villain 005 mission begins. Please help the demons of the right. Defeat the giants of the left. What the hell? If you enter the hole on the right, you are rightist? One by one I woke up. All of them are desperate demon skeletons. Bang! The ice at the entrance of the cave exploded. Lu Yinran looked at everything that was happening in front of her. There is an illusion that I have become a little quack myself. A group of giant skeletons rushed out of the hole. The lowest level is also urgent. Look at the menacing giants. Lu Yinran reflected this time. Involved in the demon undead clan. In the great battle with the giant undead. Is this the matching pattern? The player on the other side hasn't finished talking yet. Just from the giants. The skeleton soldier found the familiar figure. Isn't this just a damn old bird? The old bird was having a good time. Come on, let's have a good match with the uncle. Lu Yinran looked at the army rushing up. There was a burst of moms selling batches in my heart. How can you fight with such a big disparity in strength? Li Yuyang rode Gemingard with a dirt cat. Leads an army of skeletons. Russia, little gotta bulldoze them for me. Dirk looked ahead with a smile. That's a bit of a disparity in strength. How do you do it? Of course it costs money. Matching. At first, you can spend money in exchange for more troops. I guess I don't even know how to play on the other side. Lu Yinran can't manage so much. Then to be pit all the time chasing behind. It's still like this. It is more in line with the tone of the old lady. As he spoke, he also pulled out his big axe. As the demon skeletons rushed forward, Great War I is imminent. The sound of explosions and skulls shattering was incessant. This cold and frozen interior suddenly came alive. The left knife is crunchy. The right axe is crunchy. The demon skeleton soldiers led by Lu Yinran's sister and brother. Be invincible. Kill all the way through. Overwhelming. Looked at a group of giant skeleton soldiers rushing up in front of him. Lu Yinran shouted. Suddenly, a huge golden shield stood in the way. It turned out that this little quack was called Zhang Yida. He is one of the elders of the Ma Qiao Union. The shield in his hand was a B-class piece of equipment. The defense is very strong. This guy triumphantly flaunts his defense. Imperial power. As everyone knows, standing on the opposite side can even break invincibility. Old bird and cat. Looking at the battlefield form, there is no advantage over the Steven. Sister Li Yuyang. Brother, a meat shield, a warrior. Plus that Zhang Yida. These skeletons are no match. Li Yuyang told the skeleton soldiers to continue the attack. Then he explained, these giant skeletons are in a hurry though. However, defense and movement speed are not as good as normal. And the way of attacking is also very monotonous. It's normal to beat them violently. Dege Cat doesn't understand that this is the case. So what do you spend money on a Bentley for? Li Yuyang touched his face. Is the smile gradually metamorphosed to match the pattern? So, what do you really do? The best is yet to come. With that, he suddenly asked Dirk Cat, how was your expression just now? Is it handsome enough? Dirk turned his head to look at the guy. Faintly replied to the dog Old Bird. With the strength of the 3 people of the Machiao Guild, the battle lines of the giant skeletons are retreating. Lu Yinran finally raised her eyebrows and exhaled. This time, the old lady can seize the opportunity. I'm going to hang the old bird up and beat it up. So saying, he took possession of the high ground. Suddenly, there was a sound in the giant skull race base. Roar! The left camp is about to fall. The fierce fighting spirit of the fighters stimulates the dominators of the peak battlefield. Lu Yinran listened to the system, prompt in surprise. Skeletron opened his eyes. Lu Yinran was dumbfounded. Look up at the big guy in front of you. This is the A+ giant Skeletron. It is a full 50 meters high. It's a foul. How can there be a spring that runs out and beats people by itself? Zhang Yida, who is known as the most coercive shield, is also stupid. He looked at the shield in his hand. What is the name of a burst of heart? Zhang Yida's laughter is not good. Boom! Skeletron grabbed it with one claw. Those undead little quacks turned to ashes in an instant. Lu Yinran saw the scene in front of her. Really angry at this Meowth video. There's no fairness at all. Gidge Cat was also surprised that these two were summoned by you. Are you? Is Supreme Shun the illegitimate son of an executive? Li Yuyang said with a smile. Victory conditions for this game is to get rid of the boss in the opposite base. But only the enemy landed on the high ground will wake up the leader. They are meant to kill the enemy and advance. Surely be the first to awaken our chief. So now is the time for us to counterattack. Li Yuyang licked his tongue. Led by the giant skeletons, launched a counterattack with Skeletron the Giant. Lu Yinran looked at the attacking Li Yuyang. Although I don't know what trajectory he played. But now, Skeletron hasn't come yet. Just get rid of him. Lu Yinran took the lead in attacking Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang easily dodged. He looked at the old bird in front of him, laughing and talking. I finally caught up with you. I will definitely avenge Lord Ma Dong. After all, it was another series of attacks. But Li Yuyang didn't even have a hair. He ignored Lu Yinran and continued to walk forward. For this woman, Li Yuyang also has a headache. It's really hard to be a brain-dead fan of your own trumpet. Lu Yinran was really angry. He stood stunned, angry, staring at the old bird who ignores himself. Actually looked down on the old lady. At this moment, the right-wing camp on the battlefield is losing ground one after another. Skeletron the Giant is just too strong. Not an order of magnitude at all. Right now, a familiar system prompt sounded. The camp of the right is about to fall. The fierce fighting spirit of the fighters stimulated another dominator of the blade battlefield. In the amazed eyes of everyone, Wang Lin Skeleton King walked out slowly. The same as Agaji. The same as 50 meters at a height. As soon as the two Wang Ji's guys met, they started fighting. Tremendous power. Grind the surrounding little quacks into powder. 250-meter A+ bosses fight. This kind of situation is really rare, Lu. For the first time, Hiroshi felt like messing with his sister. It's not useless. At least I can see it for a long time. Cat also looked at the two behemoths in a daze. That is, the old bird can find this kind of electricity resource. The battle between the two bosses gradually heats up. At this time, Li Yuyang licked his lips again. Excitedly said, "Is this the matching mode? How the waves come. This is called a Class A elevator walk. Is grade B as much as a dog? 5 people who have just entered the ice cirque. I saw 2 A-level students with a height of 50 meters. Boss battles. The 2 chieftains are stronger than the other. B-class monsters are in their hands. Not even a little quack." Lu Yanran looked at the current situation in a daze. He slowly recovered from his shock. Although it is not possible to meddle in the battle of A-plus bosses, but he can take the opportunity to sneak attack Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang at this moment is staring at the two intently. It's a good time to sneak up on you. Lu Yanran just clenched the axe in her hand. I heard the old bird in front of me speak lightly. I advise you not to bend your mind. Now you and me. The strength is no longer at a level. Just watch them decide it out. My patience is also limited. If you don't know what to do, I wouldn't mind dropping you off the line for takeout. Li Yuyang was talking. The 2 A-plus bosses have decided the winner. Skeletron of the Dead is not a giant at all. Skeletron's opponent, after being knocked to the ground, it was dismantled into a pile of bones. Nightmare of the Deep 005 mission completed. The left wins. Li Yuyang did not wait for the type of system question at all. Accelerate to the battlefield. A leap jumps onto the giant Skeletron's head. Skeletron the giant has just been victorious. There is no defense at all. Li Yuyang smiled and looked at the skeleton below. Your mission, King, is over. Next, let's play with Wang Lin and the Skeleton King. Hold a grumbling. A stimulus. It pierced the skull of the giant Skeletron. Lu Yanran was even more surprised this time. I've seen people who cross the river and tear down bridges, but I've never seen a few NPCs killed. Looked at Li Yuyang in front of him. Lu Yanran really took it this time. Angry chased after him. This kid is like hanging up, familiar with the terrain and the characteristics of monsters. Even the leader of Gaji, is just a pawn of him. Who the hell is he? Earn the first Skeletron kill achievement. Earn the achievement of being the first person on Blade Battlefield. Gain the grace of the Lord of Iceland. Listen to a series of system prompts. Li Yuyang laughed. It's the little ones who make the choice. Adults, of course, all of them. Lu Yanran looked at Li Yuyang, who had deepened with various buffs. The admiration in my heart grew stronger. Before he could boast, the ice began to shake. Countless pieces of ice fell. The sleeping Wang Ling was liberated. The Blade Battlefield is about to be destroyed. The purpose of Li Yuyang's visit has been achieved. He and Deke Mao ran quickly towards the exit. Lu Hong. They were also preparing to run out. Suddenly, I heard a small rattling sound behind me. Brother Lu, save me. It turned out to be Zhang Yida's kid. Crushed ice crushed the body. Big guy until now. Still showing off the shield he built. Luckily, I have my B-rank shield. Only from the aftermath of the A-plus boss battle. Survived. But now is not the time for nonsense. The ice is collapsing faster and faster. After saving Zhang Yida's little quack, the frozen exit was also blocked. Now it's too late to chase Li Yuyang again. Could it be that the Macho Guild is over? Of course, Lu Yanran was unwilling to stop there, although admitting that the old bird is strong. But Lu Yanran, who would not admit defeat, looked around. Suddenly, something familiar came into view. Li Yuyang and Cat have run out of the freeze. Look at the sea ahead. Cat suddenly felt. The two of them may also be positive. Li Yuyang is very calm and follows me as an old bird. How could it be possible to die in such a place? And you know, even if it's offline now, with the equipment and materials in hand, it's already worth 300 million. Cat was also surprised when she heard it. It's a rare one. This trip is a lot of money. Li Yuyang looked at the stunned dirt cat. I came up and touched him, and it scared me. I'm going to tell you. This freeze is just the starting point of the trip, believe it or not. Next, we're going to explore even more exciting places. With that, he took out a ground-level blue water bead. This is made with the slime of the deep-sea demon. It has good water sealing and ductility. The two of them will not break if they sit in it together. Just when the two of them were talking to me. Not far away, the sea set off a wave of waves. A huge figure looms. Li Yuyang is still praising the effect of blue water droplets. Things are also insulated from pressure and temperature. Standing here is comparable to the treatment of first class. The words are not finished yet. Mei Li Hao actually made it in front of the two. What's going on? Could it be that Captain Jack has come to pick us up? Li Yang thought for a moment. At that time, I didn't buy a royal ticket. If you look closely, it turns out to be Liu Yinran in length. There are also two other people from the Maqiao Union. The good guys thought they were all there was to it. I didn't expect him to find a way to live, even if it's a past life. I haven't heard of a player leaning on a pirate ship. Come out alive. Lu Hong shouted at his sister that we should go offline. I'm already hungry. Of course, Liu Yinran will not agree to go offline now. After going live, it may not be in the northern continent. We have to find a landing site. Otherwise, those moments will be in vain. He thought about Li Yang's previous words. The anger in my heart is about to be suppressed. This guy actually underestimated himself. Although this time, I can't catch up with him. But next time, he will definitely pay the price. The old lady did what she said. At this moment, Li Yuyang and the others have sunk to the bottom of the sea. The two of them sat comfortably in the blue water. This time it may take several days to reach the destination. Dirk was also surprised when she heard it. Are we going to stay here forever? That must not starve to death. Li Yuyang turned his head and said with a smile, It's okay if we go offline now. After it goes online, it will be in the blue water beads. This prop is like a lander. Don't worry about having to make a trip. Li Yuyang stood up and stretched out his arms. Now it's time to take a break for a long time. I still have something to do in reality. Let's go live again in 75 hours. I'll send you a message when the time comes. Dirk said yes with a smile. Look at the darkness of the deep sea. Dirk asked this. Isn't there a more powerful monster? Li Yang sighed. Those two A-class guys from before. It's basically the same as a mob here. Hear this. Dirk Cat was even more excited. Case. The two of them went to the book and began to rest. For days later, the deep sea was in shambles. Countless monsters have died. Congratulations to Lin for getting the first kill of the troll. Before the resurrection of the troll, there will be no high tide in the North Continent. There will also be no wind and waves on the sea. Li Yuyang, who killed the giant demon. At the moment, it has been upgraded to level 50, on top of countless titles. A new title has been added, and it's also an S-class giant monster with a paleontological pole. The corpse sank to the bottom of the sea, motionless. The death of this hegemon of the seas attracted the attention of a more powerful being. A meaningful hint popped up. There are still 70 hours left until the relanding. Inside the headquarters of the H country of the tour hall, the president was walking slowly with his coffee in hand. After her subordinate Xiaomei saw it, immediately called out to the leader. Say something big is happening. This little quack bladder chiseled. This is the homepage of the Old Birds. What happened to him? Xiaomei explained. Old Bird uploaded 12 videos at once today. The president calmly handed over the hand-ground coffee. How can I upload so many at once? The best effect is to upload it in different time periods. And upload so much at once, it must have affected the traffic. How many plays are there now? Xiaomei returned to 50,000 plays. The president smiled, and only 50,000. It's just enough for one meal. Xiaomei turned around and said yes embarrassedly. 50,000 per video. The president couldn't calm down. This statistic is already terrifying. A total of 12 videos, nearly 1 million views in just a few minutes. But after seeing the video of the old bird, the president stared at the screen incredulously. Is this an exploration into uncharted territory? All of them are A-level leaders. No wonder the number of plays is so high. Hurry up and contact the old bird now. I contacted him personally. The voice fell. The president took out his mobile phone, dialed Li Yuyang's number. Hello, Li Yuyang is pretending. Not available to answer the phone. The president was speechless. Could this guy enter the game again? Explosions erupted in the ancient city of evil. Yin Jiaxu deserves to be the strongest shield in the face of an attack of this intensity. Unscathed. See Virus attacking again. The stone Buddha is still as solid as a rock. Virus laughed wildly. This time it's the Pro League. But it's different from the last time. You turtles won a city race. Do you feel like you're number one? Yin Jiaxu was not annoyed. As a meat shield, he is not the main force this time. I don't know how strong you are, but defeat you. All we need is one of our newcomers. Words are not speculative for more than half a sentence. The beatings continued, and the fights began back and forth. Willis knows it too. You can't break this guy's defenses on your own. But just wait for your teammates to come over. Yin Jiaxu also smiled. What a coincidence. That's what I thought too. Right now. Explosions could be heard in the distance. A dazzling light illuminates the entire ancient city of evil. Virus felt a sense of unease in his heart. What the hell is going on? Why is there such a big movement? Yin Jiaxu is still smiling at your group. How could Xiao Gaga understand the strength of King Ma Dong? Magma is scattered all over the sky as if it doesn't need money. The rest of the team was stunned. As the captain of one of the winning teams in City Wars. Still stunned. This guy is hanging. Right now. A handsome figure slowly walked out of the flames. I heard you little quacks miss me. Then I'll give you a big gift. Don't give anyone else time to react at all. King Ma Dong rose to the sky. One punch smashed the little quack to pieces. Another punch directly put another small quack. It was also beaten into slag. This figure is a gesture of slaughter. It made the audience in the arena look stupid. The commentators on the commentary platform were stunned. I don't know how to describe it. After holding it for a long time, he held back a sentence of Ma Dongwang. King Ma Dong was not idle. A flame fell from the sky. Everywhere he went, there was killing. This blow alone took out 17 players. There was silence in the arena. The audience was completely dumbfounded. There were 130,000 spectators. This one is next. Maybe President Liu Yinran will add another 100,000 members. Glasses are hard to explain. Looking at King Ma Dong at this moment. Like the god of war, he stands in the middle of the battlefield. A plus level in front of the weird curtain. A plus level unlimited. A full set of equipment for the full body, a expedited full stage. Make your opponents look desperate. If with the coach tears in his eyes. This moment was the highlight of his career. SmithKline. King Ma Dong looked at the kill panel very calmly. There are 26 kills. There was a first, second, and third, a difference of 108,000 miles. Numerous TV stations also broadcast the city race. A few people from the museum were also watching the broadcast. The president stared at Ma Dongwang on the screen. He froze. What a wonderful comparison. Then he swallowed. It's a shame not to go to the scene. Ah! He turned around and instructed his men to convene a council meeting immediately. This horse poison king is the same as the old bird. We all have to win the exclusive live broadcast rights. Suddenly, the keen-eyed president noticed a hint. Unusual taste. There were two flyers in the same era. And it's not a male and a female. The old bird has just returned from the North Road. King Ma Dong updated his equipment. Could it be that the two of them are the same person's account? 5 kills or nothing. Li Yuyang burst into flames. Don't kill 17 pros directly. Achievement kill, God Ming Hao. The ID of Ma Dong Wang resounded throughout the game circle. Once crushed the prestige of the old bird. Just after the first round, Li Yuyang walked out of the game cabin. Take out your phone and take a look. Good fellas. More than 100 missed calls. The call is coming again. Look at the phone number on your phone. Li Yuyang smiled. This guy is Song Sung-woo, the president of YouTube. It was he who called to invite Li Yuyang at the beginning. Participate in the anniversary celebration of YouTube. He also said that he hoped to sign an exclusive contract with the old bird. If the old bird signs an exclusive afterward, YouTube didn't just put together a team specifically for him. A variety of business services can also be provided. Li Yuyang laughed when he heard this. Your offer doesn't sound tempting at all. I'll do the videos myself. No one else is needed at all. And some platforms have already offered higher prices. Song Chung was anxious when he heard it again. If you can move the old bird here, at least I can go up one level. He immediately lowered his profile, even if he didn't sign an exclusive. You have a lot of fans on other platforms. We mainly want to reach a long-term cooperation with you, even if it's not exclusive. Those conditions will also be given to you. Li Yuyang smiled again after hearing this. Is that what an honest person should say? Then I'll make it clear to you. Cooperation is no problem. Even the overseer can negotiate. But you have to promise me one condition. Song Chung was immediately excited again. What conditions you can mention? I immediately reacted to my superiors. Li Yuyang said lightly, I want to be a coach. You're about the head coach who formed the global team. Dong Chung said again, I don't have that much authority myself, but I will convey it to my superiors as soon as possible. Li Yuyang squinted and smiled. That's good. Contact me when you're done. These platforms are all old foxes. Looks like we're going to have to make some big noise. After that, Li Yuyang entered the northern continent. When I came back, I uploaded a strategy video. A shampoo that leaps into a big platform. But looking at Song Sung-woo who called. Li Yuyang did not answer this time. He knows what these platforms are for. But he, Li Yuyang, is not one of those stun boys. I'm in a hurry now. Not yourself anyway. Just forgive them a little longer. With that, he put on his mask and returned to the arena. The second round of the Tumbler Cup Finals has officially begun. The commentator excitedly announced the rules of the game. After the first round of elimination, there are still 25 teams left. This will be followed by a points-based knockout round. Ultimately, the 3 teams with the highest number of points will be selected. Round 3 of the Grand Final. Each team has 5 players to compete in the wheel battle. The team that destroys the opponent first wins. Now the competition has officially begun. The first K1 team versus StarCraft team. The first to play is the number 1 teacher Buddha in China, Yin Jiaxiu. His opponent is the 3rd-ranked double knife in the country. Li Junho's battle was particularly fierce from the start. The Master Buddha will not be named after the Majest. There is no rival under the double shield. Solve the other party without any accidents. The K1 team won with 1.7 points. Next up is the Iron Beast team. This time, K1 is leading the way with the Flying Fly. Away faced the strongest fighting Iron Fist Beast. The team was powerless. 1 punch, 1 crunch, 1 string dance to win easily. This superstar is rising. Overwhelming. Next up is K1 versus Heaven and Earth Alliance. The Heaven and Earth Alliance team is currently far behind in points. They seem to be in a hurry. As soon as they came up, they sent out ace players. This guy is also really strong. Under the repeated attacks of Lei, Hu, and Song Iza, I played for 4 hours. I finally got rid of him. The trump cards are all down. Other opponents are not to be feared. The K1 team is in high spirits. Won all the way without the dispatch of Ma Dongwang. Li Yuyang looked at his teammates. It was also a relief. The current K1 team, even if he doesn't shoot, it's also much stronger than in the previous life. Yin Jiaxiu was very crazy in his previous life. As the number 1 in the country, he is not a teammate at all. It's also a lot shorter now. Thunder Tiger has also made great progress. There are also pine chairs that are also a lot more modest. Not to mention Maretti in this guy, although he was also strong in his previous life. But at this point in time, he is also the star who just debuted. Now everything is different. Could it be the appearance of the king of my Madong? Is it so much of a stimulus to them? Isn't it just a little better than all of them? No, it's more than all of them combined. I thought about it a little more. King Ma Dong is humble. A cup of coffee is delivered in front of you. Li Yuyang was speechless. The service is very good. But Lao Tzu wears a mask. How to Drink the coach is also excited at the moment. Crush your opponents along the way. Even the whole cards are not out of the opposite 15. How powerful it is. He immediately came over and patted King Ma Dong. It's a composition. As long as he's still around. The winner of the finals is not yet handheld. After 9 wins in a row, the K1 team went into a short break. I'm going to play 10 games today. Just win it all. Points are absolutely overwhelming for all teams. All eyes on it. The 10th matchup of K1 began. This time the opponent is the Mad Dogs. This team is from a small, remote city. I heard about the play-in tournament for that city. It's not as good as a large internet cafe in the capital. Team competitions have a high gold content. The coach didn't care at all. Get ready. Send Fei Gu again for a beautiful string of dances. In today's battle, the Mad Dog Sentai Sen is 4-star ranked master magician Kim Jong-un. This woman was not a professional player before. Only one folk god. But now it seems, facing the little flyer in the sky. He didn't even have stage fright at all. Kim Jong-un took the lead in launching the attack sprout skill. Unleash the duties around him not to grow wildly. Surrounded to the little flyer. Lin Yu has used this trick. At first he was young and ignorant. How can I suffer another loss this time? The little flyer threw a punch full of flames. The coach watched from the sidelines and laughed. Full set and shoes for the little flyer. All come with a fire attack. Orbiting these plants is not yet a matter of minutes. But something surprising happened. Under the flames, those plants didn't burn. And it doesn't look like it has an impact at all. Kim Jong-un smiled. You know what I'm trying to do to grow these plants? How much effort has been put in? Your little fire attack is too far off. The voice fell. Those plants that were originally harmless to humans and animals suddenly opened its fangs, turned into man-eating weeds. It's not going to be easy. So many man-eating grasses rely only on physical attacks. Hammer to the year of the monkey and the horse month. Kim Jong-un sneered and looked at the little flyer. Now do you know how powerful plants are? Li Yuyang looked at the madness calmly on the sidelines. Team Dogs after this season. The team that didn't do very well in the game. And he was born in a small city in the middle of nowhere. It's not noticeable at all. But if I borrow it well. In the previous life, the Black Clothes were defeated by the Mad Dog. The second round of the Tumbler Cup Finals. The K1 team is devastating. 9 wins in a row. As long as you win the 10th game, you will enter the 3rd round safely. This time the opponent. It's a little-known Mad Dog team. Claws. One of the appearances is the 4-star magician Gold Needle Embroidery. This little quack is a little weird. Summon plants? I'm not afraid of live attribute attacks. But Little Flyer is not a vegetarian either. How could a mere summon trap his steps? Can't destroy the cannibal flower when seen. The Little Flyer immediately turned around. A punch was punched straight to the Gold Needle Embroidery himself. Something weird happened. I didn't see the movement of the Gold Needle Embroidery at all. The woman had already dodged the attack. This hand not only made Xiao Fei stunned for a moment. Uncle Xian was also dumbfounded. Is this the power of the folk gods? It seems that this game is really undecided. The Japanese troops in the field continued to attack. At this distance, the opposite side couldn't dodge this punch at all. Who see? Xiao Fei's fist actually passed through the Gold Needle Embroidery. What the hell is this? Is there a stand-in technique that can be done? Without waiting for him to think, there was a crackling sound behind him. The gold needlework is just behind the side of little Feege. A series of lightning attacks hit the little flyer, and he was numb. The little flyer carries the paralyzing effect. After turning his head to look at the crosstalk, a beautiful punch was struck. It's a pity that he was still dodged by the gold needle embroidery. Although it didn't hit the target, at least succeeded in interrupting the skills of the other side. But the situation is not good. You can only be beaten passively. The gold needlework took refuge in the plants. Looks like you're highly resistant to magical attacks. I heard that you were the superstar of all this. I don't know the honorific name. Maritian was speechless. I don't even know my name. I'm embarrassed to boast about myself. He said helplessly, my name is Maritian. Who knows after Kim Jin-so heard. Immediately stared at the little flyer with wide eyes. The little flyer suddenly felt weak in his limbs. Dizzy. Kim Jin-so saw that the little flyer was motionless. I know that my skill has been successfully hit. He slowly walked towards the little flyer. The coach outside the field was anxious when he saw this situation, shouting for the little flyer to change. But the little flyer in the field didn't seem to hear it. The system prompts you to sleep in a severe, abnormal state. The little flyer just stood there motionless, watching the gold needle embroidery handle stretched out to his chest. Baby, go offline and order takeout. The magic missile is launched. Bang! The little flyer sat up from the game pod. It's so aggrieved. Didn't even touch the other side. I don't even know when I got hit. Coach Ryu also hurried over. Check the status of Maritian. What the hell happened to you in the end? Xiao Feek reluctantly said that he was in a state. But I don't know when. Right now. The battle in the arena continued. Jean Needle Embroidery did not choose to replace. Continued to fight Thunder Tiger. This one is a duel between two mages. Look at the gold needle embroidery that keeps retreating. Ryu breathed a sigh of relief. There is no data on this woman. She didn't play when City was shortlisted. This time the finals will be her first match. The situation on the field has been reversed. The Golden Needle show saw a head-to-head fight. Magic doesn't have any advantages. She chooses to use magic. Extremely resistant piranha attack. These plants are not at all afraid of the electrical attack of the Thunder Tiger. It made Lei Hu fall into passivity. Until obsolescence. Song Yi, who came on the field, was even more helpless. I can't even touch the other side, let alone say it. The ground is full of plants, and they are eliminated faster. Let's talk about frying. What a strength this is. When did there be a demon of this level in the country? Mage 2. The rating of a mage is different from that of an assassin or a warrior. The most important thing for them is the magic book. A powerful magic book. It can greatly increase the strength of the magician. But these magic books are not something that can be bought with money. A roar was heard. It turned out that the Stone Buddha appeared as the #1 meat shield player on the leaderboard. Although the attack power is not the strongest. But if you want to rely on plants, you need to solve it. Apparently impossible. The Stone Buddha also felt the pressure at this moment. The woman is indeed not ordinary. From the beginning to the present. I didn't hit her at all. Once again, the Golden Needle show unleashed a thunderbolt spell. Strict accumulation of momentum. In front, spells can't penetrate heavy shields at all. Kim Jin-so also smiled helplessly. I didn't expect this guy to be so meaty. It's a fierce horse. The coaches off the field were also cheered up. It doesn't matter what kind of magician he is. That is good at putting a few controls. Skills and attack skills are combined. Nothing more. It's not enough in the face of absolute power. Kim Jin-so. Once again, he dodged Yin Jiashu's shield attack. I heard that you were the #1 player in the domestic competitive rankings. Is your name Amato? Yin Jiashu was furious when he heard it. Lao Tzu looks like a fierce horse. Like, listen up. My name is Yin Jiashu. As soon as the words fell, A burst of powerlessness dared to come. The body that had been sprinting stopped. Weakness in the limbs. The brain went blank. Jin Jinshio smiled. Okay, big brother, don't be angry. I know your name is Yin Jiaxiu. Yin Jiaxiu was completely stunned at the moment. Not only the body is unable to move, even the ability to recover is gone. Now I am a living target. Even if the defense is amazing, I can't bear to be attacked by magic all the time. The coach was also stunned when he saw this. A wave of self-reproach came. It's all my own, coach. Didn't do a good job of gathering intelligence. Otherwise, the team wouldn't have fallen into this passive situation. After hiding the skill again, enter in voice. A tapping sound came. Okay, Yin Jiaxiu. You come down. Change me to Yin Jiaxiu gritted his teeth after hearing it. At the moment the sleep state is gone, he held a shield in front of him. The gold needle embroidery smiled when he saw it. It's useless to have 10 shields. The old lady is sure of you. Right now. Replace his teammates' apertures. Appeared behind Yin Jiaxiu. Boss Ma will leave it to you below. Yin Jiaxiu slowly disappeared into the aperture. After seeing this scene, the narrator said, he swallowed his spit too. Could it be that the man is going to play? Just under the nervous waiting of the audience, a red figure appeared in the field. King Ma Dong officially debuted. The Golden Needle show is still calm, no matter who comes. I'm all 55 open. He looked at the mighty King Ma Dong, put on a smiling face. I heard that you are the ace of the K1 team. I'm still a fan of yours. I watch every game of yours. May I ask if your nickname is Ma Dong Wang? King Ma Dong was stunned for a moment. An elegant rather than polite voice, coming from inside the armor. I'm your uncle. Interviews are now open. Please, what is your current ranking? I can make it to the top 3 if I want to. So what is your profession? Previously worked as a programmer. Now, of course, it's a pro. So why did you give up your job as a programmer? Because I think being a player is more exciting. So can you be open about the skills you have? It will only be made public when it is divided. Let's watch the game. You'll know when I get to first place. What skills do I have? You're about to face a formidable opponent. Are you afraid? Whom? King Ma Dong was really speechless. Why should I be afraid of that guy? If it's heads up, that guy doesn't necessarily beat me. So of course you can beat Ma Dongwang. I'll tell him who the god of the arena is. Kim Jinso, 4-star magician. The battlefield of strength must be expedited. Use psychic magic skills. He used to be one of the developers of the Supreme God game. He is also a professional gamer. Over the next 10 years, he exploits in-game vulnerabilities and malware, tampering with game data, to achieve their various goals. As a result, the in-game environment is getting worse and worse. He himself was not only magnetized by the Supreme Gods, also listed as a wanted person, just because of this one player. The skeleton of the Supreme God plummeted. Even I was moving bricks at the time. It has also been affected. It's that this woman can't be wrong. Since I met him here, then let me put this evil seedling in advance. Let's uproot it. Jin Shinshio didn't know Li Yuyang at the moment. Even the color of his bottoms is clear. When he saw King Ma Dong, he didn't answer his nickname. He was also aware. The skill of roll call has been recognized. This skill is activated. Let the opponent answer their nickname. As long as you answer, an ailment will be triggered. Since you can't play Ian, let's face it. My lady has a lot of good things for you. Activate with a skill. The gold needle embroidery instantly moved behind King Ma Dong. Followed by, the Fist of Steel unleashes a massive iron fist. Nuo questioned King Ma Dong and left. King Ma Dong is still standing in place. Choose a skill attack with fast speed and high damage. The idea is very good, but it didn't work for me. With that, he dodged sideways. I'm not afraid of anyone. A privilege to play. In the past, solemn gold needle embroidery extinguished the door. He was hit with a nosebleed. Put away your little thoughts. Lao Tzu is not one of those little data. That skill looks bluffing. In fact, look closely at the shadows under your feet. You can determine the timing of the dodge. It can be forked without being beaten. Angry with you. The price of Lao Tzu plummeted in his last life. The gold needle embroidery touched his nose. My lungs are about to explode. Mental disturbance must be used to expedite the skill. It can cause the opponent who shoots directly into an ailment. King Ma Dong remained motionless. Not affected at all. Joke. I know that I want to fight this mage who is good at spiritual classes. How could it not be prepared in advance? Added the king of Paleon materials. Card armor is good for this category. Psychic attacks have a lot of resistance. Seeing mental disturbance is also ineffective. The gold needle embroidery was really panicked. Immediately summoned plants to attack. These cannibal flowers. But it's a headache for many opponents. King Ma Dong was still calm. The flame does not start, but it changes. Didn't directly attack those cannibal flowers. Instead, he kicked it underfoot. See the fire attribute attack launched by King Ma Dong. The golden needle laughed. My plants are highly flame resistant. These fire attacks of yours are of no use. King Ma Dong replied lightly. When did I say I was going to attack your man-eating flowers? The voice fell. Amadon King Center. The ground beneath his feet suddenly turned to magma. After the cannibal flower loses its soil, they all fell to pieces, knocked into the sky. The little flyer clenched his fists excitedly on the sidelines. I didn't think of it at the time. Uproot those cannibals. Ma Dong Wang Chong. Jinxiu sees a blow and solves it. The king of all plants of Ma Dong. Not only was it shocked, before he could react, Ma Dongwang wrote the knowledge of flames and punched him. Suddenly the flames filled the sky. Kim Jinso's whole person flew into the sky. For the sake of slag. I said you weren't allowed to show off. You just can't show. The commentary outside the field was also dumbfounded. It is worthy of being the king of Ma Dong. In 3 or 2 clicks, he put a string of similar golden needles. Embroidery was solved. The audience was also excited, chanting the name of King Ma Dong. The flames lingered in the sky. The magic in the air floated down. King Ma Dong stepped on it. That mighty posture is like a god descending from the heavens. Adorable. K1 substitutes. The hands holding the coffee trembled with excitement. Xiao Quack next to him couldn't help asking. It's so exciting. Why are you still drinking coffee? The kid hurriedly explained. This cup of coffee belongs to Lord Ma Dongwang. He handed me the coffee before he came on the field. It is said that there will be a string of dances before the coffee stomach is cold. Destroy the Mad Dog clan. Come back and keep drinking. The two of them looked stupidly at the big screen together. This fork allows him to fit it really well. In the arena, Ma Dongwang stretched out a hand. Tick your finger to the next one. Hurry! The second round of the Tumbler Cup Finals continues. The K1 team is currently the only one alive with Ma Dongwang and the Mad Dog Sentai team. But there are still 4 players left who did not play. At this moment, King Ma Dong has no way to retreat. Let's hope for a miracle. The next player on the Mad Dog team is the Warrior Black Bull. Don't look at this kid with a small quack face. But the courage is abnormal. When you come up, you kick it down with an axe. Ma Dongwang punched an uppercut to fly the axe above his head. Then he grabbed the horns of the bull while he was doing it. He slammed it to the ground. Before the Black Bull could get up, the Black Bull on the ground in the Madong dynasty. A burst of serial combat. The Black Bull was defeated and the Gopher came out next. This kid looks like he's in close combat. Actually, an archer. Good at impressing. Perform ranged attacks on opponents from underground. As soon as he entered, he went underground. In an instant, countless drilled out from under the feet of King Ma Dong. Road spikes. At this moment, the Gopher is still happily swimming underground. As everyone knows, King Ma Dong on the ground has already raised his feet. slam into the ground. The flame does not start. With a loud bang, the whole ground was reduced to a sea of fire. It's like a big iron plate. Roasted the gopher to slag. Gopher defeated. The one who appears below is the younger brother of the gopher. Iron sheet 9 cylinders. As soon as this kid came on the field, he began to drink the northwest wind. The whole belly of the prop bulged. Eat my meat gall to satisfy hunger. The whole person turned into a big iron ball. Rushed straight towards King Ma Dong. Boy, did you learn this trick from Teacher Ma? It's not in place. The fist rained down on the barrel. Even steel plates can't withstand such an attack. With the continuous critical hits of King Ma Dong, the iron sheet 9 cylinders also turned into slag. It's different from his gopher. His scum can still be seen, slowly drifted down from the sky. The next slightly shy girl. He walked in a battle with a staff. This player's name is Wu Chong'an, is a magician who is good at clones, although not as high as the Golden Needle show star. But it's also very difficult. Wu Chong'an is unusually modest. It's a sentence. This made Li Yuyang very useful. Standing still, let the little girl strike first. Wu Chenjin thanked him. Activate the doppelganger technique. Actually divided dozens of fake bodies. Zhena also startled the little Fei Gu outside the court. I thought it was just a small roll. I didn't expect to be able to separate so many doppelgangers. The coach also showed a surprised expression. It's not bad for ordinary people to separate 3 or 4 sentences of fake body. This girl can actually do this. Wu Chong'an, who was in the field, was not polite. Activate the ability with the data clones. A dazzling electric shock rushed into the field. As Wu Chong'an raised his staff, countless thunderbolts rushed towards Li Yuyang. Yuyang doesn't know how to split skills, but he will go up and down, left, right, like a loach swimming in the sea of electricity. This little girl named Wu Chong'an is not simple. If you release the flame department at this moment, you'll be right in the middle of it. His doppelgangers have their own damage links. You can transfer damage to the enemy. He is worthy of being a doppelganger magic master in later generations. Wu Chong'an at the moment is still waiting for Li Yuyang to release the range skill. As long as he is fooled, immortals can't save K1. Suddenly, Li Yuyang came straight to his real body. A punch hit him in the cute little head. I don't know how it feels to fight like so cute. Wu Chong'an was beaten with a punch. The fake body has also disappeared completely. He quickly pulled away, looked at Li Yuyang in shock. How the hell did he find out his true body? It must be blind. I will not believe in evil. Wu Chong'an once again divided 10 sentences and stood in a row. Unleash skills in unison. Look at how you are still blinded this time. For his whole life, Wu Chong'an's monkey was caught by Li Yuyang again. Recognized twice in a row. Fools know that they are not blind. He immediately threw a backhand blow. Out of Li Yuyang's control. How the hell do you know the real thing? Li Yuyang said lightly. You're not stupid. You don't blink an eye. Only the real body has nothing to blink and blink. Wu Chong'an was stunned. What the hell does a doppelganger not blink? Grandma Li's. You're not going to be a pervert, are you? Keep staring into my eyes. Wu Chong'an knew that his biggest post station was gone. Increased firepower. Hundreds of deepenings were divided at once. Li Yuyang looked around, recognized the real person at a glance. I told you. Your tricks are useless to me. Wu Chong'an looked at Li Yuyang, who rushed up. Keep backing up. I know it's useless, but I must avenge Sister Jinxiu. Protect our team's hundreds of doppelgangers from blowing themselves up. Even you can't bear it. Li Yuyang stopped. If you can't beat it, you have to play self-destructing. You think you're the Wu Chong'an who plays with clay. Cracks appeared in hundreds of bodies all over Dahua. It's time to start the art of tangling. The narrator also stood up excitedly when he saw this. King Ma Dong's string of words is refreshing. I even wanted to die with one hand. If King Ma Dong eats this chicken, he will not die. Then you won't chop it up. King Ma Dong's eyes lit up. You want to report yourself in front of me that you want to eat fart. Suddenly, King Ma Dong's eyes emitted a purple light. Radiation image. All the flying bodies around them were still. The bodies slowly began to petrify. Wu Cheng'an was also stunned. What the hell was going on? The body is not able to move at all. The first 4 newspapers can't beat this man. Actually, this is Medusa's truth. After Li Yuyang beat the Medusa chieftain, the petrification time obtained is very short, adhering to the ability to crush by strength. Li Yuyang, who will never finish the bells and whistles, never used this skill, but it's just right to use here. Li Yuyang took advantage of the short-term control effect, flew up and rushed up. Punch away. The second round of the finals is over. Ma Dongwang led K1 against the wind with strong strength. A string of 5-1-10 consecutive wins. The battle lasted 9 minutes and 57 seconds. Break the record for the fastest kill of 5. The coach outside the field looked at the big screen with a relieved face. King Ma Dong did not live up to his expectations. Be the last whole card of K1. Little Flyer and Lei who go to fight for fan cards. Wait for King Ma Dong to return to the field. At this moment, the game pod slowly opened. A slender figure appeared. It is the King of Ma Dong who dances in a string. He silently listened to the shouts of the audience, quietly enjoying the glory that belongs to him. Then K1 crushed knowledge to win. Won the Tumbler Cup finals. Now that the matter of King Ma Dong has been completed. So, it's time to get ready for the old bird's deep-sea adventure. Welcome to the insect nest. As the first visitor, your name will be recorded. Li Ming has entered the insect nest. Congratulations on becoming your first player. Normal insect soldier rank C. The body length is 3 meters. The elite insect soldier rank coin pole is 6 meters long. These guys look like insects. In fact, it is the corpse of an insect clan controlled by buns. Their bodies are constantly growing, and the combat effectiveness is also a proportional increase. But just know their attack patterns. Anticipate their attack weaknesses in advance. It's not difficult to take them out. All right, the next step is to kill slowly. That's at Li Yuyang. Kill all the insect soldiers on the periphery. Now it's time to talk to the chief. Saying this, Li Yuyang kicked and broke 10 pieces. You have entered the queen's lair. Congratulations on becoming your first player. Li Yuyang smiled and looked at the giant egg in front of him. Walking here, the purpose is more than half accomplished. Because there is no leader here. Actually, the leader of this part. It should be considered before the revision. One of the strongest bosses. He is the leader of all buns. There are countless soldiers under his command. But now, little cutie, I'm coming. After Li Yuyang smashed open the stone eggshell, a glowing orb was revealed. If you look closely, it turns out to be a cute little elf. This is the queen's wandering body. The body length is 0.1 meters. Li Yuyang looked at the little queen with a smile. Your Excellency, the queen, no. You should be called Queen Hatchling. Nice to see you. You can call me Old Bird or Daddy. The first one came to this neighborhood. It should be that Jodia. The necklace he was wearing. I got it from the copy next to it. Although this guy is perverted. The strength is indeed very strong. But he neglected the most precious things. It seems that Lao Tzu is superior. It's cool to open and hang for a while. It's always cool. Li Yuyang was snorting. The queen hatchling in front of her was a pig's mouth. Here's what's going on. Do you want Lao Tzu to breastfeed? I don't have that tool. Suddenly, the system indicates that the knife has penetrated into your body. The queen wants you to be a subordinate. Li Yuyang was still in a daze. Another indication of a failed control pops up. After reading the prompts, Li Yuyang looked at the little queen in front of him with a smile. Good guy, I want to be your daddy. You want to be my grandfather. It's a pity that you can only control Quinto. I'm a gamer. After hearing this, the queen hatchlings began to exert their strength again. System prompts. The queen is trying to make you a subordinate. Woman, the king is searching for a connection between you and the insects. Li Yuyang laughed when he saw this. Lao Tzu has been an authentic person since birth, although sometimes a bit of a dog, but not before he could finish his sentence. The search was successful. The connection between you and the insect has been found. You've got 4,000 hours of gaming on the market, so you're as dry as an insect, also known as dried worms. Didn't wait for Li Yuyang to react. You are already infected. You became a subordinate of the queen. 2 system prompts popped up. Mystery. Li Yuyang's attribute panel also has a few more. Special attributes. Jinghe made Li Yuyang angry. Lao Tzu, this is stealing chickens and not 10 handfuls of rice. Hurry up and turn Lao Tzu back. I'm a gamer, not insects. But the queen juvenile just smiled sweetly and did not answer. Li Yuyang was cold and sold cuteness in front of me. Not to mention, becoming the queen's pet can actually increase attributes. You can also use special bun abilities. And there's an extra queen in the backpack. But the hatchability is 5%. It doesn't seem to hurt to say it. And the benefits are very good. Case. Whoever is a father is not a father. In the future, he will be Lao Tzu's own uncle. Meanwhile, Lu Yinran's apartment. Lu Hong said excitedly to his sister, a large group of fans of Ma Dongwang, because I don't know how to donate to King Ma Dong. All the money was transferred to the account of our union. Sister, what are we going to do with the money? But Lu Yinran just hid in the bed. A whispered mutter, I'm not going to do anything else with the money. After King Ma Dong opened the slope, all of them were brushed into rockets for King Ma Dong. Lu Hong was not happy when he heard it. Then the venue fee of our union. There is also how to calculate the labor cost of personnel. Which ones are earned by ourselves? It's really not possible to take out a loan. Aren't you just doing that? Lu Hong was speechless. Let's not talk about money first. Since my sister went to watch Ma Dongwang's game, when I came back, I hid under the covers and didn't like to talk. Could it be that the words are not finished yet? A drink bottle flew over. Lu Yinran was draped in a quilt. Looked at his younger brother Xiao Gaga with an angry face. I advise you to say less. The scene of the Tumbler Cup finals. After a gorgeous string of dances by King Ma Dong, the attention seat was filled with the shouts of the fans. In order to suppress others soundly, Lu Yinran actually shouted blood. I have to say that this is a true love fan. Since that day, Lu Yinran lay on the bed sullenly. And not just because of shouting that there was bleeding. It's that he thinks, I really like King Ma Dong, although the king of Ma Dong at the moment. It has reached a height that Lu Yinran can't reach. But Lu Yinran really wanted to see him again at the moment. Last time we met, Lu Yinran originally wanted to use a Ma Dongwang. Go deal with the pervert of the old bird. Thinking of this, Lu Yinran's intestines will be cleared. King Ma Dong now. I guess I thought he was... It's an old woman with bad intentions. Lu Hong saw. My sister is also very helpless like this. It's useless for you to do this now. Why not hold a fan meeting? Harness the power of your fans. Invite King Ma Dong to come and participate. Lu Yinran was also stunned when she heard it right. No matter what, let's meet first. He immediately got up and decided. Hold a fan exchange meeting right away. Invite Ma Dongwang to participate. Lu Hong didn't expect to say it casually. My sister will take it so seriously. Even if you want to have a fan exchange meeting, you have to plan it first. I didn't have any preparation for anything. Lu Yinran smiled. That's not a thing. Brother, go and prepare according to the enemy's hands now. Lu Yinran didn't care about her loveless brother. Can't wait to meet King Ma Dong. No one could stop me this time. Lu Yinran. This woman who abducted and deceived omnipotence in her previous life. It has always been a cunning and brave image. Not only single-handedly, the Ma Chiao labor union was established. Also relied on Shui Yan's words. chasing Li Yuyang all over the world in the northern continent. Coco, have you ever seen Lu Yinran in short skirts and stockings? Since the last time I watched Ma Dongwang's game, Lu Yinran not only spit out a mouthful of old blood. I've been sullen all the time, until his brother gave him an idea. It's not easy to see the old birds, just like more. So Lu Yinran really organized one. Ma Dongwang fan meeting. Li Yuyang was stunned for a long time after receiving the news. Ma Dongwang as his own trumpet, with the attention of so many fans. I'm embarrassed not to see each other. He put on a mask. Wrap yourself tightly and come to the hotel. Boy, it's my first time in such a nice hotel. Li Yuyang had just entered the latex tape hall. I saw a group of fans waiting. He just showed up. It was immediately in the spotlight, especially female fans. I can't even control myself. Some of the female fans are international friends. I crossed the ocean to meet King Ma Dong. I didn't expect the trumpet to be so popular with female fans. This is much more than Jinyang's female fans. Suddenly, Li Yuyang was in the crowd. See a familiar woman. Lu Yinran looked quiet and gentle at this time. I can't imagine this woman dressing up. You can still see people. Lu Yinran saw that the protagonist had already appeared. With a big wave of his hand, the music began. Beneath the dynamic music, Lu Yinran held the microphone. The prizes of today's event were ceremoniously introduced. All kinds of personal items used by King Ma Dong. These things, it was all sent to Ma Dongwang by fans before. It's all massagers and stuff like that. No wonder they're all personal products. I'm waiting here. As soon as this remark came out, countless female fans are passionate. I almost went up and grabbed it. Li Yuyang looked at the stage, speechlessly. Lu Yinran, who chattered endlessly. Good guy. Is this thinking of himself as a mascot? With the prizes being given away one by one. Fan gatherings are in full swing. They were chatting happily. Suddenly someone mentioned the old bird. The atmosphere immediately became even hotter. The last time the Maqiao Union was in charge, was beaten to pieces by a dozen old birds. The image of a bald pervert, firmly trapped in the head of every horse fan. Li Yuyang could only laugh awkwardly beside him. The fans next to him didn't speak when they saw their idols. Someone immediately asked, Lord Ma Dongwang, what do you think of the perverted old bird? Li Yuyang was speechless. How about the old bird? What else? That's Lao Tzu's tuba. He is the father of your idol, King Ma Dong. But how could this be said to cute horse fans? He had no choice but to say that guy against his will. It's a bit hilarious. Scolding yourself for being perverted is the real pervert. Suddenly, a touch of red kicked onto the stage. Take a closer look. It turned out to be the image of Lu Yinran in the game. Li Yuyang immediately squirted out after seeing it. Cost your own in-game image. How embarrassing. But Lu Yinran is still singing love songs in full swing. Li Yuyang still looked around silently. This woman really enlivens the atmosphere. The president did not do it for nothing. Over time, the party also came to an end. Lu Yinran is still wearing a red dress and holding a microphone. First of all, thank you, Lord Ma Dongwang, for attending this gathering in person. And thank you to every member of the Maqiao Union. Finally, kill the old bird and never stop. Li Yu's sheep's head is almost big. What kind of fan meeting is this? It's simply a mobilization meeting to kill yourself. As the party ends, when King Ma Dong was leaving, Lu Yinran also caught up. I thought I was going to confess my true feelings. Who knows? Lu Yinran opened his mouth to talk about the pursuit of the old bird. That old bird is also very strong. But the character is too bad. There is no comparison with Lord Ma Dongwang. Li Yuyang stared at Lu Yinran seriously. I'm with the old bird, actually. The strength is about the same. Who knows? After Lu Yinran heard it, immediately laughed. Lord Ma Dongwang, don't be joking, okay? How could he compare to you? Li Yuyang watched silently. There is no love on the face. In this way, the two of them walked to the door of the hotel. It's time to say goodbye. Before leaving, Li Yuyang lowered her head and said silently, "I'm sorry. Let you run. This is obviously for my own personal reasons." Li Yuyang didn't hear what he meant. Asked suspiciously, "This union was originally yours. You start your membership gathering. It's not a big deal." Without waiting for Li Yuyang to continue. "Now they're all your fans. It's yours alone." Li Yuyang is still puzzled. "You're the president of the Macho Guild." Li Yuyang heard it. After being stunned, immediately reached out and patted his chest. "Although I am the president of the Macho Guild, but the entire Macho Guild is because of you. Established, including myself. All of them are your loyal fans." Li Yuyang was suddenly taken by this. The bridge section of the heart is confused. Is the cult of personality already that serious? Didn't I inadvertently change his fate? In the previous life, he was powerful, cunning, and mysterious. I still remember being played by him at the beginning. When you were a licking dog, you were willing. It's really unpredictable. Li Yuyang sat in a taxi. Is still thinking about today's Li Yuyang. Not to mention shredded meat with a short skirt. At the same time in YDSR is the Okami game. The two little quacks were fighting monsters in the woods. Suddenly, a guy in a red robe rushed up. Gave the mob's head to K. This can make the two little quacks angry. Don't you even talk about this guy's 1.5? Why rob us of the blame? But the person on the other side still didn't say a word. Wait for the two of them to take a closer look. This guy is holding a mourning blade in his hand. Isn't this the weapon of the legendary old bird? Could this person be the old bird? The words are not finished yet. The old bird had already rushed up. Little quacks couldn't have imagined it. This guy started killing people without saying a word. Wait until the venue is quiet. Only a pile of loot fell to the ground. A few small quacks all went offline to order takeout. But the old bird didn't pick up anything. Soon the news spread on the internet. Cloaked. The whole body is black. Nothing was worn under the cloak. Plus the iconic weapon. This is the old bird, there's no doubt about it. The Gobi Desert in the north of Country M. A car was parked on the side of the road. Listen carefully. You can also faintly hear the cry for help in the car. Little Dia sat in front of the car and said lightly, "Boy, think about why Lao Tzu is looking for you." The guy in the car also hurriedly begged for mercy. "Whatever is required of me, I am willing to say yes. My wife is still waiting for me to go back and cook." Little Dia laughed when she heard this. "Such cooperation makes me very shameless." He played with the knife in his hand. "Then I'll ask you to answer that. Answer the word bad. But it will make the knife in my hand angry. There will be hidden Easter eggs with the Supreme God game. How much do you know?" The people in the car answered honestly. "I don't know more than you know about hidden Easter eggs. Which ones are known only to the game's higher-ups? I'm just a developer." Jodia listened with a blank face. "Just a knife in your hand." The disobedient turned around again. "Case, let me ask you a little bit about what you know. The upper echelons of the Supreme God game are all water. Where to stay?" Unexpectedly, the man in the car still didn't know the details. "Just tell Jodia. The management he knew was in Country H. Jodia total. I kind of asked for some useful information. It turned out to be in Country H. So where does he live?" But the man in the car was too low class. No further information is clear. Jodia also stopped talking nonsense. "I'm a very simple person. Since you've said you're a piece of rubbish, scold me and treat you like a waste." Poof. Jodia didn't hesitate to address him. This guy kills people like killing chickens. Sitting in the car and playing with his mobile phone without any burden. He's watching. A video quote from the game of the Supreme God caught his attention. Inside the video, Lao Miao, who is suspected of being Li Yuyang, is hiding in the woods. Took a few small quack monsters, rushed up again, and killed a few little quacks directly. This made Jodia excited. This guy was last time, the kid who killed him in the dungeon. I didn't expect it to be a fellow practitioner. This time there was one more. Reasons for country H. Jodia hurried back. If memory serves, that brother is called Old Bird. The waterlogged area looked at a large body of water in front of it. A few little quacks hesitated. I can't seem to get through this place. But it's too far to get around. That's not how good. Of course, you have to send cannon fodder. A small quack at level 12. Immediately touched the companion next to him. You go and test the water. See if there's any danger inside. This little quack is only level 8. There is no love on the face. Why do you have to do all this dirty work by yourself? They're arguing. In the distance, a figure with a red cloak came. Black skin. Nothing was worn under the cloak. A few little quacks immediately thought of nets. On that video, it's really unlucky. I didn't get anything. Do you have to go offline and order takeout? The level 8 little quack is about to run. The little quack who is level 4 higher is more calm. He looked at the old birds on the other side. Sneered. I've heard that there's material in this water. If he wants to kill us, you'll have to wade through this water. Watch the old bird step on the wood on the water. A few little quacks immediately became excited. If only I could kill this old bird. A few of them will have their own names right away. From now on, I will no longer be a little quack. Suddenly, a big guy rushed out of the water. But the water evil family is collectively 8 meters long. A bite to the old bird, seeing that this old bird is about to turn into droppings. But this guy didn't dodge. A family rushes into the mouth of a freshwater crocodile. Poof! The freshwater crocodile died instantly. The 3 little quacks immediately told the truth. How can he play a second of meowing? Before they could react, the old bird had already rushed up. 2 high-class little quacks immediately cut into slag, looking at the old bird and going to the only one. Look hands-on. The little quack of level 8 couldn't help but shout. But in this wilderness, how could anyone come to his rescue? Look at the approaching old birds. Xiao Gaga's heart was cold. After going offline, I thought about what to order. That's when it happened. A violent explosion sounded in front of him. Little Quack was also shocked and retreated. Wait until the smoke clears. A gleaming axe stuck in the ground. A cold voice rang out from the side. Did the old lady allow you to kill? Look around. The surroundings were already full of people. It seems that he has been prepared for a long time. It's here to besiege this old black-skinned bird. Liu Yuyang looked at the black charcoal in front of her. I immediately sensed that something was wrong. This guy, although it has the same appearance as an old bird, and like the old birds, they don't wear clothes. But the real old bird is not so dark. It's not his tatters. Scarred look. Isn't this player right? Isn't this thing an old bird? The old black-skinned bird doesn't care so much. IND's laughter smirked. King Ma Dong saw this old bird. You know it in an instant. This was the last time to escape Maggio. Gong will chase and kill. It must have been killed by the Macho Guild at the time. Ran out. I didn't expect to fly by myself. It's such a big move. I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry about it for now. Let's get rid of this trouble. King Ma Dong no longer hesitated. One step out of the flames. I don't care who you really are. Since you met me, King Ma Dong didn't want to get out alive. Slender Ghost. It was originally just a small quack in the Dork Forest. Has the special ability to copy 33.3% of the enemy's power. Nothing explodes after being killed. This kind of little monster is disgusted by the sheep. Now you can hunt around. The player also made the old bird a public enemy. Videos of all kinds of old birds killing people for no reason exploded on the internet. The black powder of the old bird is increasing several times faster. I want to clear my suspicions. The best thing to do is to log into the tuba, then appear on the spot. Naturally, the rumors were not attacked. But Li Yuyang is now in the club. There is no way to log in to the large number. You can only log in when you go home. But it takes half an hour to get home. When the time comes, The old black-skinned bird ran somewhere else. I went to do evil. I thought of the boss who used them in the first place. Played a real and false Ma Dongwang. Li Yuyang felt speechless. It's really a good reincarnation in heaven. Who has the heavens spared? Since there is no way to come out and refute the rumors. That's the only way. Let's get rid of the old bird in front of me first. It's also a good idea to suck some powder on the trumpet. King Ma Dong. He shouted directly at the old bird in front of him. Heaven has a way you don't go. If you have no way, you break in. Let my King Ma Dong give you a ride. When the voice fell, there was movement behind him. It turned out to be those from the Ma Chiao Guild. Little Quack surrounded him. The group of guys rushed forward, while shouting to kill the old bird. Everyone is responsible. Hearing this, Li Yuyang felt a chill. If only let them know. Ma Dongwang, who replayed it himself, is actually an old bird. I don't know if their 3 views can hold up. Li Yuyang is still thinking about it. Which Bridge Union people have been right? The black-skinned old bird attacked. Activations in the face of dozens of people. The old black-skinned bird reached out and grabbed the ground. Shake it hard. Countless pieces of rubble blocked everyone's attacks. This time, the people of the Macho Guild opened their mouths wide in shock. This old bird is also too strong. Dozens of activations were easily resolved. Li Yuyang also fell into deep thought after seeing it. The old bird's 33.32% is not so strong. This guy is growing all the time, not waiting for the Macho Guild yet. Man launches the next attack. The black-skinned old bird rushed forward with a complaint. It's like a wolf in a flock. The Macho Guild is unstoppable. It was at this time, Lu Yenran stood up. With both axes in hand, he slashed hard. Under the violent impact, his axe was single-handedly blocked by the black-skinned old bird. Lu Yenran gritted her teeth. With a flick, provoked the grievances of the black-skinned old bird. And then there's the axe. Click. Lu Yenran was stunned. He easily caught his axe with one hand. Even if it's true, the old bird doesn't have that kind of power, right? It's outrageous. Is a perverted doppelganger also a pervert? Before Lu Yenran could react from her stunned gaze, the black-skinned old bird stabbed it with a morning blade. At the last moment, King Ma Dong even appeared. One punch knocked the black-skinned old bird away. This punch was a blow to King Ma Dong's power. Now he has much better equipment than before. The power is not what it used to be. The blow was 100% ordinary. Just ask you if you can eat. The black-skinned old bird flew straight into the water. A huge splash of water exploded. Wait until the water calms down. King Ma Dong looked at the water. This guy even knows how to hide in the water. It's really a spiritual possession. This time it has to be slaughtered. No, then there will be endless troubles. The black-skinned old bird in the water is rapidly won. He wants to get out of the battlefield. That punch had already made him know. Now he is not the opponent of King Ma Dong. How could King Ma Dong let him go? It just so happened that Lu Yenran's sister and brother also surrounded him at this moment. The audience is already in place. The difference moment begins. He plunged a hand into the water. The old bird shouted loudly in the water. Since you don't take the initiative to come out and die, then Lao Tzu is welcome. The snail is launched. Centered on the past, huge whirlpools take shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, a huge waterspout rolled out. Now in front of everyone, a figure can still be vaguely seen in the waterspout. It was the old black-skinned bird hiding in the water. Li Yuyang raised his right hand. Now that the goal has emerged, then let's solve it quickly. I'll have to go back and whitewash the tuba. Words should be the way. Li Yuyang smashed it down with a punch. The old black-skinned bird still in the air. There was no time to dodge. Was directly beaten up. The violent explosion of flames caused everyone to retreat. Couldn't help but let out an exclamation Ma Dong, Wang Yo Cha. The flames continued to burn. It lasted a quarter of an hour. Wait until the smoke clears. The entire body of water turned into a sea of fire. Black screen. The old bird has been burned beyond recognition at the moment. Only the end game is left struggling on the ground. Li Yuyang smiled and dared to deliberately black Lao Tzu. Didn't just squeeze you into slag. It's all your kid's job. Xiao Jie of the Ma Chiao Union. When we saw it, we immediately became excited. Lord Ma Dong Wang is not a human at all. It's something that only God can do. Li Yuyang ignored the deep praise. He's still thinking, why did this guy get so strong? Even Liu Yinran couldn't beat him. Could it be that this guy still has the characteristics of killing people and losing? But he kills the player. Not enough for him to grow like this. Possible. The nature of the book of murder mutated in him. Killing normal mobs also increases stats. Luckily, he was dealt with here. In time, this guy is enough to destroy the supreme god. King Ma Dong also had enough of it, and Xiao Gaga's end. Disappear into code. The flames on his arms burned again. Before he could make a move, great arrows from the sky descended from the trees. Directly surrounded King Ma Dong. King Ma Dong hurriedly turned his head to look. When he saw the comber, he was instantly stunned. Before he could speak, the man spoke first, and King Ma Dong couldn't help it. I have some questions for this guy, you. You can't kill him yet. It turned out that the person who came was at the bottom of the bridge. This murderer actually appeared here. Liu Yanran also remembered this person after seeing it. It was in the ancient city of night. Wanted to be blamed for that bastard. Li Yuyang was in a cold sweat at the moment. Things turn out unexpectedly. How did Jodia end up here? This is a bit tricky. What better thing to do than to pretend to be X? Is it more infuriating to be interrupted? That's to meet someone who is more capable of loading X. Looking at Jodia in front of her, Li Yuyang's heart is full of 10,000 alpacas. This kid doesn't have a good book. What are you doing here? Jodia stared at King Ma Dong and was sorry. I thought this kid was the legendary old. What about birds? But now it looks like this guy is pirated. Then Jodia waved her hand, and since that was it, I won't bother you. Suddenly, Ma Dongwang's cold voice came. Wait a minute. Do you think you're Mondo? Come as you want. You can go as long as you want. Since I met it, I'll go offline and order takeout. Jodia didn't care about the threat of King Ma Dong. I'm very busy. There are also many players on the H-Country leaderboard, waiting for me to figure it out. I don't have time to play with you. King Ma Dong decided that something was wrong. You kid, why look for players in the H-Country rankings? Speaking of which, Jodia got excited, slaughtering them, of course. King Ma Dong was speechless. This kid is really a pervert. Have fun hunting players on the leaderboards. He suddenly remembered. In his previous life, this guy killed dozens of people in total. Read those mouth high. It's a well-known player on the leaderboard. Good guys can't play online, so uninstall and download. This belongs to the opening of the physical hanging. King Ma Dong clenched his fist for the safety of the old bird. It is my duty to do so. Don't even think about leaving alive today. Jodia laughed. Which green onion are you? There's no such thing as you on the leaderboard. Jodia raised her left hand. Countless black blades floated in the air. Didn't Lao Tzu say that I don't have time to play with you? So you can't understand people. King Ma Dong still didn't look at it. Jodia also looked at him scarcely. Right now, the flame does not start. A powerful impact was suddenly heard from under his feet. It's just a blink of an eye. King Ma Dong came to Jodia's side. A kick was struck in Jodia's face. Until this moment, the sound of an explosion came from behind him. This speed has outpaced the factor. Why is he so strong? Before Jodia could make a move, Ma Dongwang made an uppercut, hit Jodia in the abdomen. Don't wait for Jodia to fly out. He waved his right hand again, straight to Jodia's door. But before his fist fell, an anomaly has been detected. Ma Dongwang jumped back quickly. The dodge force quickly pierces through the position just now. Look closely. Jodia, a black substance had condensed in his hands, not only supported his body, interrupted King Madong's follow-up attack. This belongs to the category of black magic. Jodia grew excited. I thought it was a little quack. I didn't expect the strength to be quite strong. Where the hell did you come from? How I've never seen you. Jodia, who has always looked down on the professional team. Of course not. This is the famous string of dancing horses. However, Li Yuyang is also very happy at the moment. Fortunately, the trumpet did not play the ranking. Otherwise, Jodia may have come to find herself this time. I just don't know about this guy. Whether you like to watch short videos or not, Jodia stared at King Madong. This time to Country H. I'm in a hurry and won't play with you. I'll have a good time with you next time. After saying that, he took out a flute from his bosom. Hamelin's flute, a hidden item in the rank, evil ancient city. You can gather nearby monsters for your own use. With the sound of a flute, the audience resounded. Countless monsters emerged from the swamp, straight to the little quacks of the Machiao Union. Li Yuyang looked at the flute in Jodia's hand. This flute is a hidden prop. Even he didn't know where to get it. This kid didn't cross the hexagram. Could it be that this is the legendary Emperor O? Li Yuyang killed the little monster next to him with one punch. It seems that the only way to solve these obstacles is to solve them first. Things are little rattle. The people of the Machiao Guild. At this moment, there is also an unstable union. Luckily, there were quite a few of them this time. Crush monsters in numbers. Lu Yanran also turned her head and rushed to Ma Dongwang to hand. Lord Ma Dongwang, you concentrate on Jodia. Just leave these little quacks to us. Jodia laughed when she heard this. I really look up to myself when I leave it to you. The voice fell. Countless dead mobs have been resurrected from the earth. This scene stunned everyone in the Machiao Union. Li Yuyang stared at the magic book in Jodia's hand. This is the Dark King's Diary. A plus hidden equipment. Increases magical attack by 4,400. The main thing is, this equipment has the ability to resurrect the dead. He didn't even find himself. This diary was actually obtained by this old boy. He couldn't help but be suspicious. Is this guy also from my generation? King Ma Dong looked up at the zombie Tyrannosaurus beast rushing towards him. It's also speechless. Even if you punch one punch, it will take a lot of time. Little Dia was already running at the moment. Country H is really interesting. Looks like you've come to the right place. This time, I will withdraw first. It's a long time coming. Li Yuyang looked at Jodia, who had fled, shouting for him to stop. Damn, it could have been easily inserted. I didn't expect this kid to stir up. Jodia also stopped when she heard the shouting, looking sideways at King Ma Dong. Don't worry, I've already remembered you. It's your turn next. It was in Li Yuyang's nervous gaze. Lu Yanran approved it from the school behind her. You kid, I won't forget the old lady who fooled me before, right? I really think you're qualified to be with King Ma Dong. Adults are calling. Jodia, I went offline and ordered takeout. Looked at Lu Yanran, who had a great revenge. Li Yuyang also extended his thumb. But in my heart, I silently sweated for the old bird. This lady really holds a grudge. After killing Jodia, Lu Yanran also explained. This kid had pit me in the evil ancient city. It's a complete asshole. But this guy was obviously a warrior before. How did you become a black magician? Li Yuyang. Of course I know what happened in the evil ancient city. But he didn't know. Why Jodia changed course? Could it be because I killed him in the first place? Change the future. Come to think of it, Li Yuyang was suddenly clever. There's also a black-skinned old bird that hasn't been dealt with. He immediately looked towards the paws. The old bird that was dying before. It actually crawled on top of a crocodile. The body is still slowly recovering. If you look closely, it turns out to be a vampire ring. Unexpectedly, this guy even copied the old bird's equipment. That's too rebellious, isn't it? The black-skinned old bird turned out to be at the moment. Full of hatred, he turned his head to look at King Ma Dong. An artificial intelligence. I really think of myself as a player. With the Splash World, he also disappeared from view. The little quacks of the Ma Chiao Guild were also stunned. They clenched their fists. It's really unwilling not to kill the old bird. Li Yuyang held his forehead and had a headache. A black-skinned old bird is troublesome enough. Plus Jodia is really numb. Especially these two guys. All locked on King Madong. I don't know if we'll see you next time. How strong will they be? Fortunately, this time it was in Jodia once. Estimated before the Ultimate League. He'll all stop. It was a terrible day. Then Li Yuyang landed on the tuba again. A statement was made. Give back to the old birds that were black-skinned. All compensation for killed players. Finally set the record straight. But after that foot fight, Ma Dongwang's fans are getting more and more. Over time, the Ultimate League was also held as scheduled. This league will determine the strongest team in China. Let's wait and see. Since the birth of King Ma Dong, there are countless professional players who have lost at his feet. This time the Tumbler Finals. Ma Dongwang is still the favorite to win the title. It's inevitable. Let some people with ulterior motives worry about it. This guy is the paparazzi of the esports world. I like to shoot some esports players. News like gossip about private life. This time, the two of them set their sights on King Ma Dong. From the beginning of the plane to the hotel, he came to see a good show this time. I heard that Li Yuyang, who was ranked third, and Yin Jiaxu, who ranked first, all within this hotel. These two guys are incompatible. Legend has it that Li Yuyang. I once rushed to someone else's training base. This time Chris didn't close the door. Let this guy be in someone else's training base. Make a fuss. A proper king of violence. Plus a king of Ma Dong. It is rumored that the guy is also a cold character. And he angered a lot of professional gamers. Can't beat it in the game. Can you beat offline? So there's definitely big news this time. Let's get ready to hit the hot spots. With that, he reached out and opened the door to the conference room. Small behind you. Quack is also ready for the live broadcast. They imagined that the room was in chaos. Li Yuyang is killing all sides. It was in their expectant gaze. Li Yuyang was squinting at the fans in front of him. The signed hand hasn't had time to put it down. The fan was already in tears of emotion. Look closely. It is the violent King Lu who is wronged. How could this kid have the beginning? Make a big fuss about the murderous spirit of someone else's base. The whole brain is a crippled fan. Look to the side. Lei, who is organizing a queue of professional players. After all, there are too many people looking for Ma Dongwang to sign an autograph. It's still necessary to pay attention to a first-come, first-served one. The link of taking the number is definitely indispensable. The little flyer was numbly holding up the number. This harmonious scene. Give the two paparazzi to raise chart outside and tender inside. It's a big fuss. Said to be good-tempered. This little quack can't stand it anymore. This group of pros is also too cowardly, since you can't count on them. Then do it yourself. Before he could continue walking, the clothes were grabbed by the security guards and taken away by the two boys. Still yelling that it's impossible. If you look at the paparazzi who were taken away with the coach, Ma Dongwang's performance last time was too high profile. Make a 10-minute string dance. Provoke these paparazzi to harass constantly. With that, he pushed the door open and entered. I saw King Ma Dong, who was still signing, shouting that the king of horses came out. I have something to talk to you about. Then Li Yuyang came to the corridor. If you talk to the coach, there are a few things I want to talk to you about. I received a request from the organizers for this competition. They want you to be wild in this field. Play it a little more exciting. Make the audience more enjoyable. Li Yuyang sighed. This group of audience masters is so difficult to serve. Wasn't it cool enough for me to kick one last time? The coach skimmed his head and couldn't cure it. It's pretty much the same as last time. Let's have a headwind turnaround. A string of fives or something. Li Yuyang was silent, good guy. This sentence reminded him. In the previous life, when there was a peak of injustice. It seems to be this violent way of playing. But some years later, the game is slowly maturing. Already, no one can win the game by working together. So the bosses behind the scenes will abandon the gods who come down the mountain, or even have them sit at the water cooler, act as a substitute. Until the end, none of the veterans were spared. But this life is different. But I know how the game will develop in the next 15 years. So, just let me do the thing that never goes down. Then Li Yuyang said that he understood. The coach was also excited. Does this kid understand what he means? Li Yuyang returned his hands to his chest. Doesn't it just make me show off a little more? This time, I'll show them a good show. Who told us to eat this bowl of rice? But how to show? Lao Tzu himself counts. Bang! Lu Yuan slammed his fist on the table. It's just too deceitful. He has been since his debut. I've never encountered anything like this. The coaching staff even made them stick with it for more than 10 minutes. Isn't that swearing? Those idiots don't understand the game or not. Then Lu Yuan. I also remembered the previous and King Ma Dong footage of the battle. It was in a group scuffle. He's just one of many little quacks. Watching King Ma Dong. 17 of them were kicked in 1 foot. Pro gamers. He was stupid at the time. I forgot how to play. At that time, he already understood clearly. He and King Ma Dong are people of 2 worlds. After this, the kid began to get angry. One serves 2 purposes. Day and night, he kept touching his 4 poles. Liu broke a bite and made a joke. Our goal is to bring King Ma Dong off the altar. Let him be my underdog. At this moment, Li Yuyang was talking lightly. Not 10 minutes. It's 8 minutes. As soon as this remark came out, the host of the interview was completely stupid. Lord Ma Dongwang. I didn't hear what you just said. Yuyang repeated it again. I said that this time it would only take 8 minutes to dance. After all, I'm stronger than last time. He then gestured to the camera with his scissor hands. This one move made the audience dumbfounded. That's 2. Countless cheers followed. Mado King Bull Batch. Lu Yuan, who saw the interview. Not only the stem became 4. The lungs are also angry. If you are speechless with the coach, is this kid misunderstood? I'm not letting him second. It's about making him last a little longer. End of pre-match interview. So let's get into the game. Final stop. The opposing teams are K1 and the Conqueror of Heaven and Earth. The starting players of the K1 team are a string of 5-horse East Kings. Let's wait and see. People are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being strong. But King Ma Dong didn't have so many birds. Instead, he learned that he danced in 10 minutes, after provoking a lot of defeated enemies, in order to show that the opponent is not too weak to lose. This time he wanted to dance in a string for 8 minutes. Actions are not directed at a particular team. As soon as this remark came out of the audience, it exploded. I've seen it madly. The strong ones have also been seen. But the crazy and strong one is really the only one. So don't talk nonsense. The competition has officially begun. This time, the venue was the rainforest. Ma Dongwang looked up and looked around with emotion. The playing field is from 8 maps, randomly selected. This venue is the same as the previous life. The venue for the finals is the same. It seems that although, because of some butterfly effect, lead to future change, but the general direction of the game's development has not changed. Look at the intertwined woods. Feel the humid air around you. King Ma Dong was silent. The environment here is not very friendly to me. It doesn't matter if it's a flame step or a snail. We'll be subject to marketing. Without waiting for King Ma Dong to continue, a gentle voice came from the side. You're right. This playing field is really bad for you. So the big talk you put before the game, there may be no way to do it. Because of the time of 8 minutes, you may not even be able to solve it with me. After Li Yuyang saw the person who came, I was immediately excited. This is a big star in Park Bao Bao's previous life. It's just that he hasn't debuted yet. Good guy's such a cute girl. I really don't know how it feels to fight. Park Bao Bao no longer talks nonsense. Extend your left hand. The mini life ring sparkles. Class B has the ability to shrink down. With a pink glow flickering, the baby disappeared under Li Yuyang's gaze. Li Yuyang was also stunned. I didn't expect him to have this hand. This ring can shrink the body. However, it does not affect the cast range of the skill. In attack range, at this moment, Pu Bao Bao has fallen into the jungle. Under the cover of intertwined roots, he soon vanished. King Ma Dong did not look for the shrunken baby. I saw him thrust his hands into the ground hard. The flame and the snail are activated at the same time. The flames were swept up into the sky by the whirlpool. A huge heat wave is coming. The baby stood in the distance and watched with a smile. This kid's skills are really strong. But it doesn't work. I didn't hit the target at all. King Ma Dong finished activating the skill, and no further action was taken. He's waiting. Due to the peculiarities of the rainforest, the effect of the flame department is greatly reduced. But because the air in the rainforest is humid, after being hit by a heat wave, will cause a larger air vortex. Sure enough, the skill has ended, but the storm didn't stop. As the scope of the heat wave grows, Park Bao Bao was also swept into the air. Time passed slowly. The firestorm hasn't stopped. On the contrary, it rolls faster and faster. Simple. It's like your baby is in a front-loading washing machine, spinning dizzy, as the heat wave flies farther and farther away. Li Yuyang looked at Pu Bao Bao, who flew into the sky. I don't know if he gets seasick or not. It's a lot cooler than riding a roller coaster. Since Park Bao Bao was not directly solved, so the game didn't end immediately. After 3 minutes, body sensing system. The little baby himself can't stand it anymore. Forced kick off the line by the system, the game was able to continue. The next player of the Conqueror of Heaven and Earth. It is the 41st King Fat Man on the list. The commentator was also surprised. This player is not ranked high, but it has a lot of combat experience, and the route taken is more special. I heard that he ranked even higher in the version above. Inside the arena, as soon as Wang Fatsi appeared, he took out the book of undead magic. This is the equipment of the Dark Arts Department. Grade B. Has 2 special skills, Time Field and Slaughterhouse. With the king, the Fat Man unleashed the magic book. The darkness swept all around. Countless undead creatures crawled out of the ground. See this scene? The commentary also broke out in a cold sweat. A summoner known as a black screen killer. Sure enough, it's a part of the way profession. In the Most High God, very few people will go the undead summoner route. I don't know where he got so many corpses. King Ma Dong was speechless when he saw it. I didn't expect this fat man to also play black magic. Before, the one who plays black magic still orders takeout at home, without waiting for King Ma Dong to continue thinking. Wang Fatsi has already begun to attack. Wang Lin was not afraid of death and rushed towards King Ma Dong. Tremendous pressure swept in. King Ma Dong has been affected by the shadow of time at this moment. Hibiki, whether it's movement speed or attack speed, will all get slower. On the contrary, Wang Lin's creatures will be exploded. Add to that the site constraints of the rainforest. It's just the right time, the right place, the right people, and the right world. The coach of the Conquistadors watched the game intently. At this moment, he felt that the time had come to slaughter the gods. The ID of Ma Dong, Wang may be in the past tense. Inside the arena, King Ma Dong doesn't care about so many or not. Punch it out. The sortie is launched. Wang Ling's creatures turned into ashes like tofu. The coach was shocked and punched to solve one. If it weren't for the fact that he still had hair, I really thought it was the bald head who came to visit the door for the new year. What he didn't know was, compared with the 2 A-level Wang Ling, those things that the fat man summoned, not even a little quack. At that time, The number of Wang Lings who killed in seconds was not counted. Led to Li Yuyang's direct possession. The trait of the King's Spirit Killer. This trait is universal. Whether it's Ma Dongwang or Lao Bird, it's going to have this effect. I didn't think it was useful at first. I didn't expect it to be quite fragrant. With Ma Dongwang's punch after punch. The resurrection speed of the King's Spirit Creature. It simply can't keep up with the speed of his annihilation. He didn't even activate the Flame Ministry. Because of the trait of having the King's Spirit Killer, he will inflict double damage on Wang Ling. Base damage alone. It's already up to 7,200. So these little quacks, even an ordinary punch can't withstand it. With the mass destruction of undead creatures, King Ma Dong rushed straight towards the fat man, playing with a big knife in front of Lao Tzu. I want to eat it. With a violent burst of flames exploded. Wang Fatsi also went offline to order takeout. King Ma Dong stood in place. Flames crackled and burned beside him. He said lightly to the next one. Live streaming screen. It clearly shows the strength of King Ma Dong. A small quack with a punch. It's easy to string too. Once again, the audience erupted in loud cheers. Is the myth of 10 minutes really going to be refreshed? King Ma Dong is really going to be a god. There was a sound of swearing in the arena. The next player on the Conqueror team also walked out. This is Cui Muhong, who is ranked 30th in China. The boy came up with a pocket. Look at this outfit. Could it be another one who plays the wrong way? Li Yuyang was speechless. What's wrong with this battle shield? Don't you even look at the version notice? How can it be some out-of-the-way professions? This is also Li Yuyang. The first time I saw a sack as a primary weapon. But Cui Muhong couldn't bear it anymore. With a yell, he spilled the contents of his pocket. This is urgent equipment. Random pockets. It can also be regarded as a type of summoner. However, what is special is that this is a random summon. Minions generally do not exceed the equipment level. But if you're lucky, there are also a few plus summons. Rates summoned out. The yellow sand in the pocket came to my face. In Li Yuyang's surprised gaze, a huge tongue emerges from the smoke. Is Grandma Li's coincidence not? Lao Tzu Tuba also has an exact one. Look at the game screen. Jodia finds country H more and more interesting. This is called Ma Dongwang's strength is really strong. Even if it's in an international competition, it should also be top-notch. It also got Jodia excited. Suddenly, the computer came with a prompt that the installation was successful. Jodia whistled. It seems to have caught up with a pleasant game time. It's about to start. Don't let me down until then. King Ma Dong. The scene of the Tumbler Cup finals. King Ma Dong, who released his arrogance. In the first game, because the target was sent flying. I waited 3 minutes before the battle ended. Subsequently, although the speed of light solved the fat man, but it still took nearly a minute. Less than half the time until 8 minutes. Looking at the Jormungand summoned by the other party. Li Yuyang was speechless. I really memorized my own points. Random summoning actually summons this guy. Although it's just cheats. But as the master of Jormungand, Li Yuyang still knows his strength. Not to mention the magic resistance. The skin is rough and the meat is thick. Looked at the invisible Cui Muhong. King Ma Dong also fell in a hesitation. Now the snail and the flame part are still cooling. Without waiting for King Ma Dong to continue thinking, Jormungand had already rushed forward. A sweep of the tail slapped down. Ma Dongwang jumped sideways to dodge. The commentary is shocking to see the wild. Everyone knows that Ma Dongwang PvP is a good hand. But this kind of play is close to PV. I really haven't seen King Ma Dong's methods. Next, let's look at our horse king. How to quickly solve the battle. The field has begun. In the play, he has the blood of the dragon family. It's normal to have a gambling skill. See King Ma Dong, who can only dodge. Cui Muhong breathed a sigh of relief. Solve King Ma Dong in this way. Let's become a god in the first war. I don't know Li Yuyang. At the moment, what is entangled is how to quickly resolve the battle, and not a question of winning or losing, although he can also dodge by stealth. But you can't hold your breath with Chui Muhong. German guard saw a missed blow. Again he breathed. Look at the huge attack range. King Ma Dong was mistaken. Since this thing is ownerless, it's better to just count. Wait for Chui Muhong to breathe. After 30 seconds, Chui Muhong was almost at the limit. The stealth effect requires breath holding to activate. Look at King Ma Dong, who is still fighting with Yermangard. Chui Muhong couldn't help but get anxious. Hurry up and solve King Ma Dong. Otherwise, I really can't hold it back for a while. Chui Muhong couldn't bear it anymore, opened his mouth, and began to breathe. What King Ma Dong is waiting for is to seize the right time now. A flame unit kicked to the ground, teleported behind Chui Muhong. Looked at King Ma Dong behind him. Chui Muhong broke out in a cold sweat. Just when he wanted to activate stealth again, Yi Mingjiade bit it down neatly. A crunchy mouthful. Chui Muhong is full of money. Li Yuyang outside the field looked stupid. What a sassy operation this is. The summoner was given a leg by the summoned beast. The two commentators in the commentary seat were also stunned. Obviously, the sassy words are on the lips, but I couldn't say a word. Now, the most devastating is the trainer of the conqueror of heaven and earth. Seven Anger is great. He covered his face with such a stupid team member. How will I see people in the future? The game continued. The next player to appear in the conqueror of heaven and earth. It's Mecha Rambo. This mecha is Bigaji's. Has decent defense and huge strength. This kid is bright. The old lady won't play those tricks. Deliberately procrastinating for time. Let's fight openly. King Ma Dong smiled after hearing this. Finally, a slightly more normal one. I just don't know that this Lanbua will not control the temperature. Without waiting for King Ma Dong to continue thinking. The punching bag's big fist was already in front of you. He jumped back and dodged. Take advantage of the situation and kick away the flames without activation. The sound of metal clashing came to my ears. In the astonished gaze of King Wadong. The mecha that had been kicked didn't move. Not even a scratch. Rambo laughed at this moment. My mech is fully strengthened with alcohol. It also has a strong fire resistance. It's up to you how you put it this time. As soon as the words fell. King Ma Dong has attacked. Move horizontally. Punch after punch slammed into the huge mecha. Rambo was inside the mecha as if he was out of the way. Not hurt in the slightest. I have to say, the shock absorption function of this mecha is really strong. But that's not enough. Spikes and blades suddenly grew out of the mech shell. This caught King Ma Dong off guard. Hurry back. Then King Ma Dong kicked the ground. Stones with flames rushed towards the mech. There was a crackling sound. Activates with the effect of the skill. The stones on the ground were constantly turning into hot molten slurry. Rambo is still sitting firmly on the Dio Utai and has said that it is useless. Why don't you believe it? Right now. In Rambo's surprised gaze. The entire mech was already surrounded by molten lava. There was no longer a piece under the feet of King Ma Dong. Complete ground. All have been converted into lava fields. Rambo was shocked by the powerful abilities of King Ma Dong, though. But still not panicking. You don't listen to what you said provocatively. You don't change it. As I said, the mech's fire resistance is extremely high. Why don't you believe in evil? King Ma Dong, surprisingly, did not refute. Your mech's fire resistance is indeed very strong. Then the style of painting changed. I just don't know. Aren't you also heat-resistant? A word wakes up the dreamer. Rambo only noticed at this point. The temperature in the cabin. It's got to the point where I couldn't stand it anymore. After a while, he couldn't hold on. A shout opened the cockpit. It was the moment it was opened. King Ma Dong, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared in front of him. A punch. Flames burst. Under a huge explosion. Rambo and his mech began to shatter at the same time. It's a stroke of genius. Not only is the combat power strong, the combat experience is even more extraordinary. King Ma Dong deserves to be a real man for 10 minutes. Is he really going to break his own record? Trainer of the conquerors of heaven and earth. At the moment, I almost can't hold it anymore. Only one member of the police team did not take action. His well-prepared tactics and restraint routines. It didn't work at all. Is it their own clan? It really doesn't last 8 minutes. Right now, it came from behind him. A man's voice. I think if I use my new tactics, don't say 8 minutes. It can last up to 8 hours. The commentary is also excited at the moment. Below, he is the last contestant of the conqueror of heaven and earth. Whether Ma Dongwang will be able to break his own record. It's up to this battle. Next, please Li Yuyang. Don't wait for my sister to finish speaking. A large body appears in the arena. King Ma Dong was also taken aback. When did this guy get so big? Tumblr Cup Finals. This is the highest in Country H where the gold content is extremely high. God Pro Tournament. Now it's out of place. From a championship fight, it became a man and survived. 8-minute challenge. Conqueror in the settlement of heaven and earth. After the 4th player. Less than 2 minutes to go until 8 minutes. As a trainer of the conquerors of heaven and earth, the man was desperate. For example, there is only one Li Yuyang who did not appear. The game has basically been announced. Right now, it depends on whether Li Yuyang can survive 2 minutes. With the passionate introduction of the commentary, in the surprised gaze of King Ma Dong, Li Yuyang made a brilliant debut. But how does this body shape look a little swollen? In Li Yuyang's previous life, Li Yuyang is a very proud player. There are 2 sets of equipment that he usually uses. A violent warrior outfit. There is also an all-sensitive assassin outfit. This guy is not only violent himself. The professions that play are also the kind of thin skins and high skills. But now he is wearing a tank suit. And it's the kind of meat to the extreme. Wipe out all the means of attack. The defense has been pulled to the extreme. What makes a player with an 84% win rate in the ranking? The offensive was abandoned. Committed to making a long-lasting meat jar. King Ma Dong couldn't help but ask this question. Is your outfit just for me? Neo Yuyang is very light. The stick graciously admitted. I'm the only one in our team, so I have only one purpose. Drag it until 8 minutes later, and then watch you blow the cowhide through. Became a laughing stock. Hearing this, King Ma Dong frowned. Immediately, he stretched out a finger and hit a guy like you. It only takes 1 minute. As the voice fell, the narrator shouted excitedly. What did Lord Ma Dongwang just say? He's going to end the fight in a minute. Is there something wrong with my ears? The audience in the arena was also boiling, worthy of being the king of horses. Mighty and domineering. Li Yuyang is also helpless. The legend says that you are extremely arrogant. I didn't expect that I was even more crazy than the legend. Don't say a minute. Lao Tzu stood still. You can't beat me in an hour. If you don't believe me, try it. Subsequently, Li Yuyang made a defensive posture. Stand still and remain motionless. See this? Ma Dongwang laughed a guy. He really stood still and was beaten. Then Lao Tzu will not go. As he spoke, he took the previous one back. Transition to two-fist mode. Ready? Let's get started. As the voice fell, King Ma Dong had already come to Li Yuyang. Punch and saw. The piercing sound of collision shook the eardrum. Ma Dongwang's fists are not ordinary. Each of his punches has a partial vortex effect, an attack modifier that can cause concussions. I've never faced such a weak opponent before. This time it's time to have a good time. With the constant swing of the fist, the ground can no longer withstand the pressure. Shattered. In this way, Ma Dongwang still felt that it was not enjoyable. He raised his fist in the air, hit it down. The punch knocked a deep hole out of the ground. Li Yuyang's whole body fell into the ground. At this moment, although he did not break the defense, but he himself was not at all uncomfortable. The Supreme God has a body sensing system. The vibration of every punch. It is firmly transmitted to the body. Let Lu New York have a kind of drifting on the sea. The feeling of encountering huge waves. At this moment, King Ma Dong has already hit the head. I don't care if it's time or not. He has only one goal. That is to smash the tank in front of you. As the fist keeps falling, Li Yuyang feels like a year. Hasn't a minute passed? This guy is even more terrifying than you think. In front of him, like Paige, he waited to be slaughtered. The clock was 6 minutes and 32 seconds. At this moment, it is a minute away from what King Ma Dong said. There are about 40 seconds left. I really don't know if Li Yuyang can bear it. Another interpretation disagrees. Now the blood volume of King Ma Dong and the amount of blue is already very low. As long as Li Yuyang can withstand this attack, it's really possible to launch a Jedi counterattack. After all, the man has been fighting 4 times. Ma Dongwang's hammer blow in the arena did not end. The entire site was completely destroyed. I just don't know what happened to Li Yuyang. With Ma Dongwang returning punches again, there are only 5 seconds left in the minute. There are 4 seconds left for the fist to swing. Spectators in the arena, all looking intently at the big screen. I didn't want to blink my eyes. When the time came, there was silence in the room. Ma Dongwang also stopped throwing his fists. Say 1 minute, 1 minute. One more punch won't come out. Waited for a moment. Li Yuyang still didn't get up from the ground. The system also did not signal a force kick. The trainer of the conqueror of heaven and earth holds his head in his hands. I couldn't stop praying. Li Yuyang quickly stood up, confirmed by the staff at the venue. Li Yuyang has lost his ability to fight. The game is over. Li Yuyang's game cabin was also quickly opened. The coach rushed over and shouted Li Yuyang's name. Bring him to see the game before he walks into the realm. The situation in the cabin. The coach was stunned. At this moment, Li Yuyang was still with his eyes open. But the whole person has been stupid. Motionless. See this. The coach hurriedly posted it. Shouted Li Yuyang's name. After hearing the shouting, Li Yuyang finally had a reaction. The whole body trembled. Tears came out alone. A big man was even beaten and cried. This situation was beyond everyone's expectations. No one can understand. Why does this violent maniac cry? Because they simply don't know. How terrible is King Ma Dong? That minute was for Li Yuyang. It's almost like a year. The body suffered the concussion of the fist. Driven underground, after losing sight, you can only face the raging King Ma Dong alone. After hearing the cold voice of King Ma Dong, Li Yuyang collapsed. Because what King Ma Dong said is, Lao Tzu doesn't care about the outcome of the game. And so it hung down. Now he is as fragile as a baby. Completely lost fighting spirit. It's torture. Looked at Li Yuyang, who was carried away by the unit price. Yin couldn't help but encourage him not to cry. Pull yourself together. In the future, as long as you don't meet King Ma Dong, you're still that violent maniac. As the wounded were carried away for treatment, the only thing left is to celebrate the victory. Yin Jiaxiu clapped his palms without hesitation. It's a cool feeling to lie down and win. And the coach also shed tears of excitement. It's him as a coach. Won the first national victory. It's really a blessing from King Ma. Let's say that I have come back to my senses at this moment. Shouted that King Ma Dong was invincible. Hoarse shouts resounded throughout the arena. The enthusiasm of the audience was also ignited. Looking at the radiant King Ma Dong on the screen, a thought popped into their hearts. This could be a historic moment for the Supreme Trial. After winning the championship in 8 minutes, it is estimated that no one can surpass them. This is witnessing the birth of God. With a timer stuck at 6 minutes and 59 seconds, the competition is officially over. The audience cheered. The Horse King did it. He literally danced in 8 minutes. Li Yuyang cried excitedly at the moment. This is the moment that made esports history. It deserves to be remembered by all people. At this moment, King Ma Dong has been canonized as a god. Then came the exciting time for the awards. The award ceremony will be held in-game. Viewers can watch it on the broadcast channel, or just log into the game and watch it live. Tumblr Cup Finals. The team that finished third was Team Mad Dog. In second place was the conqueror of heaven and earth. The first place winner went to the K1 team, and Ma Dongwang, the best player in the game. As the awards ceremony continued, the narrator handed the trophy to King Ma Dong. After receiving the trophy, the narrator still looked at him with a smile on his face. Suddenly, the guy held out a finger, excited, shouting that this is definitely not the last battle. Next, the Asian Cup will be held as a professional esports tournament. We believe King Ma Dong's Ming will shine throughout Asia. As soon as this remark came out, Li Yuyang put away his smile. Winning a domestic championship is not his ultimate goal. Conquering the whole world is what Li Yuyang should do. Now that it has been crossed, the installation must be the largest one. Suddenly, the whole venue started shaking. This is an official award ceremony. How could such a thing happen? It was in Li Yuyang's surprise gaze. There was a huge explosion ahead. The dust is gone. A wisdom reveals the body. Grandma Li's. Which one is this? Could it be an Easter egg sent by the official? But this Easter egg is too exciting. Countless monsters appeared in front of you. Straight ahead, right now. Jodia fell from the sky. With a smile on my face, it looks like I'm not done yet. I don't know if there is a trophy for me. Then Jodia shouted at you little quacks. Do you know Lao Tzu's? As soon as this remark came out, the little quacks were stunned. Where did this neuropathy come from? I guess I didn't go out without taking medicine. The meat shield of the Ma Chiao Guild stood up. Disturb Lord Ma Dongwang's award ceremony. I think you are an old birthday star, hanging to find Ani to die. A few small quacks instantly surrounded it. Can't let it. This guy spoiled the good mood of Lord Ma Dongwang. See this? Jodia pulled out her weapon. He said with a smile, You uninformed bunches. Let Lao Tzu teach you. What does it mean to be powerful? Voice login. Jodia had already rushed over, forced to find an instant solution to one. It seems effortless. This freaked out the rest of the people. The people of the Macho Guild had seen this Jodia before. But at that time, he was obviously a black magician. How can the promotion battle be so strong? Jodia's killings continued. Not give them a chance to react at all. One knife and one crunchy. Isn't there a single one here that can fight? Being so weak that I can't lift my spirits. In that case, then you're welcome. After saying that, he took out the Dark King's diary. Suddenly, a dark aura enveloped the whole body. With the diary activated, huge flames swept in. A few little quacks didn't have time to dodge. It was burned. This kind of flame is very difficult to extinguish as long as it is stained. It's comparable to Amaterasu. Jodia, after activating the skill, as if nothing happened, smile and look at the crowd to solve your bunch of garbage. You still have to use range skills to cool it. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. Go straight to the bottom of the bridge. The violent explosion forced him to stop his skills. Retreat and dodge to bring the flames away. Jodiaxing. Staring at the man in front of you. You're finally here. The ugly old man from last time hasn't settled accounts with you yet. The person who came was King Ma Dong. After noticing the anomaly here, he rushed over immediately. I didn't expect it to be Jodia playing tricks. Lao Tzu is very busy. Is your kid skin itchy again? Meanwhile, dozens of players have already died in the arena. These are basically top-ranked professions. Players didn't expect that. Even Jodia summoned a little quack. I can't beat it. King Ma Dong was also very curious at the moment. It's been since Jodia last died. It shouldn't have been more than 3 days. How did this kid escape the punishment of death? Log into the game again. Hear this question? Jodia sighed and thanked you. Lao Tzu spent a lot of money to log in from an internal server that has been shut down. Fortunately, it caught up with a good show. Listen to Jodia's words. King Ma Dong was silent. This guy is the same as he remembers, although he has already been stopped twice. But he still went on the same trajectory. People like this who don't follow the rules and want to ruin the game. Lao Tzu saw it once and killed it once. Anger climbed. The full set also began to shine. Ma Dongwang did not hesitate to punch the ground. In Jodia's surprised gaze, huge stone cones rose from the ground. Go straight from Jodia. He kicked his feet. It's easy to dodge. Just fell to the ground. King Madong's attack is coming again. Earthquakes and snails are launched at the same time. The ground cracked like a spider's web. Suddenly, King Ma Dong was stunned. What the hell is this? Jodia even has flying props. How many good things this kid has gotten to his hands on? Jodia, who rose into the air, smiled and looked down. The same skill also wants to hit Lao Tzu twice. I want to eat it. See this. King Ma Dong is also a head too big. It's not me in the air. Ah, the strength of the body. Although it is possible to take advantage of the effect of earthquakes plus snails. Try to hit him. But such a large range, it's going to affect everyone else. That's how it can be good. Looking at the king of Ma Dong who made waves. What happened to Jodia's acupuncture? You're still thinking about how to beat me. You'd better play with them first. The monsters brought by Jodia have already attacked. Seeing that he was about to come to the front of King Ma Dong, just when he was ready to make a move, a figure descended from the sky. The monster was smashed to pieces by a massive impact. In the surprised gazes of King Ma Dong and Jodia, a gleaming golden shield appeared in front of your eyes. The training man said with a smile, King Ma Dong is now the country of H, a symbol of the professional league, and you're going to take us to the whole of Asia. A guy like you doesn't deserve to be. Just leave it to us. In the history of the Most High God, players have never been so united. Different teams, different gangs. At this moment, there is a common goal. That's to take out Jodia. This makes use of the data from the closed test server. The guy approaching the official uniform. He wanted to kill them all? If he really succeeds, then the next few days, he can basically jump sideways repeatedly in-game. No one can stop it. Seeing the pros in front, the little quacks no longer hesitated. Although it's just that he doesn't even have a name, Little Quack. But they are not afraid of death. Isn't it just a restriction on logging in for a few days? That can't be let either. This game breaker guy lives. As the voice fell, countless little quacks rushed towards the monster summoned by Jodia. This is the beginning of the Great War. Jodia looked at the few people in front of her. I couldn't help but sneer. Is there a mistake? Just you second-tier pros. I also want to kill Lao Tzu. Wishful thinking. Having said that, the monsters at both ends rushed up. Mari Tianhe Yin Jiaxu did not back down. One person, one head, quick victory. With the two-headed summon resolved, Thunder Tiger also joined the fight. A season of lightning rushed straight for Jodia. Just dodged Thunder Tiger's magical attack. Song, he had already lurked. The piercing of the hand is activated instantly. Jodia dodged easily. Just when Song Iza was about to continue attacking, the unexpected happened. The weapon turned out to be caught in Jodia's pincers. Without waiting for Song Iza to withdraw his weapon, Jodia didn't hesitate to fork in. Song E published a magazine that escaped the attack. But look at the broken hand knife. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. When the sneak attack fails, pull rice. It's a bit of a bad thing now. I didn't have any other weapons ready. Right now, Jodia has pulled away. Now that you want to be finished, then Lao Tzu will accompany him to the end. With the sound of Hamelin's flute, the dead players and monsters all stood up. This item is used in large-scale team battles. The effect is all in the house. The more you die, the more you shine. Countless zombie creatures are a player. Players who have just gained the upper hand. Once again, it is in crisis. That's a lot of meows. The pros are now at the end of their humiliation. Previous battles. It took too much mana and health. Is it really going to go offline in order to take out this time? With the loss of the offensive, countless pro gamers have fallen to the ground. Look at the battle footage on the broadcast screen. The audience was elegant. This is the supreme god. Official events? How could this be the case at the awards ceremony? Doesn't the official care? The British girl of the cheats stretched out her claws and grabbed them. Maurikian turned around and dodged. However, the other party's speed was too fast, and he still couldn't dodge. Look at the monsters flying everywhere in the sky. He was helpless too. I'm quite capable of fighting, but I can't fight so much. Just when he felt hopeless, the massacres continued. Countless little quacks were killed by monsters. Then it turns into a zombie again and breaks out of the ground. Used by Little Dia. The tide of the pitch was reversed in a matter of minutes. Little Dia sneered. And this group of guys on the leaderboards give you a chance to save the world. You can't catch it. What a bunch of rubbish. Just when he was making a big fuss, Li Yuyang appeared behind him. Uncovered the blade of mourning. The mallet struck him on the head. Caught off guard, Jodia poured down to the ground. This scene made Ma Ritian look stupid. He is known to the old bird and the king of Ma Dong. It's the same person, but the audience doesn't know. This kid, didn't the anchor named Old Bird say it? How can it be so violent? Jodia's feigned killing is interrupted. Also stared at the guy behind him with wide eyes. The old bird grinned at this moment. You've been pretending to be a kid for a long time. Next, it was Lao Tzu's turn. The period during which King Ma Dong disappeared. It's just to hide and land on the tuba. Now under the appearance of the old bird. Hidden is the equipment of King Ma Dong. It can be called the integration of horses and birds. The strength is quack strong. Looked at the arrogant Li Yuyang. Jodia grinned angrily. He was trying to distance himself. Unexpectedly, the steep slope was trampled under Li Yuyang's feet. One appeared and fell on all fours. This picture, and Joe, who has just been invincible. Dia is a stark contrast. The audience didn't believe their eyes. Script. This is definitely a script. The one named Jodia is the actor Lu Yenran. Only to know that this is not a script at all. Jodia was originally an insecticide. Sex guys? But how did the bastard old bird appear here? Inside the battlefield. Josha has lost the mentality of playing at the moment. He had never been so ashamed in his life. Knocked on the head by others in front of tens of thousands of people. I also fell a dog and ate. Anger crawled all over his face. Case. You're welcome. The Dark King's diary lit up in an instant. Suddenly the mana burns in. Li Yuyang's glasses stared at Jodia. With the skill hit, Jodia fell into a brief stagnation. As a high-level magician, magic resistance is definitely not low. The dress-up effect caused by skills will also be greatly reduced. That's enough, though. Because Li Yuyang is in front of Jodia at this moment. Where else does it take 1 second? The lover slashed hard at Jodia from top to bottom. Li Yuyang's mouth was still questioning. Lao Tzu asked you to install forks. I can't install it in the future. It's a big score. The old bird's obscene sound loss is difficult. It would have jumped out at this time. It's what makes the audience's eyes widen. Especially those who have been cheated by him. Did he be blind before? In fact, the old bird can handle it. A morning blade mallet, an external foot to step on your clothes. Let Jodia's head swing straight away. Meanwhile, pro gamers are still fighting monsters. Even if it's the two people who didn't deal with it before. Also united. They were back to back. It's like a teammate who has been fighting for years. Look at each other and smile. You're not bad. Next, you could take a takeout offline and take a break. After all, fighting for so long will get tired. Who knew that Xiao Gaga's disagreement? Such a good opportunity to perform. Why don't you go offline? Leave it to me. Don't be stupid by King Ma Dong. Two teammates who were just in harmony. Instant quarrel ensued. If not surrounded by monsters, maybe the two of them are going to do it soon. Right now, huge monsters attacked. The two of them also did not include the goods. The skill instantly beckoned. But when will it be ahead to fight like this? Suddenly, a pair of men in black rushed up. This is the official personnel of the Supreme God. The guys finally made a move. I thought the dog was planning to go on vacation again. Official shot. The tide turned in an instant. They were divided into 3 groups. The situation is basically under control. Just take them away. All players affected by this incident will receive official compensation, and it will eliminate the death penalty. Speaking of which, officials are also skeptical. At the moment, it seems the losses for pro gamers are not too great. Otherwise, it will be a blow to the prestige of the game. Is irreparable. As a competitive game, you can rely on your own strategy and style of play. Hopelessly powerful, but through this illegal means of cheating, to strike at the opponent. It is unforgivable. Meanwhile, Li Yuyang's lover has been cut down. He grinned as he remembered what had happened in his previous life. After this incident, the game is starting to go downhill. After all, not even a level playing field can be provided. It was only a matter of time before the Supreme God fell to the ground. So the Jodia in front of her is simply unforgivable. Killing him once or twice is not enough. Then keep killing. Kick this guy out of the game completely. Right now, Jodia turned out to be in a strange pose. Dodged the fatal blow. Immediately stretched out his claws and launched a counterattack. Li Yuyang watched the claws attack. His body was instantly covered with smooth slime. Meanwhile, the force claw slid on top of him, but just passing by. Didn't do any damage. This scene made Jodia dumbfounded. This kid is rejoicing. How is it so smooth? Li Yuyang is still angry at the moment. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. The fist turned into an afterimage. Hit Jodia again and again. Jodia was beaten to the point where she couldn't straighten her back. But the fist didn't hurt much. Didn't even shed much blood. But when did Jodia suffer such humiliation? It's a live stream. The audience in the venue was also silent, looking at Pain Flat Joe, Dia's old bird. Finally, someone couldn't help but start cheering him on. Atmosphere is contagious. After the surprise, others are joining in, calling him an old bird or an old bird. As long as you can take out Jodia, you're a good bird. The atmosphere of the audience was ignited. Once again, the climax was ushered in. Jodia was beaten like this, and she was powerless. Fury finally took over the high ground. He interrupted Li Yuyang's attack with a backhand blow. Instantly summons countless dry bones. Bones keep piling up. I want to be a hero. Let's climb up first. Look closely. The bones have piled up into a mountain. Jodia stood at the top of the hill, distanced himself from Li Yuyang. This scene made the little quacks open their mouths wide in shock. It takes a second to change the terrain. What the hell is this guy sacred? But Li Yuyang didn't care. He looked up at Jodia, showed a smile, too underestimating Lao Tzu. Do you think I can't do anything about you? The voice fell. Li Yuyang poked a hole in the top of the mountain. The whole person got into the hole. In a few moments he appeared in front of Jodia, reached out and grabbed it. Jodia's eyes were scared. Are you a bird or a loach? How can you even make a hole? As everyone knows, this is Li Yuyang's smooth characteristics of relying on Chinese New Year's Eve. Forced to cross the terrain. Don't wait for Jodia to react. Li Yuyang bit his finger. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Spat on Jodia in the face. Jodia closed her eyes. A helpless face. I can't hit it. I can't run, and I can't run. Now he's still spitting at himself. Where the hell did this kid come from? Suddenly, Li Yuyang took Yuan. A stab at Jodia's thigh. Look at the wound on the leg. Jodia was about to collapse. What kind of trick was this playing? Can you still play the game properly? Can't you just fight openly? Yuyang smiled slightly and enjoyed it now. Next, you will start bleeding at a rate of 0.04% per second, plus the characteristics of cutting. You will lose 0.05% of your maximum HP per second. Here. Jodia was speechless. Is this the highest level of gua sha? Why fight with this guy? There will be a sense of stigma, but there is no solution to the current situation. You don't have the skills to remove negative effects. Is it only possible to use one last resort? Think about it so far. Jodia reached into her arms. Hold a scroll. Grinning. It took me half a year to get this. It was originally intended to be used on King Ma Dong. I didn't expect to use it on you, a clown. Hear this. Li Yuyang plucked his nostrils. I didn't let you spend money on this. But it doesn't matter. I know Ma Dongwang very well. Who uses it or not. See the virtues of the old birds. Jodia's face was gloomy. No more hesitation. Spread the scroll with both hands. A huge wave of micropressure emanated. Something terrible seems to be coming out. Now is the time. Li Yuyang waved his arm. A long strip of something that is lightning fast. The momentum of the ears rushed forward. Interrupted Jonia's spellcasting. And the scroll was captured. Look closely. It was Yermangad. Li Yuyang breathed a sigh of relief at the critical moment. Still have to rely on the old guys. It's really reliable to follow me for dozens of levels. After the Yermangard scroll wound Jodia up again, the ancients said that they did not deceive me. The villain died of too much talk. A guy who relies on the loophole black mirror game official uniform. What exactly do you want to do? After losing your whole cards, Jodia was finally honest. Anyway, it's just a character who lands on the test server. Instead, Jodia calmed down. Are you a player of the closed beta server? Hear this question. Li Yuyang sighed. You've asked me this question from the beginning. Why are you obsessed with the internal test suit? Jodia grinned and pressed. According to your strength. It's already a player on the global leaderboard. But I've never seen your name. And the equipment on you. It's all from hidden dungeons. Only those players who are in the closed beta. To be able to do this. The bird didn't answer the question. Could it be said that Lao Tzu is a player who crosses the server? I'm curious to see who you are. Why do you want to do this? Is it important for you to be hostile to all players on the server? Jodia spoke lightly. I'm just a small character. It's just that I can't get used to what some people do. Of course, you can also think of me as a madman who is the enemy of the world. And what is the relationship between you and King Ma Dong? When I was targeting King Ma Dong, you'll show up when I'm targeting you. King Ma Dong will also appear. Now I have to suspect that you two are not normal. Mystery Jodia gave a contemptuous look. Don't think it's over when you beat me this time. I'll be back in the future. It's hard to say the next time we meet the dear dead sailor. Hear this. Li Yuyang directly launched the mana burning. The light in his eyes was like substance. I'm going to melt Jodia. I want to talk to Lao Tzu about the next time. This time, I'm going to beat you into a psychological shadow. Affected by mana burning, Jodia's body began to dry up. Seeing that he has lost his ability to resist, Yermangard loosened his bonds. Jodia falls from a high altitude, straight to the ground. See this scene? The little quacks couldn't take it anymore. This is a good opportunity for revenge. Countless players flock to it. Skills are smashed at Jody like they don't want money. And just like that, he was drowning in a myriad of skills. The eyeliner crisis has been lifted. The audience cheered. The prestige of the old bird skyrocketed. Even suppressed the champion of Ma Dongwang. No matter what the audience thinks, Li Yuyang will always earn blood. After solving the problem, the old birds don't stay anymore either. He waved his hand. Now it's time for the pros to come in. I'm an amateur and don't follow suit. Don't forget to give a triple. Under the driving of a plus grade student, Li Yuyang jumped from a high altitude in a dashing manner. Quickly run into the distance. The little quack who was present saw the departed old bird. Instead of complaining about his departure at midfield, On the contrary, they are all grateful. Because he's just an average player, not a professional player. Then the rest of the monsters. It's up to us pros. Clean it up. A sudden explosion came from a distance. Huge flames spread all over the world. This has killed countless monsters. As the ground cracked, King Ma Dong's voice came out, and he was right. A professional player should have the consciousness of a professional player. Looks like I'm not too late to return. As soon as the words fell, King Ma Dong jumped to his feet. The fist fell to the ground again. Earthquakes and fires are powerful. Swept like a horde of monsters. Countless monsters have died again. Even the bosses and monsters like the Oni Eaters have been affected. Don't just die. Seeing the return of the main backbone. Shao Gan, let's rekindle our fighting spirit. The battle is not over. Although the main messenger was solved. But there are many monsters. With a shout, the crowd rushed up, stood with the monster again. The addition of King Ma Dong. The monsters dissipated extremely quickly. Plus the official shot. The crisis was quickly resolved. After this incident, Jodia became thoroughly famous. The boulder dominates the hot search. Such a big hole popping. The reputation of the Supreme God has suffered. It simply doesn't hurt the player much. And you can get compensation. On the contrary, it strengthens the cohesion of the players. After getting official attention, the police also intervened. Locked the IP address. The machine where Jodia landed was found later. But the building is already empty. He was not caught red-handed. But the on-site professional machine modification equipment is opened. The police were also surprised. This Jodia was able to, entering country H while wanted. That speaks for itself. Next, I don't know what that kid will make a name for. You can only increase your search and be wary of his comeback. Thankfully, he's only messing around in-game at the moment. There is no danger to the safety of ordinary people in country H. The world's biggest profiteer this time. It should be the old bird. Not only has it gained a lot of attention, he also became a talented player who surpassed the pros. It's a double of fame and fortune. Of course, if you're going to ask me why don't you play professionally, I don't play ranked either. Then I'm going to tell you. Have you ever heard that saying? The real masters are hidden in the folk. I'm that folk god. Of course, there are also people I admire among the pros. For example, that King Ma Dong. Just like that is the event of the Pro League Awards ceremony. Over time, dissipates slowly. Inside the personal warehouse of the Dirt Cat. Look at the countless pieces of equipment in front of you. The old bird was speechless. Most of these are D and C grades. What to do with this garbage? Although they are all equipment that increases agility. But the level is too low. I don't need it at all. Deke Mao grinned. It's not like you said you need to add agility equipment. So I took the equipment I could collect on the map. It's all over. All of the additional stats in each session are sensitive. Hear this. Li Yuyang was also moved. You kid don't think that, do you? I'm a straight man of steel. What kind of is to have a cat laughing freely? At first follow you. It's to repay you for saving your life. But after a trip to the North Road, I just found out I really love playing with you, compared to adventuring alone. Following you is the real thrill. See the smile of the Dirt Cat. Li Yuyang also smiled slightly. You're an adventurous guy. But it doesn't matter. Follow your bird brother. Every day stimulates you to the point that you can't sleep. Speaking of which, Dirt Cat was excited again. Where are we going today? My rank is not low anymore. Isn't it time for us to go to a more advanced place? Conquer those more powerful monsters. It's even more beautiful scenery. Look at the scrappy Dirt Cat. Li Yuyang's face did not change color. Said lightly, today is just a matter of completing some daily tasks. Hear, hear. The flame in Dirk's heart was extinguished instantly. That's all in the mood. You kid tell me. It's just a daily quest. Li Yuyang patted the Dirt Cat on the shoulder. Don't worry. These tasks are also done for the sake of future adventures. Danger accumulates strength. There will be opportunities in the future. Speaking of which, though, Li Yuyang paused. This kid trusts me so much. And everyone has been together for such a long time. Even if it's to tell him some secrets, there shouldn't be any problem. Make up your mind. Li Yuyang leaned into the ear of the Dirk cat. I know where the blade maker is going next. This sentence made Dirk's eyes widen. And I'm planning based on the later stages of the game to make our own strategy plan. Meanwhile, practice a few points somewhere. Jodia shouted. I'm from a closed test suit. Do any of you know me? Listen to the voice. Kim sosofrozin plez. How did this kid find here? But hear his next words. Kim fell silent. It turned out to be you. I really miss being in the internal test service. What about the old days? Hello everyone. I am Qingyang Oldbird. The first step is over. Thank you all for your support. The second step is in the collection. If you want to see it, you can continue to slide. The Tumblr Cup finals have come to an end. Ma Dongwang won the best of the match with a crushing position, led the K1 team to the league championship, but the subsequent award ceremony was closed from it. Jodia made a mess of the floating. Fortunately, the civilian player Old Bird made a move to quell the Jodia rebellion. So far, non-professional gamer Lao Bird has completely been on the hot search, has dominated the charts on major platforms for a long time. Take advantage of the heat. Li Yuyang started the live broadcast. This time, he didn't debit the leak. Instead, a solemn announcement was made. Any player who has been injured by a black-skinned Old Bird, all of them can come to Li Yuyang to receive compensation. Although the Old Bird was not him, but the formation of the black-skinned Old Bird. He is indeed partly responsible. As soon as this remark came out, the Old Bird washed white in an instant. What specializes in pit people? What means to rob people and wild monsters or something? It's all about rumors. Such a good anchor. Don't give it triple support. It's not human, isn't it? So the Old Bird became a hero in the eyes of all little quacks. Just when everyone is speculating about the next step of the Old Bird, when you want to tackle which advanced dungeon, located inside a coffee farm at the southern tip of the central continent. The farmer is shouting loudly. You two are lazy. Believe it or not, Lao Tzu will dismiss you directly. Look closely. It was the Old Bird and the Dago cat who went to work. The two of them finished carrying the coffee tirelessly. Finally time to stop and drink some life potion. This map is so weird. Just basking in the sun will bleed. If you don't drink red potions, you can't hold up your blood at all. But I just rested for a while. The farmer came again with a whip. Why are you too lazy again? I'm really not self-motivated at all. Do you know how much you do? Just when will you be financially free? As soon as this remark came out, get a cat in a cold sweat. Good guy and NPC really put. I watched it myself. But it can't be helped. If you want to get the job done, you have to listen to them. That's how you got a cat to collect the coffee beans. It is fried at high temperature by Li Yuyang. Then bagging in batches. Dry the whole process before going to get the coffee beans. Repeat the steps above. The essential. And the nasty guy behind him all the time. It made the dirt cat even more depressed. The two sticky boys really don't know what to do. I'm doing this for your own good. The faster you do it, the bigger the rewards. Just do it well. Lao Tzu will raise your wages for both of you. Look at the arrogant expression of the farmer. Dirk couldn't stand his meow. Lao Tzu has never seen any strong winds and waves. The leader of Rajaji. I don't dare to fart more in front of this cat. Then he pulled out his weapon. Can I shoot him with one shot? Li Yuyang hurriedly appeased him. Killing NPC is going to be roaring. Besides, we're going to finish this task in a moment. Let's talk about the reward after that. That's it. Dirk continued to swallow his breath in it. You say so much every day. Why did you choose this wonderful task? Li Yuyang grinned. The daily tasks are mostly the same. This is basically not done by anyone. No one told us about it. What's more, the rewards are still very generous. The bald head next door doesn't also do 100 push-ups a day. It's getting stronger. Just persuaded Dirk to go back to work. The water, and even the low-level mini-killer wind flew over. Bit directly on the neck of the Dirk cat. For a moment, the Dirk cat was like an electric shock. The whole person fell directly to the ground. It's like scaring Li Yuyang. The good guy really drank cold water and stuffed his teeth. Looks like you're really tired. I didn't even notice the approaching of this little monster. Then Li Yuyang. Understated, the murderous wind was hammered into scum. But the Dirk cat with the paralyzing effect can only lie on the ground, motionless. But the farmer quit. You're lying on the ground again, lazy. Why can't you hold up the wall like mud? This is a bit of chatter. Made Li Yuyang speechless. I don't know who wrote the program. How can you spray it so much? The appearance of these two farmers is not only underwhelming, also very foul-mouthed. No wonder no one has ever taken on this task. That's it. It took the two of them a whole day to complete the task. Dirk exhaled deeply. Daily quests are relatively low in difficulty, but it takes a lot of time, and it's boring. I'd rather fight the snake girl again. But Dirk smiled and did it for so long. The reward should be quite a lot. As soon as this remark came out, Li Yuyang was surprised. You don't even know what the reward is. Just follow me on the mission. As they spoke, the two received their mission rewards. Looking at the bag of coffee seeds in his hand, Dirk cat was completely stunned. Is this another harvest of our day's work? Don't wait for the Dirk cat to react. The farmer came over, spat at the bag in Dirk's hand. You're not too little. This is what we have given you in great mercy. Otherwise, according to your lazy look, it's going to be half that. After saying that, the two NPCs actually laughed wildly. Listen to the shrill laughter. In words that make the capitalist cry. The Dirk cat is completely hairy. He really doesn't think of me as a human being. You have not been beaten by society. Li Yuyang doesn't care. It's not a picture anyway. But Dirk couldn't swallow it. Lend me that thing. Li Yuyang turned it over directly. You still have to play jungler with this psychological quality. It's just two little quacks, pointing to the time when the two of them were spending freaks. Dirk cat has already rushed up. I saw him waving the wooden stick in his hand, towards the little quack. The body beckoned to the past. A stick is stronger than a stick. Look closely. Dirk cat is wearing a strange mask on its face. This equipment is a plus-level vagabond mask. The biggest special effect is that it can replace the player. Immunity from punishment for homicide. Now the Dirk cat completely let go. You're meowing. If it weren't for the network cable, my strength would have been limited. The dog planner also had to be beaten together. After speaking, Dirk kicked little quack in the face again. Look at this scene. Li Yuyang smiled slightly. This thing can't be killed. You've done this in vain. It turns out, it really can't be killed. The two little quacks have been beaten to the point of not being human. I was still panting, but this meal is not over. Didi Cat also set the coffee farm on fire, although known only computer people. But it's so cool to not be able to love it. Didi the cat grinned. Look at what you dogs are still doing to trick people. The two little quacks were lying on the ground, crying at the moment. It looks miserable. Li Yuyang drank coffee silently, and it didn't stand in the way. If it weren't for that reward, he wanted to destroy this place with his own hands. However, the coffee here does taste good. You may never be able to drink it again, because after the destruction of the ordinary map of the Supreme God, it will be restored in 24 hours, but it will never be seen again. The two sat on a hillside, summing up the day's gains. Dederma was completely speechless. It doesn't matter if it's experience or gold. None of them. I don't know why you're taking on this task. Hear this. Li Yuyang grinned. Don't you know what I'm doing with Laoli? The saying that suffering is a blessing does not work for me. Look at the bewildered eyes of the Dirk cat. Li Yuyang raised his arm, revealing its crunch pit. Hear this. Dirk cat unconsciously leaned in. Suddenly, a smell of the top came. It's really not a fox smell. It's a singular aroma of coffee. Xuanqi and Li Yuyang stood up and twisted their bodies. The taste of coffee is not just in the crunch nest. Now we have this smell all over our bodies. This is a special additional state. We've been working all day for this smell. Then Li Yuyang stretched out his palm. Follow my old birds. Wrap you up with 4 dishes and 1 soup. Deek Mao smiled and shook Li Yuyang's hand. Attaboy. I know that this task is not that simple. They were waiting for me here. So what are you waiting for? Premium replicas. Hidden rewards. Lao Tzu is here. Meanwhile, anomalous effects. A conference call for the Most High God is taking place. 9 veterans. There was a discussion about the last professional event. The guy with the number 01 was the first to speak. How should we regulate user behavior? And it doesn't affect the gaming experience. To be honest, the freedom of this game is too high. Hands-on supervision. It can shake the foundations of the game. How can players enjoy PvP? However, it does not affect the normal progress of the game. That's what we should be considering. Number 9 also took over the painting at this moment. Check our existing system is a red name punishment. There is also NPC malicious punishment. It is not possible to trade or receive rewards. These are already the highest penalties under the rules. But step up. It could really undermine the value of the game itself. As soon as this remark came out, everyone spoke. But this punishment, there is no way to limit those who kill willingly. They don't care about these things. How to protect the rights and interests of ordinary players is the most important problem we should solve. But really from the background, erase the data of the player who violated the rules. Words that are passed out. It's not good for us. Don't forget the first creed of freedom. Freedom is freedom, and what he meows is freedom. Only freedom. It is the eternal truth of this continent. Suddenly, a girl passed into the room. That's what you did in the Pro League Invasion event. The reason for not doing anything. I'm really convinced of you guys. You're free. What about us executioners? There is no authority to directly punish offenders. Not even special abilities. So what is the meaning of our existence? The one before was called Jodia. It's made a comeback. As far as I know, he was facing the southernmost murderer of the southern continent. Zhitao left. You all know what that means. If you're still sticking to that, the so-called theory of freedom, just waiting for him to destroy the whole game. Since you are not willing to modify the data, obliterate him in the background, let's acknowledge our existence. It was none other than Senna, the captain of the second team of the executioners, who spoke. Start today. Our executioner squad will enforce the rules. Whether it's the one called Jodia, or other players who break the rules, we'll dispose of them all. Let them understand. Freedom within the rules is true freedom. Several patriarchs were silent and did not speak. It was a tacit acquiescence to Captain Senna's request. This concludes the meeting. Congratulations on entering the rotting underground canal. Congratulations on becoming the first visitor. Li Yuyang held the weeping Ma. Fragments of lion sculpture. Found it again, I think after rejecting Marion's invitation. Only then did the weeping Galatea hide mission begin. And this sculpture fragments. It was the item obtained by smashing Galatea. For this quest trip, Li Yuyang finally came to complete the task of the first season. He smiled and looked at Marion in front of him. I have done what you have told. Destroyed Galatea. There was silence. Not for a while. Marion's voice came from inside the statue to thank you. Dear old bird, I will give you a great reward. The voice fell. Marion's eyes glowed. Shot straight at Li Yuyang. Congratulations on getting the sculpting plus eye effect. This effect can last up to 24 hours. Li Yuyang suddenly felt a burst of excitement. Finally, this foreshadowing is needed. All the conditions are in place. Let's get started. The words of the exotic sculptor of coffee. The prerequisites are all in place. Li Yuyang took Dirk. The cat walks into a brand new copy. The ground here is very soft. If you don't keep moving, you might get stuck in it. Anyway, what kind of place is this? Li Yuyang walked in front to lead the way. Slowly explained, beneath your feet is an ocean. Coaching. It is formed by suspended solids clumping together. Then I didn't forget to remind the Dirt Cat to be careful. Hear this? Dirk grinned. With your strategy and the strength of the two of us, what else is there to be careful about? That's right. What is the level of the leader of our strategy this time? Li Yuyang looked into the distance. Speak lightly. This time it's the master of this tutor who is going to do it. The grade is S grade. Hear this level. Dirt Cat was instantly dumbfounded. Directly engage in S class. You're sure you're not kidding? Welcome to tutoring level unknown. Here is actually a consist of islands and mountains. Composition of the area. It was covered with bones and minced meat. He is also a hidden dungeon. Li Yuyang in his previous life in order to accept Medusa's mission. Been here once, if memory serves. This black soil. In fact, it is the food and excrement that the leader eats leftovers. As soon as this remark came out, Dirk was speechless for a moment. This guy is really a veteran criminal. As he spoke, there was an unusual movement in the distance. It's like the sound of countless insects crawling. Look at the pit like an abyss. The two stopped. Do your best to stay where you are. Not for a while. Countless imminent death spiders crawled out of the ground. Surrounded them. Dirt Cat took out the furnace, which is a lot. I was able to this time. Suddenly, Li Yuyang, who was beside him, showed an expression of underbeating. Don't wait for the Dirt Cat to react. This guy took off straight on the spot. Keep squatting. Dirt Cat couldn't sit still for a moment, big brother. Everybody else is going to attack it. You're still doing radio gymnastics here. The voice fell. Countless lords of death have pounced. But strangely, with Li Yuyang's arms swinging, the group of little quacks actually stopped in place. Don't dare to approach. At this time, Li Yuyang shook his body even harder. Even the afterimage has dried up. See this? Dirt Cat's also reflected. This should be the effect of the aroma of coffee. There's really yours. 1 step counts as 10 steps. God didn't wait for Dirk to continue blowing rainbow farts. Li Yuyang has turned on the running mode, seeing that the little monster next to him stepped forward again to block the way. Dirk grabbed the coffee beans and spilled them. This group of little quacks has just come into contact with coffee beans. Immediately retreated. In this way, the two of them walked and spread their arms. Gradually broke away from the encirclement of the monster group. Dirk asked curiously, how do you know they hate the taste of coffee? Li Yuyang grinned. Dumped the pot on the marketing account. Life tips taught me. I heard about preparing a ton of coffee beans. You can get rid of insects in your home. Very easy to use. The edge of the pit can already be seen ahead. The two of them leaped sharply. Jumped straight into the pit. As the two continued to fall, the system prompt also popped up at the right time. Congratulations on entering the hidden dungeon. Tutoring the first visitor to the entrance to the kingdom of the old birds. Dirt Cat. Look at the monster corpses strewn across the walls. Dirt Cat sighed for a while. The king doesn't seem to be very friendly. Li Yuyang's voice also sounded from the side. The aroma of the coffee has dissipated. Let's do it next. Didn't wait for Li Yuyang to finish speaking. Dirk has stepped out. 1 step out of the ground and directly shattered. It's at this thrilling moment. Li Yuyang grabbed him from behind. Just wanted to remind you. The ground here is actually made of spider webs. A lot of places are traps. He looked at the tunnel below and continued. Below is the tunnel of the spider depression. If you stumble and fall in, I advise you to quit the game as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be dragged deep into the tunnel by them. Taste the feeling of 100 test bodies. Look around. The tunnel is full of glasses. Countless 3-meter-long pearls of the Bagaji tunnel. Staring at the two humans. Dirk broke out in a cold sweat. So what do? You can't take 1 step and take 3 steps back. And it's not a good environment for combat. There is simply no room to dodge. As soon as the words fell, Li Yuyang touched the ground with his hand and closed his eyes. Look good. Learn my old bird skills well, but you can't do that. After that, Li Yuyang opened his eyes violently. The sculptor's eye emits an eerie glow. It came out of Li Yuyang's eyes. This skill, it is possible to predict whether the ground is hollow or not. Definitely the best skill to eliminate pitfalls. Not for a while. The number 2 suddenly lit up at the feet of the dirt cat. Li Yuyang stepped out of the ground without hesitation. Shine again. In his excited gaze, another big word lit up. Take a step and light up a number. What the hell are you doing? Li Yuyang did not open his mouth to explain. It's constantly jumping. As more and more numbers light up, the elder brother cat also seems to know the rules of the game. Isn't this meowing just Minesweeper? To play an RPG game, you have to be able to do some work. Otherwise, you won't even be able to get over the trap. I saw Li Yuyang. One meal was stunned and stepped out of the way. He yelled for the dirk to follow. The two rushed forward quickly. Now, behind him, a snow-white body had already caught up. A small gratin with a pattern. Dirt cat in order to stall for time. Bows and arrows are constantly placed backwards. Li Yuyang looked at the two twos and one in front of him. The sculptor has only one eye. Can only help the player turn a trap into a minesweeper. But there is no way to direct the command. Where the player should go. There is only a 50% chance of getting it right. Li Yuyang couldn't be sure for a while. I had to activate the Dark King's traits. This skill, it can help players when choosing one or the other. Choose the best answer. Once upon a time when I was on the Blade battlefield, Li Yuyang used it once. Look again. At this moment, there is already a piece of ground next to 2 that lights up. That's the correct answer. But at this moment, the white pig mother has come to her. There was no way for the Teton cat to continue to retreat. Guess Li Yuyang's head for shooting. After the strong darkness, he dodged. Li Yuyang lowered his head. He aimed at me, I was shot in the head. In this way, the two escaped from the trap area. But the danger was not lifted. There are more little quacks waiting for them ahead. These are the iron spiders of Pigage. Length 5 meters. Because of the spider silk marks it spits out, it is like steel. Hence the name. Li Yuyang dodged the nets and shots, while reminding the dirt cat, pay attention to the sound of the nets. You can't get shot by them. They have a high attack power, and they're good at long-range attacks. We just need to avoid this wave of group clubs. Dirk grinned. As an archer, the flashing arm fingers are full. As soon as the words fell, the cheats of all the nets. There is also more and more spider silk left around. There is less and less space left for the two. Suddenly, there was a scene above his head, and Li Yuyang hurriedly looked up. I saw dense iron spider silk falling from the sky, as if to cut the two into scum. Now, there is no way to hide. Forced, Li Yuyang hurriedly grabbed the dirt cat. The two clung to each other. This made the dirt cat stun directly in place, just about to get rid of Li Yuyang's clutches. I only heard Li Yuyang shouting closer in his mouth. Hurry up and get closer. In this way, the two of them had direct zero contact. If it weren't for the conditions, they can scatter the flowers on the spot. Not for a while. Li Yuyang's surface began to shroud in stickiness. Thick liquid. Wrap up the dirt cat as well. Meanwhile, the webs fell, smashed directly on the two of them. But the weird thing is, the two of them cut through the gap in the net like loaches. I knew I could play like this. What progress skills did you just cost? Li Yuyang held the arm of the dirt cat with one hand. The two of them began to move together. No matter how dense the cobwebs, couldn't stop the two people who were coated with 2 tons of lubricating oil. They just paddled back and forth. Finally saw the exit. Drill in. The two of them actually got out of the narrow crack in the rock. Congratulations on entering the depths of the royal road of counseling. The first visitor was the old bird Dirk Cat. The top four became silent. The spiders on the periphery didn't chase after them at all. Dirk Cats hide in the dark. Hold the slave tightly in your hand. It's too dark here. I couldn't see where Li Yuyang had gone at all. The Dirk Cat didn't know the specifics. Don't dare to shout loudly. He had no choice but to slowly move his body forward. Suddenly, something strange came from the top of my head. It was as if a white shadow was drifting by. Dirk Cat quickly looked up. I saw a woman with a white body hidden. Hide in the dark. This discovery made the Dirk Cat break out in a cold sweat. I didn't hear anything at all. How did he get here? Could this be the leader here? Dirk Cat holds Xianglu. Don't take it lightly. But this harmless woman. Unexpectedly, he leaned over unsuspectingly. Is this Meow going to play with me? Dirk just wanted to get out of the way. I found that my body couldn't move. What the hell is going on? When did he put the skill? Right in the panicked eyes of the Dirk Cat. White woman. As soon as it cracked, it was going to play kick and kick. The most important thing that can stand his aim is this. The Dirk Cat is still unable to move. I could only watch as the cracked monster stuck to it. At this critical juncture, Dirk Cat has finally taken back control of her body. Slash your hand over it. Took the opportunity to distance himself. By the way, I gave a gift to the other side. There were explosions all over the place. Tai Geely blew up close to the mouth of the spider yeast. Bomb him up and scream. Dirk grinned. Thank you for that beautiful expression. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come to my senses. You say yes. Grade A spider yeast. At this moment, the leader has appeared in a circle. What about him with 8 legs? There's also a graceful figure just now. Even if it's a veteran old color. I don't know where to start. Suddenly, it was attacked by the nets. Surrounded the Dirk Cat in an instant. And the range of rotation is getting smaller and smaller. Spider yeast also took the opportunity to get close again. Just when the Dirk Cat didn't know how to cure it. Li Yuyang appeared. I saw him clutching coffee seeds. Don't try to throw the money out. Sprinkled directly on the yeast and the roots. Take advantage of this gap. Li Yuyang turned around and shouted. You still have lubricating mucus on you. Don't be afraid to get straight out of the pig net. Hear this? Dirk Cat glanced down. Pig net's getting closer and closer. He saw the right moment. A sharp leap. Scratched out of the pig net. The spider called the mother and the son, who were still afraid of the taste of coffee. He did not come forward in pursuit. Li Yuyang and Dirk Cat also managed to get together. Thanks to the sound of your iron gilly explosion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found you. Dirk smiled slightly. Looks like I'm doing a pretty good job with this bait. This guy's physical defense doesn't feel very high. But on his paws, it seems that it can unleash short-range physical damage skills. That kind of cobweb is very extensive. It doesn't feel very easy to deal with. And as far as I can observe, this thing seems to be very resilient. If there is no way and fatal, we're probably going to be dragged to death here. Hear this? Li Yuyang grinned and was relieved. With my old bird, what are you afraid of? That kind of cobweb is actually very easy to hide. You just have to follow in my footsteps. I'll show you that later. Now the Dirk Cat is relieved. It's still an old bird. It's just a master of strategy. Between words, spider yeast had come to the two of them. The huge body carries an endless sense of oppression. Attack the two. Suddenly, the cyber attack came. Li Yuyang took advantage of the fact that the density of the pig net was not high enough. Hurriedly explained, these pig nets fly very fast though, but they follow a fixed run. The trajectory is repeated in a clockwise motion, and it increases in 0.5 seconds. As long as the pig net is launched, the running radius is 3 meters. I just need to move in his direction. Tracks are changed every 0.5 seconds. After detachment of 3 meters, there is no threat to these spiders. With that, a live demonstration was conducted. Sure enough, it is the same as Li Yuyang explained. He is skillful before and after. Left and right dodging cobwebs. Not a single hit was made. Dirt cats also draw scoops according to gourds, although not as skilled as Li Yuyang. But there will be no siege at all, seeing that the attack is ineffective. Spider Yeast raised her hands. A magical light is appearing overhead. Countless spider silks squirted out, surrounded by a great king formed in the sky. How to break the density of two people. Li Yuyang raised his head and stared at the large spider web carefully. Look at the spiders. The web is interspersed with iron spider silk like steel. He opened his mouth and laughed. The more this bluffing skill, the easier it is to dodge. We just need to give up resistance and lie flat. As he spoke, he took the dirt cat and drilled towards the center of the main net. You follow closely. This thing is like a tornado. Only the eye of the storm is the only way to live. As long as it deviates from the linear motion, it has to be cut into slag. Spider Yeast didn't expect it either. How could these two humans be so cunning? I even know the flaws in my skills. Li Yuyang. The two of them smiled and looked at the spider yeast in the distance. Now you get it. A wide range of skills is just embroidery rash pain. The more it seems that there is no skill to dodge the space, the better it is to dodge. Otherwise, what would the game developer design it for? Dirt Cat is also very excited. I can't imagine it. Why didn't you even use your slime and escaped? What to do next? As soon as this remark came out, Li Yuyang instantly numbed fat. It's not the way to stop attacking. But this guy has a wide range of skills at his fingertips. The arena is also very narrow, even if it creates opportunities to get close. With the attack power of both of them, there's no way to set a second A-level spider yeast at all. While speaking, spider yeast scruples to do the same. Rushed up again, countless spider silk cages called the entire cavern. A frenzied storm covered the entire field. The two had no choice but to jump out of the cave. Stay out of the war for the time being. Li Yuyang raised his head and stared at the entrance of the cave. Silently pondered. Although he has 3 divine chi, he has infinite blood-sucking endurance. But this guy is too good at melee. The resilience is no less than the blood you suck. Neither is the dirt cat. What to do with that explosive profession now? Just when Li Yuyang was in trouble, Dirt Cat said, I actually have a solution, but I don't know if it's useful. Then he stared at the depths of the cavern as well. We're definitely not going to have a good time. This thing looks like a whole team, to be able to place a copy under it. But I've been messing around with you for a long time. I'm going to have to learn a trick or two. The two discuss for a moment. The dirt cat rushes down the burrow alone. Rely on the skills taught by the old birds. He dodged and moved, getting closer and closer to the leader. Look at the situation. It turned out to be a one-on-one posture with spider yeast. I saw the dirt cat flying up and down. Keep moving towards the spider yeast. Not to mention that the feeling is too exciting right now. Jean Diekmau couldn't help but lick his tongue. Seeing that the distance is sufficient, he slammed it, shook out a black mess. Spider yeast seized the projectile. Subconsciously, he hit it with iron wire. The mysterious object shattered in response, in semi-hollowing into slag. The sun rises in a while. Near yeast, flue full of dense black substance. The smell is the same as that of coffee beans. This scene made Li Yuyang look stupid. Isn't this to be on a coffee farm? Sure enough, those dense stuff. It is indeed a killer bee in a hurry. These gadgets are insignificant in front of the hand. But don't forget, they are creatures that live on coffee farms all year round. Originally, it smelled like a spider hated coffee. This family is also served. When did you get these things? Hear this question? Dirk grinned. This is a long story. When I was attacked by bees, in line with the principle that revenge does not distinguish between morning and evening, found their lair in a grove. The thought of this thing might come in handy later. I just put it in my inventory. But now it seems this group of guys is estimated to be large. The boss shouldn't be of much use. Indeed, the attack of this group of little guys. There's no way to break the boss's defenses. But the leader froze where he was and did not attack them. This made the little gaddas even more rampant, constantly nailing back and forth in spider yeast. The next spider yeast can't stand it anymore. It's an A-level boss anyway. How could it be possible for this group of little guys to constantly harass Iron? Silk shoots out from the spider's feet, runs through a large number of killer bees. However, the bees are too small. Spider silk kills too slowly. Spider yeast turned out to have its chest open. A huge hot pot erupted from it, solved countless small quacks in an instant. This scene made the dirt cat smile wryly. I thought it was a bee that smelled of coffee. It could be of some use. I didn't expect it to be wiped out so soon. But Li Yuyang doesn't think so. Don't underestimate them. If I'm not mistaken, in a previous life, there was a strategy that Tai Tai talked about these bees. Just take this bunch of little things, bring it to the spider yeast. Spider yeast will fall into a state of gluttony. It doesn't matter if the HP is exhausted or not. He would eat constantly. But after eating the crunchy taste of coffee, spider yeast will change, move on to the next stage. In this way, it will save him from killing him in the A-level state. Sure enough, the spider yeast's abdomen has not closed until now. His epidermis had begun to burst. That devastating force actually destroyed his own shell. After a while, the spider yeast was surrounded by flames. Wrap yourself in. This is the rhythm of metamorphosis. Wait until the upper body molt is over. A small gray-black Godao emerges from the shell. A plus grade of multifamily pearl yellow. This is the second form of the boss. If there were no bees, and the Duck River Dirt Cat must kill the spider yeast. To start the strategy, this guy, the multi-ethnic Zhu Huang, has a body length of 20 meters and the characteristics of poisonous insects to kill. He is also a natural multi-ethnic insect king. You can command 10,000 times. Emperor Zhu raised his head as a source of net profit, and there was no attack. Suddenly, he threw his head up and yelled. A shrill sound came out of his mouth. Nearby spiders heard it later. All agitated, moved quickly in the direction of the cave. It's over. The S-class you said earlier. It can't be this thing. But he is only a... Hurry. But the dirt cat turned his head to look. Li Yuyang has long been at a loss. Meanwhile, after summoning countless little quacks, Emperor Zhu stared at the people who entered Beijing. He hasn't fully metamorphosed at the moment. The legs didn't come out of their shells. You need to wait for the younger brother to supervise the two players. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind him. A grumbling arm stretched out, slammed into Zhu Wang's head. It was Li Yuyang who disappeared. He, never the kind of person who waits for someone else to make a big move. Preemptive talent is the first element of the battle. Waiting for someone else to finish transforming is a fool's errand. This scene made Dirk the cat look stupid. Boss, he's A+. You have to think about it in the long run. Sure enough, Emperor Zhu became even angrier. The yellow leopard's voice came out of his mouth. Li Yuyang was also not greedy for merit, just with grief. 9981 slashes were made on Emperor Zhu's body. Only to jump down, Li Yuyang just landed on the ground. He shouted for Dirk Mayo to attack. Deke Mao froze in place. Attack while he's out of his shell. Isn't it rude? And it's not fun to shoot a torch. Li Yuyang's voice came again. That's all there is to it. When an insect molts, it was when he was at his weakest. We're not going to kill him now. We're the ones who died. And Li Yuyang came to the side of the dirt cat. Again, this is the best way to raid this boss. His retreat from the enemy could not last long. And that group of little quacks is probably coming soon. We have to make the most of this time. Emperor Zhu seemed to understand Li Yuyang's words, gritted his teeth, and looked at this despicable human. Li Yuyang shouted, "Don't hesitate. This is not a rare opportunity." After speaking, he jumped towards Emperor Zhu. "Come on, let me tell you. What the hell is called real burst damage? An A-class spider has already made Li Yuyang think hard. However, it has evolved into a multi-clan Pearl Emperor of the A+ level. But it made Li Yuyang excited, because now he is not completely transformed. It's a good opportunity to go all out. Dirt Cat takes the lead. Don't do it. Turned into a great bow. I saw him shoot 3 arrows at once. A huge jet of flame, sword god, straight towards Zhu Huang. For a while, the flames flew. Zhu Huang let out a terrible howl. Dirk said that it was not good to take advantage of people's danger. But there was no mercy in his hands. One arrow after another shot at Emperor Zhu. Not to mention that hitting a live target is cool. Zhu Huang's body kept leaning, and he was about to fall to the ground. Right now, he saw one more in his eyes. Something terrible. I saw the burning flames. A powerful arm is revealed. It was Li Yuyang who switched equipment. If it's spelled out. Of course, Ma Dongwang's equipment is the most suitable. Otherwise, you will only rely on the morning blade to cut it to the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Seeing Dirk's cat, he was very energetic. Li Yuyang no longer hesitated. Leaped to his feet, authorized to hold it high and smash it on Emperor Zhu's head. Suspension effect activated. A loud explosion with high fire damage. It rang out from the field. Emperor Zhu was completely covered in it. Without waiting for him to launch a counterattack, the unmolted claw was thrust with an arrow. The so-called 10 fingers are connected to the heart. He has many claws, though, but it really hurts when I can't stand it. I saw Emperor Zhu looking up to the sky and roaring angrily. For a moment, the mournful shouts were deafening. See this scene? Li Yuyang was stunned. I can't imagine that the Dirt Cat is really specialized. Shoot at someone's weak spot. Didn't you say that the good ones should have an open and honest duel? This kid is really different. But Lao Tzu likes your character. After speaking, Li Yuyang put his hands together. The left-handed one takes the lead. Poke the ground. Vortex and earthquake skills are activated together. The blazing flames were rushed towards the pearl yellow by the swirling veins. This time, Zhu Huang's body was completely enveloped in flames and burned. Even the surrounding stone walls were burned to pieces. Look at the sheer power. Dirk grinned at him. Meow. It makes me want to change jobs. I set up this ADC for a long time. Not as much damage as your combo hits. But this should be the end of the battle. Unexpectedly, Li Yuyang directly denied it. A+ boss. It can't be killed so easily. But count the damage. He probably didn't have much blood left. Li Yuyang, who was originally from, left a cold sweat. It's not this that's the tricky thing now. It's what we're facing. The words are not finished yet. The two of them remembered their previous time in the northern continent. Looking at the scene of 2 A+ dry racks, the air instantly froze. Anyway, this is the first time that we have a frontal hard steel. A plus little quack. It's a lot harder to fight than to watch. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. A furious aura swept over the two of them. Dirk turned his head to look, hurriedly shouted to get out of the way. I saw countless iron spider silk falling from the sky. The two of them pounced on the speed. Li Yuyang rose up and down. Ro did not forget to remind Dirt Cat. Remember what I taught you earlier. Don't get hit by spider silk. Dirt Cat's apprentice also lived up to expectations. The feet shuttled between the pig silks. But he didn't notice. The real killer is coming. I saw one of the paws of the pig yellow. Hurry to the front of the Dirt Cat. It is impossible to hide from this trend. Li Yuyang looked up and didn't think much about this scene. The flames leaped from under his feet. Bend before a pig's foot pierces a Dirt Cat. Blocked the fatal blow of Apeless and the leader in front. It's not at all that Li Yuyang's defense can resist. Just listen to a hiss. The pig's foot went directly through Li Yuyang's abdomen. Dirt Cat saw this scene. Frightened, his mouth opened wide. shouted Li Yuyang's name. And at this moment, Li Yuyang was not penetrated through his body. Just go offline and order takeout. Because he switched to a large outfit. The life-saving skill triggers during the heartbeat. Then he hurriedly activated the anti-armor skill. Intense black protrusion 4 reverse towards the Pearl Emperor stabbing training. Fortunately, Li Yuyang switched equipment in a timely manner. Otherwise, this is 1 division and 2 lives. Li Yuyang went offline. Gijcat definitely won't survive either. Well, they're copy this time. The strategy plan is in vain. Li Yuyang, who only had a drop of blood left, hurriedly took out a large bottle of life potion. Don't pour money into your mouth. See this? Cat also hurriedly came up. Are you okay? It was really dangerous just now. Li Yuyang's heart is still beating wildly at the moment. When I used to kill these little quacks by stratagem, I didn't think they were that powerful. Now it's really tough. I realized that even if I was already level 50, it's not enough to see in front of this group of little quacks. Right now, Emperor Zhu had already come to the 2 of them. At this moment, he has completed the transformation of his lower body. The whole body, the root power of the gray and black beast towered in front of him. A heart-wrenching pressure swept in front of this fully constituted A+ leader. And the young Cat is like a little quack. He could only look up at Emperor Zhu, and his eyes were cold. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Invisibly, it seems to be saying that he meows. Wasn't it cool to fight just now? Now go on. Mr. Lu Jun said it well. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. The 2 of them were instantly furious. Pair output against the multi-poison Pearl Emperor. But in order to save the Cat, Li Yuyang's life-saving skills have been forced out. At this time, I can't withstand any attack from the leader. Look at the Pearl Yellow that has completely transformed. Where are the 2 going from here? Li Yuyang grinned. This is still a meow, and he still needs to think about it. Hurry up and call it amorous. He told Cat as he ran. This guy doesn't have much blood, and I've already hung a bleeding effect on him. We can just wait for time and win. Run after loading the fork. It's so. Suddenly, the Pearl Yellow multi-foot starts. Came to Li Yuyang in an instant. Pig's feet are stuck in the ground. There was a loud roar. Li Yuyang's bladder swept away. Jump here in a hurry, and the space is too small. There is simply no room to play. Then let Lao Tzu help you decorate. As soon as the words fell, the flame does not start. Li Yuyang changed into small boots. Flames do not turn the radius of trees into lava fields. And the flames are still spreading here. Force the chasing Zhu Huang back into the tree. The size of the Pearl Yellow is too large. There's no way to avoid magma completely. When a pig's foot accidentally steps into a hot flame, Empress Zhu gritted her teeth. He was aiming at 2 little fly-like quacks. If you have the ability, don't run. Li Yuyang is not a fool, who will die with the leader who is dying. However, the renovation has already begun. Then I might as well help you put a 1-bedroom apartment. Let's change it to a luxurious flat. Calm counseling. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Look at it from afar. Huge amounts of dust were raised from the mountainside. The sycamore was blasted at a fixed point. Li Yuyang and Cat jumped from a hand-dug hole. The body is constantly declining. Only Emperor Zhu was left howling in the flames, due to the magma blocking the way. Zhu Huang couldn't continue the pursuit at all. The whole cave is like a melting pot. Burn the pork yellow on the outside and tender on the inside. Dirk scratched the scene. I couldn't help but sigh. This guy ran into an old bird. It's been 8 lifetimes of blood mold. But he was already at the end of the slavery. Have we cleared the customs this time? Unexpectedly, Li Yuyang's face was solemn. Stared straight ahead without saying a word. Meanwhile, the Pearl Yellow in the magma droop down. The health bar is almost zero. The body is also full of cracks. But the flames around him were burning brighter and brighter. Li Yuyang also spies on luck. Because of the oil flowing from Emperor Zhu's body, it actually accelerated the burning of the flames. Let Emperor Zhu die faster. I thought I'd have to wait a little longer. Hear Li Yuyang's words. The T-Dun cat couldn't help but be interested. You didn't say that it was S to be tackled at the beginning. Level leader. This guy is in a hurry. Is there another level after killing him? Of course not. We've reached the deepest part of counseling. This guy is the ultimate leader. But it didn't end so easily. Although I'm not quite sure either. But this guy probably isn't in its final form. As a matter of fact, Li Yuyang had only come here on a mission in his previous life. And I've read related strategy posts. Even the bees on the coffee farm didn't expect that. He had only heard of it. This spider boss can be purified to S rank. However, it is not clear that the purification conditions are present. If you want to fight, you will fight the hardest. Take the best. They waited silently. Not for a while. The pearl yellow body was completely burned to black charcoal. A crack on the ride is clearly audible. Wait until the flames are completely extinguished. Dirk. The cat looked at the dark cave in amazement. A strange light lit up in his eyes. I saw that the pearl yellow and black body began to transform. The god in the common area he aimed at was Nyocha. Sure enough, there is no deception. A sound of laughter came from inside the cavern. Look again. The whole cave was no longer pitch black. Fluorescent scintillation. A slender body with an octagonal look. Reborn from the massive corpses of the emperors. That hurtful momentum. It's not the multi-ethnic emperors just now. It's comparable. Rumored. The more human-like monsters look, the stronger they are. And this body that has the appearance of a girl. How horrible it must be, although it is not known his specific attributes. But Li Yuyang can see this guy. He was aiming for the S expedited. Follow the old bird to dungeon fried fish. Unexpectedly blew up an S+ monster. Is there any reason for the hell to meow? Kyulkun level S+, attribute insect undead. Incomplete morphology, size unknown. The ultimate form of the spider monster. His power was terrifying, comparable to the gods. Look at this unheard introduction. Dago Cat dumbfounded the old bird. Is this the S-class boss in your mouth? Did he mess with the wrong people? Li Yuyang is also fine in a cold sweat. According to the strategy, he can only evolve to the S rank. You see for yourself that the introduction is not completely morphic. It shows that he is not the norm now. Trust me, just rush past 100 seconds. He may have disappeared from this state. The voice fell. Kyulkun froze. The 8 claws began to shake like steel balls. The sheer force shattered the surrounding bombardment. Li Yuyang and Dirt Cat hid in the distance and moved. Don't dare to move. Actually, the Supreme God is a game pod. Immerse yourself in the game. His own degree of freedom is ridiculously high. The current open-world game compares to him. Not even a little quack. This game is actually controlled by the brain. Whether it's a meat pudding or a big version iteration. It's all done by the brain after countless deductions. Only big events happen that can destroy the game. Only then will there be staff involved. The brain consists of a main brain and 17 subsystems. Distress is responsible for the central nervous system of the central world, and the other 17 branches is responsible for sustaining the world and creating new continents. Each of the 17 branches in the game also has its own entity. They are the 17 self-located in different corners of the world. Plus, standing at the top of the world like 17 gods. Perfect and unbeatable. Li Yuyang is so sure. Spider monsters can't be S+. Here's why. The people are not allowed. Monster. Autonomous evolution to the point where it threatens the balance of the game. All things considered. This guy in front of you. Most likely due to some special reasons. To get a bonus similar to the Berserk state. and the general bonus state. The duration of 100 seconds is about the same. Li Yuyang gritted his teeth and looked ahead. Just hold on for 100 seconds. The tricks I prepared will be useful. Actually, for this copy, he prepared countless backups. But think about it. There is only a means to deal with S-class monsters. It's true that there is no such thing as a S+ level monster. At least not yet. Without waiting for the two to act, Kyokun moved 8 claws again. It's like destroying a machine. Blow the whole terrain apart. This level of attack. It's no longer something that technology can compensate for. Indiscriminate wide area of high damage. Simply impeccable. Dirk smiled wryly as she stepped back. I'm not worried that will not last 100 seconds. I'm afraid that this island won't be able to hold up. Follow this destructive force? Estimated for another 20 seconds. We have to go offline with the counselor to order takeout. Li Yuyang also understands this truth. But they had to work so hard. I'll just hit here. If you die or quit, there is simply no second chance. Li Yuyang's face sank, and there was no way. Like Dirk the cat said, if nothing is done now, only care about running away and other counseling. The whole bomb god had nowhere to hide. Now we have to find a way to get him to stop, even if it's just for 10 seconds. Look around. In fact, the secondary knife has long been drowned in the sea of fire. There is really not much time left for Li Yuyang and the others. Suddenly the mana burns in. Li Yuyang shouted at the super cool Kuindeng. Dirk Cat hurriedly launched a counterattack. We got to fight. But it doesn't wait. The mana-burning attack fell on Kyokun. Just a simple flick. Li Yuyang's feet were empty. The whole person fell to the ground. It's outrageous to be meowed. Strength is not a level at all. How the hell is going to fight this? Dirk is not doing well at the moment. There are fewer and fewer places to stay. He shouted and asked Li Yuyang, "What do we do now?" It's a direct surrender. Or wait to be killed and then surrender. Suddenly, Li Yuyang noticed that something was writhing in his arms. This is the great gift he prepared for the S-class leader. Didn't expect this gadget. I also reacted when I saw the big guy who was in a hurry for S. So what else is there to say? In Decameo's surprised gaze, Li Yuyang came straight at him. Meet for cover. I'm going to open the maximum output cover. Give me a chance to get up close. Hear Li Yuyang's words. Dirk Cat's face was pale. Have you found a solution? Although Li Yuyang was in a cold sweat, but he smiled reluctantly. Trust me, as long as you keep him in check, we still have a chance. So what are you waiting for? As a shooter, except for you, I haven't served anyone else in terms of output. The voice fell. Li Yuyang began to accelerate and rush, heading towards the Kyokun body. But the 8 claws had already locked onto him. An explosion rang out beside him. Li Yuyang gritted his teeth and jumped up. Right now. 4 powers descended from the sky. From this angle, Li Yuyang is difficult to fly. At this critical juncture, there was a sound of wind behind him. The roots of the trees saw that they were striking precisely on the claws. Li Yuyang continued to move forward without changing his face. This set of skillful coordination. I was stunned too. Good guys, you guys are tired of being crooked. Dare to take the initiative to come up. As he spoke, Deke Mao bent his bow again. His goal turned out to be Kyokun as a whole. The history of the tree root ship exploded on Kyokun's body. At this point, Kyokun was completely furious. As the leader of the S-Urgency, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's the god of this game. I didn't see how he made a move at all. Li Zhao has come to the front. Time. Decameo's figure was surrounded by flames. See this scene? Li Yuyang gritted his teeth and sprinted again. In the blink of an eye, they came to the Kyokun realm. Shout! Li Yuyang had no choice but to make a desperate bet. His trick is actually specifically for S. The insect clan leader of the level prepares. But I didn't expect that guy to change around. It turned out to be a metamorphosis and became an S-Urgency. Under the cover of a dirt cat, Li Yuyang finally came to Kyulkun. He congratulated. Put your palms in your arms. Snapped out a little cutie. Gadgets just came out. He roared at Kyulkun for a season. Yes. This gadget. It was Li Yuyang, who was in the voodoo bug queen's lair before. Holes. In fact, the first visitor to the witch worm's lair was Jodia. I don't know what that guy used. Directly killed the voodoo queen. As an A-rank boss, the voodoo queen can't directly command insects, but it generates buns, can parasitize insects, turn insects into the queen's puppets. It is one of the most difficult bosses to conquer, although it was preempted by that guy. But Yuyang still came here, because he has a more secret reward to take. Split the stones. Yuyang came to the lair of the witch pet queen. The queen hatchling in front of him was exactly what he was targeting. The F class has the characteristics of selection and allocation. In the previous life, Jodia was called the god of calamity. It's because of that kid's perverted behavior. He was the first to discredit the supreme god. It's a pity that this copy is a voodoo lair. The most precious thing, I still let Li Yuyang get it. After this, Li Yuyang was even infected by this little guy. It became an attached small quack. However, in addition to the attribute mine, there is an additional apportionment feature. No other side effects were observed. This time, let's take a copy of the strategy tutorial. Li Yuyang's whole card is this little guy. With the little cutie's roar came out. Expedited Kyulkun. He had a frightened expression. Li Yuyang couldn't take his eyes off it. Staring at Kyulkun's reaction. He was actually very worried in his heart. The Queen of Solitude, though, has the ability to be a hollow worm. But the Queen hatchlings are only F-class at this time. If it's the Queen herself, needless to say, there must be a fight. But as a juvenile, facing the S-class, perhaps it can also rely on the suppression of racial talent. But it's really hard to say that S plus a few. Perhaps the only way to make Kyulkun stagnate is to count seconds. But I can't watch from the sidelines. Think about it so far. Li Yuyang took out the full set of trumpets. Thankfully, this time it was well prepared. Equip the two numbers. It's all concentrated on the tuba. In fact, in the deep sea area of the North Continent, he and Dirt joined forces to worship the deep sea monster. After obtaining a lot of ancient materials, in order to participate in the Tumbler Finals, the equipment of King Ma Dong has been strengthened. Whether it's resistance or attack stats, it's a lot stronger than before. So he still has the power of a wave of Lao Tzu to target. As long as you can kill this guy. Lao Tzu flew directly on the spot. Li Yuyang congratulated. Rushed towards Kyulkun. The fists rained down. Fall on Kyulkun. Punch after punch. Fist of flesh. Li Yuyang gritted his teeth. After dozens of connections, Kyulkun's body slowly fell backwards. He also stopped attacking, staring at the front, because he doesn't know either whether physical attacks are useful or not. Just when Li Yuyang wanted to release his skills, Kyulkun moved. He simply raised his arm. Li Yuyang. It's like a little quack who has no resistance. The whole person flew upside down. Rush boss. It's really not that easy to deal with. Li Yuyang's body smashed to the ground. The power has not dissipated. He smashed through the ground, tumbling all the way. It ended up in the sea. This scene made the dirt cat look at the wooden characters like cracks. Meanwhile, the old bird's head was dizzy when it sank to the bottom of the sea. Luckily, the life-saving skill CD is good. Otherwise, it will be turned into slag and ashes. But not before he could catch his breath. There was a violent jolt on the surface of the water. It turned out to be Ku Leekin who shot again. He was shocked by the queen's right body for a few seconds. At the moment, he is in a state of rage. Of course, we have to kill them all, seeing that Li Yuyang's body was still unable to move. But history has come. Money is at a critical juncture. A strange slight pressure fell from the sky. It was as if the space was frozen. Kyulkun also stopped the offensive. staring blankly at the sky. Li Yuyang, who keeps falling in the sea. Open your eyes too. Joy to the distance. The uneasiness in my heart grew stronger and stronger. Deke Mao looked up. The focus was shifted away from Li Yuyang's body. He looked at the top of his head with a look of incredulity. I saw that the sky instantly became dark. A vague figure descended from the sky, suspended in midair. Slender body. It seems to have endless power. Who are you? Why fight on my turf? Look around. I saw a man with a black and gold body. The knight looked down gloomily. Nameless Bexabu is the administrator of this continent. Noticed an anomaly today. I am here to make an inspection. Since you ignore the rules of the Supreme God, pushing the boundaries of the world without authorization, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Technology will be wiped out here. A mountain is not leveled, and another one comes. What the hell is going on today? Is the big guy in the rush going to become a cabbage? Under the cold gaze of Beasksy, Kyulkun's body began to tremble. As a guy for Esgaji, his glory is limited in time. Not for a while. Numerous cracks appeared on Kyulkun's body. After a single 100 seconds of Bisei appearance. It's fleeting. Kyulkun's body could no longer hold on. Turned into slag and scattered in the air. See this scene? Dirk grinned, and the time had finally come. Are we winning? But Yuyang was not so optimistic. He knew it was just beginning. After the complete dissipation of Kyulkun, a system prompt pops up. Congratulations. Rewards begin to be distributed. Please leave your name. But look at the other one in the sky. Expedited big guy. Li Yuyang was in no mood to care about these things at all. This guy on top of his head, it's not something that Kyulkun can compare. But why is he here? And who is his target? After all, as one of the 17 Grim Reaper snort, it is a demon who rules over sickness and evil. The lord of the clan. How could it be easy to set a player? Li Yuyang broke out in a cold sweat. Thoughts are surging, constantly searching for memories of past lives. Although the dungeon has already been taught. But if you die here, a single artifact or the equipment of King Madong. Drop one piece. It's not a result that you can afford to lose. Why should you come here? Li Yuyang couldn't help but open his mouth and asked. Hear this question? Don't make up for it. The color remains the same. Said lightly. At first I was just attracted by the smell of Kyulkun. Check it out often. As soon as this remark came out, Li Yuyang's expression softened. Since the other party's target is Kaken, that's what it doesn't matter to my old bird. But don't make up for the next words. Let Li Yuyang feel dust in his heart again. I'm sure I've heard of it. A war between demons and dragons. It's about to start. I changed my mind when I came here. I want to win over Kyulkun. As allies. His army of insects. It will be of great help to our demon legions. But since you have defeated him, then it's up to you to join our demon camp. I'm sure you won't refuse me either. That's a sound suggestion. Li Yuyang listened to Don't Make Up for It in a daze. In fact, among the commanding heights, every novice player comes out of the novice tower. The first thing to do is to choose a side. Dragons or demons. But after choosing a side, there's no way to go in and out of the other side at will. Forces of the territory, too. Old Bird as a PV master. Half of the quests are missing. Isn't he just going to pull the calf? So he didn't have a choice at the time. In fact, there are quite a few neutral players like him. In previous lives, there were also cases where players were invited. But Li Yuyang joined the Dragon Clan early in his previous life. The exact terms of the invitation are not clear. Look at Kyulkun's expression before. Apparently, this Bexy catcher, the strength should be stronger. Actually, insect are a race. It has always been a neutral force among the most high gods, and does not belong to any party. If you really pull Kyulkun into the demon clan, then the balance between the two sides will definitely be broken. Even if it's an S-class Spider Queen, you can also command millions of Zerg to go to war. 17 Grim Reapers. The two camps of the dragon and demon clans each account for 7. There are also 3 thorn gods who are neutral races. As an open world, the spine-level stabbing god is second only to the mastermind. His IQ is not low. Not only has the ability to learn independently, possess a unique and exclusive artifact. These beings are stronger than most players. But since I'm here to invite, then Li Yuyang is not nervous. But in his memory, there is no main plot of this paragraph. So it's really possible that it's because of his life. Interference with the game triggered a kind of butterfly effect, changed the plot direction of the entire Supreme God. Right now, Bessie's voice came again. I don't know what you've thought about it. Actually, I'm more inclined to woo Kilkan. He has the ability to command all insects. Now it's because of you, little quack. Led to the disappearance of Kilkan. It's all your fault. So don't challenge my patience, or you'll regret it. The voice fell. Huge micropressure fell from the sky, straight from Li Yuyang. It's just a matter of momentum. It already made Li Yuyang's whole body tense. My legs even started to tremble involuntarily. This feeling is straight. Pick up. It is transmitted to the nerves through the body's sensing system. It's like there are many bugs crawling inside the body. Li Yuyang was unwell for blood pressure. Don't smile, Riley. That's the real S. The impact of the plus boss. Horses and Kilkan before it. It's not a level at all. Is he really going to go offline to order takeout this time? But there is always a feeling of uneasiness in the heart of the sheep one day. Featured death punishment. Probably more than just a 3-day restriction on logins. Don't forget the large and small gear. It's all on this account now. Suddenly, Li Yuyang's bladder swept away. Discover Dekmao. He stood firmly in front of him, in the face of such a powerful enemy and physical discomfort. He turned out to be as steady as Mount Tai. What a reliable teammate. As everyone knows, Dejimo's eyes were white at this time. The fighting spirit has long been lost. He stood dumbfounded, motionless. Don't bully, and watch the performance of the two below. Touched his forehead. Have you figured it out? Kill my quasi-allies. Don't want me to let you go easily. If refused, I will punish you as the master of the demon clan. Your death is only the first step. Hear the threatening words of Bexy Valley. Li Yuyang smiled faintly. Is there any benefit to joining you? Before we even get started, we have to talk about welfare. Who do you think you're talking to? Just a little quack like you. If not, there is no better option. I'm not going to show up for you at all. There is only one path in front of you now. The voice fell. A system prompt pops up. The main quest opens. Start with one of the 7 major demon signs. The rotten demon king is examining you personally. In Li Yuyang's dull gaze, a selection panel was placed in front of Li Yuyang. Whether or not to join Basiyu's legion. This meow is not normal at all. Select the faction panel. At the beginning of the novice village, all that jumps out is to choose the demon or the dragon. Horses. It's a relatively normal choice in the game. Now he meows to agree. Directly became a small quack under the other west. The rejection of the racial selection dragged to the S. Expedited Kilkan collapsed. Unexpectedly, it ushered in the persecution of Bexy Hun again. Li Yuyang looked at the selection panel blankly. Isn't this say? If selected, after joining, the dragon region can't go by itself. That's a lot of copies. But the strength is not as good as others, so I have to bow my head. Li Yuyang had no choice but to activate the Dark King's skills. Trying to let the skills of the system help you make your choices. Who expected Li Yuyang to use no matter how hard he tried? The selection panel remains unchanged. But it was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Are both of these options the best option? Or all of them are the worst option? Watch Li Yuyang procrastinate there. Don't be a little more patient, and you're about to wear out the amount of the loan. What are you doing, boy? Do you really think Lao Tzu has to be you? Although the resurrection time of the multi-ethnic kings is relatively long. But Lao Tzu can't afford to wait. As soon as the words fell, Basiba directly took back the goblin. Look at the panel that disappears in front of your eyes. Li Yuyang was completely speechless. You're too anxious. Lao Tzu didn't say no, but you only get one chance. Beishibu no longer plans to recruit Li Yuyang. Lightning pumped from his body. The whole sky was lit up. See this scene? The back of Li Yuyang's head was hot. Although Li Yuyang's final goal is to dry up turn. Juggernaut all. Be the man who stands at the apex of PB1. But for him now, it's too early. Seeing that things are irreparable, Li Yuyang patted a dream. Good brother, you saw it too. Not for me. It's that he's too old. But as long as you follow my commands, it's not that there is no power to fight. Hear this. Dirt Cat also reacted from the shock. Turn around and smile slightly. Lao Tzu is so excited that he can't sit still now. That's what you want. Afraid of someone who dies, and the bird is facing the sky. Immortal for thousands of years. Didn't wait for Li Yuyang to speak. Dirt Cat face don't thin supplement. In his left hand, he holds a knife and a slave in his right. You say I do. This vote. We are definitely the #1 players of the Supreme God. See the domineering side of the Dirt Cat. Li Yu threatened to smile. It's my favorite teammate. Then do it. Li Yuyang put away his playful expression. Start thinking about the strategy. This time, it's a demon to face. One of the 7 masters of the clan. Whether it's stats or skill damage. Several parties can't compare with him. So want to defeat this fabulous NPC. He had to rely on the 3 artifacts he had gotten before. In the S-Class Wailing Blade. Vampire Ring. Has the Dark King's vampiric ability. It is the best choice for battery life. But look at the mighty in the sky. It is estimated that this equipment will not be of much use. If you eat a blow casually, you have to plan it right away. Vangia can be used to inflict the final blow. It doesn't matter if it's physical damage or magic damage. All armor can reflect 90% of the damage to the enemy. The lower the defense itself, the better the anti-damage effect. As for the most critical, such as Insect Crust, it is the most important skill to defeat a strong enemy. This effect can only be activated at full health. It is a great test of the player's awareness. And, of course, the continued bleeding of grief. 100% lubrication of passive and mucus. These are Li Yuyang's biggest reliance at present. But overall, the odds of victory are still low. But don't spell it. How can you know that you can't? Of course, it is better to develop peacefully. Come to think of it, Li Yuyang, shouting to the other West, can you not fight? We are 100% going to die. But it won't do you any good to kill us. Little quack of our rank. It doesn't offer much experience at all. Just when Li Yuyang was negotiating with other Western regions, there was a scene on the surface of the water beneath his feet. I don't know when. A huge monster approached quietly, rushing out of the sea, towards the nose of the northwest bird of the past. Bisai immediately took to the air to dodge. Look closely. It was an attack by a giant beast that reached the sky. A bastard who controls deworming. Dare to run rampant on the surface of the sea. Who the hell gave you the guts? Suddenly appeared. The behemoth is none other than the S-Rush Magma. Again, the property is unknown. Characteristics unknown. It is 55 meters long. He is one of the 7 masters of the Dragon faction. After learning about the little quack of the Demon Clan, after making a move, he came specifically to stop it. A war between dragons and demons is imminent. How could it be that the Demon Clan went over neutral forces at will? Seeing the plan exposed, don't inhale the quintessence of the country. One by one, all of them came to find fault. I really don't think I'm the master. All the meow for me to die. As soon as the words fell, don't draw the demon body. It turned out to be a giant fly. The 2 behemoths confronted each other like this. The Great War is on the verge of breaking out. Don't suck and capture. You have absolute air supremacy. The strange fairy Jomo Dima Chongshuan saw this. Get a presumptuous. The mouth is wide open and points in the direction of the battle. He had to say that. We've had a lot of luck. The sky was lightning and thundering. The sea was rolling with huge waves. It's like the end of the world. Let the officials have a basis. But all this, what does it have to do with Li Yuyang? Both of them. I had already taken the opportunity to find the wooden boat I was piloting when I came. The debris streaked into the distance. The reason why he was able to defeat the multi-clan Pearl Emperor this time. Or thanks to Basizi. But after the victory, they simply didn't have a chance to open the treasure chest. Fortunately, Li Yuyang had already made a mark. Wait for these two big guys to finish. Just find another time to pick it up. Deke Mao rowed the boat with a male and female. A look on the face of the aftermath of the catastrophe. Li Yuyang stood at the stern of the boat. The face is full of unwillingness, shouting at him into the distance. An artificial retarded person dares to bully Lao Tzu. It's all for Lao Tzu to wait. I served you all last night. If you can beat it, you can fight. If you can't beat it, you can steal it. If you can't steal, you can escape. I saw two urgent bosses beating each other. Li Yuyang completely broke off the idea of stealing his home. No matter how good the equipment is, you can't carry it. Raising your hand is a big move. Trolls of this kind often appear in anime. And monsters in the game, Image, possess green skin and sharp teeth. It is characterized by stealing towers quickly. Strong melee attack ability. But I don't know when it started. Players will push those holes into their teammates. Described as a troll, commonly known as the Old Six, to deliberately harass other players' normal experience. For fun, spread 15 remarks against the wind. Teammates fight in a team, and he eats birds. Teammates output him to watch the play. When a teammate died, he taunted. He also said that his teammates were stupid forks. There are many such players among the high gods. But because of the purpose of the creation of the Most High God, it's freedom, so it doesn't take into account the feelings of novice players. As a result, many players have entered the pit in a hurry to fill the pit. So, make a unique onboarding video. Imminent. Listen to the little quack of the LGB company, introducing the contents of this collaboration. Li Yuyang fell into deep thought, seeing that the old bird did not have the strength to agree. Little quack continued, you know it too. One old six is destructive to the whole team. How big is it exactly? I'm also a fan of yours. So if you have to choose a streamer, let's do it. I very much hope it can be you. It can also take the opportunity to transform, become a moderator and coach. This will be of great benefit to your future development. So what do you think? Listen to very inflammatory language. Li Yuyang has no reason not to agree. Immediately, willing to create a better game ecosystem. Make your part. Reducing the old six is everyone's responsibility. As a two-chamber, the old birds are crawling and rolling in the supreme gods. Li Yuyang, more than anyone else, I hope that the Most High God can go to the better side, towards the supreme God who developed the past life to weaken. It has nothing to do with dog planning, but throw away those elements that can't be interfered with. The game environment is also an important factor. At this point, the Old Birds team was officially established. This team is determined to eliminate the sixth. The purpose of creating a harmonious game environment. Open recruitment of teammates on the official LGB website. As the Old Bird this million blogger leads. The recruitment post once topped the hot search. As a result, countless workers worked overtime all night. Handle a large number of registration forms. This time, let the little quack who recruited the Old Birds fall into a crash. Finally, among the many gamers, for small quacks were selected as the first batch of contestants. Little quack number 1. 3 novice players. Once had a pot in other games. Outstanding record of wine. Little Gaga, number 2, chubby supreme god, novice player. Although it is a novice among the supreme gods. But in almost 30 years of his youth, 20 of those years were dedicated to games. Now it's still a pit. No matter how simple the game, never cleared the level. Xiaogada no 3 Lician, Xiaogada no 4 Xiaofang. Each of these 4 has its own characteristics. Of course, they also have a common characteristic. That's all old birds. The 4 of them knew each other, just as the starting teammate of this live broadcast. Li Yuyang sat in front of the station with excitement on his face and gave a speech. Our goal this time is to wring the knees at the first level. In RPG games, fight monsters is the best choice to enhance strength. Of course, each monster has its own unique approach to strategy. All you have to do is follow me. I promise you'll all be S-class bosses in the future. After talking about 100 million sheep, he began to explain the strategy. Nozomi has a strong sense of smell, but the vision is very poor. We just need to sprinkle peppers on the combat area, then send someone to harass the monsters. Others will be able to output at full strength. Of course, when he charges us, don't try to use his movement to slow him down, because even if he turns a corner, it doesn't slow down movement speed either. Li Yuyang explained. Sprinkle chili powder on the ground on one side. Note the trajectory of these powders. Just don't step on it yourself. End of explanation. Li Yuyang looked at the 4 students. Have you all remembered? Unexpectedly, Zhang San was full of disdain. Who's going to think about that when you're fighting? If you can beat it, you can fight. If you can't beat the resurrection, keep fighting. It's too cumbersome to raid these things. Hear this. Li Yuyang's face was full of helplessness. Gadgets don't cost a few in-game coins, but it can increase the chance of success of the strategy. Without waiting for Li Yuyang to continue speaking, several other small quacks also commented. This time, by all means, can you do it this time? Teach us something exciting. For example, the hidden copy of your strategy and the like. Do you brush copies every inch? Do you have to remember the characteristics of monsters in everything? You have to check the strategy in advance. Play a game, and we may not remember at all. Where's the chili powder you sprinkled? Listen to the chatter of the 4 people. Li Yuyang's face was covered with cold sweat. He began to miss the hits he had met in the novice village. Robbery of 4 people. At least those guys have the perseverance. Farm slimes. Can brush tens of thousands. Remember the bold words of the man named Zhang San in the live broadcast room. Zhuang. Li Yuyang still feels a little itchy between his feet. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang San. Zhang San's Zhang. Zhang San's 3. This time, follow the old bird for a beginner tutorial study. I'm just giving the anchor a face. Otherwise, with my strength, even if you don't wear gear, you can also kill 7 in and 8 out in front of the S-rank boss. In fact, in the next actual battle, Zhang San wears a set of novice gear, was directly tortured by the knee, under the action of the sensing system. The one who accepts the blood and the earth is called a truth. My name is Chubby. It's a handicap party. So this time, follow Brother Bird. Learn the basics of the game. I'm going to do my best. Keep up with Brother Bird's pace. Chubby's understanding of himself is very good. Immediate foot and knee movement is inherently not fast. But in front of Chubby, it's like driving a speed hanging. Let Chubby's skin have coped. Compare minus. 2 people are much more normal than 4. As a company executive, that's a kid player. However, there is no official recharge channel for the Supreme God. There is no such thing as a first charge of a large moon card and a small moon card. In addition, Li Si is more afraid of pain, even if the sensing system is turned to the minimum. This little quack is also afraid no. As for the small side, he came to play Supreme Pillow to experience the scenery. So in this game, the organ he uses the most is his glasses. Look at standing outside the training ground. Xiao Fong, who has not entered the venue for a long time. Li Yuyang couldn't help but remind Xiaoxi. Just blame me for a blow. Don't be afraid to give it a try. Who expected Li Yuyang not to say it, but it was okay. After saying that, Xiaofang stepped back 5 centimeters again. Now that's interesting. All 4 trainees failed, and the sheep collapsed to the ground. How can this be played? It's hellish difficulty at the beginning. I might as well go back and meow. The 300 rounds of the best Jura battle of the S Festival. Are you sure these people are my big fans? It makes me want to fry noodles now. This man's front foot has just been taken from 2 S family level bosses. Escape in hand. Line? Someone came to the door when I ordered a takeout. Ask him to help train 4 old 6. The key is that these little quacks still have a character. Hit and can't fight. I didn't listen to what I said. This gave Li Yuyang a headache to death. I knew that it was so troublesome to make a newbie. Kill him, and he won't take this job. However, as a qualified streamer, Li Yuyang did not give up. He came to Little Quack, began to point out his flaws when he fought. You don't get obsessed with picking up loot. This game is not about you killing monsters. You can be sure to get rewards. When the reward is dropped in a place where it cannot be picked up, or when there are other monsters, you have to learn to be patient. In the game, stalls and vegetables are the original sin. Little Gaga, however, was unimpressed. What is the difference between fighting monsters and not picking up equipment and not fighting? I'm ready to eat the last layer of copy. No one can stop me from saying that it doesn't make sense. Li Yuyang changed his goals. Said to Chubby as a tank, you have to think about how you can withstand more damage, rather than spending the center of gravity on output. Please, if K doesn't come to the end, I'm going to be miserable all day. Here's Li C. Do you want to be bold enough to play the game? It's normal to have a little pain. It's not really going to die anyway. Who cooks the second swing of the arm? I'm just a tactical retreat. It's not really an escape. If teammates can't keep up, that's a problem with teammates. And Xiaofang, I know you don't like to fight monsters. Is wanted in this game. See the scenery from a higher level. Gotta get stronger. There are some areas that you can't go to at all. Hear this. Xiaofang pouted, I understand the reason. But it's too hard to get stronger. I don't have the guts to face an ugly monster. And I'm just a wet nurse. Stand farther away. Wouldn't it be better to protect yourself? Just let. Injured teammates can find me. I don't have to. Just leave these things to your teammates. Li Yang couldn't even break out in a cold sweat when he said this. He wasn't looking for his teammates at all. It's Hailuo. Players of the same level. There's simply no way to meet your needs. What you're lacking isn't combat awareness and equipment at all. It's a thigh. Speaking of thighs, Xiaofang's eyes instantly lit up with the old bird. Can you be my exclusive teammate? I promise to be obedient. Look at the live screen. The editor-in-chief of LGB was simply speechless. I didn't expect to choose from 1,000 choices. Actually chose 4 real old 6. A mahogany book that I have collaborated with the old bird once before. I also have a dry mouth. He tilted his head and took a sip of water. He had personally interviewed these people. Time was of the essence. Each person has only 3 minutes for the interview. Their personalities were not investigated at all. The editor-in-chief thinks it doesn't matter. This makes the show work better. I just don't know. How long will they be stuck in this link? And the old birds. What's next step is how to solve their problem. At this moment, the old bird is still in the mood to continue the live broadcast. He was too tired to aim. It's just that the oil and salt don't go in. Turning his head to look at the 4 little Gata who didn't care. Didn't wait for Li Yuyang to speak. Zhongsen actually squinted at it. See this look? Li Yuyang no longer hesitated. He held out his finger, and everyone noticed. I have a great idea. See this picture. Mahogany books and editor-in-chief offsite. It was also attracted to attention. I saw Li Yuyang's expressionless face. Without saying a word, he walked toward Xiaogata. A few of them actually want to give up at the moment. I thought I could follow the big anchor to mix the elite. It doesn't hurt to know your thighs. But they didn't plan to. Change your attitude towards the game. Seeing Li Yuyang's appearance. The two people outside the court also showed nervous expressions. Uncle Hong Ming knows Li Yuyang's temper. Throw away the side. He's actually quite hands-on. If you beat up a fan on the spot. Didn't wait for Uncle Hong Ming to continue thinking. I saw Li Yuyang gently pick it up, said word by word, "Since you're not interested in PV, then I'll teach you PK. This eliminates the need for teammates. You can also practice your gaming skills. Don't get me wrong, I'm just trying to teach you." Zhang San left a cold sweat or said goodbye. "We're just here to learn the art of monster hunting. Since you can't teach us, that's it." Zhang San raised his hand, added, "Who doesn't know that the king of horses is the first place in PK? It's just good at strategy dungeons. If I want to learn, I have to learn from Ma Dongwang. Now the mahogany book can't be calm at all. Who doesn't know that the old bird and King Ma Dong have a grudge? Back then, they were inseparable. These boys are really which pot can be opened. Editor-in-Chief, are you sure you don't block it?" Who expected Li Yuyang to listen to it? Didn't get angry right away. Rather, there was a moment of silence. "That's it. As long as the four of you can beat me, then it doesn't matter which dungeon you want to play in the future. I can help you for free. The items and equipment are all yours. In addition, I will give you equipment personally, and help on props, until you make it to the first echelon. This is a great opportunity to take one step to the top." Then Li Yuyang was afraid that they would refuse. "I put another limit on myself. I'll also be wearing the same newbie gear as you guys. Let's have a fair PK." When Qing said this, a few little quacks froze in place. Then he didn't even bother with Li Yuyang anymore. They began to discuss together. "Old birds, though, are famous knife baskets. But I just heard that this kid is lucky. Found a lot of good gear. I really haven't heard of him playing in ranking. And we're 4-1. You don't necessarily lose with the same equipment. And even if you lose, you don't have much to lose. Why not fight it?" Li Si grinned. "Fools don't do things that are sure to make money without losing money. We did it." Listen to the answers of four people. Li Yuyang immediately showed a harmless smile from humans and animals. "That's great. Being able to fight you in person is what I look forward to the most." The editor-in-chief also clenched his fists. "It's an old bird. It's too adaptable. One king against 4 bronzes. The effect of the show is simply full. It's the mahogany book that always feels weird. But I can't say what went wrong. According to the previous cooperation experience, old birds aren't like that. Someone who can create an entertainment effect. When the brave men knew the tower, this kid quit if he wanted to. Especially this smile. It's so kind that it makes people's hairs stand on end." "What's the coolest?" "That's the 6th, of course. There's no teammate protection system here. I heard 4 little quacks promise to PK with themselves." Li Yuyang showed the brightest smile of this century. "A dozen 4s are still so arrogant. Be careful of losing." Dongren said that Li Yuyang didn't care. He was not afraid of this. "I just don't know the anger of the old bird. You can't stand it." Li Yuyang replaced it as quickly as possible. Newbie gear. To show fairness. He even wore only basic cloth armor. Everything is ready to go. Here we go. Hear this. A few little quacks were also very happy. "What if it's done? If you take off your equipment, you can't turn the page. We're going to be famous this time. For bronze, but turned over a king. This is a lot of face." Li Yuyang heard a few small quacks. It's naive to grin. "I'll show you what." The horror of the king of 1,000. He strode over to the little quacks. Without saying a word, he launched an attack directly. Wait until the figure disappears in place. Xiao Fong didn't even have time to react. "I had a lot of cancer on my head for a season." Violent Suma dared to come overhead. He realized that he had been attacked. But the blow is not over. Li Yuyang ruthlessly cut it down again. It's just a moment's work. The nurse directly lost her combat effectiveness and collapsed to the ground. A support only thinks about relying on the protection of teammates. There is no consciousness of flesh at all. That's the price of waves. See this scene? Zhang San and Li Si's wide, open mouths. That's outrageous, isn't it? Holding the novice dagger and making a crispy second. In order to salvage the situation, Zhang San took the lead in the charge. Seeing the person Li Yuyang coming, he had a flash of inspiration. Throw out a few gold coins. Under the lure of money, Zhang San seemed to be sick. The body floated uncontrollably and threw itself on the ground. Again, this is the horror of superpowers. But he didn't wait for Zhang San to pick up the gold coin. Li Yuyang's attack has come. The long sword flashed and hit Xiao Quack 3 ways. With the sound of chickens flying and eggs beating, came out. Little Quack's expression instantly distorted. The pain was overwhelming. It hurts so much. This has to be said. Supreme God is a real feeling of this game. In the game, the original weaknesses of human beings have been vividly restored. Of course, if the limits of pain are exceeded, the system will force the player to go offline, so as not to cause more serious sequelae. That's why I don't let you pick it up right away. The reason for taking the loot. You figured it out now. Li Sijian also hurriedly rushed up. If he doesn't go to class again, he will be wiped out, although he is afraid of death. But it's not stupid. The sword slashed quickly. Collapsed pheasant launched. Li Yuyang took half a step back. Kankin dodged the arc-shaped light. The right foot stumbles forward. The little Quack is unstable. He took his sword and fell forward. Smashed directly on Zhang San's head. Excuse me. I didn't mean to. But Zhang San still has a chance to refute at this moment. This is really a double crit hit with a big head and a small head. Zhang San couldn't hold on any longer. The health bar drops directly below the danger line. Comes with the self-destruct effect on the equipment. Also triggered at this moment. Made Li Si also scorch on the outside and tender on the inside. Li Yuyang flew away quickly, while teaching loudly. Now you know the importance of positioning. There is no good move. How is it possible to hit a higher output? In a few moments he was already in front of the fat man. I saw my teammates fall to the ground one by one. The fat man was very nervous at the moment. Without waiting for Li Yuyang to continue to approach, the long sword hurriedly commanded. In vain he tried to stop Li Yuyang from being close to him. It's already limp hand. Directly let Li Yuyang grasp it in his hands. To output but not output. Meat without meat. Your tank is not up to par. The fat man couldn't believe his eyes. How exactly do you do it? But Li Yuyang's next move. Make the fat man even more desperate. I saw Li Yuyang's palm forced. Unexpectedly, the novice common thing was broken. Slow speed, low attack. You can do this by changing to a different pro. A piece of meat will always come out of the meat. What are you doing with all these bells and whistles? In fact, Li Yuyang was able to quickly suppress 4 people. Remove the operational factor. Also, because his own level is level 50. There are also many passive and active effects. Solving this group of little quacks is not easy to catch. Chubby has no weapons. Li Yuyang didn't get used to him. It's a crispy crust on top. The tank was kicked away in an instant. It's time to get out. Electrotherapy over there with 2 small quacks. It's also over. Why is it okay for the old bird to hit you just now? And if I hit you, I triggered the equipment's self-destruct passive. Zhang San is the worst one. His passivity, in fact, only when the HP is less than 30%, has a chance to trigger. The old bird's arrow didn't hit that much blood at all. Instead, Berry 4 made up for it. The tipping point was just reached. Just while the two were chatting, Li Yuyang was not idle. Common machine after machine, towards the door of the little quacks. Looking at the chubby, who fell to the ground, Li Yuyang stepped forward, a foot on his head. Little quacks. Now it's clear. It's not just monsters that are hard to fight. PK is not as simple as you think. To be the 6th child is to have the consciousness of being beaten. Can you listen to my beginner's tutorial now? What is an effective way to deal with the 6th? Bitter persuasion. Do you use your own high rank theory? It's not a dozen or 4 violent beatings. Beat them until they fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Hit them until they quacked. That's what really effective persuasion is. After the 4 little quacks were completely blessed, Li Yuyang, they chose to go offline together. Inside the studio, Li Yuyang looked at the beautiful 4 people with a smile on his face. Chubby took the lead in softness. I really believe in your technique this time. Even under the same conditions, you're so much better than us. And Chubby is still at the moment. Didn't come out of the headshot experience. Bowing his head and weeping bitterly. Li Yuyang's face sank since you lost. Then you have to obey my arrangement. Take part in the special training I have prepared for you. The 4 little quacks didn't dare to make a mistake again. Chi brushed the nod like pounding garlic. See this scene? Li Yuyang showed a kind smile. But the next second, he shouted and grabbed the first step. Devil training begins. Don't get me wrong. This training, it refers to physical training for your real life. After all, under the game's sensing system, attributes of the person directly affects the in-game battles. Hear this. The courage of the 4 people collapsed again. In the game, no matter how you play it, it's no problem. If only it were trained in reality. You can't be tired. What's the matter? I want to regret it before I started. Don't. Don't you want to go to the Supreme God again in your life? Little Gaga immediately looked sweaty and angry. We're going to do our best. Strive to be the most reliable teammate. Look at the scene in the studio. Uncle Mo clenched his little fists excitedly, which was great. They finally surrendered to the old bird's camp. The shell of the editor-in-chief shell. This direction is different from what we planned. But anyway, once the show came out more, instant fire, especially the video of the old bird blasting the 4. The on-demand rate is as high as 32.1%. Countless comments poured in. It seems to touch the heartstrings of all players. This kind of old 6 really affects the game experience very much. Since the show is so popular, why not the second installment? You say yes. Looking at the smiling mahogany book, Li Yuyang directly refused. This kind of life-damaging thing is done less once than once. Lao Tzu will never take the 6th child again. Just let those little quacks fend for themselves. Add money, add a lot of money. Then I'll think about it. Solve the LGB thing. Li Yuyang, it's finally time to continue exploring the new map. North. Huge sinkholes towered over the empty sky. Look at this magnificent scene. Dirk's mouth opened wide in surprise. How did such a large pit come to be? Li Yuyang's voice came from below. This was actually a mining site in the past. Players can also mine in exchange for gold. But I don't know when it started. The mine is closed. Closed, only this big pit is still here. It's actually called Abyss Dock. Consists of a vertical sinkhole. The reasons for this are not clear. But since the supreme divine realm, it's always been here. The sinkhole is 2 kilometers deep. If the player stumbles and falls, they will surely die. And Li Yuyang brought the dirt cat here to the target. It is the last of the 3 phantom gods. The demon on the bottom of the North Continent is the first. Hide the boss. Zhu Huang from the counseling center is the second one. Today they came looking for it. It's the 3rd one that doesn't belong to the 2 of them. Look at the vast map in front of you. Li Yuyang crossed his waist and suddenly became ambitious. Just step into the depths of the sinkhole. To find the legendary boss. Kill him. We are the first person of the Supreme God. The materials for the 3 gods are all in order. The next step is to finish without waiting for Li Yuyang to finish. Dirk smiled like an ant. I understand and believe everything you say. But why are you carrying such a big burden? Is it because the props can't be put down? Hear this. Li Yuyang skimmed the large package to the ground. You don't care about that. It's a secret weapon. Without them, we wouldn't have survived. See in hand. Sure enough, he waved the top hanging in his mouth. Dirk Cat looked down uneasily. Why not enter it from the wilderness? It's too dangerous, isn't it? I don't know this path. It's the easiest way to the abyss. This map is a premium map. The monsters that haunt the wilderness are also B rank on horseback, even if it's an A-class desert worm. Here too, there are crowds. If the two of them really made it through the wilderness, it is estimated that I will have to go offline to order takeout immediately. 2 hours passed. The two of them are not yet in the end, but it was already close to the forest below. Watch the cliffs grow. Li Yuyang hurriedly explained. These plants have adapted to grow vertically. We're going to have to take advantage of these cuties. It's time to speed up the landing. After speaking, Li Yuyang let go of his hands. The whole person fell downward. Don't know if you're good at parkour. Now it's time to put your jumping skills to the test. Dirk Katz followed, with a smile on his face. Rest assured, as a qualified archer, turn over. Jumping with your eyes closed is just a basic operation. For a moment, the two of them fell into the vertically growing woods. With the body suspended in the air, Li Yuyang took out the last time. The equipment you got in the Zhu Huang dungeon. A cloud of spider silk shot out of his palm. With a pop, spider silk is tied to the trunk of a tree. Li Yuyang couldn't concoct the ripples of blood. In the middle of dense woods. See this at a glance. Dirk grinning is really full of tricks. He's cleaner. Look at the target, half sniper with both legs. Take another leap. Jump from one tree to another. The falling speed was not at all comparable to Li Yuyang. In this way, the two of them have their own powers. Towards the bottom of the sinkhole. Look at this magnificent scene. Even if it is the well-informed Li Yuyang, I can't help but feel surging. After secretly going back and picking up the treasure chest that defeated the Pearl Emperor. After that, Li Yuyang embarked on the journey again. The goal of this strategy is the last body of the 3 phantom gods. After jumping off a 2-kilometer sinkhole, Li Yuyang and Dirk Cat are constantly in the woods. The vine turns. I saw the ground getting closer and closer. Dirk couldn't help but smile. Who said to follow the old birds? I was hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. This kind of place can also be found by old birds. 1 foot on the ground. George finally won the old birdie for once. Successfully won the first place. At this moment, Li Yuyang is still using the floating balloon. Floats slowly in midair. Don't wait for the Dirk Cat to continue to get excited. The guy who appeared in front of him made him shut up. Mouth! I saw a lump of arrangement that was a ghost fire of a nuclear species. Standing at the bottom of the sinkhole. Welcome, adventurers. I don't know if it's the first time you've been here. This fire is exactly 108 troubles, fire spirits, etc. Other properties are unknown. His shape and size depend on his mood. See this guy. Dirk Cat excitedly pulled out his weapon. It's time to do it again. This time it's just an A+ grade. It's definitely a good idea. But not waiting for the Dirk Cat to attack. Li Yuyang has already come up. Hello. My name is Old Bird. You can also call me Xiao Ming. Please, Jungle, I know you too. A combination of an old bird and a Dirk Cat. So, what are you here for? Didn't wait for Li Yuyang to answer. Dirk Cat was curious. How did you know about us? It's our first time here. Li Ying explained with a smile. Actually, when we raided the dungeon, this guy's always been there. Now the Dirk Cat is even more confused. Haven't we always been 2 people? When did a third party come? Xiaohua smiled and explained. That's right too. This is the first time we have met in the true sense of the word. It's also normal that you don't know me. As soon as the words fell, the small flame actually made a system prompt sound. Congratulations on becoming your first player. Please register your name. The voice was all too familiar. It's not a monster. It's an NPC. Li Yuyang already knew the truth. He is the leader of the power of time and space. It is also the NPC responsible for recording hand-killed players. The Supreme God is unlike any other game. NPC is not invincible and unkillable. Just like before on a coffee farm. Some maps and NPCs are not even respawnable. This guy, it's a character somewhere between a monster and an NPC. If you don't attack first, he's a kind and harmless NPC. Of course, if you are the first to cut the land hostile and attack, then he has space and time. A of power. Boss plus. Since the old bird has created a copy countless times. Hand brush recording. I've long established a high friendship with this guy. Good so old birds. Would you like to help me with a trouble? The system prompt also popped up at this moment. Congratulations. Discovered the hidden quest troubled by the fire spirit. Mission objective. Help the fire spirit deal with difficult travelers. This task left the dirt cat with a confused face. What is a difficult traveler? Do you want us to go into the wilderness and look for it? Other little quacks. Not really. On this continent. In addition to being in charge of recording, the fire spirit is in charge of recording. He also has the ability to fix. For example, the traces left by the battle. There are also various destructive terrains. Fix the terrain. Now the dirt cat is even more confused. I can still help if I fight, but I'm not good at repairing terrain. Just listen to the fire spirit continue to explain the broken terrain. Nothing but specific that can't be repaired. I can fix it all within 24 hours. But in the process of restoration, there is a chance that you will encounter other little gada to break through. Then it will delay my restoration work. Like this sinkhole. Also one of my remediation goals. Here. The old bird suddenly realized. No wonder this sinkhole has always existed. It turns out that this is specially left. The objective of the mission that the player completes. Of course, the intruder. If it's a normal creature or a player, I can all harness the power of time and space to transfer them. But in the process, I'm in trouble that I can't solve. The creature is immobile and cannot be repelled. It's not very common. The strength of the fruit forest itself is extremely strong. Existence as a plus grade. Ordinary creatures are no opponent at all. And he has the Lord, God-given power for part of space and time. But the creatures encountered this time were too special. The fire spirit has tried everything. Couldn't get him to move. And it is set according to the rules. Fire spirits can't attack other creatures directly, unless another mob attacks first. This is the awkward situation that has been created right now. So he has been waiting for someone in the sinkhole. Li Yuyang and Dirt Cat. Quietly listen to the introduction of the plot mission. That should be the point right now. The guy was sleeping at the bottom of the sinkhole. In the center of the toroidal terrain, he curled up on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. I need you to wake him up and let him sleep on other intact terrain so that I can restore this topographic map. The face of coming. So would you like to accept this task? Quiet. In fact, there is a sentence that has been in my heart for a long time. I haven't told you all the time. Now I'm out of the way. Look at the sleeping angel. The little girl Hua Ling was full of helplessness for so many years. I tried everything I could to wake him up. It's because of him. I can't fix this map. Hear mission information? Only then did the Dirt Cat react. We're not here to provide wake-up calls. Then act as a black car driver to take him out of here. In simple terms, it does. But this task, it's not as simple as it seems. This girl is an angel clan. In the game's backstory, they were also the rulers of this world before. One of them is the giants, elves and demons. Dragons rule the continent together. But after several wars, they are said to be extinct. But Deek Mao didn't care so much. What's the backstory? In addition to Li Yuyang, who is so senior, game fans will watch it. Most people skip it. Okay. He grabbed the little girl's foot with both hands. Lift it up. But this weight is not at all what a height of 1.3 meters has. Even the gas canister isn't that heavy. Clearly, this approach will not work. Deke Mao gasped and chose to give up. Old bird, you kid move. How are we going to accomplish this? Li Yuyang grinned and said something anxious. I'm going to bring you here. There must be a way to get the job done. And don't forget, the one next to us is an A-class being. How is it possible to complete the task so easily? The fruit forest also supplemented the follow-up conditions at this moment. You need to find a level 1 player. To wake up the girl on the ground. A player with a level 1 level. Isn't this? This area. Even a level 50 player like us has to go. Clamp your tail and be a man. How could a first-class one come here? Dirk Cat was so angry that it was about to explode. But Li Yuyang smiled calmly. Lao Tzu has known this condition for a long time. I really thought the old bird was a rookie. Rest assured, there is no such thing as an impossible task in my hands. Chun Ching said. Dirk the cat kept its mouth shut. But I still can't figure it out. How can you bring a level 1 player here? Even if they immediately go back to the city and go offline. Then find some friends who haven't played the Most High God. Register a new role. But I can't make it this alive. Even if it's a slime on the ground. Can easily solve them. Not to mention the A-class monsters that go deep into the desert. Suddenly, Li Yuyang took out the big package again. Do you? Are there any items that can be used to avoid the mission conditions? Li Yuyang gently patted the applauded package. Why avoid such mission conditions? It's easier for me. And this thing. But I bought the props at the trading house. Traveler's pockets cannot be placed in the inventory. Anything can be transported. Then Li Yuyang covered his mouth. The mysterious face of the god towards the pocket. A few words to myself. After a while, Li Yuyang raised his head. Excitedly shouting, will let you take a look. I've got a surprise in store. With the pocket open, a pretty figure walked out of it. Also known as Xiao and Jing. Level 1 Terran came out. It was Li Yuyang's junior high school classmate Ian Jing. A day ago, thanks to Li Yuyang's help, Ian Jing's live broadcast. Bringing goods is now in full swing. You can even see him on TV. Endorsement of advertising. See old acquaintances. Li Yuyang only determined the candidate for this copy. Inside the shopping street, Ian quietly noticed Li coming from a distance. Yuyang looked at the smiling old classmate. Li Yuyang learned from his endorsement advertisements on TV. Teased. Worthy of a 24K purebred straight man. Even if it does it to millions of bloggers. Still can't hide the breath of sand sculptures. The two found a quiet cafe. Sit down. Ian is in love with Jiao Weihong. I couldn't help but explain. The reason for the strange dance in the advertisement. It is also the request of Party A's father. So don't laugh at me. I think it's a nice dance. Very youthful and energetic. Here Li Yuyang's evaluation. Ian Jing was even more embarrassed. Don't talk about me. How have you been doing lately? Li Yuyang drank milk tea blandly. What else could he do? Play every day. But there's a favor I need your help with lately. Ian smiled sweetly. What are you busy, just say. I'll help. See this scene? Li Yuyang tilted his head and was relieved. A small favor. And it's very simple. After listening to what Li Yuyang said, Ian Jing immediately stopped calming. Happy and dashing. He couldn't even figure it out. It is possible to play the Supreme God. This kind of large-scale AAA game. But he didn't wait for Li Yuyang to continue to explain. Ian changed his style. I don't think it matters what you do. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy. That's why Ian came in. But the most important thing is this wrapping prop. It can hold everything. There is a limit to the quantity, and cannot be included in the inventory. So it seems, simply, it's an item that exists specifically for this task. Ian stroked her hair, looking around excitedly. It was his first time playing the Most High God. It feels very real. It's literally immersive. See this scene? Dirk Mao froze where he was. I couldn't take my eyes off him anymore. What is the most bullish nail household? Is that so? Still so. Not really. A 2-kilometer deep pit was smashed out at once. And then he didn't leave. Leave the developer powerless. This is the real Nail household. To help the fire spirit fix the map, Li Yuyang came up with a killer idea. Positive Ian Jing. The sweet and pure Ian Jing just appeared. Just look stupid at Gijcat. Li Yuyang's house is in the middle. Hurriedly introduced. This is my good brother in the game, Dirk the Cat. Didn't wait for Li Yuyang to introduce himself. Ein Jing smiled slightly. My name is Ein Jing. Is Li Yuyang's junior high school classmate. Nice to meet you. It's a cat's claw. Stammered hello. Then the two of you say a sentence to me. Gradually, the number fell. Li Yuyang opened the scene with great interest. As a game nerd, meet new people. But it's a process that goes from embarrassing to more embarrassing. Look at this brilliant sky. Ein Jing couldn't believe her eyes. I knew it was so beautiful. What kind of fun am I having? Hear this. Li Yuyang also grinned at the normal first-level play. You can't see that at home. You may be ever. The first level is the one who ran to the Western continent. Ein Jing didn't know if it was okay or not. I understand what you're saying. I just don't understand why you don't get dressed. Li Yuyang, who was still full of sorrow just now, momentarily stunned. He aimed at turning so hard. If I say, the premise of this game is that the higher the level, the less clothes. Can you believe it? Analecta. Li Yuyang began to talk nonsense in a serious way. You've probably seen the game's trailer too. That female, full-level boss is not a lot of clothes. So clothes are inversely proportional to grade. It's because I'm too high level. That's why there are too few clothes. I heard Li Yuyang talking nonsense here. Dirk couldn't help but roll her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them knew each other too well, he couldn't help but tear down the stage on the spot. How can there be such a handle? Okay, now it's time to get down to business. Just do what I told you before. One of them looked cautiously at the angel on the ground. Little Lori touched, but as soon as I got closer, his hands glowed with gold. This scene frightened him. If it weren't for Li Yuyang to explain, he had long since stopped moving. With more and more golden light, the little girl showed signs of waking up. Suddenly, the conditions are met. Trying to reconnect, the little girl's whole body began to glow. See this scene? Li Yuyang felt in his heart that the pine fish was about to start. I saw a pillar of light rise into the sky, pierce the clouds and soar. This powerful energy, it even lit up the entire sky. A moment passed. A system prompt pops up. Angel Girl and Little Quiet are merging. After a while, an aperture appeared in midair. Angel Girl did it. His name is Mainland. It's an angel Little Lori. Because of some kind of change, it's still frustrated. Midstamina looked at his hands. My face was full of wonders what was wrong with me. Where I am now. But after seeing Li Yuyang, the little angel instantly became excited. You look. I've actually gotten smaller. It's also incredible. Listen to what this means. The other party turned out to be Ein Jing now. It's also amazing. An NPC actually fused with the player. Old bird, you kid really know a lot. That's right, it's right now. A system prompt pops up. The hidden mission has been completed. The intimacy with the fire spirits is increasing dramatically. Thank you so much. I can finally start repairing the Abyss dock. Li Yuyang grinned. Hide the end of the mission. That's where this adventure begins. As long as there is the guidance of the angel little girl. Wrong. Now it should be said that as long as there is Ian Jing's guidance. 3. A change of spirit is not far off. The monster beast and the old bird's bird was actually hit by a critical attack. Who is so bold as to hold Li Yuyang's head? After the fusion of Ein Jing and the little angel, a lot of video footage instantly appeared in my mind. It should be the memories of the angel before he came here. At this moment, the little angel is like a magic stick. Pinch fingers to watch the video. These memories are a bit fragmentary. There's no way to tell the ins and outs. But they are now selected into a new hidden mission. I have to help him regain his memory. send back home to complete the mission. As Jing kept watching, finally found useful information. I saw him coming from above the clouds, falling from the sky. Hear the word sky. Li Yuyang was puzzled. Can you see the exact direction? And there is no specific location, but I can see the general direction. That's enough. Li Yuyang grinned. Let's get started. But they didn't wait for them to set off. A system prompt pops up. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. You are the first player to complete this quest. Will be recorded on the side. The sound of the fire bell also rang next to it. Thank you. I can finally start repairing the abyss dock. So now don't wait for the fire bell to finish. There was a heavy pant behind him. Not for a while. A short-haired girl climbed up. Hello. Excuse me. Are you an anchor, old bird? It's time to see Li Yuyang's appearance clearly. The girl was instantly excited, and she was really an old bird. I'm a 10-year-old fan of yours. From the moment you posted your first video, I'm starting to pay attention to you. Hear this? Li Yuyang was stunned. His meow Lao Tzu even has female fans. It's not going to be a trumpet fan to take revenge. Just when Li Yuyang was stunned, Dirk Cat and Irin Jing are stealing. Whispered, is this girl really a fan of Old Bird? Has she been popular in the game? Ignore the ridicule of the two. Li Yuyang walked towards the girl with a kind face. I'm an Old Bird. We're doing hidden missions right now. This place is going to be impossible to stay in right away. So you want to sign the words? I'll be able to give it to you right now. The girl hurriedly returned with a skillful clamp. It's okay. I won't delay you for long. After all, you're going to have to go offline and order takeout soon. Hear this? Li Yuyang didn't react for a while, but the glittering scythe brought him back to reality. Not to mention fried noodles. This fan is going to fire himself. The huge slammed into the ground. A powerful force kicks up a cloud of dust. Li Yuyang looked at it and jumped away. See this scene? The girl grinned. It's still a clip sound. It's not slow. I just don't know how many times you can dodge. As soon as the words fell, the girl seemed to have a drop of blood. Arms waving. The huge axe was like nothing. Li Yuyang could only keep dodging. There was simply no time to unfold. Counterattack, but the frequency of the opponent's attacks is too high. Li Yuyang was careless. The left arm was slashed in an instant. The girl's strength is also too great. Visually, it is higher than the strength of King Ma Dong. Is there still a positive character among the supreme gods? How have I never heard of it? Dirk looked at this scene with a smile. There was no intention of stepping forward to help. This little woman has always been very popular. Look at this dance. It is estimated that the second Liu Yinran appeared. Look at this sturdy girl. Ian Jing couldn't help but be confused. This is a lot of hatred and resentment. To make a weak girl, trekking through mountains and rivers to find revenge. What exactly did Li Yuyang do in the game? Brother Dex smiled bitterly. He didn't do anything. It's just for a trumpet fight. Martial arts surge. The girl opens and closes. Forced Li Yuyang to keep retreating. He was so aggrieved that he meowed. Otherwise, or put his identity as King Ma Dong. Let's show it. Otherwise, he will be hunted down by fans of his own trumpet from time to time. It's upsetting to make him meow. Is not wrong with Li Yuyang's bitter fancy expression. The girl opened her mouth and shouted at the old bird. You're asshole exhibitionist. Get out of here from the most high god. Otherwise, the old lady will hunt you down until you are old. Hear this? The old bird was not convinced. The guy next to me was also with me. Why do you always attack myself? As soon as this remark came out, Dirk Cat's face was full of helplessness. People are coming for you. What's the matter with Lao Tzu? I don't have a trumpet again. The girl ignored Li Yuyang's words. The great axe was approved again. Li Yuyang had no choice but to jump up on his legs. Seeing that the other party showed the man's biggest battle, the girl picks up with a sharp, toothed axe. With the sound of chickens flying and eggs beating, came out. The giant axe solemnly bullseye. Li Yuyang's face distorted in pain instantly. The amount of blood has also plummeted. But the girl had no intention of letting him go. Axe held high, shouted and slashed at the top of Li Yuyang's head. Suddenly, Li Yuyang raised his head suddenly. His eyes lit up instantly, and his mana burned and activated. Lao Tzu is not powerful. You're my sick cat. Other people's fans like the plane 3 times in a row. Fans of the old bird are getting up and down to break the eggs. In this Western continent sinkhole, where there are still hostages, I was able to meet my 10-year-old fan. It's not true love. What else can it be? But he didn't wait for Li Yuyang to be happy. His own bird was hit hard. Now his old fans are not easy to use. When you look up, it's a mana burn. But not wait for the petrification effect to fall. The girl pulled away at breakneck speed, and he held the great axe in front of him. This is obviously a preparation for horseback riding. Also very knowledgeable about the skills of the old birds. Li Yuyang was shrouded in smoke and dust. Congratulations on your success and me off. I wanted to send you away to do the mission. But now I've changed my mind. Just send the following limit at 30% of the blood volume. But he didn't wait for Li Yuyang to make a move. Guilin suddenly jumped out. What are you doing with me? I just want to fix the map as soon as possible. All mobs are wiped out during the repair process. Old bird, since you're my friend, then surely you can understand me. The voice fell. The ground began to tremble. Li Yuyang looked behind him with a surprised face. Right now, Hua Ling's eyes lit up. Under the momentum of taking care of the strong, don't give the old bird a chance to react at all. The whole area began to crumble and shatter. Dirt Cat hurriedly hugged Yin Jing. Prevent the girl next to you from playing the Supreme God for the first time. It's time to go offline and order takeout. And Li Yuyang and the two also stopped fighting. Amazed at everything in front of him, I saw that the ground under my feet actually flew up, detached from the original terrain, straight to the sky. Look at the magma beneath your feet. The mysterious girl was completely shocked. What the hell is this kid doing with the old bird? Doing a quest can actually change the terrain of the Supreme God. The old lady had never heard of it. Just as the girl stared down in a daze, a crisp voice came from behind him. The girl's body involuntarily went downward. I turned my head and saw that it was the bastard of the old bird who did it. This kid, he meows, is a disciple of teacher Maz Qingchuan. Looking back, the furnace is perfect. Look at the girl who keeps falling. Li Yuyang grinned, embarrassed. I'm a bit busy right now. I will have the opportunity to learn from you again in the future. This time you can honestly go down and eat dirt. Hear this, girl. Remember to grit your teeth. You wait for me. I will never give up. Wherever you flee to, I'll find you. How did this sound so familiar? And this face. Although the other party hid the information. But this is the school. Why is it so similar to Liu Yinran's little girl? But now is not the time to think about these things. Watch as you get farther and farther away from the ground. Deco panicked. We've come to the top of the sinkhole. Why hasn't this stone stopped being repaired? Shouldn't the terrain be restored to its original appearance? We're going to be taken to heaven by him. Don't panic. The place we are is not a rock. Ian stared silently down. He said lightly that this was a meteorite. The 2-kilometer deep sinkhole was smashed by him. The little angel girl was also brought by him. I saw it all in memory videos. Right now, meteorites are still climbing. The ground below has been repaired. Countless earth and rocks rolled in towards the sinkhole. It's getting more and more interesting. The cat witnessed everything with excitement. I always feel like my gang is pushing the supreme high. The development of the plot of God. And there are unprecedented ones. A fusion of NPC and player. It's so exciting. I don't know what happened to the third bad god. Can it withstand Lao Tzu's crossbow arrows? With the meteorite rising into the air, the fire spirit also manifested its true form. The huge body is like Optimus Prime, handle next to the sky. I only heard a hoarse voice slowly sounding the old bird. We'll meet again. There is a legend that has always been circulating on this continent. The sky above us. There are secrets that no one knows. When Li Yuyang flew into the sky on a meteorite, the orchards are no longer converging. There was a fierce glint in his eyes. It's like melting the whole earth. The power is even greater than that of the gods. After a while, the hills were all around. There is still the shadow of a sinkhole. See this scene? Yi Jing closed her mouth in surprise. What the hell is that little thing coming from? How is it so strong? He's an NPC with the power of a god. It is only natural to be able to do this. Compared to these, dirt cats are more concerned about their means of transportation. This mount is released in the country. If you don't rush to V, you can't buy it at all. So you are flying according to the established orbit. As one of the first visitors, your names will be on track. This how to get a cat is even more confusing. Could it be that there is an end point of this meteorite in the sky? Look up at the sky. Einjing's memory grew clearer and clearer. Many fragments reappeared in his mind. Suddenly, Einjing raised her hand, pointed sharply ahead. I saw a tutoring in the sky. It's getting closer and closer. This meteorite is likely to be part of him. Hear this? Li Yuyang laughed. It's the same as the strategy one saw in my previous life. It seems that the plot is going right. But Dirt Cat was suddenly excited. God meows the sky counseling. Isn't that an empty island? Actually, the empty island. The setting has been around for a long time. Senior Jaime should know it. Rubber is insulating. Due to the distance is too far. Dirt Cats don't see the full picture of counseling. Hence his appearance on tutoring. Still very interested. Right now. Jing quietly put her hand on the ground under her feet. I could feel his fear and anxiety. So many years have passed. He had always been alone. Although knowing that this is just a game setting. But I still can't help but grieve. Looking at the tears in the corners of Ian Jing's eyes. Li Yuyang stepped forward and comforted him, relieved. His grief will come to an end with us. You've done your part too. Isn't it finished? Li Yuyang. The kindest smile ever. Okay, cheer up. That's the beauty of immersive gaming. I'll be with you often in the future. Just when the three of you and I are known. Inside a hospital, Lu Yanran quickly pushed open the door of the ward, screaming that you're sneaking out of the room again. Did you run out to surf the internet? I didn't tell you. Are you going to have surgery today? Without waiting for Lu Yanran to continue speaking, the girl on the hospital bed explained. I'm just going to take care of something. And soon back. It won't delay business. But how could Lu Yanran listen to these excuses? Start chattering in a mode of discipline. The girl had to tilt her head to the side. Out of sight, out of mind. Half an hour passed. Lu Yanran finally stopped. I'm not against you playing the game. But this surgery is too important for you. Only the surgery was successful. You'll be back on campus. Live the life of a normal person. The girl didn't turn her head. I just replied lightly. I don't want to go to school. This completely angered Lu Yanran. You little girl's wings are stiff. I didn't even dare to listen to my sister's words. But the girl sprinkled on the hospital bed. The surgery was too painful. I'm not going to do it. Hear this? Lu Yanran immediately smiled. This is the last operation. As long as you are cured, you don't have to come to the hospital again. But the girl still didn't care, she just didn't do it. Lu Yanran lost her patience in an instant. Today, this surgery. You have to do it. If you don't do it, you have to do it. Don't force the old lady to do it. Just when Lu Yanran wanted to get started, the girl suddenly shouted only in the Most High God. I can see everything. That's where I want to be the most. You leave me alone. I can live well without eyes. Lu Yanran was stunned. He knew that his attitude just now was too strong. Xian, others' tone softened. As long as you can do this surgery today, my sister will promise you a wish. Sister Shui said slowly, I want to see King Ma Dong. It's that professional player, Ma Dongwang. At this time, Lu Yanran was completely stunned. What does that mean? People are busy. How is it possible to say that you will see you? Can you change it? Unexpectedly, my sister pointed and looked at Liu Yunran. I don't blink my eyes. Don't think I don't know anything, because I can't see it. You just some time ago, a fan meeting was organized. King Ma Dong also went to participate in person. You're also the president of the Maggio Union. The old bottom was exposed. Liu Yunran hurriedly waved her hand. You may have misunderstood. I'm just a fan of him. The amount of flushing is only for netizens who have met. We don't know each other that well. Kilometers in the air. The silence was broken by a loud bird song. Cheat's hubbybird is 1.8 meters long. It is the most common small godao in the sky. The dirt cat raised its hand, and it was an arrow. But look at the dense flock of birds overhead. The two couldn't help but leave a cold sweat. It has to be held. Hold on to the empty island and we'll win. But they didn't wait for the two to react. A small quack rushed towards Ian Jing. At this critical juncture, the last to come first, directly wrapped around Xiao Quack's neck, without waiting for Xiao Quack to struggle and resist. A figure leaped from behind. Grievances flashed. Little Quack split in two in an instant, turned into slag and scattered in the air. In front of me, no one can hurt Einjing. I'm talking about inside the ward. The girl smiled. I just wanted to see her. I've watched every one of her games. Last time I had a fan meeting, I was having surgery. That's why I couldn't go. Didn't wait for Liu Yunran to speak. The girl pleaded with her sister again. If only I could see him. Maybe you'll have the courage to do that surgery. The sky was calm again. After approaching the empty island, the flock of birds dispersed quietly. Look, that's what I'm talking about, the continent of the sky. Follow Einjing's fingers. Li Yuyang also showed a smile. This is the last refuge of the angels. It is also the starting point of a new chapter in Li Yuyang's life. Our worst fears came true. Ma Dongwang's true identity was revealed by others on the spot. This embarrassing scene can be cut out. Large flat with sea view. Congratulations on coming to Sky Island. The trio finally set foot on this magical land. Ian actually had something to deal with in reality, so we have to go offline now. Maybe I won't have time to play again until next week. But the moment they set foot on the empty island, the respawn point has already been refreshed. The next login can be teleported directly here. Case. Li Yuyang is also ready to take a break offline. Only Deke Mao can't resist curiosity. Flow down alone. Right now. A voice invitation popped up. As soon as I answered, it turned out to be Liu Yunran's voice. Hello. King Ma Dong is now Li Yuyang's claws. Quickly switched the phone mode, and the voice changer was turned on. Find me something. Sorry to interrupt. There's something going on over there for your fans. Please deal with it. If you have the time, can you meet me in the evening? Hear this. Li Yuyang hung up the phone with a vague thanks. He just realized Liu Yunran's tone sounded very depressed just now. Could it be that something happened to the fan club over there? Just when Li Yuyang was thinking, Einjing and Dirk stared at him with blood on their faces. I didn't expect that. Our Ma Wangma also has female iron fans. Night falls. Silent street corners. Liu Yunran waited nervously beside the car. Suddenly, he saw the familiar figure. It is the professional player Ma Dongwang. The two sat in the car together. Li Yuyang was the first to ask, "Is there anything you have to do with me?" Liu Yunran was silent for a moment. He said his request in a hurry. "Can you help my sister him? He's also a fan of yours." Speaking of which, Liu Yunran lowered her head. "I haven't said anything about my family. In fact, he is the youngest child in my family. His name is Liu Xiang. He has not been in good health since he was a child, and the personality is a bit straight. So how do you want me to help him?" After speaking, Li Yuyang glanced at Liu Yunran beside him. In the previous life, although he did it for several years, he licked the dog. But I didn't know he had a sister. Liu Xiang is about to undergo surgery soon. This surgery was very important to him. But he resisted. I don't have to see you to be in the operating room. Now Li Yuyang is fine. Is this the power of idols? Always looked at Lu Yinran's blushing face. Li Yuyang couldn't bear to refuse. I simply lowered my head and thought about it. Looking at Ma Dongwang, he was silent. Lu Yinran hurriedly explained, if it is inconvenient for you. Just because I didn't say it. And Lu Yinran waved her hand. I didn't mean that the fans would invite you. Maybe you don't treat your fans as a burden. I agree. If we meet him, I can give him the courage to operate. I don't mind going to the hospital in person. Send me the address and time. Hear the words of King Ma Dong. Lu Yinran was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, the eye sockets became moist. Thank you so much. You are indeed the most popular blogger. I'll be sure to watch your video 3 times in the future. Early the next morning, Li Yuyang came to the door of the hospital as promised. At this moment, he had mixed feelings in his heart. In this life, he saw a different side of Lu Yinran. Be strong and resolute. Stick with something. And the piece of the ball in the previous life. He couldn't get in touch at all, although I am very grateful to him for helping to manage the fan club. But Li Yuyang still can't forget it. There are no days left for the pants that have been pitted. Enter the inside of the hospital. Lu Yinran asked Li Yuyang to wait outside first. He went into the hospital room and called his sister out. And Li Yuyang just nodded lightly. Didn't say much. Stroll through the corridors of the hospital. Li Yuyang thought about the scene of the meeting to be met. If only it was to coax a child. It shouldn't be that hard. When you get caught up in thinking, a little girl ran down the stairs, smashed straight at Li Yuyang. With a crisp sound came. Li Yuyang fell on his back after being smashed. The hat and mask all fell to the ground. Are you all right, kids? I didn't hurt it. The little girl looked up with a smirk. He kept apologizing. I'm sorry. I'm blind. I didn't notice that I fell. But he didn't wait for him to finish, only to realize the man in front of him. The voice is the same as that of the big anchor Bird. He couldn't see, but his sense of hearing was very sensitive. Why are you here? Is it because of what happened last time? Specifically came offline to take revenge on me. Speak. The little girl didn't hesitate to punch her. Good guy, this little girl is very ruthless. Li Yuyang hurriedly said. Head dodge takes the opportunity to pick up the mask on the ground. Leave the moment when Yinran returns. Put the mask on his face. Lu Xiang, what are you doing? Didn't wait for Li Yuyang to speak. The little girl turned to her sister and yelled. This man is an old bird. It is the greatest enemy of King Ma Dong. Hear this. Li Yuyang's cold sweat flowed. But Lu Yinran didn't care. Instead, he yelled at his sister, why did you leave alone? The nurses and doctors on the ward were going crazy. The little girl was also frightened, stammered, and speechless. Right now, King Ma Dong tried to stand up. Don't blame him. I can understand how anxious I am to see my idol. And when he fell down the stairs, I caught him just in time. It didn't cause a catastrophe. Just pay attention next time. The mask comes with a voice changer. So Li Yuyang's voice now. It was none other than that of King Ma Dong. Hear this tone? The little girl froze in place. I completely forgot what I just did. Lord Ma Dongwang, is that you? Lu Yinran also smiled and gave an affirmative answer. What my sister promised you has been done. In front of you is the professional player, Ma Dongwang. Hear my sister's words. The little girl was even more excited. Wasn't I dreaming? Are you really King Ma Dong? Li Yuyang smiled and said yes. I am the king of Ma Dong. If it is fake, replace the king of Ma Dong with a string of 5. I heard you're going to have surgery. I'm here to cheer you up. As a fan of mine, I'm sure you'll be able to overcome it. Hear this. The little girl's cheeks flushed with excitement. The performance in the arena is so handsome. Can I get you an autograph? Absolutely. Li Yuyang looked at 4, chatting with the little girl with a calm face. In fact, this kid was panicked. It's too dangerous if you move a little slower just now. Lao Tzu meowed and stabbed on the spot. What makes the king of Ma Dong, who has not been out for a long time? It comes up with a season of snail launches. And the target of the attack turned out to be Li Yuyang's sister. Can't he even shoot with a kitchen knife? After a frightening moment in the corridor, Li Yuyang came to the ward smoothly. Lu Xiang sat on the bed, excitedly expressed his worship of King Ma Dong. I follow every game of yours. Even if you can't watch it in the game, I'll listen to it in front of the TV, especially when you're dancing in an 8-minute string. It's really handsome. In my mind, you're the best player on the planet. Look at the little girl dancing with her hands. Li Yuyang couldn't help but sigh. I caught up with Lu Yinran in my previous life. This girl is her sister-in-law. Seeing that the atmosphere is almost there, Lu Yinran hurriedly stepped forward to persuade. I've also invited your idol. You can ask the hospital to arrange surgery. Lu Sunset, who was still extremely excited a moment ago. The next second, he actually restrained his smile. See this scene? Lu Yinran was instantly shocked by your kid. Don't tell me to go back. I know how hard it took me to put Ma Dongwang. Please. Your sister's old face has made you lose everything. You have to do it today. If you don't do it, you have to do it. Watch the sisters change their faces seamlessly. Li Yuyang's embarrassed tears were motionless in place, not daring to move. Hurry up and say what else you want. Who expected Lu Xiang to have a small mouth? Whispered. How can I be sure that he is King Madong? And it's not the first time you've lied to me. As soon as this remark came out, Lu Yinran finally couldn't bear it anymore. Go up and pinch Lu Xiang's face, you little girl. Dare to doubt your sister. Just when the sisters needed together. Li Yuyang stepped forward with a smile, then you say, how should I prove that I am the king of Ma Dong? Lu Xiang rubbed his red and swollen face. Excitedly spit out 3 words to criticize the fart. I'm going to go head-to-head with you. As long as you can. If you win me, you will naturally be King Ma Dong. Now Lu Yinran completely understood. It turns out that your purpose is this. Don't ink. I wouldn't agree. Don't even think about getting out of the ward if you say anything today. But Li Yuyang took it seriously. Judging from Lu Xiang's previous operation, he's really good at PK. And keen on it. Case. Why not give him a chance to perform? The corners of Li Yuyang's mouth threatened what's so difficult about this. I can promise you that. But you have to promise me. As long as I win, you're going to have surgery all the time. And there's exactly the right place around here. Luo Yu opened the door with a surprised face. I saw the king of horses. Appeared at the door of his house with a pair of sisters. Coach to borrow your game pod to play. Stay until you enter the room. The wife greeted the 3 of them with a smile on her face. I'll take you to take a sip of tea and take a break. Then let your coach take you to the training room. Not for a while. Lu Xiang's excited shouts came from the training room. He touched the latest game pod. I can't put it down. Is this the sister of the president of the Horse King Guild? Are you sure he's going to have surgery? How does it look so active? But this time is also a good opportunity to get the word out. Professional player Ma Dongwang. For the younger sister of her own fans. Waste a lot of training time playing along. This society is directly tall. But Li Yuyang didn't want to do this. I think he's very talented. Bring him this time. It's not just about fulfilling a wish. I hope you will seriously consider it. After he healed his eyes, can he be recruited into the academy team? The equipment is installed. Link successful. Welcome to the Most High God. After the vast white light, Lu Xiang and the 2 came to the PK battlefield. The nerve sensing system used by the Supreme God. Let Lu Sunset be seen without glasses. He burst into tears with excitement. This moment has been waited too long. Can have a face-to-face heads-up with King Ma Dong. It's something he's been thinking about for a long time. Lu Yinran and the coach also played the screen outside. Always observe the information on the battlefield. King Ma Dong did not plan to release the water this time. Since it's going to be fought, let's have a good time. Come on. Let me see your true strength. The voice fell. Lu Xiang instantly entered the state. Carrying the giant company rushed up directly. Great power. Even the ground began to tremble. The lights are flashing. King Ma Dong leaned over to dodge. But before he could get up and fight back, the scythe was struck down again at great speed. This scene stunned Li Yu too. This girl is really talented. The speed and timing of attacks are well controlled. Facing Lu Sunset's stormy attack, King Ma Dong did not choose to carry it hard. It's about dodging. But what he didn't expect was that, with their own degree of flexibility, it's stressful. This little guy seems to be more talented than his sister. It's unbearable. I could have been faster. As soon as the words fell, in the surprised gaze of King Ma Dong, the distance is reduced to countless afterimages, surrounded from all directions. In an instant, the exposed palace flooded King Ma Dong. But what surprised Li Yuyang was, Dang Dang didn't even take advantage of that blow. And even his own weapons are costly. Tear stains were produced. What a powerful attack. I saw that King Ma Dong showed before. The rain does not flow into cold sweat. That's a lot of people. Pros have nightmares. The little girl had a hard time the rest of the day, although it was tragically shocked. But Li Yuyang did not choose to retreat. Still maintains a high-intensity and high-frequency attack. Look at this stance. It's about fighting to the end. Lord Ma, please show your true strength. Don't think I'm a child and look down on me. That's all for that. King Ma Dong has a reason not to fight back. Please make a loud beep between classes. The electric light also began to wander in his arms. I announce that I will enter the King of Horses time from now on. As a pro, or the super testicles that used to dance in a string, hitting a little girl isn't just a matter of minutes. Push under your feet. The flame does not activate the tornado effect of the snail. In an instant, the sky was full of dust. Flames. Li Yuyang suddenly lost his center of gravity, sucked into the air by a tornado. Suddenly, there was a clicking sound coming from the wall. Li Yuyang actually used dust to block his vision. Went around behind King Ma Dong. The giant company slashed down. It's time to decide the winner and loser. King Ma Dong suddenly turned around. In Li Yuyang's frightened gaze, raise your right fist and slam it into the ground. In an instant, there were explosions. Even the hard ground began to crumble. Lu had no choice but to stop the attack, stepping on flying stones. Dodged Ma Dongwang's ferocious uppercut. Immediately after that, the special move is activated. Li Yuyang filled up his speed advantage. Draw countless flying bodies, standing with Ma Dongwang. And this process made Li Yuyang enjoy it very much. It's been a long time since I've stood so happy. It's time for the two to distance themselves. Li Yuyang half-squatted on the ground. Gasping for air, you're only 15 years old. It's not easy to do that. Hear your idol compliment. Li Yuyang smiled. Actually, I've long studied your fighting style, and I feel like I can do better. Right now. Suddenly, his vision began to blur. It was as if he was covered with a layer of frost. It became white. Feel the change in front of you. Li Yuyang was stunned. In order not to let King Ma Dong notice the abnormality, he quickly rubbed his eyes. But the trembling body betrayed him. Not only Li Yuyang found one. Even the coach off the field froze in place. Inside the game pod, Li Yuyang's body was already covered with sweat. Body sensing system. My physical condition. It can directly affect the gameplay in the game. Look at the data anomaly on the panel. The coach did not dare to delay. The former Manga wanted to stop the game, but something happened to him. I saw Li Yuyang in the picture slowly speaking to his sister. I know you can see it. Don't open the game pod. I don't want to log out now. Just let me finish this one. I'll listen to you in everything. This fighting attitude made Li Yuyang stunned. Is this a hard-working genius? But Lu Yanran, who was outside the court, was still not at ease. If the data of the body is out of range, he was still ready to force open the game pod. But Li Yuyang is determined to continue the game this time. Sister, I know you're trying to heal me. Done a lot of bad things. And playing Zigishin is also just to make money. Now no, I'm ready to give up. I know my illness isn't that simple. As soon as this remark came out, Lu Yenran was instantly anxious. Tears began to accumulate in his eyes. Suddenly, King Ma Dong interrupted the sisters' conversation. Rest assured, I'm not going to let you get fined. Not only is Lu's sunset cold, even Lu Yenran was stunned. The relationship between himself and the King of Horses. When was it so good? Don't get me wrong. I'm just looking for a reliable teammate. Didn't wait for Lu Xiang to come back to his senses. Ma Dongwang grabbed the ground with one hand. Don't talk nonsense. Let's get this game through to the end. The palm of the hand is slammed hard. He pulled out a large stone, smashed at Lu's sunset. Lu Xiang's spirit is moving. Soon returned to combat mode. But the stones in front of him suddenly began to rage. King Ma Dong's fist pierces the boulder. Directly press Lu Xiang on. Listen carefully on the wall. I'm going to build the strongest team. Join me in the world. And you're one of my favorite teammates. So live well. Li Yuyang smiled kindly and continued to encourage. It's a pity for you and me in the future. The little girl almost burst into tears when she said this. Can I really do it? After Li Yuyang nodded, Lu Xiang couldn't hold back any longer. Tears fell down her cheeks. But it's not like you're tricking me into attacking. Then let's have a good time next time. Li Yuyang didn't understand until now. Why did Lu Yenran behave so contradictory in her previous life? And he dumped himself at the time. Also at this point in time, after his sister's surgery, he appeared in great pain. That's not what it means. Lu Xiang's surgery. In fact, it did not succeed in the previous life. But this life is different. As long as there is me, King Ma Dong, anything is possible. King Ma Dong also had such a tsundere moment. Actually didn't admit that he had forgiven Lu Yenran. After a battle with an idol, Lu's condition was even more serious. I can no longer find a suitable bone marrow transplant. He might. It's really about to miss the best time for treatment. The next day, within 1 month, Lu Hong also rushed over, looking at the panting brother. Lu Yenran sighed. If you agreed to the boss's request, maybe Lu Xiang would have accepted it a long time ago. Hear this. Lu Hong was furious. That old man was not worthy of you at all. Even if it's to save my sister. There's no need to put yourself on it. That said, but Lu Yenran's eyes were dim. Still, it's that I can't accept that my sister may leave me. Thinking about what my sister said in the Most High God, Lu Yenran lowered her head helplessly. Do you really have to give up? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded beside him. You look frustrated. Lu Yenran immediately stood up from her seat, but he didn't wait for him to speak. Li Yuyang continued. I am here this time. It's to tell you the good news. Lu Yenran couldn't believe her ears. There is no good news in this situation. Right now, the phone rang suddenly. Pick it up and listen to it. It turned out to be a member of the Machiao Trade Union. Hello, President. I heard about your sister. It was Madong Wong who told us. And I happen to be the Asian Marrow, member of donor associations. Yesterday, after I received the message, all union members have been mobilized. Match your sister with the right bone marrow. Find the right person for the job today. Lu Yenran was speechless. So, please come on, President. Don't forget why you haven't killed the old bird yet. Suddenly heard such exciting news. Lu Yenran said thank you vigorously. The two chatted for a while. The other party hung up the phone. He knows. These are the men in front of them who are behind them. But Lu Yenran was a little embarrassed. I don't know how to speak. Don't get me wrong. I just think your sister's talent is just too good. There are also hospitalization fees and surgery fees. I've already paid it in advance. You don't have to take any risks because of that. Lu Yenran was stunned for a moment. Suddenly looked up like King Ma Dong. Why? Why are you doing so much for us? I'm very clear. Because of your sister's talent. And you're all my fans. It's as simple as that. Maybe you don't know. Li Yuyang's eyes became serious. There is no one in the country who is my opponent anymore. I have to gather people. The Lao International Competition was entered, and your sister is one of my choices. Didn't wait for Li Yuyang to finish speaking. Lu Yanran suddenly hit her face and cried. Thank you so much. Suddenly unload the burden. Lu Yanran's tears could no longer be stopped. See this scene? Li Yuyang didn't stay any longer. We'll talk about that later. Just walked to the gate of the hospital. Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. After seeing that it was Lu Hong, Li Yuyang turned his head and said, I don't know who you're working for. It's not clear how much business you have. But I hope you don't do anything illegal anymore. Hear the words of King Ma Dong. Lu Hong was silent for a moment, suddenly bent down solemnly to the voice. This move made Li Yuyang stunned. There's no need. In your last life, you were a money lender. But that's fine. Although Li Yuyang does not have the old heart. But it is possible to bring these acquaintances back. It feels good too. But Lu Yanran, who is so fragile. It's the first time I've seen it, and I have to say, Li Yuyang was still a little distressed in his heart. Li Yuyang shook his head violently. Women will only affect the speed at which Lao Tzu draws the knife. I am the man who will conquer the Most High God. Old birds fight by grinding. As long as the boss has a health bar, you can get by without armor. It's really not good. Trumpet comes and takes a step out of the flame. Kill the invincible shrimp. What a poem. A huge meteorite fell from the sky, straight to Sky Island. After breaking through the fence of the empty island, the system prompt also popped up. Welcome to Castle in the Sky. This is 2 kilometers above the ground. It's also 3 exchanges. The last stop of God's hidden mission. Li Yuyang looked at the majestic palace with a smile on his face. I really miss this place. Without waiting for him to continue to sigh, suddenly, a girl's voice came from behind him. Li Yuyang, I'm here. Turn your head to look. It was Shaoxian 11 that the two successfully converged. Enter the palace together. Don't know about dirt cats either. Where did the kid go? Look at the dilapidated scene inside the passage. Li Yuyang actually remembered Tada's experience back then, but here it is certainly better than the brave. Jita is much more difficult. The two of them chatted as they walked deeper into the palace. Suddenly, Einjing seemed to sense one. I felt something else ahead of me. But I looked at it with Einjing's gaze. No monsters were found. The secluded passage was dark, though. But quietly. There is no danger at all. But I felt the breath in the depths of the passage. Einjing actually left a cold sweat. Not for a while. The claws of a withered beast protrude from the passage. An A-class undead warrior. Attribute unknown. Our luck is too bad. You can meet A-class guys if you walk anywhere. And this little quack didn't wait for Li Yuyang to finish speaking. Wang Ling's warriors had already roared and rushed up. The next second, this made the void come in. Hit the undead warrior directly. Great power. It actually froze through the armor of an A-class monster. Li Yang watched the drama in the direction where the envoy came. It was the smiling dirt cat. There's no reward for killing this guy. These days when you are away, I've killed several of them. As he spoke, the dirt cat threw down the rope. Li Yuyang hurriedly caught the rope and climbed up. Right now, Wang Ling has a lot of knowledge as a warrior. Roared at Li Yuyang. Look at this scene. Li Yuyang just wanted to come down and solve the trouble. Dirk suddenly pulled out a strange bottle of liquid. Pounce on the undead warriors. The liquid of this year makes the undead warrior lose the ability to climb. Can only be incompetent under the wall and go crazy with dirt cats. What is this? How long it will be effective? Dirk turned his head and said he didn't know. Yuyang immediately understood. Switch small gear on your feet. The flame does not start. The raging flames engulf the undead warrior in an instant. Poor this A-class guy, an unadult-like person who was tortured by a pair of good friends. The two ran away after the fight, not to mention how cool he was aiming. Only Ian Jing was left with a helpless face. Sure enough, the man is a girl. But these guys aren't strictly speaking monsters. Killing doesn't give experience or props. It's called a bad choice in Sky. The three of them chatted and walked. Suddenly, some strange fruits were found on the stone wall. The seed is like an apple. The red orange ones look exceptionally delicious. At Ian's urging impatiently, Li Yuyang picked one and gave it to him. Just got the fruit. Ian Jing hurriedly took a bite. But Li Yuyang suddenly reminded that it was okay to chew. But don't swallow it, especially seeds, because this thing is dead. Spirit warriors are essentially the same, are all part of the Isle of Sky. It's also part of the ending. As soon as this remark came out, the fruit in Ian's mouth instantly stopped smelling. The good guy ate an A-class monster through the old lady. Frolicked for a while. Dirk Cat is talking about the next step. Where do we go from here? Don't wander around the castle. Yuyang grinned. I was about to explain. Suddenly, there was a strange feeling behind him. It was Wang Lin's warriors who caught up. I saw this charcoal grilled guy lying on the ground, with a rough breath, a face full of secrets. Li Yuyang took out his twin branches and complained, just about to enter combat mode. But the scene in front of me. But he had to stop. Wang Ling's warrior got up slowly. A strange smile came out of his mouth. Wink. Black dust permeated his body. This little quack. He actually put his hands on his face. In the shocked gaze of Li Yuyang and Dirk Cat, he tore his body apart with his own hands. A slender figure was revealed. Meow is to drink a meal of left-handed. It also does not achieve this weight loss effect. Look at the weird, smiling faces in the dark. Li Yuyang grinned. I didn't expect this guy to show up so soon. Then came the battle. If you want to fight, if you are an old bird, you have experienced 100 battles. The front is tough and a plus-level monster. It's also a bit of offense. Just now, this kid is only an A-class. Taking off the vest directly becomes a plus. No one can stand this. Li Yuyang smiled bitterly and looked ahead. I kept thinking about what to do. And the Dirk Cat was ready for battle. In fact, if there were only two people, the Dirk Cat and the old bird, it's really possible to have a relationship with this A. The guy who added to the level broke his wrist. The key is that Ian is still by his side. Just when Li Yuyang was thinking, the monster suddenly laughed weirdly, with a smiling face writhing. His head was turned 360 degrees. This scene made Ian Jing almost leave. But the next second, the monster has rushed up, went straight to Li Yuyang. Look at the clown mask that is getting closer and closer. Li Yuyang raised his grievances and was about to move forward. Unexpectedly, the other party's target was not him at all. Instead, one turned sideways towards Ian Jing. At this critical moment, Dirk Cat shot, holding Ian Jing to dodge the monster's sneak attack. Turning his head again, the clown mask unexpectedly opened his eyes. This scene is too weird. Deke Mao didn't say a word. Dozens of golden eggs were thrown directly. Bombs covered in green rang off at the monster's feet. But it didn't have the slightest effect. Does this guy have purifying properties? Why the slowdown effect doesn't work for him? It's not just that. This particular monster. There are also reductions. The ability to change the terrain skill for half of the damage. And Ma Dongwang's main damage skill. It's earthquakes and whirlpools. It's like a natural enemy. Thinking about it, the monster attacked again. The ground suddenly exploded. Li Yuyang quickly retreated. Until a better way is found. I can only take Ian Jing with me. Withdraw first. Li Yuyang shouted and overtook the Dirk Cat. Hurry up and follow me when I hear this. Dirk was stunned for a moment. Could it be that this kid has found a way to escape the labyrinth? The best option to launch. In Li Yuyang's eyes, a navigation arrow appears. Lead him to turn left at the next intersection. This is the route out of the labyrinth. Actually, this is also due to inside the game pod, a bug in the second generation helmet worn. As long as the GPS function is turned on, unleash this skill of the Dark Lord again. You can easily cope with various maze environments, with the route arrows constantly guided. The three of them from Yuyang are also getting closer and closer to the exit. Right now, I'm pointed ahead, said hurriedly in my memory. There's a fan ahead, a hidden door that only angels can open. With that, he broke free from Decameo's arms, trotting his hands against the wall for a moment. The stones began to crumble. An exit is about to appear, but Li Yuyang looked at the passage in the distance. I couldn't help but grit my teeth. I'm afraid it's too late. Sure enough, the monster suddenly came to them with joy and sorrow. That's outrageous. Dirk reacted. The first time you raise your hand, you will attack. But the claws of monsters are faster. The latter hit the Dirk cat's shot. This is the end of the calf. The three of them were forced into a corner. The old bird hurried to find a way. Otherwise, just fight hard. But he didn't wait for the old bird to answer. The monster slammed into the wall. With a wave of his hand, he smashed the gravel into the smoke mirror. Dirk had no choice but to hold the smoke goggles and retreat again. The monster had no intention of letting him go. The whole person wielded a strong shot to pursue, but he looked down on the old bird too much. Li Yuyang was on the side of the monster. Grievances swept out. The powerful force swept the monster out. The group of AIs he meows is too difficult to deal with. It will be actively locked. What the hell is the angel going to do next? There were no other bigwigs coming to the rescue this time. Look at the already vanished Dirk Cat and Ian. Jing Li Yuyang licked his tongue suddenly. Since there is no way to get rid of him, then find a way to kill him. You forced me to do this. For so long. Li Yuyang has actually been taking advantage of it. Strategies from previous lives to clear dungeons. I can use my skills to meow with him. It's brute force. Not to mention, this is still a monster that restrains Ma Dongwang's skills. Li Yuyang couldn't help but get nervous. And the monster is also interested in him at the moment. Between the two, Li Yuyang suddenly laughed. Lao Tzu is the tuba of the old bird Ma Dong King. Li Yuyang never thought of it in his life. There will be monsters altogether. Restrain King Ma Dong's skills. That's what is happening now. The old bird and the monster are trapped on the same side. And Dirk Cat and Ian are on the other side of the grab. Now that there is no drag oil, Li Yuyang excitedly shouted that I was familiar with single-handedness. Let's get started now. The monster grinned suddenly. The next second, his body suddenly became on fire. The whole person climbed the wall like a gecko, straight towards Ian Jing, but not waiting for him to succeed. Li Yuyang's 42-yard Bigfoot has already kicked up. My elementary school classmates in front of me. You really look down on Lao Tzu's speed. Lao Tzu has put all his attributes on agility. The monster that was kicked against the wall by Bigfoot was stunned for a moment. The trial followed by a backhand was a blow, but Li Yuyang had already prepared. Suddenly pull away, followed by repeated horizontal jumps up and down, left and right. Actually dodged all the monster's attacks. And the monster has lost patience. To go up is to kick it. The force shattered the entire ground. See this scene? Dirk Cat couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Follow the pace of these two people. He couldn't get his hands on it at all. Not to mention the remote assistance in the dusty room. Li Yuyang disappeared in place. Right now, the smell of blood suddenly filled the air. The next second, the thick blood will directly envelop the monster inside. Suddenly, there was a tingling pain in the thigh. Li Yuyang came out of the crack in the wall at some point. Stunned, he stuck the morning blade into the monster's body. The monster wailed in pain. But the bloodshed has been punished. Li Yuyang sneered and wanted to continue to mend the knife. The monster suddenly jumped to its feet with excitement. The speed of picking it up made Li Yuyang's eyes flutter. Just for a moment, the monster had come behind him. Oh no, this kid is going to run away. But even if Li Yuyang is full of firepower, still unable to catch up with a monster that struggled to escape. After turning a corner, Li Yuyang couldn't see the monster anymore. I saw a gap in the wall that was more than one person high. That's probably where the monster escaped. Wait until Li Yuyang looks down. There was a bottomless pit in the ground. This is an A-grade abyssal patio. Attribute unknown. Dirtcat also rushed over at this moment. He hurriedly reminded Li Yuyang not to act rashly. Otherwise, you will likely be ambushed. As soon as the words fell, Li Yuyang only felt a tremor under his feet. That sixth man actually launched a sneak attack. The stone under Li Yuyang's feet shattered instantly, and his whole body was also hung into the deep well. This kid, he meows, actually has an IQ. Don't talk about martial arts, let him play, clearly. There is no obstacle from Li Yuyang. The sixth got up and rushed towards Einjin, but he didn't wait for him to get close to the two. But the arm was suddenly wrapped in chains. It is the spider silk used by Li Yuyang. Your uncle's. Don't think that's going to get rid of me. Powerful inertia. Let Li Yuyang and the monster be transferred to the deep well together. And in the mountain well, it was as if strange creatures were wriggling. Wait until you can see each other clearly. Li Yuyang felt a lot of harm in his heart. All this thing needs to do is touch its prey. The application will be closed. At that time, even he will have to be trapped to death by Hohu. Gotta find a way to get out of here. Li Yuyang pressed his hands and feet against the wall. Attempt to stop the body using the Pythagorean force. At the moment when contact was about to be made, Li Yuyang pointed out that the delisting was too risky. Li Jiji is only one step away. Right now. He looked up. I saw that the monster on the other side was like him, hanging on the wall and not daring to move. In the last second, you have to fight the opponent to the death. It's so embarrassing in the dark well. Opening face to face. Whoever is small is embarrassed. One is a legendary player who dominates the supreme gods. One is the supreme overlord of Sky City. In the face of this dark application, the two actually chose to admit it at the same time. After a moment of silent staring, they decisively made a temporary truce. Without saying a word, he crawled towards the exit of the patio. Wait until the two of them are out of danger. Old birds and monsters are short-sighted. A tacit understanding to start the battle. The sound of crackling resounded throughout the audience. The monster climbed onto the wall again. He even opened his mouth and spit out human words. I'll admit you're strong, but you're still a little bit of a joke compared to me. As soon as the words fell, the monster screamed and screamed. Reach out and pluck the fruit next to it. Let me show you what I'm really capable of. The monster stuffed their bones in their mouths. Chew wildly. The piercing clicking sound made Li Yuyang also stunned in place. Isn't this the fruit that was given to Ian in the first place? Does it have a special effect on the bus? As if to confirm that the flower of the old bird has eaten the fruit. The monster is like adding a big spoonful of 3 floured eggs and milk chicken. Began to expand like crazy. The whole person seemed to swell in a circle. What's even more terrifying, this old boy's health is actually recovering wildly. Warning moment. Little Quack has returned to its peak. The ferocious inward rush to the sky. A punch came. Stones cracked. Li Yuyang dodged the magazine. Without waiting for him to catch his breath, Little Quack slammed down. Flames and rubble flew in the sky. Yuyang had no choice but to avoid the war. I really didn't expect this guy to keep a hand. There is also no information about the past life. For now, this battle may not be over so simply, if the effect attached to the fruit can be repeated. So all these things around, sooner or later, it will become a monster's power bank. There was a loud bang. The monster waved his hand slightly. When he was countless years old, he smashed at Li Yuyang like a cannonball. The old bird hurriedly used the blade to block. But in the next second, the monster had already caught up. The terrifying hand knife came to Li Yuyang in the blink of an eye. If the opponent is able to recover his HP, then the love blade continues to bleed. It's just a show effect, seeing that the monster is already close. It's almost famous on monsters. Li Yuyang hurriedly turned his head. It was the hand that the dirt cat came out of. Hurry up and find a way to get out. My attacks won't be able to suppress him for long. Hear this? Li Yuyang grinned. Is worthy of being a good friend. The timing of the shot was perfect. Take this opportunity. Li Yuyang jumped up suddenly. The whole person rushed back into the corridor like a phantom. The moment he landed, I found out later. In the blink of an eye, he came behind Li Yuyang. Now it's in trouble. I can't beat it. You can't escape. Li Yuyang yelled at Dirt Cat and Yinjing. You two go first. Leave me alone. After speaking, Li Yuyang looked at the tall monster seriously. Said firmly, I'll go back to you after I've killed him. Hear this? The monster laughed again. Stupid humans. You braggart critics don't even make drafts. With your current strength, you are no match for me at all. Li Yuyang sneered. Flat properties and skill Lao Tzu is indeed not your opponent. But Lao Tzu is very alive. Trumpet scrapped. The large attack power is not enough. The only blood loss effect was also eaten by the other party. Hex deck was resolved. Li Yuyang completely fell into passivity. Just when little Gadao's arrogance is getting weird, Li Yuyang found a trace of abnormality. Ian's sword seemed to be aware of it too. Turn around and look into the distance. The next second, the monster began to glow behind him. The piercing sound of Wang resounded throughout the audience. Isn't Li Yuyang's constant gaze? One was dressed in a robe. A mysterious man with 2 wings appears on the battlefield. Excuse me, are you from my people? This question also asked Li Yuyang. Who the hell is this guy? Could it be that he is also a player in the Raiders of Sky Island? Li Yuyang immediately shook his head, judging by his dress and wings. Very. It may be the angels living on the Isle of Skye. The monsters that were attacked did not die. Instead, they were even more angry. See this scene? The angel man had a solemn face. Slowly raised the magic book in his hand. I give you opportunities. Get out of here. Without waiting for the man to continue talking, the monster has launched a surprise attack. In the blink of an eye, he came to the man. The shield of the law unleashes a blazing light. Block the onslaught of flames. Directly trap the monster in place and can't move. Now is the time. Hurry up. Hear this. Dirt Cat holds the trio of Ian Jing with one hand. Quickly run towards the passageway. In the next second, a powerful explosion resounded behind him. Wait until the 3 of them enter the portal. Suddenly, there was a flower in front of me. After a while, the 3 of them have come to a strange place. Don't wait for them to figure out the situation. There was the sound of hee-hee locking footsteps from the high platform. My dear child, you're finally back. Looking at the old woman's excited expression, the 3 of them were petrified in an instant. Did this meow trigger the plot? No matter how you look at it, this is the lair of angels. Let's be a little more enthusiastic now. That way, they can at least take care of us. Just as the 2 were whispering, Einjing suddenly froze in place. The old woman who looked at the sage squarely. Don't wait for him to speak. The old woman had already embraced the little angel. Don't be afraid, child. You've come home. No one will ever be able to hurt you again. A warm feeling came. Let Yinjing not only be a little dazed. It was as if the woman in front of him was really his home. People don't know why. A sour ache came. Ian burst into tears. Put the real world wrong. They all cried. All these years in order to see a doctor for my mother. He really suffered a lot. This is a touching scene. Let the Dirt Cat can't help but have a sour nose. I didn't expect the Supreme God to be a healing game. Are we too narrow-minded? The old bird was very speechless at this moment. Are you so sensational? How can I pit this group of angels later? Right now. A serious voice came. Who are these two humans? Angel. The warrior quickly surrounded the old bird and the dirt cat. These two male humans are too ugly. How can there be such an ugly species in the world? They're from another planet. I heard the chatter next to me. Li Yuyang was speechless for a while, saying bad things about others in person. It's the first time I've seen him. Ian came to the Sky Island and called home. The old bird came to the empty island to look for abuse, surrounded by all the angels. Li Yuyang did not lose an inch. Let's have some fun with them. Kriva empty island. Over here. It is the only net after the war between angels and demons. Earth. There are also all the remnants of the angel clan. But I don't know when. However, a large number of monsters suddenly appeared in the empty island. Those things upset the ecological balance of the empty island. Let the angels who love peace. Caught in a new crisis. They're trying to survive. To draw a large area. It was made into a complex labyrinth. Trap all the monsters in it. And the one who built the labyrinth. He was regarded as the emperor by the angel clan. He is the lifesaver of their whole people. It's the information that the dirt cat inquired about through small talk. But what is the use of him meowing to know more? Old bird, you kids' ruthless work. Is it just a confession? Complain to the old bird a few words. The dirt cat continues to set closely. What happened to the emperor in the end? Little Quack also knows everything. Afterwards, for some reason, the emperor's temperament suddenly changed. More than ordered all newborn children to be put in a dungeon. Visits are not allowed yet, not even biological parents. We all suspect that he was captured by a demon. Eat all the children. However, he publicly announced that he had received a divine prison. If you follow the royal decree, the whole angel clan will have a chance at redemption, and we simply don't have a choice. Because the emperor is too powerful. It's not something that ordinary angels can fight against at all. But in the hearts of ordinary angels, just want to be with your own children. It's just that his family is living in peace. Haven't you thought of any other way? Xiao Gaga, who smiled slightly, of course thought about it. We have an internal response in the imperial city. Many children have been rescued one after another. The hinterland you brought back is also the children of the village. Meanwhile, the little angel is also talking to his biological mother. Rest assured, we're not going to do anything to those two humans. When the time is right, we'll send them back to the ground. Back then, you were attacked by monsters in the labyrinth. It's that you've disappeared from the Sky Island for so many years. I've really wronged you. As he spoke, he gently hugged the little angel again. But at this moment, Ein Jing has long since regained his composure. I just felt extremely embarrassed. After all, he's just a player in the Bloody Dove's Nest. In this way, Yin Jing was under the care of the angel mother. Had a fantastic time. And two bitter boys. You can only look up at the sky from prison. Let's be honest, what exactly are your plans? When are we going to get out of here? Hear the question of the dirt cat. Li Yuyang grinned and was relieved. I'm in control. Sooner or later, this group of NPCs will be grateful to our little angels. The mainland used to be the pearl of a happy life. Loser all these years. I miss you all the time. Listen to the words of the cheap mother. Ian chuckled bitterly. He doesn't have any childhood memories of the little angel at all. At the moment, he seemed to be struggling, although they are just NPCs in the game. But this sincere attitude, there is no way for him to continue cheating. After all, he's not an old bird. It's an Ian Jing, stammering and wanting to say when it comes to implementation. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the house. What the hell is going on? Right now, the peaceful angel village is suddenly close by. The shrill sound of the masterpiece resounded throughout the audience. Indicates that the plot is about to usher in a turning point. Dirk has never been so depressed. The last time I was pitted with the old bird was the last time. Right now, The calm angel is vigilant. Just as little Quack shouted to remind the clansmen, a dark shadow flickered by. In an instant, the little Quack was skewered into a sugar gourd. An angel village. It is also being attacked by a collection of monsters. Why did they come out of the labyrinth? Everyone hurried to talk. The sharp-pointed archers have launched a counterattack. But a strong sword, Taxi, is just in. Flames erupted from the monster's body. No real harm was caused, seeing that the monster had come to his side. The two little Quacks didn't even have time to react. It was dried up in a slag. The glow shines. The mother of the mainland unleashed the magic of light. The light of the hunt temporarily suppressed the monster's progress. See this scene? The little Quacks had joy on their faces. Originally, the monsters inside the labyrinth are not invincible. Morale boosted. The little Quacks also raised their spears and joined the battle. Right now, volatile protrusions, dark monsters. He even took the initiative to devour the exoskeleton. A screeching click. All the angels in the audience were stunned. It's like an old bird met inside a labyrinth. After the devouring is over, the dark shadow monster of Aji reappears in the world. This level is infinitely close to the S-class, with the strange effect of the next few years. The little Quacks also realized that something was wrong, hurriedly continued to attack. But something that shocked them even more happened. The transformed monster didn't even rush to the angel. Instead, they rushed towards other monsters. In an instant, the monsters in front of them turned to ashes. And the momentum on Xiao Gaga's body is even more harmful. Seeing that the situation is out of control, mothers in the mainland are once again gathering strength. Ugly creatures. You deserve nothing but darkness. Hearing the sound, Jing rushed over. I was also afraid to move under the scene in front of me. The next second, the monster does not retreat and advances, hard-carrying light magic. A punch on the blazing coffin. Powerful force to make light film. There is a clicking sound that pierces the eardrum. A pair of large black hands pressed on the light mist. Tear hard. A defensive shield filled with lightning and light. Just like that by the monster. Suppression to energy disorders. The mother in the mainland gritted her teeth and insisted. But the other party's power is too strong. The alert held up for a moment. The monster has torn the light wood to shreds. Affected by skill reversal, the mother of the mainland flew out. Smashed hard beside Jing. Leave me alone. His goal is you. This guy won't let go of the flag clansman. Hear this. Jing was even more flustered. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Right now. The little Quacks also won and ran quickly. We'll stop him. Seeing that the situation is even worse. The mother in the mainland shouted again that you were the only one who escaped. The angel clan will have a future. But the scene in front of me. But it seemed to touch the fear in the heart of the little angel. In a trance, he was back in the labyrinth of darkness. The monster completed its metamorphosis right before his eyes. It was as if I had lost someone very important in my heart. Jing remembers it well. Especially that evil smile, and JJ's weird laughter. Right now, fragments of memory began to fade. Ian came back to his senses. Turn around and flee in the opposite direction. He knows it well. This is supposed to be the memory of the little angel before it fell. And the monster in front of you. It's the guy in my memory. The reason why the Emperor went crazy was also because of him. He is the key to solving all problems. But he was not given a chance to escape. The monster just waved his hand slightly. A strong force strikes. Flip Jing to the ground first. Wait until the flames fade. There were no other angels around, leaving only the monster behind Shizu. The giant black hand grabbed slowly. Jing felt intense fear. Even if you know you're just playing a game, he still couldn't stop shaking. Right now, the monster suddenly noticed a hint of it. The strong arm slammed into it. still couldn't stop the red. Rescue Ein Jing from the monsters. Li Yuyang sneered and delusionally behind him. The time is finally ripe. It's time for you to understand. Who is the god of this game? King Ma Dong had never encountered such an enemy. Even if it's a string of martial arts. I didn't fight like that. Save Ian Jean at a critical moment. Li Yuyang looked behind him with a smile. It's time to settle our battles. And on the other side of the battlefield, a huge explosion resounded throughout the audience. After the dirt cat easily dealt with the little quacks, restlessly looking in the direction of the old bird. Except for the weird laughing guy. Fish monsters are basically just B rank. But what the hell does that guy think? Remembered Li Yuyang's previous arrangement. Dirt Cat is a little depressed, and asked Lao Tzu to clean up and smash the ice. But he was alone looking for the bus. The dry rack went. Powerful flames spread throughout the venue. The red cloak is gone. In its place were scorching mechs. King Ma Dong returned to the battlefield again. Up as a flaming step monster foot. The ground began to crumble. King Ma Dong slammed into it. The powerful reaction force allowed him to quickly approach the monster. In the case of being restrained by skill wit. Old bird, how do you kid resolve the crisis? Dirt Cat looked into the distance expectantly. Ma Dongwang's fist collided violently. A crackling sound rang out between the fists. Li Yuyang roared and rushed over. A fist carrying flames. It rained like raindrops. It seems that the whirlwind is as fierce as a tiger. At first glance, the damage is only 5. Between the fist and the monster. It's like having a layer of passports. In reducing damage taken by monsters. But it doesn't matter. Li Yuyang, I didn't intend to kill monsters with damage in the first place. The flat crust thrashed with fists. Finally full of cracks. There was a loud click. The heavy earth and rocks could no longer support the pressure. Begin to fall apart. The monster fell along with the stones. Li Yuyang began to accelerate violently. The reaction force brought about by the flame ministry. Let him be like a cannonball out of sugar. Smash it down. Poison is not enough. Looking at the little quack who is still laughing weirdly. King Ma Dong raised his fist again. What Lao Tzu wants to overturn is this land. The fist slammed down again. The saw was not out for several times. This punch of King Ma Dong contains all of Little Quack's rage. Just listen to the Isle of Sky below. There was an explosion that shattered the eardrums. A cloud of dust kicked up. The bottom of the Isle of Sky was completely dried by the old bird's punch. The laughing Little Quack couldn't laugh anymore. The whole person fell out of the empty island, falling towards a height of 10,000 meters. The old bird at the moment switched back to large gear. Spider Silk at a critical moment saved his life, and the kid went all the way. In the next life, you must remember without me. The old bird can't be turned over. Bus in a mocking conversation with the sheep. The foot quack gradually disappeared into the sunfield. At the same time, the Dirt Cat has also played with fire. A bunch of desperate guys. For the current Dirt Cat, it's just a piece of cake. The village of angels returned to calm again. The haughty angels put down their postures. Say thank you to the Dirt Cat and the old bird. You are the saviors of our whole people. Please forgive us for our previous neglect. Xuanji's mother smiled slightly. It may be a little late, but let me be honest with you. Welcome to Angel Village. Hear the words of the village chief. The old bird also grinned politely. We've only done a small favor. After all, the main dish has just begun. A Gadjashurak one-handed slave. A Gadjalohama cross slaves. A Gadjamak one-handed sword. A Gaji. The chameleon ring old bird the boss for a long time. Nothing. Gidge cat. But I just chatted with the angel ladies. Got 4 pieces of Agaji equipment. Isn't the play dog worthy of love? Killing the shadow is only the first step. Want to get a mission reward? You have to talk to the angels of Angel Village. Brush purchase intimacy. According to the strategy obtained by Li Yuyang in his previous life, hidden in the Angel Village is Gene, valuable equipment that countless players are crazy about. And the conditions for getting these equipment. It is to increase the friendship with NPC. Recall the previous battles. Not at all. Several people saw the scene of their struggle to fight. Let's put it this way. What are we going to do? To get the support of NPCs. The old bird also fell into thought. He didn't do less things to pit NPCs. But he's really not good at helping computer people. Suddenly, Li Yuyang had a flash of inspiration. Isn't there one who has entered the Angel clan at the moment? Internal opportunities. The legendary trio split up. In his own way, he said that I use jealous gone. Li Yuyang chose the most direct one. The most bitter way. That's to help move bricks. Not only do you have to do all kinds of hard work, I had to endure the insults and urging of the overseers. Li Yuyang endured all of this. Who wants Xiao Gaga not to give face? I actually want to prostitute the old bird. Dirk Cat is very kind here. He found the young woman of the Angel clan through a handsome appearance and gentle conversation. Soon I got together with the young ladies. The smoke is more crisp. Massage directly for the elderly of the Angel clan. That's it. Only Li Yuyang himself was busy. Lead all the workers to rebel. Succeeded in overthrowing the oppression of the slave owners. For the reward, this kid really does everything. And the Dirk Cat became a friend of women. Go shopping and draw. Afternoon tea. Stay until the busy Li Yuyang. See the cozy Ian Jing and a group. The old man drank afternoon tea slowly, and it looks unusually harmonious. His heart exploded so completely. Lao Tzu was tired, and he didn't buy people's hearts. You eat and drink here and complete the mission right away. But when a cat appeared in front of them, they know the nature of this world. Sure enough, women are the most generous. Not only did he prostitute an Angel clan dress for nothing, it also brought 4 pieces of A-level equipment. Increases the attack damage of the one-handed slave by 3,000. Has a penetration-enhancing feature. Hit an enemy with a slow effect. Lahama Cross slave attack is increased by 3,000. Enhanced penetration. Has a blinding effect. Increases the attack damage of Tahi's one-handed sword by 3,000. Reduces dark resistance by 10%. Has the slash trait. Thinking of the grievances I have suffered. Li Yuyang has the heart to kill his teammates. And that's not all. Dirk Cat mysteriously stretched out her hand. Beauty. A ring with a sparkling black and red pattern appears in front of you. Add the chameleon ring. You can change your appearance at will. This thing doesn't increase combat power, though. But Li Yuyang can take advantage of him. Better disguise the identity of King Ma Dong and Lao Bird. At that time, King Ma Dong will be King Ma Dong. An old bird is an old bird. Li Yuyang is Li Yuyang. No one will ever doubt his identity again. Although Einjing did not receive any gifts. But he from the old people learned the sacred barrier and healing skills. Later, he's the exclusive companion for Old Bird and Dirk. So the 3 of them only had Li Yuyang and nothing to gain. Just while a few people were chatting, a commotion came from inside the Angel Village. The kids are back. It's the mysterious Angel people. Brought back some of the children trapped in the dungeon. He also saw Li Yangjian not far away. You are the same as I was in the dungeon before. Meet the humans. I'm glad you made it to Angel Village alive. Analecta, an NPC named Bug, looked down at Einjing. Behind the scenes, I'm glad you're back. But I'm sorry to say to you. Failed to protect you and your sister before. Hear this. Einjing fell silent for a moment. In the memory of the little angel, this man has been trying to save the sky from the beginning. Children of the messengers. If it's him, I guess I know what happened. This is probably the most harvested copy of the Dirk Cat. 2 male and female males with different effects of a plus grade. A handful of a plus grades are common. And a functional ring. Is that why your face matters? But in Angel Village, the happiest thing is definitely quiet. As a good girl, the Supreme God was the first large-scale online game he played. Here all NPC all regard him as. The kid is very nice to him. Let this little girl be addicted to the game and can't extricate herself. Right now, he finally remembered his teammates. Dirk looked at the little angel with a smile on his face. You've had a lot of fun in the past few days when I've been offline. Speaking of which, he and the old bird traveled from the northern continent to the deep sea area. From the deep sea to the sinkhole. It's probably the most relaxing of them. But what about Li Yuyang's guy? Dirk Cat stretched out his fingers. He's having a meeting with the village elders. Go doesn't seem to be completely lifted. By the way, how long have you known Li Yuyang? How is that guy in reality? Speaking of Li Yuyang, Ian Jing immediately became excited. He was simply a legend in our class. When I was in school, my grades were not good. But now it's the best one. Just while the two were chatting, the old bird hurried over from a distance. Presently, the elders of the village are holding a zoo party. The quest is about to move on to the next step. And what are you two talking about? Hear that? Ian Jing just smiled, and there was no answer. He is now on the course of the copy. It's also full of anticipation. It feels like opening a blind box. I don't know what's next. In the village chief's wooden house, everyone was very surprised by the king's decision. He wants to re-imprison the returning children, especially 3-year-olds. I heard that I received a prophecy. That's why I'm so obsessed. The female village chief also looked serious at the moment. Do you know the specifics of the prophecy? The country will disappear because of the children. A 3-year-old child. It will bring destruction to the country. With the end of the old era, a new era will be born. That's what the prophecy is all about. It is clear that no one will believe the king's words. How about a 3-year-old could destroy an entire country? The king's illness has worsened again. In fact, the king was a very wise angel at first, until he accepted the divine prison. Become like a maniac who can eat people at any time. The children were in prison. No one even cares if he's sick. We can't afford to be at the mercy of that anymore. The customer is the main force in rescuing the child. His face was even more gloomy. Now we are faced with a stark choice. Follow the king's orders. Send the kids back to the dark dungeon. Or remove that guy from power. Re-choose a more suitable person to do. The king heard this, laughing and excited. We chose to oust the mad emperor from power. Listen to the passionate shouts of the angels. Li Yuyang is clear. The second phase of the dungeon began. Meanwhile, Booker began to assign tasks. They are to gather all their strength. Completely storm the palace. Right now, Booker noticed the smoke in the distance. Do you want to join us? Look at the eyes that cannot be sincere. Ian Jing fell silent. Of course, you can choose to continue to hate me. After all, I put you in prison with my own hands. Ian said a word quietly. Although you once obeyed the king's orders. Locked us up. But I believe. All the children see your attitude. It was you who risked your life. Get us out of prison. Ian bowed. Thank you for saving your life. I will join you. See this scene? The village chief also smiled with satisfaction. The customer thought about it. Turned his head to look at Li Yuyang. I know you are strangers. Can you help the children of our country get through this? Hear what your customers have to say. Li Yuyang's eyes were waning. But the system prompt he was waiting for didn't pop up. Now apparently has gone into the copy. The main quest is up. Is this an open-ended topic? Case. Li Yuyang smiled slightly. The little angels are so cute. Of course I will join you in saving them. Dirk Cat also looked at Ian Jing with a smile. This little woman. I definitely want to help the NPCs in Angel Village. Then the rebel lineup has been decided. The Archangel is known as the White Flame. Customer Goodbird Threesome. And the little quacks of the Angel Clan. But why do these guys look a little abnormal? Could it be that they are beating Ian Jing's idea? The lineup is assembled. The main quest is opened. overthrow the king's rule, create a new kingdom of angels. But what they don't know is, a pair of black wings had approached the Isle of Sky. There was a loud bang. The black figure clings to the bottom of Sky Island. Strange effects in the dark sky. The reverberations don't stop. Don't be afraid that Xiaoqiang can't die. I'm afraid that Xiaoqiang can fly. Just in the small quack festival secretly returned to the vacancy. When Li Yuyang and the angel, your actions have also begun. Light magic opens the way. The walls of the dungeon and the little quacks couldn't stop it. The staff shone with red lightning. The law blind forcibly hired Xiao Gaga in place. Immediately after that, the newspaper came to settle the battle directly. The new weapon is easy to use. These guys are compared to the monsters before them. It's just too weak. Li Yuyang couldn't help but remind not to be careless. And that's just the beginning. As the crowd continues to go deeper, the roads inside the labyrinth have also become more complicated. But it doesn't matter. Li Yuyang has the choice of the Dark King. Just follow the arrows. Emperor Nictim can definitely be found. It doesn't look like the maze is as dangerous as the legend says. Just when the little quacks let their guard down, the white flame's face sank. Labyrinths aren't that simple. The deeper you go, the more complex the structure becomes. The monsters you encounter will also become stronger and stronger. Right now, suddenly there was a trivial sound in the passage. A large object slowly wriggled down the stairs. Li Yuyang hurriedly stopped everyone to be careful. Something is approaching as the crowd climbed the stairs, only to find out that it was a huge black monster. This thing doesn't seem to have offensive power. It seems like it's just a birth state. That's right. Let's just get around it. As long as you don't take the initiative to attack. This thing is no longer a threat to us. At this time, Einjing found a trace of mud. He seemed to smell something familiar. At this point, the team also chose to move on. While passing by the monster's huge body, Xiao Gaga couldn't help but sigh. It's just that the baby state is so huge. It seems that there is no shortage of scientific and technological fish, and it is very lively. In this way, several people did not choose to take the initiative to attack. Instead,